you looking for? We've been waiting. We won't wait no more. Every season, every memory made, all the dreaming led us here today. Can you see it? We got a beautiful story. Every moment on and on. We got a beautiful story. And we've only just begun. The best is yet to come. The best is yet to come. Never felt my heart beat so wild while the sunset sets the night on fire. You and me here, and it feels so right. We got a beautiful story. Every moment on and on. We got a beautiful story. And we've only just begun. The best is yet to come. The best is yet to
On my hard days, I usually don't think about it. I just try to get to the next day and hope that the next day will be better.
My legs don't work like other people's, so I have to be in a wheelchair.
I take the needed medicine for everything that's going on in my body.
My wish is to redesign my bedroom.
My wish is to remodel my backyard. It's like that warm feeling, almost like you know something really good is gonna happen.
Hope.
Hello, everyone. Today's the day. It's the Podathon, where 15 of your favorite podcasts are working together to raise $10,000 for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. For more details and a donation link, go to www.thepodathon.com. And most exciting part, when you donate more than $5, you are eligible to win one of many fabulous prizes, one of which is donated by me. It's this Episode 8 crew shirt, which was handed off to me when I was at Star Wars Celebration London in 2016. It's never been worn. It's very pretty, very good condition. And if you'd like to donate to a good cause and possibly get your hands on it, please check out the Podathon going on right now today. Take care.
Hey guys, it's Jordan, just reminding you to join me tonight for the closing ceremonies for Podathon 2022, benefiting the Make-A-Wish Foundation. For more information, go to thepodathon.com, and we'll see you tonight.
Hi, I'm Matt from Blue Bantha Milk Co, and I'm not on Podathon this year. It's the morning here. I got dressed, out of bed, right, like bright and early, and I got in my car and I messaged Scotty and I said, hey, I'm in my car. I'm ready for a big angry talk about Star Wars, because that's where you do it from. your car. And he goes, where's your hat? And I was like, oh, I can't believe I forgot my hat. So long story short, my invitation to be on Podathon this year was taken away from me because I didn't have the correct uniform. So anyway, there's other good people, I guess, that you could watch, if not me. You know, the award-winning actor and star of La La Land, Rian Johnson. Apparently he's on, and he's also good to watch, apparently. So yeah, maybe watch that. If, you know, depends on when you're watching me say this. Maybe you've already watched him. I don't know. I'm not really into musicals, so, you know, but Star Wars is really cool. There's something else that's really cool about today, and it's actually not Star Wars. It's the event as a whole and what it aims to do. So don't forget, it's a charity. You know, you're having a great time. You're sitting there learning all this cool stuff. You know, you're being entertained. But use the QR code and donate to Make-A-Wish, because helping kids with terminal illness achieve their hopes and goals and, you know, live the dream is kind of what this is all about. Do it for the kids. Star Wars is for the kids. All of this is for the kids. So just make sure that you're keeping that in the back of your mind, and enjoy the rest of your day. And maybe we'll be on next year. I don't know. I'll buy a hat.
Matthew Monson, a husband to Mandy and a dad to Josiah, who's 12, and Violet, who is 8. And the interesting thing about my family is that Violet suffers from Rett syndrome. So Rett syndrome is a non-inherited genetic mutation that is predominantly found in females. It causes muscle apraxia. Most of the girls who are afflicted with Rett are nonverbal. And what we like to tell everybody who comes into our life is that just because she doesn't respond back to you doesn't mean she doesn't understand everything you're saying to her. So nonverbal doesn't mean non-thinking, non-caring, non-feeling. To families like ours, Make-A-Wish means the world. Make-A-Wish means giving your family, specifically your disabled child, but your regularly able children too, the chance to experience something that they would not be able to experience otherwise. It truly is a life-changing event, which is why when we get opportunities like this to reach out and to kind of wave Make-A-Wish's banner and support events like this, we are always ready and happy to do that. You're helping a family and you're helping a child have a once-in-a-lifetime experience, often which will brighten their days. So I just want to tell everybody out there, thank you so much for supporting Podathon and participating in Podathon today and watching. But I encourage everyone, if you're on the fence, go ahead and click that donate button. And remember, you are truly changing the life of a child and a family in need. May the force be with you.
We are here. We did it. Got Becca Benjamin. Becca.
Hi, I'm missing my group. I'm missing my crew. Where are my crew?
We're bringing them in.
We'll bring them in.
Okay.
We want to feature you for just a moment, Becca. Because
100%.
you are sort of the silent partner in Podathon. You've done such a great job of helping us. Last year you jumped in, and this year you jumped in and then you pulled things with you, and it's amazing. It's been wild. You've helped. You've got these interesting, because Tarkin's Top Shelf is a book podcast. If you're not listening to Tarkin's Top Shelf, first of all, you're missing out on so much insight to some of the greatest Star Wars stories being told. But Becca, tell us a little bit about Tarkin's Top Shelf.
Oh wow. We debuted right after The Force Awakens, so January 1st, I think 2016. We hit. We landed, and we've been reviewing Star Wars books by Del Rey, Disney, DK Publishing, Insight Editions, Abrams art books, those are Star Wars art books, Chronicle books. Basically, we talk about it all. What if it's in book format, we're talking about it. We love to also obviously have the honor, if we can get lucky enough, to sit down with authors that create these awesome stories in literature and what that creative process is like for them. And and sometimes we mix it up and connect books to what we see on screen. And it's just a lot of fun because, like Chancellor Palpatine tells Anakin, there's more to the Force than just the dogmatic views of the Jedi. You have to know all of its aspects. And
you gotta know
that's kind of our viewpoint in what we do. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Well, cool. So we are going to bring in your co-host and your guest. And before we leave, because we've been hanging out all day, you haven't seen me for a little bit because I'm trying to keep up with all the donations. So first of all, thank you to everybody who's donated. We are at what was it, 7,300? Did I see
7,308.
Wow.
7,308 already.
Unreal.
We got a goal of 10,000. We're going to get there. But I want to just say welcome to Kristin Baver and Mark Suter. How are you guys?
Great.
Wow. How are you?
Glad y'all are here.
Fantastic. So nice to meet you. Kristin, Mark, you and I have had an opportunity to talk in the past. It's so good to see you again as well. Before we kick into the next segment, though, we do want to give away. What are we giving away, Nick?
We've got some books, and I'm going to try not to hide everybody over here. We've got some books from DK Publishing. They're so gracious to give us these books. We're so thankful for that. And we're going to give away 2 DK books right now, and we're going to give another Star Wars Every Day as well before Kelly comes up here in a little bit. But one of the exciting things that we are excited to announce is these books are going to be signed by Kristin before they go to their winners.
Holy
We're
cow.
so excited that these first 2 books, she's going to sign them. So the first one we have is Skywalker Family at War by the fabulous Kristin Baver. We're so excited to give that away. Pete, do you have a number ready for me to put in our spinner here?
I do. We have 2,203 raffle tickets in the virtual hopper.
2,203. So we've got
Unreal.
23 right here. And we're going to hit this button and we're going to see who the lucky winner is.
Let's see who wins.
1108.
1108.
Couldn't have been 1138.
I know, right?
So close.
So
So
close.
this is for Skywalker Family at War, signed by Kristin Baver. That winner is who, Pete?
This is going to Holly and Brian Fry.
No!
What an amazing winner.
They're the
That's
best.
absolute
fantastic.
best. So
Well
deserving,
done.
so wonderful. And then we also have, I removed it. There we go. We have Star Wars Year by Year, a visual history.
Wrong book.
Wrong book. I'm sorry.
Wrong book.
Right
It's in my
wrong
back
cover,
corner.
I think.
Okay.
It's Star Wars Year by Year visual history. Came out last year. It's the most
Oh, okay.
current.
Oh, okay.
up-to-date.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Okay.
that's my mistake. I apologize.
Alright.
I have
I just
one.
don't want to give any false advertisements.
No,
Wait.
not at all.
Kristin's got one. We
I got
can.
one.
Right back there.
Oh,
look at this. This is
Kristin
official.
got it. There we
Where?
go.
See,
There it is.
Kristin?
That one.
Yes. Fantastic.
Well done. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
let's
like it.
see who's going to
hit
get that
another
one.
number. Let's see what we get. Oh, let me get back in front of the camera here. 562, Pete.
562, and that is Charlotte Medich. Charlotte wins. Way
Charlotte
to go, Charlotte.
Nice.
All right.
Amazing. All right, one more real fast.
Okay.
We're going to do one quick Star Wars Every Day. because we have 10 of those. That was such a wonderful donation from Insight. We have 10 of those to give away. So we're going to give another one of those real quick, Pete. Here's a spin. Right. There we go. 105.
105. Let's see. Hold on. That is Brian Fennessy.
No,
Brian Fennessy.
Brian.
Yeah,
that is
excellent.
fantastic.
That is...
We have a story about that. But anyway, real quick about those Inside Edition books. I just got word early this morning, like I did for Kristin's lovely books.
Yes.
Those books will have a slight delay too, as well, because they are going to get book plates over to Ashley for her to sign.
Amazing.
And then those will go out with the books.
I think it's worth waiting for that, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
it definitely
there you
is.
go.
All right. Well, we just hit another number. What was it? 7413,
I believe.
7413. And with that, we're going to turn it over to our good friend Reagan to introduce your show. And we're going to get out of here and let you guys talk.
Thanks.
Joke. All right.
If I look a little flustered, it's because I thought it would be cute and clever to go and excavate my Tarkin figure from the far wall that it's on over there, but all action figures are acting out against me tonight, and inanimate objects out there, this is for charity. What are you doing? Anyway, up next, we've got Tarkin's Top Shelf with your hosts, Becca Benjamin and Mark Suter, and their guest from thisweekinstarwars.com, as well as just frequent appearances on the StarWars.com Instagram story, Kristin Baver. You can follow these guys at Tarkin's Top Shelf on Twitter, and I will be back here to see you probably less flustered as soon as they're done.
Hello and welcome to Tarkin's Top Shelf, the only Star Wars literature podcast on the internet, hosted by myself, Mark Suter, and Becca Benjamin. We dissect and analyze your favorite and maybe your least favorite canon books, and we always keep it positive. How are you, Becca?
I'm great. I am so excited to be here again, our second year in a row doing this. And I'm just so thrilled we were able to have Kristin join us because it's like family time. So this is just going to be fun. So hi, Kristin.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good.
Wonderful.
I'm happy
and
to
thanks
see
to that
you.
incredible intro that they did. We know who you are, and everybody knows who you are. So let's get right into it. Like, this is a very exciting event to be a part of. I myself was a Make-A-Wish kid, got to go to Disney World with my family. Unfortunately, I was too specific when I was 7 years old. And rather than be flown to the resort to stay on the property like most normal people would, I specifically requested that we stay in a Motel 6, which was half an hour away, and that we get to rent a minivan so that my entire family could ride together. Being one of four boys, it was very cramped in the car. I'd have to ride in the front, which is kind of frowned upon these days. So anyway, I did go to Disney World thanks to Make-A-Wish. And I've said this before on the show, but some of the kids that were also Make-A-Wish kids from the hospital that I was in, that was the last time I saw some of them. And it's very, very meaningful, especially to the parents, because, you get a moment with your kids outside of the hospital. And they're very, very, very good at Disney World about taking care of you and immunocompromised children. They do a great job. So it's not just Disney World, obviously. If a kid wanted to meet Weird Al Yankovic, I bet they'd make it happen. So that was my second choice. So here we are today with Kristin Baver, and we are authorized, I think that's the correct word, to talk about her upcoming book, 100 Objects. So Becca, why don't you start us off today?
Sure. So if someone in our IT department over here could put up the image of the cover of 100 Objects while we're talking, that would be fantastic, because these were approved from Lucasfilm, so we'd like to use them. To echo what Mark said, yes, we had to have some discussions with Lucasfilm, get approved, get their questions orderly, because if you haven't realized it yet, Kristin is kind of like Finn. She's a big deal. So sorry, Kristin, we're so excited to do this exclusive interview because we're the first ones to actually sit down and talk with you about these that aren't even out yet. So this is pretty cool. So let's start there. waiting for them to put that up because I'm looking at my notes.
Yeah.
Did they put it up yet?
Something popped up, but it wasn't the right thing.
No,
so we
okay.
can.
Well, let's just start going. So,
live.
This is a live event.
Yes, live event. Let's start with 100 objects then. So,
sure, yeah.
Now, again, they said you can talk about this, so let's do this. Can you tell us about the research process for this project? Were you allowed to handle the merchandise? Touch the real props and such?
Oh, so there's a funny story with that, actually. Unrelated to objects, but everything in my life tends to become related to other things. We were doing a segment for This Week in Star Wars with our lovely friends at Lucasfilm Archives for Obi-Wan Kenobi. And they brought us a bunch of the new props, and we got to talk about all of them. And I did actually get to hold some of them with permission and with gloved hands and being very careful. And it was just a really wonderful experience. But in general, I try not to handle the merchandise because a fun story, I think, with 100 Objects is my first step in the research process was talking to our wonderful friends at Skywalker Ranch Archives for the Lucas Narrative Museum of Art, as well as our friends at the Lucasfilm Archives in the building where I work. And they were so generous with their time, and they allowed me to explore and go step into the archives and see all of these wonderful artifacts and these beautiful pieces of film history. And honestly, in Skywalker Ranch Archives in particular, where some of those items are 50 years old, I actually didn't want to touch them because I was a museum kid, and I have so much respect for what skin oils can do to things. And, I don't want to be the reason something doesn't exist 50 years from now. So I was just kind of in awe and just, kind of keeping a respectful distance. I did not touch anything in the Skywalker Ranch Archives. I didn't even ask to touch anything. I was just too, I think, flabbergasted and just in awe the entire time to be surrounded by that much film history.
Wow. That
is some Jedi
restraint.
Control right there.
Yeah. I'd have been like, give me like 3 pairs of cotton gloves. I want to touch everything.
Yes. I would have
I think
Jabba's
also,
skin.
In my mind, I was also thinking like, behave yourself, because then you might get to come back one day. I was like the best behavior in there.
That is probably the best point, though, to make. You want to go back. So, yeah, probably to be good. Let them think you're that good. So next time you can, kind of, sneak
just
in
touch
there.
everything. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah, like a kid in the candy store.
Oh,
So, does the archive sort of have the feeling of a library? Like you mentioned, a museum.
Yeah.
So, like, are you encouraged to remain silent, or is there just like stunned silence from being amidst such film history?
I don't know if you're encouraged to be silent. I think there is definitely stunned silence, but it's a little bit more like an Indiana Jones warehouse than it is, a front-facing part of a museum, where everything's kind of, laid out and has little cards and everything. It's very much, here's where they keep all the collection. And I can't remember now if I was whispering, but I probably was, because also it's a working space. There are other people in there that are working on other really important things and, trying to be respectful of that, but also just probably genuinely feeling a little bit like, to give you an example, one of the items that I saw that is not in 100 Objects, because it is firmly not an object in the construct of this book, was the Max Rebo puppet. And I saw it, and it was like a gravitational pull where I just kind of like started to orbit it a little bit and was like, oh my goodness, there it is. And was just in so much awe of this artifact, this piece of Star Wars film history. Who would never in a million years reach out and touch Max Rebo? It just seems like, no, I can't do it.
So when you say you were able to like rotate it, you were looking for the tushy, weren't you? 100% you're looking for the tushy. Admit it.
I wasn't going to ask. But hey.
I was opening up this conversation by mentioning Max Rebo at all. Well, my cat is just right up here. So I think I was just kind of in awe of you see you see a character on screen and then you see, that manifestation in person. This happened a lot at Star Wars Celebration to me too, in the Mandalorian exhibit, where, I'm just kind of like orbiting these items and thinking about, like, I've seen this on screen and here it's so detailed and it's right in front of me. And it solidifies something, I think, at your core,
Sure.
which is really the basis of 100 Objects for me, is that when I go to a museum, I feel so connected to other places and times in our own history. I feel so connected to people who were dead long before I was born. I just feel this connective tissue through time and space. And so I think that's something that a feeling we were trying to capture, that so many of us feel, Star Wars fans, where we feel so connected to that galaxy. We feel like we know these characters. We feel like we've been on these adventures with them for so many years. And it's kind of trying to quantify some of that connective tissue.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I can understand that. I don't know, I'm sort of a fan of history. I wouldn't say that I know like a lot, because there's so much to know, obviously. But experiencing a museum like that, you do kind of feel the weight of time. And it would be interesting, to see something that's dedicated to film props specifically. Because I think the only time I've ever seen something like that was at the Smithsonian. Once they had an exhibit of just movie props and stuff, like the ruby slippers. That's crazy. So yeah, like that would be a very interesting thing to be thinking back to. Before you were born, somebody made this. Well, before some of us were born. I don't want to speak for everyone, but a lot of it
I'm the old lady here, so
yeah, because I know you would call yourself out for that anyway. But yeah, that would be so interesting, and having that paired with watching Light and Magic would be so interesting too. Yeah. So, if you ever get a chance to go there again after having watched that, you'll probably be like, wow, this was made by Joe Johnston. He was just working on that. We had no idea, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, and you bring up Light and Magic, and it's just, I love that series so much. And I know we're all on the same boat with that here, between the three of us especially. But, one thing I just love about that documentary is that it's just so much more about the people that were making that magic, and, their camaraderie, and, the things that they were going through trial and error to make those strides in visual effects. It's really just wonderful to see that story, unfold, but it's really more about the people, not as much about the tech.
Right. Yeah.
Can we go back to that image, please?
Because yes. Props over here.
We were approved to show some interiors. And
this was not in our question, but Kristin finagled with Lucasfilm and got says, if you were at the publishing panel at Star Wars Celebration, you were the only ones who saw this. No one else has seen it other than that event at Star Wars Celebration. So can you talk a bit about Stormy for us and what this was like for you, the creative process? Because I'm sorry, but this is just so cute.
It's so cute. And so with 100 Objects, it was so hard to come up with a list of 100 for various reasons and at various points in time through the process. And we can get into more detail on that. But Stormy was one of the first objects I think I came up with that I wanted to include. Because when you think about Star Wars, you think about lightsabers, you think about helmets, you think about weapons, you think about all of the war parts, I think, of the saga. But I thought it was really, really important that this book, in the construct of that narrative of illustrating the galaxy, also talk about some, individual species, some cultures, and also, childhood playthings, because that's also a really interesting and important part of the galaxy when you're looking at it as a whole. So Stormy was one of my top picks. I love Stormy. I've loved Stormy since Rogue One came out. I have Stormy right behind me. And it was really fun because this was one of those rare objects that since I did have the official replica of it in my house, I remember the day I was writing this essay and I was sitting here and I was like holding my Stormy and I was like counting the points of articulation and trying to figure out all of these kind of details of, how we work that into the essay, because it's both about, this object, how big is it? What's important about it? How much does it weigh in some cases? And also, why are we focusing on this object? What does this tell us about a character or point in time in the Star Wars galaxy and the history of Star Wars. And so just a really fascinating assignment to be able to look at one object and say, like, okay, if this was sitting in a museum, what would I want to read next to it? What would the story be that would need to accompany this to explain to someone who's, in this construct, we're in Star Wars, so they've never met Jenner, so they don't know anything about the events of her family and her life, especially growing up. So what do they need to know in order to get the most out of understanding why this object is important?
Yeah, I'm thrilled because for some reason this blanked. I don't remember seeing this. I think I was just so excited. Celebration is a whirlwind. And I just thought this was perfect to talk about this now since we're going into Andor. And I still find it, and this is not a question that's canon or nothing, it's just a personal viewpoint. I just find it so interesting that of all things that Jyn could pick as her her snuggly wuggly, if you want to call it, is a stormtrooper, especially after what we've seen of her, backflashes or flashbacks in Rogue One. And, she didn't really, she knew something wasn't right when they were living on Coruscant and then coming back and hiding away. So I just always found that weird that her favorite doll is a stormtrooper.
I just interesting though, because a lot of, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Becca.
It's fine.
A lot of the brain gymnastics, I guess, I was doing in the course of figuring out, how to describe things in this book. One of the big things that kept coming up was, what is the similar thing in our galaxy? Like, that helps me understand and digest why this is a thing in the Star Wars galaxy. And because so much of Star Wars is based on our own history, Sure. So it was interesting because I was looking at story and I was having the same thoughts that you're having. I was like, why would Jenner so want to have a little stormtrooper doll? And then I thought, no, kids love G.I. Joes and, all kinds of those similar in our galaxy types of playthings. And it would also make sense that, this is more my headcanon than anything, I think, but that the Empire would be like, how do we make people adjust to our regime and just accept these things? Let's indoctrinate them when they're little kids and make this your favorite plaything so you're not afraid of it. So you just think it's part of your world.
That is perfect.
It is so true to life because, I grew up in a house where we weren't allowed to have G.I. Joes and that sort of thing. But knowing that you couldn't have it just made it that much cooler, so it totally makes sense. Totally makes sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is great. Do you want to take the next one, Mark?
Sure. Let's see. Let's just talk about the genesis of the project. So, how did you come up with this idea? Was it pitched to you? Was it something you pitched?
Yeah, so this was actually an idea I pitched, and some of it was that I had just finished Skywalker Family at War. I'm telling you,
which is great. Pick it up.
Props, just in case. I'm ready. I'm ready with this backdrop. But I had just finished Skywalker, and for people who don't know, Skywalker is the biography of the Skywalker family, but it's written as if all of the events and people are real. So it's very immersive. It's talking about all of those points in time as if they're really happening around you or have happened. And so I just wasn't ready to leave that brain space, honestly. And I love museums so much. And, all of those things we were talking about before, of that feeling of connection and what it means to look upon the chair that Abraham Lincoln was sitting in, when he was shot, and just feel that connection to time, to a different time and place in a way that you don't always get from words alone or hearing a story in school. And so, this idea really grew out of that, desire to stay in the brain space of acting like Star Wars was real and we're, telling the history of it, but finding a new way to do it, and with that kind of museum angle of, I've always loved Star Wars props. I've been so lucky since I've had my job at Lucasfilm that I've often been invited into the archives for various assignments and other things, and gotten a chance to see so many things up close and personal. And I think that was also just a big part of that, knowing what was out there and knowing that so often one of our archivists would show me an object for a story we were doing for StarWars.com, and I would think, wow, this object is on screen for half a second, and you might get one image of it in a visual dictionary, and that's it. Someone spent all this time on making this amazing thing, and then it's in the background for a second. So just remembering that there's just so many amazing props and costume pieces out there that don't always get a whole lot of time to shine, but are still really amazing and important to the story, and figuring out a way to kind of construct that into a book. And also probably there's like 1% in my subconscious that was like, if you do that, like somewhere in the back of my brain. Oh, I feel it. Oh, there we go. You were spinning for a second. I don't know if it's my connection or yours.
I'm not sure either.
We caught most of that.
We did. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's okay. No,
that was my connection.
We're going to have that happen. I mean, we're live. So, but yeah, no, it's incredible. And I want to remind those watching, this is an exclusive interview with Kristin on these books. She has not spoken publicly about them. So please donate if you can, because you're getting some content that you wouldn't otherwise get yet. So speaking of,
and if you're really thinking about it, if you're hovering over that button, well, in the famous words of Palpatine, do it.
Yes.
But speaking of,
I'm sorry, Becca.
No, it's okay.
Because Mark, you mentioned this before with seeing museum exhibits. I had the great joy of, as a child, getting to go see the Power of Myth in the Smithsonian in the 90s when Star Wars, I think, was first displayed at a museum. And I've seen a couple of the other exhibits that were traveling for a while, including Identities. And I think all of those experiences also really kind of solidified this idea somewhere in my brain space, because it's such a different feeling when you're standing in a museum, in our world, but you're standing in front of one of Leia's costumes and you're looking at it and thinking, she was so small, she's so little, and it changes your relationship to that storytelling. It changes what you thought about, what you thought you knew. And I think, it's all of those things also kind of percolating to come up with this final idea.
That's incredible. I didn't know that you were.
If you donate now, Becca will ask her next question.
Yes.
Right?
So donate now.
We're waiting.
They're waiting.
Yes, we are waiting. We want to see, we'd like to reach the 8,000 mark by the time we're done. It'd be great. So speaking of, museums and, not touching, but looking carefully at these
with your eyes, Becca. Touch with your eyes.
Looking with our eyes. I know it's so bad. So can you speak to the voice of Star Wars 100 Objects? Like, is it being narrated as if you are the curator of a museum in the galaxy far, far away?
Someone once joked to me that because Skywalker is written as omniscient third person, Kristin Baver is now a character in Star Wars, and she's a biographer, and she's a writer, and I love that. So I will say 100 Objects is very much that same voice. It's not the same writer's voice I use for everything, because I think most writers have different voices for different uses. But it is very much that kind of steeped in academia voice that really tries to replicate both what we did for Skywalker, but also at every single essay I would approach it and think like, okay, if I'm standing in the Smithsonian and Smithsonian's in Star Wars and I'm looking at this thing, what does it say right next to it, and how does it introduce it, and what's really important there? And I think the voice really just develops from that exercise, and it's a really fun exercise to do. I really loved writing this book, and I had such a great time doing it.
Goodness, so excited for this one. I can't wait.
And I saw Chris Kimshaw in the chat, and he was part of the Battles That Change the Galaxy, which excellent book, also plugging that. And also he's got one out that he wrote, more of an academic paper that is the history and politics of Star Wars, which I'm about halfway through now, and it's like the behind the scenes of Star Wars, the current events and the politics that shape it. And he wants this book, he said in the chat. So I noticed that, and I think it's going to be right up our alley. I mean, I remember growing up, and every time we went to a museum, I would spend like more time reading the little thing beside the thing than looking at the thing. And so I can totally understand, because you just get a deeper connection. Because sometimes it's like, yeah, that looks neat. But then when you read about it, it's like, oh, wow, this was like owned by this famous person. Like, wow, that's truly incredible. Now, when you came,
when I was a kid, I would run through the museums and look at everything, but I would get annoyed because some members of my family would read everything and they would take so long and I wouldn't read everything. And now here we are. And I feel like every time I have one of these full circle moments, my mother's like, see.
Yeah, told you. So when you were coming up with this list of 100 objects, was it harder for you to come up with 100 items, or was it harder for you to only come up with 100 items?
Yes, to both somehow. I think it was tricky, both because, at the outset, the first 20 are easy. The first 20 are easy because they're somewhat, some of them are obvious. Some of them are like, Darth Vader's helmet is in it. That's kind of a, you have to have it kind of object. So when you're first starting the list, it's more simplified because it's like the top of mind, what springs to mind, what is an obvious, image that pops into your head. That is also an object, put it on the list. And then, you're at the midpoint and you start to think, why did we call it Star Wars 100 objects? We could have just called it Star Wars 50 objects and we could be done. But no, we're still here. And then you get to the end and all of a sudden, your brain is on fire and you're just, now you have too many objects. I know at the end we did have over 100, but I remember there was kind of a midpoint where it was difficult and you're having all kinds of really interesting conversations too, like what constitutes an object, what counts as an object. We had a lot of really interesting conversations about droid sentience and how we could use parts of droids, maybe because they're tech, but how you needed to be careful because droids are also characters, and just like really interesting mind-bending conversations as we're coming up with this list. But the other really interesting thing that came out of the process was, initially, I think we were just coming up with objects that we thought were important and would look really interesting, but I hadn't quite wrapped my head around the stories that would be told from those objects until I was doing the research. And so in some cases, we knocked objects off of our original list because the essay kind of replicated something else that we'd already touched upon. And so it was a really neat visual, but it was like, what's the story here? Do we really need this as another object, that tells a similar part of space and time? And then also when you're looking at it holistically, as you get towards the end of that process, you really start to see where some of the holes are. And you think like, oh my goodness, we don't have an object that, touches upon this one character or this one really important planet. And how do we find something that covers all of those bases? So it really does feel like, an organic and, fully scoped out 100 objects that are illustrating the galaxy.
Yeah. And you talk about your struggle with coming up with 50 at first. And then eventually I bet you were saying something like, can we just call it Star Wars 103 objects? Can we just give 3, like just a gimme? But what I found is when I'm writing, often it's like the first 500 words of the day are like the most impossible task of just like, I just need to keep plowing through. And then suddenly you've hit your writing goal and it's like, oh, well, that's nice. And I still have some time to write. So I'll do a little bit more. So I can understand the struggle of at first you're like, oh, there's not enough. Oh, but then you kind of like almost overshoot a little bit and you need to edit and bring it back in.
Yeah. And writing is also a lot like running a race.
Mm-hmm.
If you've ever run a 5K or a 10K or whatever the distance is, and, it's like what you're saying. It's like getting out of that gate feels impossible. And then you hit your stride. And then, sometimes you hit a wall in the middle and you're just thinking like, I'm never going to make it. And, then once you're in that last mile, you feel like you could run another, 5, 10, 13, whatever it is. And you're just like raring to go. And so I feel like that is always my experience with writing a book too, where it's like, sometimes the beginning is very hard. sometimes the middle, I kind of hit a wall and need to take a little walk break. And then usually by the end, I'm like, I could do this forever. And then you don't want to leave. You don't want to leave the project then. But it's really interesting how so many of those things in life are, similar in scope and just in feeling, because, I think a lot of people have done a race and know that feeling too, of just, you just have to put your shoes on and take those first couple steps. You just have to get going. And I think that's true for so many things in life, projects and, anything that you're setting your mind to that feels impossible. It's just putting one foot in front of the other and getting it started, and then you'll find your way.
Yeah, definitely. Because I'm a procrastinator, so I totally get what you guys are saying. So I'm like, yeah, no, I can't do deadlines.
You're clean, Becca, when you have a deadline, because my house is so clean when I have a deadline.
Because you're doing other things. You're cleaning instead of
yes, I'm like, anything we're writing this book, let's do all the laundry. I think
Right.
we need to clean everything. If I'm procrastinating, other things are getting done, but they're
Yep.
not.
But
they're
just
not
not that
I
thing.
need to find the greatest tweet ever right now. I'm dedicating an hour to this.
Right, exactly.
Yes.
They're chiming me. We got like 14 minutes. So I
Ooh,
want to do
okay,
one more
okay.
question on this book, and then I
Yeah.
want to jump into timelines, because we can talk
Yes.
about that a little bit. Just
Yeah.
and they gave me images too. So hey. But anyway, one last question for 100 objects. If you can, they did approve this. I'm surprised. Any favorite objects? Or a favorite? Like the favorite. What is Kristin? What is the Baver favorite object?
It's too hard, Becca. I don't think I can do it.
That's a cool question.
It's a great question. You know what? And Mark, I wonder if this is also your experience when you're writing something, but it's like every time I would write a new essay, I'd be like, this is my favorite. Yeah. And then I move on to the next one. I'm like, no, you're my favorite. Like, I'm lying to all 100 of these objects because I'm telling them each they're my favorite.
Yes.
I definitely did have objects that I just thought were really important. And I think maybe to give you an example, some of what we were trying to do was, make sure that we had objects that weren't always the obvious one. So, for example, perhaps there is a Yoda object in here, but I don't think it's the first one that comes to mind when you think of Yoda. It wasn't the first one that came to mind for me. And that was really on purpose to explore another facet of that character, but also, it's just part of that larger drive of the project, I think, to say, these are 100 objects, but we're trying to illustrate something. So making sure that you're picking an object that both is visually stunning, but also tells a part of that person's identity and a story about that person that you want to tell.
Well, that's a very interesting teaser. I cannot wait to see what you picked, because I can think of about 3 things. And if it's not one of the obvious 3 things, then I will love it.
It might be one of the ones you're thinking, but we'll find out. And
yeah,
also,
I'm not gonna speculate, because I don't want to get you in trouble.
No, and Becca, I will say, do you think I would write a book without any Shmiro in it?
Oh, any chance
No,
you would
far
get, I
be it
know
from you.
Shmiro's coming in.
Shmi will have her day. She will.
She'll
The
have her
3 of
day.
us will make it happen.
One of these days, we are going to sit. I'm just going to manifest it now. We're going to sit on a panel with Kristin, and we're going to have Shmiro conversation.
Yeah, and whoever writes the book that the novel's based on, and we're big fans of that idea. My final question about 100 objects before we move on.
Yes, absolutely.
And this might be a really awful question, but if you were to do a 100 objects for another fictional universe, which one would you choose and why?
Oh, that's really difficult too. Can I pick 3?
Yes.
All right. I would pick Star Trek, which was my first love as a kid, my first sci-fi love. But there's so many cool things. I saw a Picard exhibit at San Diego Comic-Con, I think 2019. And it was amazing. And there was all kinds of objects. And, it's the kind of thing that you could just like press yourself against the glass until the alarms go off and then you have to pull yourself away. So I think Star Trek for me, Doctor Who, I think there's so much history in that entire universe, and it's been going on for so many years. I've also been to a Doctor Who museum in Wales, and so I've seen some of these things in person, and just a really fascinating experience to make those connections to something you've seen on screen and the story points that they embody. And then it's probably because I'm looking at a very tiny Fozzie Bear, and I was just at a Muppets exhibit in San Francisco not long ago. But I think like the Muppets would be fantastic as an object, but you'd have to be so careful because like the Muppet puppets themselves don't count as objects in this construct. So it's like, what are those things then? What are those items? So I think that one would be really hard, but really fun. And Emmett Otter's Doug from his
you spoke to my heart right there.
Yes, so it's like now I feel like I'm already writing this one somehow.
Okay.
For no reason in my head. It only exists there.
I knew you would
need
pick
a
Star
blurb,
Trek.
we will be happy to do it for you.
Yeah, I knew you would pick Star Trek, so that was not a surprise. I would go for Star Trek, Lord of the Rings, because they just have amazing props. And then a really surprising one, I think I would go for Quantum Leap, because
Quantum Leap.
You could use the objects that were like in the show, and like it's almost like a real 100 objects, but like, you know, just the props that were in the episodes. Because there were tons of props, right?
Yes. Right.
Anyway,
let's jump into timelines. Can we jump?
Say again?
Before we do that, real quick, I want to ask you an objects question. What would your favorite Star Wars object be? I'm not going to tell you whether or not it's in the book, but what would be your number one on your list of Star Wars 100 objects to include?
Luke's helmet. That's the first thing that came to mind. Is his helmet from episode 4.
Ooh, all right. Yeah, 5.
You know what? I'm just going to go with this because I'm a romantic at heart. And ever since we got an image of an actual tree growing on Tatooine, I'm really even more curious now, you know, because Boba. But anyway, I want to know more about where the wood came from for the Japor snippet.
Ooh.
So I want that.
Okay.
Yeah. So there you go.
All right.
Yeah.
Kristin has a poker face. She did not give anything away.
No. Fingers are crossed, though.
Yes.
But yeah, so timelines.
Yeah, we have 8 minutes of time to talk about timelines.
8 minutes. So wow. Look at that cover. That is
fantastic.
fantastic.
Yeah, that's more than enough time, right?
I hope so.
Let's just look at this for 8 minutes.
It's so jam-packed with information. It's fantastic.
Oh yeah, this one's going to take a long time for us to go through. But we do realize this is a co-authored project where there's multiple authors all involved. And that like delights me because you get so many different voices and perspectives, and that's always a good thing. Can you tell us a bit about the creative process for you, behind it all, but for you specifically?
Yeah. So many spreadsheets on spreadsheets to keep everything straight and to make sure we were plotting all of the points accordingly. But also a lot of that process was just being so delighted to be part of this team. It's my first real team book because I did Star Wars Year by Year, but that was an update of an existing book. So, in that case, you're kind of communing with the past authors in a way, but you're not really working in concert with them in the same way that you are on something like this. And I remember the first day I got the email that told me who else was on timelines, and I was so delighted. I immediately started a whole other email thread with just the 5 of us writers, and would just wanted to hug every single one of them because they're all people that I know and respect, and some of them I was friends with before this. And so just a real delight to get to work on this project with them, knowing that they all bring so much knowledge to the table and so much care. And also we just had, beyond the spreadsheets, we had so many rollicking good conversations between the writers and the editors and just everyone involved in this project about some of the interesting minutia in Star Wars lore and the timeline, just trying to, understand when exactly did these things happen in relation to these other things. Just really interesting gymnastics to go through.
Yeah, I can imagine being a part of a process like this because I have become hyper aware of when people are not interested in things that I have to talk about. So at family get-togethers, this results in me just sitting and listening to other people talk about stuff that I'm not familiar with. But I'm a big Star Wars fan. And so like working on this with people every day who love Star Wars and getting into the weeds with stuff like that would just be a dream job, because you would never feel like you're annoying anyone just by talking. And so that must be nice.
Yeah, no, and I think so. I see Battle of Naboo is up right now, and that's also just a really lovely spread to help begin to understand, I think, what we're getting with this book, what's inside of it. Because initially, when I started on the project, it's interesting because I was both like daunted by the scope of it and also just thought, oh yeah, it's simple. You just line up all the events. It's fine. It's a timeline. Like I underestimated just how much lore and story points there would be. But this is a really great example that, it's not always just one straight line from point A to point B, especially with Star Wars. Sometimes you have something like the Battle of Naboo, and there's 3 different things happening at the same time. And so the timeline diverges and bends around itself and eventually comes back to the same point, where all the storylines intersect again. But it can't just be one straight line. It has to be, at the same time this is happening on the ground, this is happening in the air, this is happening in space, this is happening on the platform. And so it's just really interesting to see that visually represented in a way that I think sometimes when you're watching the movie and you're so engrossed in it, you're not really thinking about how those things are all happening kind of stacked on top of each other at the same time in stereo versus, you're watching it laid out and you're jumping between those things.
I'm so engrossed with this spreadsheet, like just looking at this, and it's like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. See, and I think I'm very excited for this because I know we're going back book-wise in the High Republic era, so I'm just so excited to like jump into this. And I know, and it's just a fresh slate. But yeah, I mean, timelines is just, I think, is going to be such a helping hand of a book that you need to just keep at your desk, because so many of us have questions. You're like, what was that again? And at least now we'll have it all in one book. It's all together.
Although I will say it can't possibly be everything that has ever happened. And a big part of that is, if anyone who's watching this remembers back in the day when Encyclopedia Britannica was a set of books and it was like literally 26 volumes of things.
Yeah.
Like that is what the Star Wars timeline, I think, would have to be if you really tried to lay out every single thing in there point for point for point. So it's, it's very much taking all those really important events and, trying to give them a place on the timeline, but recognizing that we don't have the paper supply to go through and do 26 volumes of timeline. Although it would be fascinating to see what that would look like.
I would
probably look like Wikipedia. Just so we're coming to the end of our time here. Mm-hmm. So Kristin, how can people reach out to you, and is there anything else that you want to plug right now?
Yes and yes. That one wasn't a question that needed a yes, but I gave you one anyway. So you can find me on Twitter at Kristin Baver. I'm also on Instagram, same handle. You can find me every Thursday on This Week in Star Wars on StarWars.com, and frequently contributing to StarWars.com, as well as occasionally on your bookshelf and in Star Wars Insider. I'm just on all the frequencies. And I also just want to give a big shout out to my friends at Abrams. We spent a lot of time talking about my friends at DK. And in November, we are releasing The Art of Star Wars: The High Republic. It's going to be part of Phase 2 storytelling, covering all of that sweet, sweet concept art from Phase 1. And I'm so excited about this book because I've loved the Art of series for many years. Phil Szostak has done most of them. A couple of people have done a couple more recent entries, but he is like the Jedi Master of the Art of series. And it was so great to be able to participate in that series. And also, especially with this project, I loved being able to talk to all of those creators that were coming up with this new era and also tell like a little bit of kind of a making of story behind the scenes of how this all came to fruition. So I'm really, really proud of this book. I'm really excited for it to finally arrive. It has a foreword by Kathleen Kennedy. It has a cover by Grant Griffin. I haven't held it in my hands yet, so it doesn't really feel like it's real yet. But at some point very soon in the next couple of months, it will be tangible, and then I'll feel confident that we really did it and it wasn't just like a fever dream.
Yeah.
So looking forward to that. I wrote it down because I need to get in contact with Abrams. But anyway, thank you again so much for wanting to join us, and especially after just coming down from the premiere, because I know you were there. So to be able to do this live, I mean, you're the bomb. Like I really just got to give it to you for that. You just, nothing stops the Baver. Love it. Love it.
I'm so delighted to be here. Thank you for having me. It's always a joy to be your third co-host and to just sit here and talk about Star Wars. It's great.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And again, everyone, click that donate button. You just got an exclusive interview with Kristin Baver on books that aren't out yet, that she hasn't even talked about yet. So there you go. You can always play it on rewind, I guess, too. So.
Your wish was granted? What do you think?
Hey guys, it's Jordan, just reminding you to join me tonight for the closing ceremonies for Podathon 2022, benefiting the Make-A-Wish Foundation. For more information, go to thepodathon.com, and we'll see you tonight.
What a spectacular discussion.
Wow.
Oh man, I loved every second. Oh, wait a second. Mark is flying as he's flying Red 5. I think he's
there he is. I'm going to be filling in for Red 5's mom, so I thought it was appropriate. This is my son's costume.
I love it. Thank you, Mark. I'm not going to be able to be serious now at all. Neither will Kelly. She'll be giggling the whole time.
Hello, Kelly Knox. How are you?
Good. I'm glad I was on mute there with the surprise.
So that was so great to hear from Kristin. Take a look at those books. But we are not done with books. We're not done.
Not done at all.
With talking about books. This is a really cool opportunity because we get more Becca, but more Mark, and in addition, we get to add Kelly to that. However, Kelly, your publisher has been super generous, and so since we have so many of this book to give away, we want to give away 2 more, and then we have a little special thing we want to do after we give away these 2. So, Nick, let me get you the latest number of raffle tickets.
Let's get back over here.
It's probably slightly off at this moment. Oh wait, no, it's not. I got it. Good. We have 2,298 virtual tickets in the virtual.
There they are. All right. So I'm going to hit the button. This is going to win a copy of Star Wars Every Day.
All right. Here we
Number 42.
go. Ooh, the answer to life, the universe, 42. And everything.
There it is.
But what is the question?
That's right.
What is the
question? Oh, it's good. Number 42
got?
is another book for Brian Fennessy.
Look at that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Brian,
Amazing.
I got to give you credits because someone asked earlier how this works. Can we explain it one more time? Because Brian donated ahead of time. He donated a lot of money, so he got a lot of entries into the raffle.
Right.
So that's how he's getting, obviously, some pretty awesome
For every
pools.
$5 that somebody donates to Make-A-Wish today, each $5 is worth 1 entry into the raffles. So, for example, if you gave $20, that's 4 entries into the raffles. If you give $100, that's 20 entries into the raffle. So the more you give,
Alabama
the more
math.
entries you get. Yeah, got to be careful down here. You're lucky I didn't take my shoes off to count that up. All right, so we're going to do one more of those. We're going to give one more away. And then what we have decided to do during this next segment, while Mark and Becca are talking to Kelly, the first 6 people to donate during that segment, we're going to track that. The first 6 donations that come in get the other 6 books that have been donated from Inside Edition. So we're so thankful for that. We'll run a reminder on the screen, but we're going to do one more with the numbers right now.
All
so
right.
Pete, here we go.
What do we got?
We've got 59.
59. Well, Jeff already just won. I mean, Brian just won that book. So let's do another one. Because
Brian has actually won 2 of those books.
Brian donated $500
Brian
the
donated
day we opened
$500
stuff up. So
the day it started.
Yeah.
So Brian has actually won 2 book copies of Star Wars every day, not counting that one. So,
but the real reward is
191.
helping kids get their Make-A-Wish, right?
I completely agree.
100%. This one is going to Amy Mulder.
Amy Mulder.
Very
That's
good.
awesome.
So excited about that.
That
So
is excellent.
Amy.
So we every time there is a donation, it goes to the Podathon email address. So the next 6 that show up in my email, in our email, we will give them a copy of this brand new book from Kelly.
So keep donating. Every $5 is an entry.
So
And
we
didn't
are
I hear
currently
there's
at
something special
Go ahead.
going along with those books?
Yes.
Becca,
So Colleen over at Inside Edition, she's phenomenal, by the way. So she messaged me this morning because Ashley had suggested she would sign, but because Ashley's schedule is so full, they're going to actually send book plates over to Ashley. She's going to sign book plates, and once they get those back, then they'll issue the books out to the winners. So they just got to wait a little bit, but I think it's worth the wait. So
that absolutely is.
Well, thanks, Ashley.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ashley, and thank you, Kelly, for joining us. Me
Yes,
and Nick and Scotty are going to get out of your way and let you have some fun.
We need to send it over to Reagan, don't we? Oh.
Okay. Are we live? We're live. All right.
I guess we're live. Yeah, sure.
We're here.
We can do it. We're all here.
Yeah. So Kelly, welcome. I want to send my my apologies to those that were expecting Red 5 Mom. Unfortunately, things in life are just keeping her at bay at the moment, so she will not be joining us. But Mark Suter has agreed to help me out here and talk with Kelly, so that's awesome. So typical Kanata's Castle intro is welcome to Kanata's Castle, the podcast that's for everybody. So so thanks so much for joining us. I'm excited to talk with you about a book that's not coming out until October 25th. And
incredible.
It is incredible. And funny story, I actually had to forward the promo kit to Kelly because they didn't send it to her when they sent it to us, just so she could be on board. So that said, that's awesome. Also, before we even get into our questions, because Kelly, you told me last night, I think it was, that you actually had some things you wanted to share with us that have to do with this amazing book.
Yeah, I mean, I've got some of the crafts that I did for the book. I've kept a couple of them, so I could show them off a little bit. They're not part of the preview images, so these would be exclusives, I guess, for today.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. We love our exclusives here.
And we got the okay on that because I did ask Colleen, so she was fine with you sharing away. So I'm gonna cue our tech people. Can you put up the cover of Star Wars Every Day, and maybe just randomly as we talk, just put out the spreadsheets that I sent you? That would be fantastic. Again, people that are watching, this is exclusive. These images have not been released unless you were at the Star Wars Celebration publishing panel. Otherwise, you missed out. So we're going to show them here yet now. So, but anyway, again, Kelly, thank you so much for doing this. I thought this book was appropriate to talk about since we're doing Make-A-Wish, and this is a very family-oriented spread of a book, and it's just awesome. So we understand that this is co-authored project. There's actually 3 of you. It's not just you and Kelly. I'm sorry, you and Ashley. There is somebody else that did the recipes, correct?
Yes, Elena Craig. She did the the food styling and the recipes, all the recipes in the book. Yeah.
Awesome. So when it just, revolving around you, can you tell us a bit about the creative process for you with this book?
Yeah, so this one was first of all, it was a great surprise and very happy day when I was asked to join by Insight Editions. By the time I came on the project, Ashley had already had, the idea and the outline done. And so they approached me about doing the crafts part, which I've always wanted to do in a book. So of course, I was so excited. I kind of had to wait on replying to the email. So I didn't look like I was 1 minute after I got the email saying yes. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna sit back and wait before I say yes. But yeah, I was immediately excited. And it's the first time that I worked on any crafts with somebody else. So that was also a really fun experience. So.
And I can imagine you're wanting to think about how many exclamation points that you use in the email so that they don't think you're a little crazy, right?
At first, but as time went on and our email chains went on, it was either me or the editor, Ashley or Elena. The exclamation marks just kept coming. I think after a while we were just also excited.
And how does this project differ from something like Be More Obi-Wan for you?
Like I said, it was the first collaborative book I've worked on. With books like this and Be More Obi-Wan, of course, you work really closely with your editor. And our editor was Sammy Holland from Insight for this one. So I'm used to, having an editor's feedback and bouncing ideas. But for Star Wars Every Day, it was a brand new experience working on something so creative with other input. And so it felt, because for StarWars.com, I do the crafts there, but it's almost always completely generated by whatever I can think of for that month, because I do them monthly. And so it was really fun doing a book like this one as part of a team, and especially with Ashley. So yeah, it was a completely different experience, but really fun.
And can we talk about the page that's up right now? So we have a droid best friend. And when I saw this, I absolutely fell in love with it. And I just wonder what all is going on here. Can you explain this to us? And also, I don't know why, but I thought Rey was milking a Lugabeast on the left.
No,
it's a very tiny.
Yeah. That activity is not included in. So those are little droids made from things you can find around your house. When I do craft projects, it's really important for me to find something for the components that maybe you don't have to go to the craft store for, because I feel like you're more likely to be, in the mood to craft one day and try and find stuff around the house. It's a lot easier than having to go out and, plan ahead to get all the stuff. So with these in particular, they're mostly garbage stuff you would find in your recycling bin. Or, I see straws and popsicle sticks. Their heads are Easter eggs, the Easter egg bottoms. And then you see all the googly eyes on the unpainted droid. Those, once you paint them, they turn into little components or rivets or whatever you want. So there's a bunch of little tricks like that you can use. And then the little guy in the back, that's Clink from the Bad Batch. I made him one day, also from trash. His body is a toilet paper roll. His arms are googly eyes glued together. And so it's a really fun way to reuse the things that are in your recycling bin or that you just have laying around that to make something different. So that's this project in particular. I really wanted to have fun with that. So.
They're just so cute. I'm literally getting flashbacks of my kids in preschool because they absolutely loved doing the crafts. And what's totally off base here, but one of my patients where I work now, she's actually the aide that my two younger kids had, and I still see her like every month because she has to come in for her vision. But it's just, she was awesome. Like, we still have her ornaments on the tree. Okay, so it's like, this is just so cool because I can just see you in a room full of little kids just wanting to be with cool Kelly, making these cool little droids. It's just,
I will say preschool is like the best age for crafting. Yep. They make the most fun stuff.
Oh my gosh, these are great. So Mark, are you going to make one of these?
Yes, absolutely. See, my kids, they always want the toilet paper tubes or the paper towel rolls so they can hit each other with them and pretend they're lightsabers. So, like slice them up, make tiny little droids, and, my son will hoard it forever because, he likes to do that with his arts and crafts. Can we get rid of this? No, I
Right.
made this in the first grade and I can never get rid of it. I can't relate at all.
So, okay, as we said, there's 3 of you with this book. So can you like talk about the balance that you guys had to strive for? Because there's 3 of you, So how did that work, finding the balance between the idea or an activity, the recipe, the crafts, when it came with working with your other 2 co-hosts?
So Ashley is the
co-authors,
one who
excuse me.
drove. That's okay, I got you. Ashley is the one who drove the whole project. She had, for some crafts, she had the fleshed out complete idea already for things she wanted to do. For other crafts, she had kind of an idea of what she wanted to do, and then she and I would talk through it and work it out. So it all started with her outline and how she envisioned each month to be laid out, and then we would all 3 meet and with Sammy, our editor, and kind of talk out what we could do. And I would approach the crafts and let Ashley know what I was thinking for each, and so she would listen to us, and we would bounce that off each other. And so it was a very collaborative process, but it really did all start with Ashley's ideas, which was fantastic because, like I said, that's not a process I usually get to have. And so she was she had so many ideas that by the end I had to say, I have to stop you now because we have so many as it is. Like, we're gonna run out of time. So she's so creative and so fun, and you can tell how much she loves Star Wars in every page of this book. It really comes through.
Yeah, and just a reminder to everybody watching or listening, the first 6 people that donate will get this book. And also, let's try to hit $8,000 before our time is up here.
Yes, please.
The goal for the day is 10,000. I have a feeling we're going to overshoot that wildly. And so I'm extremely excited to be a part of this. Yeah, Becca, go ahead and take the next question then.
Sorry, I'm just overjoyed with this. It's just so cute. So it just is, So, okay, this is something I'm very interested in. So for you specifically, what about inspiration or that spark? I know you were saying Ashley had so many ideas, but what type of spark or muse did you have that, triggered an idea or a thought for you to come up with your own idea?
Well, her energy was so contagious. At first when I was approached, I was nervous because, I do this every month and I know how difficult it is to come up with an idea, much less, actually make it happen, because that doesn't always make it from one step to the next. You might have a really fun idea and then it doesn't quite work out how you want it to when it comes to crafting. And so, like I said earlier, it was all her energy and her ideas. And sometimes things didn't quite work out still, and she would work it out with me, or I would say, there's one project in particular. I said, I've always wanted to do this, but I've never been able to make it work. I don't think I can make it work. And Ashley was like, she's like, just try it. I think you can do it. And I ended up actually making it. And that was one of those exclamation mark filled emails, because I remember emailing the whole group with all caps. I was like, I finally did it. So it was a kind of like we supported each other and kind of cheerleaded. Is that how you would say that, past tense? But we kind of cheered for each other throughout the whole process. So it was never a difficult obstacle to have an idea, or to have the idea, not just for the craft, but the idea of how to get through it. And again, I credit a lot of that to Ashley.
Yeah, and there was a good question in the chat. Are there any crafts in here that are cosplayable? So like that either could function as a piece of a costume or maybe at a larger scale? And obviously not specifics if you're not allowed to get into that. But...
Oh, no, I can. So yes, there are things, again, that I'd never done before that I always wanted to. I'll show you one of them. Ashley really wanted to have the Tico's. I might have to do this hand business. The Tico's necklace. And so this is the first time I've ever made one. And so I actually learned how to do a lot of sculpting and clay crafting that I'd never done before for this project. So this was one of Ashley's must-haves. along with the Japor snippet, the necklace that Anakin makes for Padme. That's also in there. So both of those are, of course, can be used in cosplay. And Disney bounding too. I think there's some projects in here that you could use for that. So that one's one of my favorites. There's also this one has been revealed. I made mine into a keychain, but the Kyber crystal necklace, again, can be used for costuming or Disney bounding or whatever you want. So this one is another one of my favorites that's in the book now.
Okay, and what is that one made out of?
That one, I kind of feel like it's giving away a secret because I don't know if you're gonna believe me, but this is a hot glue stick.
That's incredible. That's amazing.
Now, but if you live somewhere hot, I don't know how you would. I would not leave it in the car as a keychain, I guess I'll just say. But otherwise, this should be a great Kyber crystal necklace if you're cosplaying Jen or so, or your own character.
And the Tico necklace, is that Sculpey?
It is Sculpey.
Yeah, Sculpey is amazing. Like you can make it really pliable, and then you just bake it, and it's set.
Mm-hmm. And it was one of my first times working with it, like I said, so I learned a lot on this book.
Excellent.
But I did want to show you maybe my favorite project.
Oh, please. Yes.
Okay. This was another thing that was, 100% Ashley's idea, but then we worked on the specifics together. And so she wanted a paper bag puppet. So this is Grogu. And then I wanted to make sure when you open his little mouth, there's a little frog. That pops out. So this one's my favorite because it was it's a little collaboration between me and Ashley where I was really excited to show her the little frog in his mouth.
Oh my God, that is precious.
That one's my favorite.
I just died of cute. I can't. Wow. The eyes.
Exactly. The eyes. I'm like,
Yeah. So this is one that of course is meant for like the family to do together, but I think grown-ups kind of have a little bit of fun doing it too, or at least I did.
Yeah, there's something about Grogu. I mean, he's just so precious and cute. And like, I got one of the plush ones with the plastic heads, and like, I would just stare at him for 5 minutes at a time. Like, this is like when I first held my son. I mean, it's just that precious,
He's
right?
adorable. He's actually difficult to get just right too. I think if you're drawing or making him, it's a little tricky, but once you get the hang of it, you're like, okay, there he is. So that was my favorite.
I mean, who would ever think Star Wars would have a baby, right? I mean, yeah. I mean, he's everyone's baby. It's just, oh my God, that's so cute. That I'd have to do. I have to do that one. Oh my gosh, you've got so many great things. Okay, so all right, I have to ask
Yoda
this,
punch.
right?
So
ahead.
you
Kind of already
adorable.
answered it. You kind of answered it with the little project that you just showed us, but since you said that was your favorite, do you have a second favorite?
I do. Trying to think if it's been shown. There is a that one's my favorite craft. There's an activity from Ashley that she wanted to do, stacking stones to practice. Like it's a very meditative and calming activity for you to do by yourself. And so there's a craft that goes along with the stones that I really like. And I think I've done it quite a few times, not just when I was working on the stones, but just for me to relax myself. So I would say that's my second favorite. It's the stone stacking.
Yeah, lifting rocks.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a good
like
one.
That.
So we are at 7801 now.
That is awesome.
So like we have about 12 minutes left in the segment. So like people, let's get on it. Let's see if we can hit 8,000. If you already donated, great. If you want to donate some more, that's even better. If you are on the fence, well, now's the time to go ahead and get it done. Again, this is all for a good cause. This is all for Make-A-Wish. And, that's why we're so proud to be a part of this. And we were so glad to be a part of it last year. So, yeah, hit that donate button. And let's see if we can hit the goal of 10,000 well before we get to the end and just overshoot. And also, if this is not too much, if you want Kelly to keep making puns on Twitter, you must donate.
Yes.
Do it for the puns. Yes.
Do it for the puns. Thank you, Charlie.
Yes.
I got
Do
another
it.
one saying do it. Yeah, there you go. Mark, go ahead. You can take a question.
So how did the idea kind of come together? Was it sort of like when Ashley approached you with it, was it, here's kind of a general idea, can you help me come up with some ideas? Like, how much leeway was there for you and the other co-author to come up with ideas and recipes?
So by the time Elaine and I were approached, most of the outline was complete, and the idea for each month has a theme in the book, and so the themes were pretty much all set. And then so Ashley would have some ideas were vague for the craft, like say pool noodle lightsabers, which I would then sorry, they're great. And so then
sounds awesome.
We would all jump on a call together and walk through different ideas for how to make it unique to this book or unique to Ashley. So for like the pool noodle lightsabers, they're Ahsoka's lightsabers, for example. And so there's 2 of them. And so it was the basis of the book was there, but then we would walk through the specifics and figure it all out through brainstorming together. I do not cook very well, so that part wasn't really something I could contribute a lot to, but I did give an idea or 2, but Elena was the one who did work with Ashley, and that was also very collaborative, and I can't wait to try some of these things. They're so cute and they sound delicious, and I can't wait.
Yeah, like you, I can follow a recipe, but I don't think I could come up with a recipe.
Yeah, I can barely follow a recipe.
Yeah, it's like, oh, did I misread that? Oh, I wasn't supposed to put in 3 tablespoons of salt. That's 3 teaspoons. Oh, yeah, that sort of thing happens occasionally.
No, see, for me, it would be the whole plating, like trying to make that drink look just like that. No, it would look very sad.
Yeah, if it turned out green, I would say
I'd be
that's
happy
good
with
enough.
that. Yeah. That would please me very, very much if it was at least green.
But this book might be your chance for redemption, because it's great. Like every recipe is clearly written out. They're a lot of fun, and since they're Star Wars, you can't resist.
Right. And then you said every month has a theme. Am I allowed to ask if seeing as we have holiday months, do you guys do holiday themed as well, or is that going?
Yep. There's holiday themes for all the major holidays.
Oh.
I made there's a Valentine that I tried to make work well for class Valentines. There's the winter holidays. There's, of course, a little spooky stuff.
You like that?
I do too.
Yes. There's my favorite thing to make for StarWars.com is always the pumpkins and jack-o'-lanterns, and there is a Star Wars pumpkin in the book that I've not made before, and that I really like. So hopefully you can check that one out.
I'm excited.
It has tentacles. That's all I'll say.
Oh, then you outdid yourself then.
Oh,
it was fun.
That could go a couple different ways. I'm excited to see what that might be.
Yeah. Well, Mark asked this one with Kristin, and I thought we could ask this with you too as well, because why not?
Yes.
Yeah. Ready? All right. So, Kelly, if you were to do an everyday book with activities, well, actually with crafts, let's do crafts, but for another franchise, what would that franchise be and why?
So maybe it's because it's starting to feel like fall here, at least in Seattle. I would want to do something really cozy and I don't know, Studio Ghibli, I think, is what I would want to do every day. Totoro and Kiki's Delivery Service, those movies are all very sweet and wholesome. And I guess the cottage core is kind of the theme of everything like that. And so I would absolutely want to do a Studio Ghibli every day, just for that kind of soothing vibe. That's where I'm at right now, this time of year anyway.
Yeah, I could see a lot from like My Neighbor Totoro or Spirited Away. Ponyo is so good. My kids really liked that one. And so, yeah, I could see that happening. What about you, Becca? What would you like to see an arts, crafts, and recipes book from?
Well, right now, because we just had D23 and all the excitement coming out, I definitely would like to see something done with Marvel. And I know Kelly has done a lot of Marvel things. I could definitely see that happening. I think that would be fun. And talking with Kristin and talking about the Muppets and things like that. I mean, you could do something with the Muppets too as well with the crafts. Like I would love to see how to make the spaceship for Pigs in Space. Like that would be a craft. So, and I would want that because as a kid, like we watched the Muppets, like when that was a thing, my mother would make us peanut butter and jelly Ritz crackers, you know what I mean? And that was our snack. And oh my God. And anytime we had Pigs in Space, I loved it. So yeah.
I did too.
Somebody mentioned Madison's Yak cocktails. If you haven't watched She-Hulk, it's Madison with 2 D's and a Y, but it's not where you'd expect.
Yep. I'm here for that. Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, I think you could easily do one for Lord of the Rings. Obviously, there's lots of very famous Star Trek recipes. You could get into some like sort of mock Klingon dishes, because they have a lot of live specimens, some involving bloodworms and things, that sort of thing. Yeah, it looks like we are getting close to our time on this segment as well, Becca. So, Kelly, you've got this book coming out. How can people find you? And do you have anything else that is upcoming that you would like to plug?
Sure. So you can always find me on Twitter at Kelly_Knox, where I tell terrible jokes. So you might unfollow me right away, but I hope not. You can also find me writing on StarWars.com pretty regularly. I do crafts for them, and features and interviews and all sorts of fun stuff. And upcoming, I have this book, of course, Star Wars Every Day this October. And next year I have Be More Spider-Man coming out from DK Publishing. And I also currently have Be More Obi-Wan. Over there. Yeah, I got it. Yes. Which is out now. So yeah, those are all my current projects.
Awesome.
Excellent. Yes. And I love that the Be More Obi-Wan book. Definitely check that one out. And again, your jokes are terrible in the way that they sometimes make you groan, but then you laugh, sometimes begrudgingly, and they're always wonderful. So they're terrible in the best way, if that makes any sense whatsoever. If you're interested,
if we can get to 8K in the next 2 minutes, I'll tell a joke.
There you go. 2 minutes. Right there.
If you want to follow me, I'm at Mark E. Suter on Twitter. I'm not on very much, so if you want me to see it, tag me. I'm also on the Idiot's Array podcast, which is a bi-weekly podcast where we just kind of shoot the breeze about Star Wars. Sometimes we do brackets. Also, I'm an author. Oh, that's not even in quotes. I'm an author. I put my first book on Amazon Publishing. It's called Vulcan's Blade. It's a fantasy book. If you like Lord of the Rings, you will probably not like it, but it's a similar vein, right? And Becca, where can they find you and our podcasts?
Well, they can always find me on Twitter at YouAreAngelB. That's where I'm always at. Follow Kelly though, because I guarantee you will smile at least once a day if you read anything that she puts out there. So, and we all need to smile. That's the goal. And you can always follow Tarkin's Top Shelf at Tarkin's Top Shelf and Kanata's Castles at Castle Kanata. Idiot's Array is at Idiot's Array Pod. So you can find us all. Thank you guys. And thank you, Kelly, very much for joining us and, helping us out with a wonderful charity. And yeah, couldn't ask for more than that. And Inside Editions has been excellent. So
thank you.
Yeah.
And since I know we're gonna hit that 8K, I'll go ahead and tell a joke real quick. I feel like it'd be mean if I didn't. So why do the spice mines of Kessel have a bad reputation? Because it's a toxic workplace.
I love it.
A drum kit just fell down the stairs rhythmically, but and we have about a minute left. So again, this is all for Make-A-Wish. All the money goes directly to them through that link. So do not hesitate to donate. It's a wonderful cause. It helped me when I was a kid and a lot of other kids as well. So go for it. definitely hit that donate button. And thank you all for watching and sharing in the chat. I know that we didn't mention all of you because there's a lot of you. You're all wonderful and lovely. Thank you for contributing to this segment that we did here.
Thank you.
On my hard days, I usually don't think about it. I just try to get to the next day and hope that the next day will be better.
My legs don't work like other people's, so I have to be in a wheelchair.
I take the needed medicine for everything that's going on in my body.
My wish is to redesign my bedroom.
My wish is to remodel my backyard. It's like that warm feeling, almost like, you know, something really good is gonna happen. Hope.
Wow. Well, that was amazing.
That was beautiful.
Kelly Knox is hilarious and awesome. And Kristin Baver. You know what? I will say, I'll make a live on the fly comment. Seeing Kristin not doing the Star Wars show and speaking as author Kristin was
so good.
So cool. Her insights.
Yes.
The way, I mean, and the whole thing with the Stormtrooper was amazing. So cool. So listen, folks, we are at $7,801. We are getting closer and closer to that $10,000. We have a major afternoon coming. It has been a blast so far. Our guests so far have been just I can't even believe, like, if we ended
it's
right
hard
now,
to believe to have gotten to this point in the day that there's more and better to come. Like,
I agree.
Yeah. So coming up, in just a minute, we're going to hear from Katrina, Dennis, and What's Glup with Mike Chen. We have Charles Soule coming up. I always say Soule, but I mean to say Soule. We have we have Phil Szostak. We have Gary Whitta.
Oh,
we
man.
have Seth Green. We have Ryan Johnson, and we have Shelby Young, all still ahead of us. And folks, we're at $7,800. Get out there, share this link, tell people who may not be watching. Don't miss this afternoon. This afternoon is it's heating up as we go, but
that's what we need right now. Huge social media push. There are 75 people watching this stream. Every one of you go to a social media thing and invite somebody to come.
Please.
Yeah. Hit that little share button under your YouTube thing there and just put it up there and put it up on all your socials, Facebook, Insta, wherever you are, wherever you're hanging, put it out there. We will get there.
So Pete, I have a question.
Yeah.
Now, we had a couple friends attend the Andor premiere a couple of nights ago, right?
We did, yes.
And it's so weird to think that Podathon had a presence there, thanks to our special friend Katrina, who brought in a video.
Here, let's see what she sent us.
Hello, Podathon. This is Katrina, and I am at the premiere for Andor.
very soon. Bye! Woo!
Made my day when I got that.
Unbelievable.
I love that. You know what I love about it too, and this is we talked a little bit about this earlier, and that's the Star Wars community. And none of those people, I would guess, or most of those people would not know each other if not for the Star Wars community. They go to the Andor premiere, and it looks like they've been best friends since they were
Star Wars Family Reunion Part 2.
It really is. It really is. So, but why don't we get to Katrina's interview? She's essentially launching her new podcast called What's Glup, and it's about all those sort of secondary and tertiary characters in Star Wars. She's speaking to Mike Chen. Mike Chen is the author of the wildly popular, incredible book. I don't read a lot of Star Wars books. I hate to say that out loud in front of all these people, but it's true. But this one I read because A, Mike Chen is good people, and B, this book is so good, and it fills in so many good gaps in from the Clone Wars, and it's just a really great story about Obi-Wan and his apprentice or his master, right? Or no, it's his apprentice because it was with Anakin. I'm screwing it. It's been a long day, guys. It's been a long day. We're
book, bro.
Yeah, we're starting with the mumbling, at this point. But why don't I just throw it to Reagan so that way we can get out of this mess and get to the interview.
Welcome back. If you do not care or do not know who I am Reagan, otherwise known as the Glup Shitto of the Star Wars Twitter sphere. Coming up next, we've got New York Times best-selling author of the Anakin, Obi-Wan, Clone Wars era Star Wars novel Brotherhood, Mike Chen, coming to you on the What's Glup podcast, hosted by Katrina Dennis. You can follow them at What's Glup on Twitter.com, and you can follow me if I decide that I want to talk to you. Stick around. We've got a lot more amazing show going on tonight.
You are tuned into What's Glup, a show about our favorite Glups in Star Wars here on Podathon 22. I am your host, Katrina Dennis, and here on What's Glup, we talk about our favorite characters in Star Wars that you wouldn't quite guess at first. I'm really excited to be here today with my special guest, Mike Chen, writer of Star Wars Brotherhood. Hello, Mike. How are you?
Hello to Ventress's owner, queen of all things Ventress, Katrina Dennis.
Thank you. I'm very, I started this show because, she is my Glup, and so I'm really.
She is all of our Glups.
I know, she's just got this special place in everyone's hearts, and now she's just over the past year or so, she's just been making big comebacks in Star Wars media. So you can imagine I'm very.
Should we tell everyone that when I was writing Brotherhood, I would DM you with Ventress questions because you are the queen of Ventress?
Yes, I was so excited. You have no idea. When I cracked open the arc of that book, I danced around my apartment. I took a picture and showed my dad. I was like, I'm a Star Wars now. So I'm so glad that I could help and that I was able to make this book as good as it was, because you did all the heavy lifting. I just told you how Ventress's belts work. So
that's right. Yeah. How would they flow if they're sitting down and she's trying to cover her lightsabers? That's all Katrina.
Yes, that's my favorite scene, when Obi-Wan takes a really good look at her hips. Makes me really happy. Thank you for that. Well, I'm so excited to have you here because I love talking about what people are passionate about in Star Wars, and I know you prepared a little bit ahead of time, so let's just launch right into it.
Sure.
So, who would you say was your first Glup in Star Wars, and what made them stand out to you and drove your interest in them?
My first Glup in Star Wars is someone that I still think about to this day, and I really hope her comeback actually happens because there's been a delay in the project, but that's Bastila Shan from the original Knights of the Old Republic game. She is my first legit video game crush. After thinking about it and looking at who my other video game crushes are, I'm like, oh, I have this thing for beautiful, smart women who are mired with imposter syndrome, like Liara Tassoni from Mass Effect, like Evie Fry from Assassin's Creed Syndicate, like my wife, who is a brilliant scientist filled with imposter syndrome. So I would say a big part of it too is is Jennifer Hale's performance. I mean, it's like, part of it's the writing, but it's also, I think like you really see how much someone brings to a vocal performance for a video game, especially like in, something that's 20 years old and they couldn't animate like the facial expressions as much. I think about when comparing that sort of thing, I think about Assassin's Creed Odyssey, because you have Cassandra and Alexios who have literally the same lines, and Alexios is just kind of played as a dude that you would expect, and Cassandra has so much depth to her. She's played with like imposter syndrome, but also like some bitterness, but also a lot of humor and a lot of heart that's just not there in the Alexios performance. I think back to with Bastila Shan, it was just like so much of it was the way Jennifer Hale portrayed her, and so much so that like when I found out that Jennifer Hale was not British, it was like, whoa, I thought Bastila Shan was British. That's a good accent, Jennifer Hale.
It was very effortless and smooth. Yeah.
Yeah. So like when related to Knights of the Old Republic, though, like one of my glups from there was HK-47. And so when they brought back the HK droids in The Mandalorian, like I sat up and I pointed at the screen like Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yes.
HK droids are in Brotherhood too.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, there were actually, I noticed like very specific callbacks to the Old Republic and Brotherhood that I just like, I really loved. And I completely agree with you on Bastila as a character and Jennifer Hale's performance, because I remember, that point when you have to like, she's brought Revan back from the dark side, and now Revan has to go bring her back. And like that, I think that transitional like relationship between them was so impactful to me, because she wasn't just like one of my first loves, like they were one of my first ships, and that's really hard to do with like a POV character.
Yeah.
Like Revan is just whoever the player is, but I believe that it was like Bastila's performance and Bastila's investment, especially like if you're a guy in that, you get the romance route, which I think should be changed in the updated version. But
let's hope that thing actually comes out.
Let's do that. Come on, Revan's a lady. I really loved, like, that's what made it a believable relationship. It's what drove me as a player to like romance her and actually want to like play the dude route just so I could have my Ravila ship. I like it. They kind of sound like ravioli. And I also think that like, that was kind of like the basis for what a dark and light relationship could be, and like how those characters could help each other. So like, I'm so with you right there. Like, I love Bastila. And
I felt like with Bastila and Revan, like they explored so much of, like, I don't know how much the story group like takes this into account when they're plotting out like, the future of Star Wars, but it feels like it's the foundation of what so much could be between like the light and the dark, and with like, with when you have a Jedi that's not quite certain of their place, because it came out like right in the middle of the prequel trilogy, I believe like 2002 or 2003. So it's like it opened up the door in so many ways, and it's all Jennifer Hale. If you are somehow watching this, like, hats off to you. You are awesome.
Yeah, that was a legacy performance. I really hope they bring her back for, and if the fingers crossed, if it continues, if they bring it back, I hope she comes back.
Everything has that asterisk, like if it actually comes out.
Come on, Star Wars. I loved Bastila, and I think like KOTOR is one of those series that like gives you a bunch of glups. Like my glup from KOTOR is from KOTOR 2 The Sith Lords. It's Mira, who I just thought was such a fun character, because one, you could not romance her. She did not have interest in you that way. And she just had these like she had her like Han and Chewie relationship with her Wookiee friend, but it was also just like a very unique agreement between them that like I loved. And so I really cherish KOTOR for like creating these characters that sort of live with you forever, even though they're not canon anymore.
Let's shout out to the ship, the Ebon Hawk, which was an awesome junky ship, and I brought the class of ship back into Brotherhood because I love that ship so much.
Yes. I love it. You guys, if you are anywhere near like even a remote like Knights of the Old Republic fan, or even if you're not, I don't care. Please go read Brotherhood, because it is so much
I
fun.
tried. I really tried.
Oh man, and like it's so much fun, and it's like I loved it because it felt like watching the Clone Wars, but it also like really felt like, I don't know, an elevated version of the Clone Wars, like cinematic in a way, in the way you presented scenes and wrote it. So like I just love it so much, Mike. Oh my god. So what would you say is your favorite quote of Bastila's and why?
So I was thinking about this question, and I'm actually going to go to like my number 2 Glup for this, a surprise pick, because I think about this quote much more because Bastila, like, she says a lot, but it's like I can't think of like too many like great like one-liners. Like, sometimes like she says things like when she's fighting. I think she says something like for the Force or something like that when she's fighting. But I think more about like her tone of voice and like the scenes themselves. But for a quote, I'm going to go with Galen Merrick, aka Starkiller from The Force Unleashed. So I'm sure most people hopefully know that he's played by Sam Witwer, who is the voice of Darth Maul, who also narrated my short story Disturbance in the From a Certain Point of View in Empire Strikes Back anthology. So whenever I think about The Force Unleashed, I think about this moment. It's near the end of the first Force Unleashed game, and Starkiller is searching for Juno Eclipse, who is like this blonde Imperial with like a really cool haircut. And like so like she's his love interest in The Force Unleashed. By the way, so there's a photo from Andor of an Imperial who looks just like her. And I saw that. I'm like, please be her. Please, 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 please bring her back somehow. But then the quote from this moment is just you're Starkiller. You're wandering around a Star Destroyer, like looking for her, and he's just yelling, Juno, like looking for her. And so like in the Sam Witwer yelling voice. And so I just think of that sometimes when I see a Star Destroyer and like someone walking around it, like I just think of Sam Witwer yelling, Juno. That is my quote. A single name being yelled out.
Oh my gosh. His line delivery is just iconic in every way. Like the way he yells, he has now, I think there's that line. And then of course, like the Kenobi scream, which is now in like remixed, like lo-fi songs that I hear on YouTube. Just,
I did not know that. I'm going to look
for
that.
Yeah. If you read, I'm not sure which Star Wars YouTube lo-fi channel it is, but there's just like one where like, it's like called Desert Planet or something, and just like in the middle of like all this chill music, like he just screams Kenobi, and you just look up from your work like, oh, okay, that was Sam.
I was so excited when I wrote my Palpatine story. I was thinking maybe they'll get Sam to do this because he would be the perfect voice for it. He does both Palpatine and also just like his Sithy Darth Maul delivery. And so when they told me that it was going to be him, my editor emails me. He's like, and I've heard it. And it sounds like Darth Maul is reading Palpatine's diary. And I'm like, and after I listened to it, I'm like, oh my God, he's totally right. He's like, he's reading it in the Darth Maul voice, but he's reading like from Palpatine's point of view.
I love it. I need to actually go read the audiobook or listen to the audiobook because I've only read it.
There's a 7-minute excerpt. If you look at the Penguin Random House SoundCloud, like if you Google like Penguin Random House Sam Witwer Disturbance, it's like you'll find it pretty easily. It's like 7 or 8 minutes long, so you get the essence of Darth Maul reading Palpatine's diary.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look for that. Thank you. All right, so the very next question we have is what makes you feel like passionate about your Glups? Like how would you say you personally connect with yours?
I'm thinking about the difference between like Bastila and Starkiller. I mean, like part of it is just you get to spend time with them. And I think the most important thing in building character is really that sort of like quality time. With both of them, you go on like an emotional journey of like discovery and change too. So it's like you feel a lot of empathy for them. And for Starkiller, it was also he was a badass. And so, you're like knocking down a Star Destroyer with your bare hands if you can get the controls to work. So I think it's definitely I have found that as I've gotten I'm a very old person, and so when I was young, I would play like sports video games and puzzle video games, and it was just like, oh, this is a fun mechanic, and I'm happy with that. And I hit a point about like maybe 10 or 15 years ago where I'm like, I need an emotional journey to go on. Like I really need to connect with these characters. Like the gameplay can be totally crappy, but as long as I connect with the characters, then I feel like I'm spending a lot of time with them. And I think that's probably the biggest thing. I mean, like there's funny things like with HK-47 where you're like, oh, he's just insulting everyone. And we've never seen a droid like that before. And he's kind of like the template for, the jerk droid now. But then with the ones that I'm like, if they brought them back, it wouldn't just be like, oh, that's cool. It's like, oh, my heart sings for Bastila Shan. I think it's really, it's the writing, it's the performance, it's the character arc, much more so than the game mechanics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you mentioned that, and I was like, I thought HK ran or HK walked so that K2 could run.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I remember when I saw K2 for the first time, I'm like, oh, they kind of took HK, but like not quite as evil. He's just kind of like the same jerky mode, but like not a serial killer.
I was waiting for him to say the word meatbag, but
yeah,
not
like,
quite there yet.
No,
so
they saved it. They saved it for HK.
Yes, yeah, because he's coming back. So you've talked a little bit about Bastila, and or actually, what would you say are the most fun facts that you know about Bastila and Star Trek?
So one of the cool things that I always thought with Bastila, and like, so I could be wrong about this because like, it was 20 years ago, but I believe she was the first canon usage of a yellow lightsaber. I know in the Jedi Knight game, the one with Kyle Katarn, who I have no emotional attachment to in those games. But like I remember like you could pick your lightsaber crystal, but it was kind of like a character customization type of thing. But Bastila actually like she came with it and was part of who she was, and she had like a double-bladed yellow lightsaber. And I think because there's so much Clone Wars media coming out at that time, and I don't think any of it, like even the comics and stuff, I don't believe that you saw a yellow lightsaber back then. So I think that's the first canon time it was used until Rise of Skywalker. It might be, but it was at least like the earliest time I think we saw it.
It was the first one. I will say that Ventress did have a yellow lightsaber before the Rise of Skywalker.
Did she?
Got it. It wasn't on screen. It was meant to be in the Dark Disciple arc. That was going to
okay.
Yeah, because Barriss took the other lightsabers, and what Ventress did was she basically went on the black market and was like, oh, that looks all right. And the lightsaber just agreed with her. And then she sparked it up and it shined golden. So yeah, so there's a couple more, Luke uses one on and off now in the comics, which is pretty cool. But definitely I'd say that like the big usages were like Bastila, Ventress, and eventually Rey, which I think is really cool because like they uniquely like diverge from what is and isn't when it comes to light and dark in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's really cool. So yes, agreed.
Let me get a Star Killer fun fact because this was I heard this at a con actually. I saw Sam at a panel and he was telling us behind the scene stories, and he said like when he was doing motion capture, because so for people who are listening who don't know this, Sam is one of us. Like his level of knowledge is probably eclipses all of us, really. And so when they were doing mocap for The Force Unleashed, some of the staff would be like, "Okay, we're in between takes." They'd say, "Hey Sam, this ship that we're on, does it really have the speed capabilities to go from here to there?" And like they would just ask him obscure technical details like that, and then he would just like go off for like 10 minutes, like citing all these things from memory, like from an RPG source book, and everyone would just kind of be smirking at him in the background, and he was totally oblivious to it. He thought everyone legit wanted to know, like, how fast can a TIE fighter actually go based on the twin ion engines or whatever. So I remember the first time like I heard that story, I'm like, he really is one of us. It was pretty awesome.
He knows his stuff. Like I'm constantly impressed by like exactly how much like Sam's knowledge ranges, and he's been with the fandom like his whole life. So it's great. Like I think in a way that he's come around to play, Maul and bring to life so many different characters. So you yourself, like speaking of Brotherhood, you've created so many interesting new characters, and I loved reading through like your threads about them, and especially like several of their connections to DS9 and to Mass Effect. So can you tell us a little bit on air about the inspiration between like behind new players like Mill, and the new Padawans like Amikata Maya, and Noxie Kel? Like there's a few ones that like just stood out to me.
So I always draw, like in all of my writing, I draw a lot of inspiration from the media I'm consuming at the time. And so when I was writing Brotherhood, we were showing our daughter a lot of the Miyazaki films for the first time. So Mill is largely inspired by Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, who's the title character of my favorite Miyazaki film. So like I feel like Mill, when you leave her at the end of Brotherhood, I feel like she would evolve into someone who is like Nausicaa, who's like bold and brave, but she's also a pacifist and an empath. And so a lot of those characteristics like were really key to forming Mill. You mentioned the DS9 inspiration. So Rue Cornum is my grizzled Nemoidian guard who has done terrible things and seen a lot of death, but she's got a really good heart. And so she is a cross between Deep Space Nine's Kira Nerys, who I think we were on our like second or third rewatch of DS9 at the time and so it was like heavily on my mind when I was writing Brotherhood. So a lot of her is crossed also with Mass Effect's Garrus Vakarian. I would say specifically like Mass Effect 1. And I gave Rogue maroon colored armor. So it's very similar to Kira's Bajoran uniform.
That is so cool. Well, we are coming up a little close to time, so I'm gonna pitch you a couple questions and then we'll close out. So this was not your first rodeo as a writer. Do any of the things or characteristics or moments in Brotherhood do they echo from any of your other stories?
I would say like Del Rey hired me for a reason. It was nice that they asked me specifically to like write in my style, which means that it's very character focused and it's got these really tight narrative points of view. So most Star Wars books kind of float around in third person omniscient, but they gave me space to really get in Anakin's head or get in Obi-Wan's head. And so part of this that I'm really glad that like they let me use is basically like a narrative bias in Star Wars. So we don't get to see that much. We see much more of like a top level view. And so like with Anakin, the goal was to like really feel like these are his passions. These are the things that are driving him. This is why Mace Windu annoys him. Even though Mace Windu is really not as much of a jerk as Anakin thinks, like, it was important to kind of like show that perspective and be able to like, we see so much of these characters in Clone Wars. We have like 7 seasons of them being brothers. But like, what is the transition between Attack of the Clones and Clone Wars? And because not a lot of time has passed between them, and so there's really got to be an emotional transition for these two in order to get there. And so like, it was nice that they said specifically like, we want to ground the story in what these characters are feeling and have them like go through like an emotional transition so that we know that when they go from A to B, like it's not just lightsaber fights. There has to be a character reason for it. And so it's kind of funny because I think like most readers were really, really happy with this approach. They're just happy to spend like downtime with these characters, especially like the Anakin and Padme date night. Like that made a lot of people happy. And I think like the few people who like they didn't like it is because they wanted more of like a Clone Wars like pace to it, which happens more like the second half of the book. But the first half of the book is really about like, let's get to know them as people and experience like what they're feeling. So it's like, I thought that there was an audience for this, and it was really nice to see that like, yes, people wanted to just like spend time with them as people too, and not just as action figures.
Thanks. Well, to close out, you've got some really cool stuff coming up. So can you tell us a little bit about your upcoming projects? I know Vampire Weekend is like on the horizon?
It's on the horizon. So Vampire Weekend is another, take a story from a genre and then just give it a really tight character focus. So it is about a woman named Louise who, like me, is the child of immigrants and, like me, kind of struggled with that sort of like identity culture clash. But unlike me, she became a vampire. Also like me, she tries to deal with it by throwing herself into punk rock and music, which is something that I did a lot in my teens and 20s. And because Louise is a vampire, she spends her immortality going to shows and playing in bands until she encounters a long lost relative and then realizes that, oh, wait, you can't just stuff things down forever. Even if you're a vampire, even if you're a punk rocker, you got to deal with it sometimes. So that's coming out in January. And then I have 2 very cool top secret projects that people who are watching this will enjoy. And that's all I can say right now. And
If
it
you
is
have any more adventurous advice, you know who to come to.
I also like the only thing I can say is like it's not what you expect. And that's all I can say.
Well, thank you so much for joining me. I just launched this show very recently, so like having you on and talking about this, especially here on Podathon, where we're raising some money for Make-A-Wish and benefiting people who need it, just means a lot to me. So thanks for making the time.
Thank you for having me. You answered all my questions about Ventress's skirt and her cloak and how her lightsabers hang. So anything I can do.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Well, thanks for tuning in, folks. I'm going to turn it back to Podathon. Thanks so much for having us, Podathon, and may the force be with you. Bye.
Your wish to have a gaming computer was granted? What do you think?
Firemen are dropping a package from way up high.
Hey, this is Rian Johnson. Join us for Podathon 2022. It benefits the Make-A-Wish Foundation. It's on September 17th. I'm going to be on there with Ahch-To Radio at 8 p.m. And you can donate now at thepodathon.com.
Do it. Yeah. See? Exactly.
You will click the donation link now.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be clipped out and dropped
Then
everywhere.
it goes up.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Seth Green, and I want you to join me for the Podathon 2022, benefiting the Make-A-Wish Foundation on September 17th. More than a dozen Star Wars nerds will be hosting their podcasts all day long with special guests just like me. Starting at 9 a.m. East, raising money to help make wishes come true for kids who need it most. I'll be hanging out with Scotty and Jerry of the Bombadcast at 7 p.m. East, 4 Pacific, and I hope you'll be there to support this great cause. Get more information and donate today at podathon.com. What are you waiting for? Well, I'll be hanging out with Scotty and Jerry of the Bombadcast. Sorry. It's Bombadcast, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bombadcast.
Yeah.
Of course it is for Jar Jar. I'll be hanging with the Brokeback cast. No, it's I'll be Django with Hottie. No, hold on. I got this. I'll be hanging with Gary and I'm just with you now.
Oh, come on, man.
I have seen that in that commercial. I don't know how many times, and I laugh at that every single time.
Oh, it's so awesome! Look who's with us, y'all. Look who it is.
Oh,
right there.
Oh my gosh. Showed up early.
Who's that guy?
Early.
Hey, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
What's up, guys?
What's going on, Chris?
I think the day's going kind of well, huh?
It seems to be. Hey, Pete, do you want to give us an update on something, maybe?
I think I do. Hang on one second.
What could it be?
We got over 8,000. Yay! We're 2,000 away from our goal. We're at 8,000, and it's only 3 o'clock. I don't even know what time it is. It's 3 o'clock. We are doing awesome. Chris, how are you doing, bud?
I'm doing great, man. I'm so happy to be here to be here for this great event. To be here with you guys, my weird space friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't wait to talk to one of my favorite writers of all time, Charles Soule. Cannot wait.
So we've been going all day, and again, for every $5 that people donate, they are entered into a raffle, and we have some stuff to give away. Let me throw it back over to you there, Nick, for this stuff.
Absolutely. So we have several prizes donated by our good friends at Broaxium, and first of all, we're going to throw it into Geek John Collectibles. Chris, tell us what Geek John is, and tell us what you're donating for this giveaway.
So, Geek John is a venture that I'm going to be doing at some point. Everything's in the planning stages right now, but I wanted to definitely contribute to this event. For Geek John, it's going to be a collectibles, toy collectibles shop, and just wanted to donate something to it, sort of get the name out there a little bit. And we have the first run of the Obi-Wan Kenobi Funko Pops, because I've got, like Pete, I've got a little Funko Pop addiction, and I'm like, let me just get rid of some of these Funko Pops. But yeah. So we had the first set with Obi-Wan, Vader, Reva, Tala, and my man Roken.
Nice. I love that.
cool.
I love that. I can't imagine, like, it must be so cool for him to have a pop, because he is clearly a fan.
Super nerd.
Oh, it's so funny. It's so cool. I love that.
It's very, very cool. Well, let's do this. Pete, what's the update on the number of entries I need to plug into our happy little sheet here?
2,381 virtual tickets in the virtual
2381. All right, let me get this screen up big so everybody doesn't think I'm making up who the winner is. And we're going to hit this button right here and see what we get.
Bing.
Oh,
1899.
Nice.
That was the year Pete was born.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh.
I hate you, Scotty.
But is that going to be Pete? Let's see.
It is Jessica Love. Jessica Love.
Hey,
okay, cool. That's a cool name.
The pops are all yours, Jessica.
Pops are all yours. Okay, so here's the thing. Like, if you're thinking about donating, Jessica made this is one of, I think, maybe multiple donations, but this was a $15 donation.
Wow.
And she's won like $12,000 worth of pops, I think, is what that is. Right there.
Amazing.
So it is,
well,
it could be.
It's my entire collection.
I might be overstating it. So
we have two other donations that we're gonna get to real quick. Chris has the Obi-Wan run, is that right? The Obi-Wan run of comics. And
let's see them big. So it's there. And it's all the variant covers for so yeah, there's a 5-issue run. It just finished up this week, or last week. Last week it finished up, and it was an amazing series from Christopher Cantwell, and so someone's about to get those.
So all right, so let's give that one away, and then we've got a special guest for the last giveaway who just showed up with us in the studio, and we're excited to give that one away too.
Awesome.
All right. So for this Obi-Wan run, here's our number.
Who's it going to be?
1781.
Okay, that was the year that
my
father was born. Yeah.
Wow.
Jennifer Pooley is our winner. Jennifer Pooley.
Excellent.
Man, Jessica's and Jennifer's. We're doing good.
Yeah.
Nice. It's a good time to be a Jessica or Jennifer. All right.
That's right.
We have a special guest for this giveaway before we get started on this amazing conversation, this amazing show. So I'm excited to welcome the Charles Soule.
Hey,
SG this year.
Look at the SG in the back. Look at that guitar.
Nice.
Oh wow.
Yeah, this is this is my studio where I do a lot of writing of the stories that I would guess we'll be talking about today. But it is great to be back with you guys. Thanks for having me again.
Thank you so much for being here. And we're going to give away because Chris has donated the. Chris, tell us what you've got for this other fabulous donation.
I don't have enough hands to show this entire run, but the entire run of the Crimson Reign series.
Oh my goodness.
Every main issue, every tie-in issue, all of it, all in one thing. And I'm also putting in that lot one of my favorite issues of all, which is Star Wars number 25. So I'm adding that to it, and
amazing.
Yeah. Well, someone's about to get. I hope that whoever gets this, I hope this gets you into the Star Wars comics. Like that's Broaxium's main goal. So
we couldn't give this away without bringing Charles on to be a part of giving this one away. So we had to do it. All right, so Pete, let's get a number. See who our winner is going to be. 2247.
Oh my God, that's my number, you guys.
That's Charles' number.
Charles Soule wins. No.
No. I don't know who it is, but I am very happy for them. Those are some cool comic books.
It is Jordan Wilson. Congratulations,
Jordan another J name. Wow.
Yeah,
Whoa,
right.
Jordan, Jessica, and whatever the other one was.
Jennifer.
That's right. Well, excellent. Well, we're going to run an ad from Reagan and get us out of this segment, and we're going to get out of y'all's way. We're going to get your co-hosts in here, and y'all have a fabulous show.
Thanks, guys.
I am so excited, so hype for our next show and our next guest, and I am wearing him on my shirt, and I realize it's a Blue Bantha shirt, but as far as I'm concerned, Lando Calrissian, Chris Ryan's Lando, is the only Lando that matters, so I want you to give a very warm welcome to the one and only Chris Ryan, and the man who hates Trandoshans harder than anyone in the galaxy, Dan Miller, otherwise known as Broaxium. You can find them on Twitter at broaxium.com. They're going to be interviewing incredibly prolific Star Wars author, High Republic, Darth Vader comics, The Rise of Kylo Ren, that was sold out everywhere, literally the instant they came out. And man who has known me personally for close to 15 years and hasn't figured out who I am on Twitter, Charles Soule. Hi, Charles. It's Reagan. I'll see you after the show.
I can't believe she's wearing that shirt.
What a great intro. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Love it. Love it. So what's going on, Star Wars fam? We are Broaxium. We it's like the hyperfuel coaxium, but with bro instead of you get it.
Yeah, every week we are the fuel to kickstart your Star Wars Comics week right into hyperspace. We have our quick shot Broaxium preview show that you got to check out every Tuesday. And we have our Shootin' the Poodoo show every Sunday live at 9. And we also have our Star Bros podcast with Jan right here. And Ben, it's awesome. Guys, got to check it out.
Okay, but before we introduce our guests, we'd like to remind everybody that today is a special day. It's finally Podathon 2022. And the important thing about Podathon 2022 is that we are giving back as a community. And this year's cause is the Make-A-Wish Foundation. So as you probably just heard, there are raffles. If you're making a donation today, you can win lots of excellent prizes. But the important thing is we are supporting a cause together as fans, as creators, as people part of the Star Wars community to make a wish come true for a Star Wars fan and a kid out there somewhere.
And I challenge anyone out there to find a bad issue that this man has ever written. You won't find one. All right. Light of the Jedi, Knights, the Rise of Kylo Ren, the current Star Wars series, and the Crimson Dawn trilogy. This man is amazing. You know him. It's Charles Soule. Welcome.
Hey, thanks very
so
much,
for
guys. I
joining
really
us.
appreciate that. And that was a funny intro. I had no idea Reagan was going to be the one doing that intro. I have known her for a very, very long time. And I guess I don't know who she is on Twitter, but I'll look that up. I'll try and figure that out.
Boy, I want to tell you too, but I can't. After that, I feel like I need to keep you guessing. Also, I just want to thank everybody who has been involved so far in the Podathon. You guys have all delivered great shows. Katrina and Mike Chen, great job. Good to see you guys up there. This has been great. Can't wait to get the ball rolling.
Absolutely. Now, before we start talking about anything Star Wars related, I just want to ask you real quick, Charles, about your current series, which is my favorite non-Star Wars comic, and that's 8 Billion Genies.
Oh yeah.
Could you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So I have a creator-owned comic, which means the idea is something that I and my partner on it, Ryan Brown, the artist, came up with ourselves. So it doesn't have any there's no lightsabers, there's no characters. We made it all up ourselves. But the premise is that at exactly the same moment, to everyone on Earth, a genie appears and says you have one wish. So it's a like sort of a twist on the normal genie experience, which is that one person gets 3 wishes. Instead, everybody has 1 wish, which changes the game immensely. So like it becomes this sort of like gigantic worldwide strategy situation where you're trying to figure out how to survive in a world where there are people making absolute crazy nonsense wishes. And, the genies are kind of like, the genie's goal is to make sure that everyone gets a chance to wish to the extent possible. And so they interpret wishes, and sometimes they'll mess with you and sometimes they won't. It kind of depends on the intent with which you're wishing. So the way that Ryan and I are approaching that premise, Ryan Brown and I are approaching that premise is to figure out how the hell you could tell a story in that world. Because really, like, someone could just wish, I wish everyone was a pile of batteries, which is Ryan's joke. I love it though. Everyone's a pile of batteries and then the world's over, right? So what we did is in issue 1 of what's going to be an 8-issue limited series, we're in this bar in St. Clair Shores, Michigan, which is basically a weird little suburb of Detroit. And it's like a dive bar. It's middle of the afternoon. The genies show up and the bartender immediately goes, I wish that no wish made outside this bar could affect this bar or anyone inside it. So all of a sudden you have this like safe haven for the people who are in that bar. There's 8 people in the bar and they can observe all the craziness going on outside. And so issue 1 is the first 8 minutes of that premise. So like what happens to the world in the first 8 minutes, then it's the first 8 hours, then it's the first 8 days, the first 8 weeks, and so on, going all the way to issue 8, which covers the first 8 centuries after what we're calling G days. So that's what the book is. And we have been incredibly like stunned and gratified by the response to it. People seem to be really connecting to the idea of a world that becomes deeply chaotic and strange when you are sort of forced to stay inside to stay safe. I wonder why that's something people are relating to these days. And there's also, like, it is literally a book about wish fulfillment. So you get to explore people's heart's desires through their wishes, which has been, it's been really fun. It's a really funny book, because obviously some people do wish to be a pile of batteries. Some people wish to have historical figures pop up again. Some people wish to be like cool kick-ass lightsaber robots, whatever. And so it's a premise that lets us do literally anything we want, while also telling some very deeply character-connected stories about people's heart's desires. So it's been doing really well. Amazon picked it up. They're making a movie and TV show and all kinds of stuff with it. So
very cool.
That is awesome.
Really fun. Yeah.
Ryan Brown, that name clicked right away because of Curse Words, right? He's your artist from Curse Words.
Yes.
Is this in the same universe, or is this a whole new universe? Like, is this, did you guys want to keep this in the Curse Words like playground?
So Ryan and I have been friends and co-collaborators for like a long time at this point, like a decade probably. And so there is a slowly building and developing thing that we call like the Brown Soul universe. And
awesome.
All of those things are not like, they're not directly connected. Like Curse Words and 8 Billion Genies are not in the same universe, but characters from Curse Words pop up in 8 Billion Genies.
Oh, that is so cool.
Like, it's the premises that we tend to kick around allow us to just do things like that, stuff that makes us happy. And people who are following our creative work that we've been developing over a decade will see things that will make them happy. Like the president, I have another long running series called Letter 44. And there's a president in that series. It's Letter 44 is about a president who gets elected on day one gets that secret letter from the previous president, and it says, guess what? Aliens are in fact real. They're building something in the asteroid belt. We don't know what it is. Good luck. That's your problem now. So it sort of goes from there, and it's my my political Star Wars kind of. And so the president in that book is named President Stephen Blattis, and he shows up in curse words. He's the president of curse words. He's the president of 8 billion genies. So he has a terrible presidency with all these horrible things happening to him. It's a rough gig for poor President Blattis. But anyway, so yes, Ryan and I are slowly but surely building. I don't know what we're building to something amazing. I don't know what it's going to be. We have no idea, but we're having a good time doing it.
Very cool.
Sounds like it's time to pick up 8 billion genies because the curse words, like I've told you before, 2016, Charles, I did a little interview with you on May the 4th, and we were talking about it. It was one comic book that I had you sign was the first issue where it's the wizard literally peeing on Harry Potter like clothes that have disappeared, and it was so cool. And that's what actually drew my attention to that comic book. I saw your name, and then I saw like that front cover. And they say never judge a book by its cover, but man, I was like, this looks interesting. And reading that first issue, I was immediately hooked right in. So 8 billion genies has got to be just as amazing, and I definitely need to get on that.
Maybe even better.
I like that. I like to hear that.
What you think?
Yeah,
awesome.
So let's get into some Star Wars talk here. Now, let me ask you something real quick. How has it felt creatively to bring back Kira and have her mixing in with characters that you've written for Star Wars over your runs, like all your different runs, like Cha and Ren and stuff like that? Like how has that been?
I always consider myself extremely fortunate to be doing any work doing any work in Star Wars at all. I've always felt that way since my very first book, that Lando comic I did with Alex Maleev in 2015. And now to have something like, because so the whole there's a Crimson Dawn trilogy that I've been running kind of alongside my run in the main Star Wars comic for Marvel, and that story along with this main sort of Star Wars comic run has been kind of a culmination of everything I've done before, because I've been very fortunate to be able to write in all of the major time periods in the current continuity of Star Wars, from the High Republic all the way to the sequel and even a tiny bit of post-sequel now. So being able to be the guy who's writing the main Marvel Star Wars comic, which is a huge canvas. It's set in between episode 5 and episode 6. So you can there's a lot of stuff going on there that I can just play with. Can't do much with Han Solo, but other than that, you can do a lot. And I wanted to figure out a way to sort of tell a side story to the main cast. And using Kira allows me to look at the events of what was going on for all of the galaxy's main factions. So that's the Empire and the Rebels and Jabba's people and all that stuff. Sort of you get an outsider's perspective on it that you might not have anticipated, which is obviously Kira, the leader of Crimson Dawn, that big huge organization that she runs. So I love that people enjoy my work. I also love that I enjoy my work, and a lot of times I write these things, whether anything from Light of the Jedi to Podathon, I like to have a good time with what I'm doing, and being able to do fun callbacks and tell additional chapters of the stories of characters I've made up, or make up backstories for them, or see how they might interweave, that stuff's a blast. And when you get to have them also at the same time meeting Luke Skywalker or Boba Fett, or you name it, it's really fun. So dream job, of course, and I'm so thrilled I get to keep doing it.
It's nice, to have that want to love your own work, just coming from an electrical, mechanical contractor standpoint. I need to walk away being happy with what I did, and me loving the work that I just did, whether it's fixing something, building something. So I totally understand that. And I'm sure a lot of people can identify with that. It's not just people loving your work. You need to love your work as well. And that's very, gratifying to hear.
Yeah. And to say one of the things that I love, as I said before, Return of the Jedi is my favorite Star Wars film. and I've always wanted to see what happened between Empire and Jedi. And I know that's very like fertile ground, and I think you've done a fantastic job with it. And what I'm loving seeing right now is Luke's progression to what we see in Return of the Jedi. And that progression has been fantastic. The fact that he went on, and I forgot the name of the planet, that Shroom planet, and got to talk with
that was awesome.
Was it Stellan? Was it Stellan or was it Elzar?
It was Stellan. It was Geos. Yeah.
And
no, he sells Elzar.
No, it was Elzar. Man. It was Elzar Man. That's right. It was Elzar.
And I just love that, Luke is getting all these steps because there's no one else out there to really help him. So I love that he's getting all these steps here and there to get to that Jedi that we see in Return of the Jedi.
And what a beautiful way to tie in this new era that you guys are all, this sandbox you guys created to attach that to what has already been established. It was brilliant. I loved it. So good.
Thank you. I was really, I was very proud of it. We're talking about Star Wars 19 and 20, basically. Star Wars 20 is where we go to the Mushroom Planet. But like the thing that was fun about that is that, well, first of all, the journey of Luke between 5 and 6, right? He takes one, right? The person who you see in Return of the Jedi in that opening scene in Jabba's palace is very much not the person you see in Cloud City at the end of Empire. So how does he get there, right? And there are things that are ground rules that are kind of sort of unspoken, but they're you kind of make a decision about how that could have happened, right? And it's pretty clear from when he goes and sees Yoda in Jedi that he has not seen him since he left him on Dagobah and Empire. You could argue that, but my point of view is that he didn't see him, and since I'm the one writing the series, hey. And the same is true of Obi-Wan. Like, the idea, it feels pretty clear, at least to me, from looking at those films, that he doesn't see Obi-Wan again as a Force ghost until he sees him in that last little bit in Jedi. So I think that meant, at least to me, that there had to be, like, he had to learn this stuff, right? You can't just, that didn't feel like, and maybe you guys disagree, but the way he is at the start of Jedi doesn't feel like a dude who just like thought about his lessons a long time and got really like confident, right? Like practiced alone in his room, right? Like that was someone who had access to additional information and additional training that he didn't have before. So you're like, okay, how is he going to get that? Where's he going to get it from? There's holocrons. There's maybe some stuff he could find out there. Maybe he'll find a Jedi who's survived the purge. And I did run sort of a story based on that earlier in the run. But what I really wanted was to it's how creative can I get? How can I do something that's outside the box? And so that's where the idea of how could he possibly interact with older Jedi from well before the time that we know, in a way that isn't like a time travel thing or a cheat or something that's going to feel off. And so I came up with this idea of a planet that is essentially a giant living organism that records the mental template, the sort of the soul and the spirit and the memories of anyone who visits it at that time. So if you go there, it will, it tries to do that to you. And while it's doing that to you, you have the opportunity to interact with all of the other people it's previously absorbed, basically. Yeah. And some of those people didn't get out and are still in there being slowly absorbed and eaten by this planet. And some of them did get away. And so it's a very trippy science fiction-y concept, like hard sci-fi concept, like that there's a mushroom planet that records people who visit it. But, it worked for the story I wanted to tell. It achieved the objective I wanted, which was that Luke would be able to interact with older Jedi, particularly Jedi from the High Republic, which is the other era that I've been a big part of creating. And so I'm like, how cool, I don't know, it's just cool. That's it.
Yeah, it is cool. And so my follow-up, and so lately we've been learning scientifically that mushrooms have medicinal purposes and properties that can help with depression and really serious mental illnesses and stuff like that. And I'm wondering if there's any type of correlation between Luke getting on this planet and he's sent on this internal journey to find himself. It's almost making me feel like when I first read that, I was like, there's got are they connecting that medicinal purpose to to Luke and his journey as well? that kind of like was brought up when I thought about it.
Let me talk about my process a tiny bit, right? Because as was said in that nice introduction by Reagan, I am prolific, right? I am writing a billion things at once. I'm always writing lots of stuff, and I don't usually have a ton of time to like sit back and be like, okay, what are going to be the thematic influence of this? You know, what's the historical antecedent to this? Like for big stuff I do, for novels and you know, screenplay stuff and projects as a whole, I'll do that. But for individual comic issues, it's more like, okay, what needs to happen? How does it need to go? What's the coolest way to do it? What's the way to give this like the most oomph? And so that's basically what I did with those issues. However, I do remember that maybe around then, maybe not. Like I was thinking about Michael Pollock. I was thinking about, you know, there's a great fungus documentary on Netflix that I watched. Like, you know, there's a lot of, you know, that through line in the world of the idea that psychedelics being therapeutic for a bunch of different mental disorders was something I know about and I encountered maybe around that time. So I don't know. Specifically, I don't draw a direct line between, oh, I saw this, I'm going to put this in this issue. It just sort of happens. And I think a lot of writers are like that. You just sort of, you know, you absorb what's in your environment and then it comes back out through the art, which is pretty cool. You know,
that is cool. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's awesome.
Hey, Jan, you had a question, right?
Yes. Yeah. And maybe on that note, maybe on the creative process note, maybe going back to, you know, one of the things I think is really unique about creating this type of storytelling is that you come up with the story and then you take it to a visual artist and you tell the story of the visual artist. And I was just curious to hear like how much sort of like back and forth or interplay is there? How much is the visual artist coming back to you and saying like, well, what if it's like this and maybe not like that? And how much is that conversation kind of informing the final product that we get to enjoy at home?
It really depends. You know, if there's like on the creator owned projects, like, you know, 8 Billion Genies and so on that I was talking about before, that is a very close back and forth thing because we're building that world as we go. And also like particularly with that artist, many of the artists I work with, but that artist, Ryan Brown, we definitely sort of ping pong ideas back and forth and things build. So if he has a piece of art and I respond to it, I'm like, oh, well, that little thing that you just did as a throwaway gag could be a big character that could build into the story moving forward. So that happens a lot. On the Star Wars books, it sort of depends. I have different relationships with different artists that I work on there. And some of them we do have that kind of like deep discussion where we're planning a lot of the design stuff. Other ones, particularly when it's like a set of characters that are kind of well known in a scenario that's relatively well known, using equipment and ships and stuff that are relatively well known. Like it's more like, okay, this is what Luke's doing. This is what's happening with, you know, they're on the Death Star. This is what's going on, yada, yada, yada. And like, I'm using established building blocks to make those stories. So it kind of depends. But on the other hand, like there's another story coming up that starts in issue 29 that will tie into High Republic stuff. And for that, a lot of the High Republic materials they exist in prose, but they don't exist in art. So there's been a lot of discussion about like, what do these locations look like? How should they be depicted? What should the ships look like? Whatever. And so there I've been much, much more hands-on in terms of this is like, I wrote about this thing in Light of the Jedi. This is the first time it's going to be drawn. I want to make sure that it looks the way that I saw it in my head. So that's been more back and forth, but it all just sort of depends. And it's always awesome. Whatever they do is always amazing to see.
Very cool.
So let's talk about Hidden Empire real quick, because I know this is the last chapter in the Crimson Dawn trilogy, and I know that we're trying to hit a goal of 8,500 right now. So if we hit that goal, maybe like last year, if you could give away a little something, if you can. I don't want to put you on the spot.
Yeah,
but
I'll do that. There's some really cool stuff that happens in that story, and it's funny because I'm almost done writing it, like and it hasn't. I mean, it hasn't come out yet, right? Like that's a crazy thing to ask, but I'm telling you, like my schedule is very intense these days, and I don't think like Hidden Empire 1 is not out, right? You guys have no idea what happens or what's going to happen. All you've seen is Crimson Reign 5, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's cool. It's so cool. Like it's very, very. You know how you had Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones, Revenge of the Sith, right? And the way that those kind of felt, and by the time we get to Revenge of the Sith, all of these things have been laid down, all these characters have been established, all the relationships have been established, all of their, the ultimate goals and the plans and all of these things, and all you really want to do is see all of that stuff like blow up, for better or for worse. That is Hidden Empire, and so it is all like action, all go the whole time. There are some really cool surprises built around Kira, built around the Archivist, all of that stuff. And so I will happily give a spoiler if we can get to 8,500 about Hidden Empire. But it's great. Stephen Cummings is drawing it. He also drew Crimson Reign. He's doing incredible work. He is in the middle of issue 3 of it now. It looks great. We just had a big call because Hidden Empire is running around the 30 issues of all the other tie-in series, the primary series. And so talking to everybody about what happens, particularly at the end of the Hidden Empire, and how it's going to affect all of the books across the line, how it's going to spin things out, and how it builds to, the new status quo basically coming out of Hidden Empire, which that I'm not going to spoil. That is very fun and cool and is worth, preserving. But there's definitely some neat stuff that I think will be cool to talk about.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I was thinking about is how, I don't know if, and I hope she does, but I don't know if Kira survives this whole thing. But we know that, of course, Palps and Vader make it out of this thing, of course. But I'm curious to see what kind of a mark that this story and Kira and Crimson Dawn leaves on the galaxy going forward. So I'm super excited for this series.
That was a big part of wanting to do it, right? I wanted to make sure that this wasn't going to just be some throwaway thing, because I think Kira's too cool a character. Yes. I think her goal, what she's trying to accomplish, the reason she wants to bring down the Sith, that's too important. All of it is too. I didn't want to just write something where you look at it in 5 years and you're like, well, okay, I guess that was something that he was doing to sell comics, right? The idea of Hidden Empire and all of it, the whole Crimson Dawn story, is that you can see a direct through line between everything that happens in all 3 of the parts, and honestly, Return of the Jedi and Solo, and the whole deal. It matters, which is you'll see.
So you were talking about we're talking about Crimson Reign, War of the Bounty Hunters, all of these collaboration series that are happening. What is that creation process like, where you're dealing with all of these other writers and you guys are trying to bring all of your stories to a point, everyone has a different idea. I mean, is there, are you throwing staplers at the guy across from you because he's not down with your idea? What's going on?
No, it is never like that. I mean,
okay.
There are a number of writers who are part of the Star Wars kind of, the Star Wars comics brain trust, I guess you could say right now. And that's me, that's Ethan Sachs, that's Greg Pak, that's Alyssa Wong, Mark Guggenheim, are basically the group that are sort of focused on building the sort of the through line for the entire line as we go in this era between 5 and 6. And so we meet on Zoom, sometimes in person, but mostly on Zoom very regularly to talk about the things that you're talking about. And so we are planning way in advance. So it's never okay, this is what you guys all have to do in issue 32. It's more all right, when we're writing issue 25, it's okay, here's where all of this is going to go. So maybe start angling your stories in that direction. But there's also I had my turn writing a Darth Vader comic. I don't want to tell Greg Pak what to do, and God forbid I tell Alyssa or Ethan or Mark. Everybody's going to do what they're going to do, and it's more these are the background elements that you can bring to the foreground if you want to, leave in the background, whatever. But this is what's happening as we go through the storyline of this era of Star Wars as we're telling in a Marvel Comics. You can touch on it or not touch on it as you choose. Just don't contradict it. Is really the watchword.
Gotcha.
Use it if you want to, but this is the way it is. So if Kira were to pop up in Dr. Aphra and be something vastly different than she is in Crimson Reign and so on, it would be an issue. that would never happen. But like, you know, that kind of example, like we do work hard to avoid that, but it's not like dictatorial. It's more like, how can we tell the coolest stories we can? What's the best background situation that we can set up so that people can have a good time?
That's you actually touched on this is a follow-up question to that, which had me really curious when it comes to your, you know, version of Darth Vader, and then we've got Greg Pak putting out an amazing series. Now, did you guys did you tell him, you know, did you have more an idea where you kind of were just like, hey, you know, this is kind of what I had in mind, but do whatever you want, kind of thing, you know, or you were just like, hey man, good luck. It was fun when I did it, kind of stuff, you know?
No, what we did do is we said, you know, Luke and Vader both need to go on journeys during this time. Like they both go through, like they both were kind of thrown for a loop in Empire in different ways. And so Greg was going to be in charge of Vader's journey, and I was going to be in charge of Luke's journey, basically.
Awesome.
And so figuring out how those things would parallel, how they would intersect, how they would how they would grow and change in the way that they both need to is something we did talk about. Like from the earliest days of both of us knowing we had this job, this assignment, we talked about how we were going to do that. So there's lots of it. If you go back and read them, you'll see lots of moments where like the thing that Luke experiences is parallel to the thing that Vader experiences, particularly in like our issue 1s. They're both like that experience on Cloud City and Bespin was deeply transformative for both of those guys. And, you know, you wouldn't just want to blow past that, you know, like the idea that Luke or Vader, I mean, Vader, despite everything he's tried to do, he is still a person under there, and he still has emotions, and he still has thoughts and hopes and dreams and all that, even though he's tried everything he could to suppress all that. And Luke certainly does. So, you know, dealing with the emotional fallout of that just seems like character stuff you have to hit it. So, so there's, you know, we always talk, there's always a sense of like, here's a cool idea that might work really well in Bounty Hunters. You know, here's something really cool. Hey, Charles, have you ever thought about like, are you ever going to hit this throwaway line from Jedi in your story? Like, and so it's super collaborative. It's super fun. It's a great group. We're having a really good time. And I think it shows in the books. I thought the last big chunk of Star Wars issues, obviously the stuff set between 4 and 5 was amazing. I think there's been great stories told in other eras, but I feel very proud of the way that this time feels very connected, and it feels like you can, you know, it's like a mega movie that covers all this this time. It's great.
That's awesome.
Hey, maybe going back to some of that heavy emotion that you were just talking about, Charles. Very curious to hear, when you're writing, part of your process, do you have some music on in the background? Is it mostly that you write in the morning, the evening? Kind of, how do you sort of like get in the zone for something like that?
I have different parts to my process. One of them, I usually start with what I call notebook work, which is, you know, I'll take one of these, you know, just like a moleskin kind of notebook, and I have different ones assigned for different projects. So like there's one that is dedicated to the mainline Star Wars comic and like the spin-off stuff. So like Crimson Reign and stuff are in there. I have one that is all High Republic. I have one that is all 8 Billion Genies. I have, you know, and so on. So I have a lot of these notebooks. I will have a cup of coffee. I will go to the coffee shop. I will, a lot of times I'll write, when I'm doing notebook work, I like going to bars and just sitting there and like absorbing the energy of the environment, which was very difficult for me during the quarantine time because I couldn't do it anymore. So it was a thing, but now bars are back, everybody. So I'll do that, which is cool. I like doing it. Like I sit at the bar and do the work, but you know, people in the bars don't always get it. It's like, why, and I've been asked many times, why did you come to a bar to work? Like, you know, I'm like, hey man, I just, you know, just trying to get some work done. And they're like, then you came to the wrong place. You're crazy. But anyway, I do that a lot. But then, you know, and I will take that all the way to the point where I have a page by page outline of a given issue. So, you know, pages 1 through 20, pages 1 through 30, whatever it is, I know everything that's going to happen on every page. And I basically have a very clear sense of the emotional beats. All of that is very clear in my head, and it locks in the place. And then I go to typing, which I usually will do. Like I'll do
Oh, Charles, we're losing you a little bit. Not sure if anybody else is having that issue.
Yeah, same.
That's great. Did you guys get any of that?
Not the last little bit.
Just broke up a little bit at the end there.
You froze in time.
But
Okay.
that's okay. Not going to make you go back and redo it. It's totally okay.
Yeah.
It's all right. Basically, lots of notebook work, and then when I have it locked in my head, I go and type it all up. So
that's super interesting that you're sort of out in the world, composing some of these stories, coming up with the characters, things like that. I remember reading a thing with Stephen King where he said that for a period of time he had moved his desk by the window and then realized that a lot of what was happening kind of out in the world on his street started to end up in his stories, characters, things like that. The little idiosyncrasies of his neighbors. And then he moved his desk away from the window so that he could kind of have more of a blank slate and not have too much of that kind of bleeding in. But it could probably be really productive to see different interesting interactions, different types of characters out in the world, especially in a wonderful place like New York City. But maybe that doesn't bleed in.
That's not really what it's a feeling of people being alive and that I am not sitting by myself and just without anyone around. Because, writing is as solitary as it gets usually. And it's, you get a drink, you kind of, I have some bars that I go to a lot where I know the bartender and they know me and they know like what I'm working on. And so, not specifically, but like they know whatever, they know who I am. And so it's nice to like, hey, welcome back. It's like cheers, right? So I don't know. It's part of the process. It's hard. I love doing it. I can do it without it. But anyway, there you go.
So we got like 10 minutes left, and we got a couple questions. I do want to ask you something towards the end, but we do have a question that came in from a friend of ours, Henry Wood, and he asked, "Is it hard to write multiple time periods of Star Wars at the same time? Is it rewarding to plant a seed in something like Rise of Kylo Ren for it to come to fruition in the High Republic?" And I guess he's meaning the what's it called again? Like a terrarium?
Yeah, the terrarium planet that Snoke was on, where
like
he's a
Snoke's
gardener.
Yeah.
Snoke the gardener.
Yep. It absolutely is. That is one of my favorite things about having my arms around as much of Star Wars as I have and continue to. I love making those connections. I love, like there's a character you mentioned earlier, Kanata, who I have shown her as a little girl. I've shown her as like a, as an adult in various scenarios. She's popping up now in Crimson Reign, and like being able to design that continuity for somebody just sort of as like a background element to all the other things. I don't know. I feel.
Oop, started to lose it again. Did we lose it again?
Maybe.
Definitely.
Yeah.
This is the magic of live broadcasting.
Yes. Yes. It's
That's
okay.
We'll
Things
roll with
happen.
it. Charles will be back in a moment. I was just I just got a message from my bro host Ben asking if there's going to be anything particularly interesting that we should look forward to at the what's it called? The New York City Comic Con's coming up in a couple of weeks, and there's going to be a High Republic panel. So if and when we get Charles back, maybe we can ask him about that.
It's a good question. Also, just for
or not, because you just had the back.
Yeah, just for all of the people out there though that are not aware of how much Charles does.
Yes.
Look at this. Look at this. This is just a fraction of the books that Charles has written for Star Wars. It is a huge stack, guys. I like to call him Daddy Darkside because he is just one of the best creators that we have, and he's back.
Sorry about that.
Back, sir.
My internet completely dropped out. I'm
good.
I'm now
No
running it
worries.
through my phone, so hopefully we'll be okay.
I think we'll be all right.
Yeah,
Let's roll with it.
all good. Go ahead, Jan. Ask him the Ben question. That was a good one.
So a friend of mine just sent me a message, and he and I are going to New York City Comic Con in just a few weeks. And we noticed that as the panel schedule is coming out, there's going to be a High Republic panel. So I'm just curious to hear if there's anything that we should particularly be looking forward to in that panel, anything that we can preview or tease.
Well, I would get in big trouble if I
Totally
tease
fair.
anything specific. I will say that I will be announcing something new in the High Republic there, which will be cool.
Yes.
Yes. I'm very
right.
excited for that. It's a pretty special one, actually, that the project that we'll be talking about there. I think we'll be showing a little bit more of the Blade, which is the
Blade of Bardota.
Yes, the Blade.
Oh no, not again.
Sounds like they're
Put the phone by the window,
comment that
Charles.
I've been doing. Went back, I think. I mean, I have good
You're
reception.
back,
I
you're
don't know
back.
what's going on. Maybe comments overhead or something. So that's going to be great. And it's always those High Republic panels and the way that people have been reacting to them, like it celebrates a 4,000 seat room with people who are just fans of the High Republic. It was unreal and continues to be unreal. And so I know that like the five of us, there you go, Eye of the Storm, the five of us, so and like Siglaine, right, like, who kind of started it, kicked it off. We just are continually overwhelmed by the support for the High Republic, the way that it seems to connect with people, and the opportunity we have to tell stories in this new space that feel just very special to us and very fresh, and with new characters that we made up, seeing them embraced this way, it's pretty wild, because Star Wars has amazing characters. It has incredible characters. So, the idea that we made up some ones that people dig is pretty cool.
So that, I'm gonna attack onto that with High Republic. Did you create Marchion Row? Did you call Mark Thompson and say, "Hey, it's Marchion Row, not Marchion Row"? And just follow up with that. Did you create him? Did you call Mark Thompson to tell him that he's pronouncing it wrong?
I did create him. I did not call Mark Thompson to tell him he was doing it wrong, but there was like a discussion about it, because it was starting to be like kind of a minor thing. And so it was, like we talked about it with Story Group and like this, it was like, it's Markian.
I love it.
And so moving forward, it's Markian, which is fine. But honestly, like there's a lot of weirdness about Star Wars names all over the place, like Leia.
Right. I mean, like
it's
kind of like a joke question, but yeah, it was like I was listening to Light of the Jedi, and you hear Marchion, and then I'm talking to Chris about him. He's like, actually, it's pronounced Marchion, and I was like, wait, is it? And then there was, I forget what it was, where they like maybe it was you or somebody else who was like, on an official like interview, it was like, no, it's Marchion, right, Chris? Like there was someone hashed out the real pronunciation of the name, but
people have struggled with the Nihil too.
They know the truth.
Yeah, the Nihil. Some people could say a Nihil or whatever.
Nihil. But here's the thing, right? The High Republic was completely new. There were a million new pieces of terminology, many things to be figured out. And whatever. Mark Thompson is one of the greatest talents Star Wars has. Like his ability to do what he does is
Oh, I love him.
I adore Mark. And so I don't, I don't, say it however you want to say it. Say these crazy Star Wars names however you feel like. It doesn't really matter. Just read them. Is kind of what I would say.
I love that. And that's
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say that's a really good point about people saying there's Han. Nobody says Falcon in day-to-day life, but people do say Millennium Falcon. So we've just accepted that there are different pronunciations, and that's totally cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
If I could take this last couple of minutes, one thing that we do at Broaxium is we preach about the importance of Star Wars comics. Star Wars comic storytelling. Yes. I know that there's a portion of the fandom, a good portion of the fandom, I guess, that won't read the comics because it's not live action or it's not the animated, but they have no idea that these amazing stories, which are sometimes hot take, are better than the movies. I just said it, and I mean it. What can you tell the fandom as far as the importance of reading these Star Wars comics and getting these great Star Wars stories?
I mean, I think if you love the way Star Wars stories make you feel, like the really good ones, and that's why we all feel the way we do about Star Wars. It's that rush, that connection, that like the fact that you're seeing actual history of people you care about and the trials and tribulations they go through. I will echo what you just said. That feeling is all over the Star Wars comics. It is some of the best stuff Star Wars storytelling there is right now. Not that there's not great Star Wars storytelling in all the mediums, there is, but the comic stuff is as good or better than a lot of it, you know? So, you know,
it definitely helps.
Yeah, am I still here?
Yeah, it started breaking a little bit, but we are almost at our limit. Charles, thank you so much for coming
Thank you,
on
Charles.
and talking with us.
Thank you.
This has been great. And once again, out there, guys, donate to the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Yes,
'cause it goes
donate.
to a fantastic cause,
Please.
Thank you.
You
Thank
saw
you
the
guys.
Yeah, you guys saw the videos. I mean, you are helping kids achieve dreams that they might not have thought possible. You know, it really was, you know, seeing that cut video of the kid getting the computer, you know,
Yes.
the helicopter drop. I mean, it really warms your heart to see these things, and you guys are contributing to that joy. So, and that hope as well, you know, and Nick had a great sign behind him that says, you know, don't wait for hope, create it.
Yeah.
And that's what we're doing right here with Make-A-Wish. Thank you so much, Charles, for joining us. Thank you, everybody in the chat, everybody that has donated to Make-A-Wish. This has been a spectacular event, and keep watching because you have some of the best, actually, no, you have the best Star Wars content creators out there involved in this, and it is just magical. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys. And may the Force be with you.
Always.
Thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
Thanks,
Charles.
Thank you.
On my hard days, I usually don't think about it. I just try to get to the next day and hope that the next day will be better.
My legs don't work like other people's, so I have to be in a wheelchair.
I take the needed medicine for everything that's going on in my body.
My wish is to redesign my bedroom.
My wish is to remodel my backyard. It's like that warm feeling, almost like, you know, something really good is gonna happen. Hope.
Hello, I'm Ken Knapsack.
And I'm Joseph Scrimshaw, and along with Jennifer Landa, we host the Force Center podcast.
And we want to thank you for being here today, supporting and watching Podathon 2022. Your donations throughout this amazing day go to support the vital work of the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
And if you'd like to donate, there is still plenty of time. Just visit thepodathon.com or scan the QR code on the screen. Who doesn't love just scanning a QR code? So go for it. Thanks for supporting.
Thanks for supporting. Thanks for watching. The show goes on. May the Force be with you.
Hey guys, it's Jordan, just reminding you to join me tonight for the closing ceremonies for Podathon 2022, benefiting the Make-A-Wish Foundation. For more information, go to thepodathon.com, and we'll see you tonight.
Hey, we are back. It's so cool to see Charles back again after last year's.
I agree. Great conversations too. I mean, killer stuff.
Yeah, his perspective. You know, listen, you guys know where I am on the High Republic. I haven't read much of it. I'm not proud of that, but I say it. But every time I hear him talk, I'm like, I really got to get to that High Republic
Yeah,
stuff.
I agree.
I'm going to be honest. He spoke to me when he said, "Yeah, I go work at bars sometimes. Like, this is my guy. Like, let me take my work and go sit at a bar."
There's
This
a
is where I need to
connection
be.
here. We
Yeah.
we are the same. So we are. Where are we at? As it relates to donations at this point, we're like 82,
81, and we still got
Okay.
some giveaways to go through. We got a lot lined up for y'all.
Let's take a moment. We do have Phil Szostak coming up with Nick here. Nick is going to run through that interview. But before we get to that, do we want to give some stuff away? What do we have? We have. First of all, again, I just cannot thank everybody enough for all the generosity of not just your time, not just your donations, but the people who've given gifts to be raffled off. And we have some big ones tonight that you heard with Jordan. We keep running Jordan Hembrow in there. He keeps promising we're gonna give away some good stuff, and I can promise you we got some good stuff. So do that. But
He's not lying.
Throughout the day, we've been giving out some great stuff. So, Nick, what's next on the list of goodies to give away?
We are actually going to give away the Podcast of the Whills prize pack. My
Podcast of the what
prize
now?
pack that I'm putting. Podcast of the Whills. You know, I don't know if you've
I've heard of them. Yes, they're amazing.
And I decided actually yesterday when I was working on graphics and getting things together, I decided it seems only appropriate for the gathering of people that are hanging out all day, supporting Make-A-Wish, doing what we're doing. This is going to be a Weird Space Friends prize pack. So I'm, of course, repping my Weird Space Friends shirt.
Nice.
The term that my wife coined for all of my Star Wars podcast friends, and it has kind of grown, and these shirts are getting out there more and more in the wild. So I'm going to throw in a Weird Space Friends t-shirt in the size of the winner's choice, as well as some other goodies that I've got here in my studio, some action figures, all kinds of good stuff that I'm going to put together. So we're going to send that out here this next week when we start getting those things going. That's the prize pack we're giving away right now.
Fantastic.
That's awesome.
Cannot wait. All right. So we have 8,435 virtual tickets in the virtual hopper. So
8435?
No, 2435.
Oh, 24. I was like, how did that happen?
I'm not good at math, but that's like
$40,000. Absolutely. All right. So here we go. We're going to hit the number. Number 52.
52.
Let's
Holy
see.
cow. That goes way back. That's Brian Fennessy. Again.
Hey.
Hey, like we said earlier,
you donate $500, you get multiple tickets, you have a good chance. So
that's right.
No doubt about it.
Brian probably already has one of those shirts, I would think. I mean, he's
there's
hanging
nothing
around.
like sharing your Weird Space Friends with your real friends. So
That's
if he
true.
does, he can pass it along.
100%. So, well, I guess why don't we, Nick, if you're ready, and we have our wonderful guest in the back
do have
room
our
waiting to
wonderful
come
guest.
out. Why don't we introduce him? I'll throw it over to Reagan to do her thing, and then we'll be ready to rock.
Absolutely.
All right. I just have to find Reagan's spot here.
I can't wait. I'm excited.
Here we go.
So our next guest is kind of a coup because he is the lead singer and guitarist of the seminal 80s rock band Spinal Tap. What's that? Oh, he's not. Oh, that's just a picture that he uses on Twitter. Nigel Tufnell, not real. No, that makes sense actually, because why would he be tweeting about Star Wars constantly? And he is for sure fictional. So no, like all of that tracks. Yeah, no, that's my bad. Okay, so he is the creative arts manager for Lucasfilm, as well as author of the Art of Star Wars series of books. We have Phil Szostak joining my friend Nick Milkey on Podcast of the Whills. You can follow Nick at WhillsPod on Twitter. You can follow me directly into the home for people who do not understand how the internet works, but I'll still see you back here in about an hour.
Grace, peace, and welcome to Podcast of the Whills, the podcast that treats Star Wars like a sacred text. I am here. I am Nick Milkey, and it is Podathon Day. We have been working hard all day. You have seen my face popping in and out. Between shows, we're raising money for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. We are at $8,281, which, if I'm not mistaken, we didn't say this while we were on just a minute ago, but that may be putting us just a couple of dollars over the entire total for last year. I think it was $82.75. So we've already beaten last year, and we're well on our way to that $10,000 goal with so much fun stuff, so many fun shows ahead still the rest of the evening. Thank you guys so much for donating. Thank you for being a part and hanging out all day. It is my great, great pleasure to introduce as my guest for this segment of Podathon today, Mr. Phil Szostak. Phil is literally one of my favorite people to follow on Twitter. I'm not saying that just because he's here. I'm a sucker for behind the scenes. I'm a sucker for production art. I'm a sucker for concept art. He's one of those people. There's tidbits. There's always tidbits. There's good humor. The retweets that come through his feed. Everything about your feed makes me happy and makes me remember why we love Star Wars, why we love getting this opportunity, especially in something like Twitter, to connect with Star Wars creators. So thank you so much for being here today.
Of course. Yeah. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor, a pleasure. Yeah. Thanks.
It's a pleasure for us. It's a great, and I do have to apologize for two things. The Carvel ice cream cake that I put out in my studio yesterday has definitely melted. So you did have a birthday a couple days ago. Happy belated. But the cake is super on the floor. That's right. No good. No good.
Yeah, ice cream cakes. Yeah, they only last for so long.
That's right, especially in the 90-degree Alabama heat. So the other thing that I have to apologize for is kind of through this process, we have ruined the hidden secret image of Nigel Tufnell on your Twitter avatar. There are a lot of people that were disappointed that wasn't actually who was tweeting from that account. So thank you for being willing to sacrifice that little bit of anonymity for Make-A-Wish and for Podathon.
Of course. Yeah, I know. I was saying backstage, Nigel Tufnell is just obscure enough a reference that, people might think that that's actually me.
That's right.
And if only I were so handsome, my life would be completely different. But it is what it is.
It's fantastic. Today we're doing all this for Make-A-Wish. We're raising money for Make-A-Wish today, and it's all about the kids. It's all about the wishes that people get granted. Before we get into talking a little bit about your childhood, your connections with Star Wars early on, if by chance there's somebody here who doesn't really know Phil Szostak, give us kind of a background quickly on who you are.
Well, I am creative art manager now at Lucasfilm. I have been for the last 5 years, and this is the part that's hard for me to believe. It's almost been a year since I've been with the story group now. Mm-hmm. So, and that has been one of the fastest years of my life. I've been quite busy, but it's been amazing. So yeah, creative art manager kind of means that I help facilitate moving concept art to different teams. I do a lot of research for a lot of our live action shows. So a lot of production people will reach out to me if they're looking for a particular piece of reference or have some questions. And also do a lot of just reviewing of designs through so many different, lines of business, including publishing. I look at every single book cover that comes through, give notes, every single page of comic books that we publish. Mm-hmm. All the designs that come through for animation and and games. So especially now that I'm with the story group, I'm involved pretty much in almost everything that we do, which is exciting, but also just a ton of stuff to keep track of.
Lots going on. Absolutely. Well, and I love how you even did it, as you talked about it a minute ago. You said kind of offhand, I've been a part of the story group for about a year. One of my favorite things recently was about 6 months or so ago, you just casually dropped in one of your Twitter posts oh yeah, by the way, I joined the story group 6 months ago. And you're just, business as usual, keep on rolling. But that's another amazing thing. And certainly for content creators, Star Wars fans who are the level that, we are, the story group holds its own, exciting mystique. And, we know Matt and we know Pablo and we know Leland and you and all these, these people that are connected to this group that just feeds the thing that we love so much. So that's got to be so cool to get to be a part of that.
Absolutely. Yeah. And then bouncing from Doug Chang's art department into the story group. I mean, those two big career highs for me. Yeah. Just
it's really good work if you can get it.
Exactly. So yeah, it's been incredible.
Awesome. Well, as I started to tease earlier, we are here today for Make-A-Wish. We are here today for kids. I would love to hear about you as a kid, where you found Star Wars, those earliest memories, how Star Wars connected for you.
Yeah. So I am officially old enough to have seen the original films in theaters back when they were originally released. I may not have seen A New Hope in 77, but I definitely saw it either in 78 or 79 because it was released in consecutive years leading up to Empire. So I'm not exactly sure what year it was that I saw A New Hope, but I was a real little kid and I saw it in a drive-in movie theater as part of a double feature, and I think I fell asleep at some point. So it was a kind of a mixed experience. But I mean, just Star Wars at that point was just such a part of like culture in general, especially for kids. It was just everywhere, and we didn't have the kind of choice that we have now with our entertainment. I mean, there was kind of just like what was on the few channels on TV, what was in theaters at the moment, and there was like home video was just kind of still bubbling up at that point. So yeah, I mean, it was a different world. So Star Wars was just everywhere. But the one that really made the biggest impression on me was Empire. That's the one where I was like old enough to really fully remember the experience of seeing that theatrically. So yes, I mean, it's been a lifetime journey for me with Star Wars, you know, like
without a doubt,
it's been a part of who I am since the very beginning.
Well, and I connect with a part of your story that you told in there. I was born in '78, so I missed just the beginning of when it all happened. But my big moment was I saw Return of the Jedi also at a drive-in movie theater in the back of my parents' station wagon in Central Illinois, where we lived at the time. So it's been that way for me too. I've had Star Wars my whole life, and so you get to do that. You come up with Star Wars, you grow up with Star Wars, and then you start a career path at some point. You go to college, you study, you do what you do. I would love to hear about how your early career path and your Star Wars fandom intersect to bring us to where you are now. Like, that's got to be an amazing story.
Yeah. Like a lot of people that, you know, grew up in the time that we grew up, there was a period where Star Wars kind of went away for a while. So that was the time when I was kind of looking for other things to latch on to.
Sure.
And my tastes were evolving as you grow older and stuff. So that's when I really got into comic books, and I was always really into animation as well. And those were kind of the two paths that I started to go down. Started taking like art classes, private art classes, and then art classes in high school, of course. And really got into Star Trek as well. So you probably see on my Twitter feed, I talk almost as much about Star Trek as I do Star Wars. And Star Trek was really exploding at the time with Next Generation in the late 80s and mid to late 80s. So Star Trek really kind of took over that same place in my heart that Star Wars once occupied. Right. But then as Star Wars, you know, concurrently, you know, started to march back in the early 90s and especially in the mid 90s with the release of the special editions. That's when Star Wars, you know, that reignited that spark in me. To, you know, my fandom for Star Wars just exploded again. But prior to that, yeah, I went to art school and in New York City. I grew up in New Jersey, and and wanted to focus primarily in animation was kind of the path I was choosing. And kind of after school left that behind for a while and focused on comic books. So it was always like comic books, animation, but eventually I made my way out here to San Francisco in 2001. And a big part of the motivation for me to come to San Francisco was the opportunity to work at places like, and it was a total pipe dream, Pixar or Lucasfilm, two studios that I really admired. Their storytelling, you know, it was just immaculate and amazing, and just wanted, you know, hoping for an opportunity. And it took a while, but that opportunity finally came in 2008. And I, by some miracle, got it. So, and that's 15 years ago now, which is nuts, right. You know? Well, not quite 15 years. My 15-year anniversary is going to be in February. Okay. So, and that's crazy to me to think that it was 15 years ago that I was hired, much less that I've been in the Bay Area for 20 years. Time is a crazy thing. But,
it is a very crazy thing. So what were the very earliest things that you did when you got to Lucasfilm? Maybe what was that first job that you applied for, went in for? Kind of where did you start? What was that grand entry? We heard Matt Martin talking with Dan Z earlier this morning, and talking about, you know, the very first things that he did. And I know he worked with the online store for a while and all that kind of stuff. Where did it start for Phil with that Lucasfilm part of your journey?
Yeah, I mean, my entry was about as grand as you can get. My interview was at Skywalker Ranch with Rick McCallum, the producer of the prequels. So that was one of the most terrifying things I've ever experienced in my life.
I can only imagine.
Because, you know, this is kind of the fulfillment of everything I've ever wanted. Plus, it's not just a job at Lucasfilm, it's a job at the ranch at Lucasfilm, working directly with George Lucas. So I was like, and the way I approached it, it's like, you know, hoping that things worked out, but assuming that they wouldn't, and that it would just be a really great story, like, oh,
Right.
the time I went to Skywalker Ranch and spoke to Rick McCallum, that it would just be a cool story to tell my friends. And and as it turned out, that experience alone was amazing. I was literally sitting in Rick McCallum's office in the main house of Skywalker Ranch, just walking into those beautiful doors in the main house and walking up those stairs into Rick's office. It was just incredibly surreal, incredibly amazing opportunity. But just, not assuming that it would necessarily lead to anything, and having no idea how many people were up for that position. Somehow by some miracle, I got the job and was, within, actually, that's a really funny story. So, so I did not have a job at the time that I did this interview.
Okay.
And it was just on a wing and a prayer that I was at Skywalker Ranch interviewing for this job working with George Lucas. And it was just an amazing opportunity, but I was trying to play it cool, which is always a mistake. So I was like, I need 2 weeks is what I told the people up at the ranch. I need some time to think about it or whatever, which was so idiotic. What were they thinking? But they gave it to me, and those were two of the worst weeks of my life, because I was just stressing the whole time, like, oh my God, I'm a fraud. They're gonna figure it out right away that I don't belong here. But I eventually powered through it. Met George on my third day, as I've probably told this story before, but met George on my third day, and then I was just off to the races, and cut to 15 years later, I guess. And
that is so wild. And obviously, it's one thing for you to say, met George on my third day, again, just all casual. Like, I like how cool you are, Phil, because all of this is like, we'd all be freaking out. You were freaking out. You just told us you were freaking out.
Absolutely.
But I have to ask this question because my co-producer for the day, Scotty, is watching. I can see his face down in the background as we're talking about this. You have to tell us a little bit about interviewing with Rick McCallum, some interactions with Rick, because there's kind of this cult fandom among Star Wars fans with Rick, and especially, of course, during the prequel era. That seems like that would be the most intimidating thing on earth, and at the same time, he's probably the coolest, funniest, nicest guy you've ever met. Like, we need some Rick tidbits if you can give us any.
Rick's just an amazing guy, just like a big-hearted, emotional, just the, kind of like a hugger, like a real warm kind of guy. And he was effectively my boss in those years that I was working up at the ranch with George. So I had a lot of interaction with Rick, and I couldn't ask for a better boss. I mean, he was just an amazing guy and really supportive of me, and then willing to let me go, and like a little bird, let me fly away as I joined the rest of the company. Eventually, that was like 3.5 years later. I was I moved down to work in San Francisco from the ranch, to work on Star Wars 1313, the video game for LucasArts, and did that for a few years. So really appreciated all the support that they gave me. But Rick just a gent, and interviewing him though was totally surreal, obviously, because I'd seen him in all these behind the scenes documentaries and things, and I knew Rick, but he didn't know me.
We all know who Rick is.
Yeah, absolutely, just a larger than life character, great guy.
That's amazing. Well, as you talked about earlier as well, you are the creative arts manager at Lucasfilm. There's that covers so much ground. Can you give us an idea? I don't even know if we could ask you to give us a day by day, because I'm sure it shifts dramatically, but kind of the projects. And we're going to talk about the art of books in a few minutes, because that's certainly a key part of who you are and what you do. But in that role as creative art manager, give us some more details and insight into really what that encompasses, please.
For me, it's like very multifaceted, because art is kind of everywhere in Star Wars and so much of what we do. I think my position is pretty unique amongst people in the story group, and just in the company, with how many different people I interact with, how many different projects I'm a part of, no matter in whatever small ways that I am. And generally it's, pretty small, but with certain projects more than others. But my days can vary wildly, and some days I don't quite know what's going to land on my plate, and some things are of higher priority and more of a rush than others. Just like any other job. But it's just amazing to be kind of just primarily looking at Star Wars art all day long. I mean, that's pretty much what my job is, which is such an amazing job. You know, it's like really wild. And I don't quite know. Yeah, I mean, and it's coming in fast and furious from many different divisions in the company, so I don't quite know what exactly I'm going to be looking at from any given day. But then there's the research component of my job as well, which is kind of dipping into our database and finding those obscure nuggets, those obscure images that will help you know, our current creators of Star Wars to.
So how regularly do you get to visit the archives? Because that's one of those things in my mind, like the Lucasfilm archives, just like I imagine it to be the warehouse at the end of Raiders, but just Star Wars as far as you can see. It's a unicorn, you know, goal. Like one day, holy cow, that's the place every Star Wars fan wants to go.
Yeah, and I'm, you know, again, it's those weird things that in my life as a person who works at Lucasfilm, where like you know, how I just, you know, earlier was casually mentioned George, and to me he is just George, and to me, like the people that work in the archive that are my friends, and they're just my friends, and when I'm up at the ranch, they'll just be like, hey, do you want to come visit? And I'm like, okay. and I've had that opportunity many times, and it's a really, you know, I just got to remember just what a rare privilege that is, you know, and but you put your fandom aside, because, you know, sometimes you know, I was there. This is something we've mentioned in one of our books in our year by year Lucasfilm book, which is kind of real world year by year history of the franchise. It's mentioned in there that, you know, me and Pablo went up to the ranch to go through original Macquarie and Joe Johnston, Nilo Rodas Jamero art with the production designer for The Last Jedi, Rick Heinrichs, and we're just in there around a big table flipping through original Macquarie art like it's any other day, you know. Just amazing,
just as one does.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, and but it is like a part of it's something we need to do, and it's something Rick wanted to do to, you know, get up to speed and really bathe in Star Wars and hear what me and Pablo had to say about all these pieces. So just amazing experiences like that. But again, it sometimes you actually need to be there just for work. But you do geek out though. I mean, you do, just being able to be in there, and you see one of the first things you see when you walk in is the second Death Star model, which is gorgeous.
Yep.
You know, the Executor Super Star Destroyer model is always sitting out because it's so huge. There's really nowhere else to put it. And Ark of the Covenant's usually just against the back wall there. So yeah, just incredible. But we also have, I should say, we also have this incredible digital database with, you know, photos of all this stuff that we can access.
Right.
So we don't need to go to and look at the physical stuff in order to share reference and imagery of all this stuff, including the artwork. So and there's millions of things in that database. It's huge.
I can't imagine. It's one of those things that just, it does boggle the mind to think all these things exist in a building somewhere, or all, like you said, that giant digital, you know, resource that, you know, if you're just having coffee, you're having a slow start to your day, you're like, I'm just going to browse through some things. I'm going to go look at this thing from 1983 or whatever it might be. I love that so
like
much.
It's literally one of the first things I do every morning is log into the database, you know, because it's something I tap into, our digital database.
No doubt. Well, and we've used the word, certainly talking about getting to go there, to go to the ranch, that kind of thing. We've used the word experience several times, and I want to take that as a quick opportunity just to highlight again, we are here today. We are raising money for the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and the sole existence of Make-A-Wish is to provide experiences for children who are going through traumatic, difficult illnesses, things that have the potential to suck the joy and the hope out of their life. And what we have heard, and as we've researched, as we've talked with Make-A-Wish, the ability to have these wishes granted is the thing that gives these kids hope in the middle of a difficult battle. And it is often the thing that sees them through to the other side of that battle. So for everybody that's watching right now, if you haven't had a chance to donate yet, please do so. There's a link on the screen. There's a QR. You can go to the Podathon.com, wherever you go. I think we're at about $8,200 right now, just $8,281. Let's keep that number going. The goal is $10,000 for the day. But that's a part of experience. And that's certainly, you know, your life, your job is an experience. And it's one that, of course, Star Wars fans are envious of, but it also is so important because it does something and it creates something. 8355. There we go. We've already moved. Yeah. It creates these stories. It creates these worlds and these galaxies that we all love so much. and also create something that people can then add to a Make-A-Wish list. They may want to go to Galaxy's Edge. They may want to meet a Stormtrooper, and the 501st are so good to be a part of Make-A-Wish and do that kind of stuff. Have you had any connections or past experiences with Make-A-Wish and connected to your job?
I have, actually, and not even necessarily connected to my job. One of my old friends back in New Jersey, who in the kind of my dark times in the years between, you know, being in school and figuring out the rest of my life, my good friend Matt, his son is a Make-A-Wish kid, or was a Make-A-Wish kid. And so, yeah, it's a charity that's near and dear to my heart.
Absolutely.
And yeah, really great that you guys are doing this, and amazing how much money you've already raised. And yeah, please continue to give.
Absolutely. It's so great. And it's such a neat thing to hear, you know, the way it impacts families. It's funny that you say that. My friend Matt is also, his daughter is a Make-A-Wish child right now. And so we also have that in common amongst so many other things. As we're looking at the job you do, one of the hallmarks of the Szostak era that we have all, you know, in the last several years come to love, people clamor for them, the art of books. These art of books are so beautiful. There's so much detail that goes into it. It's clear I've got Macquarie stuff on the wall behind me because I'm a sucker for production art. I'm a sucker for concept art, those kinds of things. We'd love for you to tell us more about the process with the art of books. And certainly, like you mentioned, Doug Chang, Joe Johnston, Ralph Macquarie, so many amazing artists that get to inform, you know, this thing that you get to put together and you get to then send out for the rest of us to pour over, you know, hours and hours at a time.
Yeah, no, it's an amazing honor to be a part of these art books, and the legacy of them. I mean, you know, obviously when we were kids, there were, you know, the art of the original trilogy were coming out, and they're just incredible books. So yeah, and I, you know, obviously I was telling you, like, I went to art school in New York City, no intention to ever be an author. That was not kind of something I was gunning for or thought that would ever happen. And when I was working up at Skywalker Ranch with George, every so often, Jonathan Rinsler, the late great Jonathan Rinsler, would pop up to the ranch to show something to George and come into the main house and get his approval. And I think at the time that I first met John, he was working on the Frames book for George, which was individual images from the original trilogy, I believe. Or no, it was all 6 films at the time. And him and George were going through that stuff. And so John being there, like, we just started to get lunch and become friends. And then when I moved down to San Francisco, we continued to go get lunch and just hang out and talk movies and stuff. And literally one day, John asked me, like, hey, do you want to write the art of Force Awakens? And I was like, what? Like, just totally unexpected opportunity just fell in my lap. And, you know, I was a part of the Force Awakens art department at the time. So that was, and also that in talking with John, we shared a lot of common interest in film and literature and stuff. So I think he just got the impression that I was someone who could do it and might want to do it. And so he just, at the time, he was, you know, senior editor for Lucasfilm Publishing as well, and as being an author, and he just kind of threw that in my lap. And it's one of those moments where you're like that's terrifying and amazing, and all of your instincts tell you to say no, that, like, I don't think I can do it. But I immediately said yes, and I'm so glad that I did. Like, you know, you just gotta, when those moments happen, you gotta say yes, even though I had no idea what I was getting myself into, you know. And
well, it's clearly going very well, and it's working well. So keep up the good work. As a Star Wars fan, and as a Star Wars fan who gets to work on a book like this, an archive almost, if you will, that's saving these images and pulling these things together from the creation of these movies that we love so much, what have been some favorite moments working on these books for you as a Star Wars fan?
Oh gosh, I mean, one I was just thinking of earlier today, because Rian Johnson's going to be on Podathon later today. Just going down to LA while Rian was editing The Last Jedi, and getting an opportunity to interview him before the film broke, before the film was finished, and spend a few hours with him, you know, just sitting right next to him and just talking Star Wars and talking The Last Jedi was just an amazing time and a real highlight. And he was so generous with what he shared, and I'm sure he'll be equally as generous today with everything he'll share. So that was an amazing highlight. But I mean, all of it. I mean, it's just, and primarily for me, the best part, of course, is just talking to everyone and picking all of their brains, you know, and really digging in. What's been important for me for these art books is to really get into the creative process, because just as an artist myself, you know, the number one question people have is like, where do you get your ideas? Like, where does all this stuff come from? And I really wanted to kind of demystify the creative process as much as I can, and just show that it's a process. It's something like in the beginning, you kind of, actually, yeah, one time George Lucas described it as like a fog, and slowly the fog over time gets thinner and thinner and thinner. You can make out the shapes. Okay, that looks like a person, that looks like a spaceship, whatever. And it thins out until you start to see the details. But it just takes time. And so yeah, just getting to talk to these artists and them knowing me as being someone, a fellow employee, someone that they work with, someone that they know. I think a lot of people that I've talked to also, you know, they trust me. They trust that, you know, they can be open about their processes with me. So just getting to, you know, that's been the most amazing part for me, is just getting to talk to all these incredible artists and get to know them as people. I mean, they're concept artists are really unique people. They, you know, they're not just people who can draw well or paint well. They're people who just know a lot about everything, and are insanely curious about the world, how things work. I mean, it's a really unique discipline, being a concept artist.
No question. And it made me think of something as you were talking about that, especially talking about the multidisciplines, all the different things that they have to do. We were blessed just a month or so ago with the Light and Magic documentary.
Yeah.
And all of the stuff is in that. And to get to listen to all of those creators, I mean, I'll tell you what, if there's anybody I want to have a beer with more on this planet right now, it's Phil Tippett, because that man, like, just the stories, and of course the way he personally shared about the mental health struggles, which was so personal and so amazing. But like you said, you know, they're multifaceted, they're depth, they're not just artists, they do so much more. What were some of the nuggets maybe that you pulled out of seeing that, and you probably maybe even had some connection to it on some level as it got made, but that hits those eras and so much more.
Yeah, I mean, it was an amazing documentary. I loved it. And, you know, as much as I think I know about the making of Star Wars, there's always more to learn. So yeah, it was, I definitely felt like I learned a lot. And it was, like I said, you know, great for me, especially to see Joe Johnson. Unfortunately, you know, Ralph McQuarrie is no longer with us, and couldn't be an active part of the documentary, but they did have a lot of footage of Ralph working. But yeah, just getting to hear Joe Johnson, who's in my mind as pivotal as Ralph to the design of Star Wars, and really nailing that aesthetic, to hear him speak about his experience. And yeah, and one nugget I especially love, and I already knew this story, but it was great to hear Joe tell the story about how Joe was just totally burned out by like the mid 80s, having worked on all the Star Wars films and then transitioning into the Ewok films, and just being like, you know, pretty much he wanted to hang up his sword. He was done. And that's, you know, after so many years, and who can blame him? I mean, I think it had been almost a decade that he'd been working on Star Wars by that point. So he was ready to hang it up. And George said, well, what if I paid for you to go to film school? Paid for you to go to USC? And that tells you a lot about George, but it also just teed up everything else for the remainder of Joe's amazing career. So
amazing, and such a neat story to hear, and for us to know where that went and where that ends up and where that leads him to. Yeah,
I mean, directing The Rocketeer, directing Captain America, First Avenger. I mean, incredible stuff. So
it's absolutely wild. When we talk about these creative artists or these concept artists and these people, and of course Ralph McQuarrie is near and dear to my heart, is even seeing that artwork early on as a kid and some of the original, you know, the posters and the comics and the way those things got brought back in. I love how that art gets brought into things like Rebels and the inspiration that it carries for all of that stuff. I would love to hear a little bit about Doug Chiang, because Doug Chiang is I feel like he's our Ralph McQuarrie at this point. And I watch everything he does, every interview. He did a forum, something during the pandemic that I watched online, and he seems like the most sublime, peaceful, zen, like, and everything. I hang on every word and love hearing his personal story of how he got there. Talk a little bit about working with Doug, because that has to be another amazing experience.
It is. Yeah. And you know, after the prequels, Doug wasn't working at Lucasfilm, and he came back for The Force Awakens, which was awesome. And so that was the first time, I was pretty much in on the ground floor with The Force Awakens in the art department. So it was Doug's kind of, reintroduction to Star Wars, coming back into the fold, and getting to meet him for the first time was amazing. And and we've continued to work together since then. That was 2012. So yeah, wow. Okay, 10 years. I've worked with Doug now for 10 years, and then of course, what was it, about 5 years ago, joining Doug Chiang's art department, and helping those guys, and really getting to know not only Doug but these legends of the prequels, Ryan Church and Eric Tiemens, who were concept supervisors for episode 3, and Christian Alsman and Tony McVeigh and all these amazing, Renee Garcia, this amazing and very small team of artists that Doug has kind of gathered around him, and turned into his core design team. Just really incredible opportunity to just be with those guys and just to hang out with them every day, and just while we're working, talk about Star Wars, talk about movies, and learn so much from Doug. And Doug, like Dave, and a little bit like me, I don't want to put myself in the same league, but people who work directly with George, and people who have taken so much of their experience with George forward with them.
Absolutely.
Doug is clearly one of those people that just sat at the feet of the master, so to speak, and learned so much. Yeah.
So that's a great transition. It sets up a question that I wanted to ask you, because you do talk about, you met George Lucas on your third day. You certainly got to work with George directly. One of the things that we love to talk about, and we'll get to this in a minute with a different question, but for Star Wars fans, we live for wow moments. Working with George Lucas, what is a wow moment working with George? Maybe what is something that he taught you, something he imparted to you? What's a big takeaway that you got having those moments to be able to work with him directly?
That third day of my job was a big wow moment. And I think I've talked about this on Twitter and elsewhere, and forgive me if you've heard this story before, but that was a big wow moment, because it was not only meeting George for the first time, but the reason George was in the office that day in particular was because the space shuttle astronauts were at Lucasfilm, in the main house of Skywalker Ranch, returning Luke's lightsaber from episode 6 to George Lucas, because the lightsaber had been in space and they had borrowed it.
Space.
Yeah. So that was kind of a nutty day. and my predecessor, Faye David, who was who kind of ran the art department during the prequels, was in the office just kind of getting me up to speed. So George comes up to the third floor to the art department with the space shuttle astronauts, and I'm meeting them all, and I'm like, what is my life? This is totally bizarre. But George is looking at me like, who are you? Like, he had not met me yet. So but I was with Faye, so I'm sure he trusted that. But he was like, and you are? But of course, quickly got to know him and met with him practically every week for many years. So I really got to know George well. And I just remember little moments, like just working with George. Just me and George would sometimes have meetings, and we'd just be sitting next to each other, working away for hours. And George would always have incredible energy for the creative process. And he would just bury me. By the end of the day, I'd just be exhausted and ready to go to bed. And George was still humming along. So just little moments like that. And just getting to know what George was looking for in concept art, just getting to know George's taste and aesthetic more than I did just as a fan. And even learning to anticipate, what he might say about something, and just an incredible, amazing, fun time and privilege to get to just spend hours with George.
That's absolutely wild. I mean, that's the dream right there, as we say. That's one of the dreams for Star Wars fans, for kids like us who grew up and go, not only do I get to watch and participate in this world, I get to help create it, and I hope to get to be, again, I'm such a sucker for behind the scenes. As a Star Wars fan, I feel like we're being fed right now, not only with the plethora of amazing shows we're getting, but I get almost as wrapped up in the gallery episodes and the Obi-Wan documentary that came out the other week. And like, I want to see what's going into it, because it makes me love it that much more, and it makes me feel connected to it that much more. And we have so much more on deck, which is wild. So I'm sure that adds to the full plate that you have between
Absolutely.
Andor and Ahsoka and Skeleton Crew and
Mando season 3 and
Mando
Bad
season
Batch
3
and just
Bad
so
Batch,
much.
like all of that stuff that's on deck for us is just one. We're the luckiest fans on earth to have all of that. I know it adds to the busyness on your plate. I'm sure you're working on some of those projects that you can't talk to us about, but tell us what you're excited about of all the things we've got in front of us. What are the ones that speak to you?
I mean, we're just a few days out from Andor, and I couldn't be more thrilled for Andor. I mean, Andor is just bonkers good. And and if you've been following the reaction to the screening that they had the other day, or was that just it was like 2 days ago?
Thursday, 2 days ago.
I mean, people are loving it, and I've been loving it from the get-go. Lucky enough to get early peeks into stuff through my work, and Andor was a project that just really thrilled me right from the jump, and it's just turned out so amazing. So I'm really, really excited. I can't wait. I mean, one of my favorite things to do, which is a bit embarrassing to admit, is to go on YouTube and watch fan reactions to things that we're putting out, especially like the day that it hits. And I can't wait to hear what people have to say about Andor. I'm
so excited. 3 episodes in one day. Like, what are we going to do with ourselves?
That is a meal, especially if you're going to be staying up till midnight here on the West Coast.
I will not be staying up till 2 a.m. to watch it here, but I will be getting into it as early as I can on that Wednesday. And I'm going to use that because you said Andor is a highlight, which we're all excited for. You are also wearing your Rogue One shirt, so I'm going to use that as another opportunity to plug Podathon. Because coming up right after this show, the fabulous Gary Whitta is going to be on with our friends from Followers of the Force. And he wrote Rogue One and has been connected to so many of these other great stories. So if you're enjoying this, which I think you are because Phil's amazing and these stories are amazing. If you're excited about Followers of the Force, Rian Johnson's coming up, Seth Green's coming up, Shelby Young's coming up, Jordan Hembrough. There's still so much left. Donate to Make-A-Wish. This has been a free thing all day other than donating to Make-A-Wish. So please do that. Get excited for those things coming up. But we're going to talk to Phil just a little bit more because he has been gracious enough to give us this time today. Phil, one of the things that we say on Podcast of the Whills is it's the podcast that treats Star Wars like a sacred text. And what I really mean by that is Star Wars hits all of us on a personal level somewhere. Star Wars speaks to us, and we have that moment where it becomes bigger than just a movie. It becomes bigger than just a book or a comic book. Almost that move sometimes where it stuns us in our tracks, and it becomes that just singular moment where Star Wars feels spiritual. So my question for all of my guests is, can you put your finger on a Star Wars spiritual experience that's happened in your life? You've had so many experiences. It could be the first time you saw something. It could be something you've experienced through work. When is that moment where Star Wars hits you on a different level?
I mean, even after 15 years, it still happens quite regularly, to be honest. But I mean, one that immediately jumped to mind was being a kid and seeing Empire Strikes Back. And one of my favorite moments in any Star Wars film is when Yoda lifts the X-Wing and kind of shows Luke, what the Force is really all about and what it means. And just the way the music swells. Just a powerful moment, and just the whole concept of the Force in general is just connected with so many people over the years, and me personally. I mean, I was one of those little kids that was a true believer. I was trying to make like the pencil on my desk move with the Force as a little kid.
I don't want to give anything away, but at 44 years old, I'm still trying to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a powerful thing. It's a powerful message that Star Wars conveys, and it's so and one that I really believe in. So it's an incredible, privilege to be able to be a part of this universe in the way that I am, and to carry forward, everything I learned from George and that, very powerful message that George created back in the 70s and
without a doubt.
Yeah.
And it truly communicates how special George Lucas was, and the mind that he has is to come up with this thing, to create this thing that has truly grown, and it grows with the times. We've seen, we hear so much about the political side of Star Wars and what it was in the 70s and what it reflected, what it was in the 90s and early 2000s and reflected. What we get now, it reflects the world that we live in, and not everything has done that. We've seen franchises over the years that have stayed, maybe where they started and went for a long time. The beauty of Star Wars, certainly to me, is it was made for fans. It was made, of course, George says it's Space Wizards for children, but it's grown children who grow up and still find that child inside of them. The childlike wonder. Obviously, you got the inside scoop before we did, but I think about the Baby Yoda moment in Mando season 1. I mean, when you learned about that moment, even in a works, what went through your mind when you got that? Because of course you didn't get it the way we did, but tell us about that moment, because that's kind of our new big Star Wars moment here recently.
Yeah, no, again, an amazing part of my job is getting to read scripts before they're even put to film, and especially being in Doug Chiang's art department, like it's important for the artists to know what the story is and to have context for all these characters and creatures and everything, ships that they design. So yeah, just it's an amazing thing to, my first experience, my first moment with Baby Yoda, as he was known then, was just reading it in the script and just being like, that is genius. Like just right away, just being completely on board. Just like, that is such a great idea, and it's going to really resonate with fans. And then, I mean, what's a fun, but also it's an interesting part of my job is to know these things and then to have to wait literally years until you guys experience them and you guys get in on the secret. And another one that I was just thinking about the other day, and Rogue One, repping Rogue One today, was knowing the fate of the Rogue One heroes years before that film came out, and just hearing people being like, yeah, that's not something they would ever do. Like, they're still, I'm guaranteed at least, I remember seeing like speculation videos, people saying, oh yeah, someone's good. Jin will probably survive, Cassian will probably survive. It'll be, they don't have the guts to take everyone out. And I was like, we'll see about that. And so yeah, so it's really fun for me to, but I mean, the experience, sometimes I do miss the fan experience, seeing the whole thing completed for the first time, and that being the first time that you get that information and learn those things. That's something that I don't get to experience anymore, but I still do get to experience it in a way. And yeah, and so reading these scripts is obviously a really cool part of my job.
That's, again, as a process nerd, that's something I'm super jealous of, just to be able to go, holy crap, this is coming down the pipeline, and this is, to get to see it. And of course, I'm sure you still get to experience it when it's completely done, when it's, the project is wrapped, it's out in the wild. I hope you still get to go have those theater moments and watch it with friends, and it's just as good.
Yeah, no, it's different because, it's less of like me being surprised by what's going to happen and more just me being able to enjoy it as a full experience. But I still, I still have the same goosebumps and tears that I did as a young person watching Star Wars. Even though I know what's going to happen, it's still, it's a powerful experience. It's not so much, I often say this, it's not just what happens, it's how it happens, and the storytelling in the moment to moment. And, so yeah, I still have those in the theaters, at home, able to completely enjoy Star Wars as a fan. Still,
that's so wonderful. Years, and that again speaks to the power of the story itself, the power of this narrative that we have loved for 45 years now, that continues just to feed us and speak to us in new ways. I mean, I go back and I watch, the original trilogy, and I find moments in it that hit me different at different stages of life. I've talked about this a bunch of different times. I'm a parent. I have 4 daughters. This parent stuff hits me differently every time I watch any Star Wars. I mean, Anakin leaving Shmi in episode 1 murders me every time. Like, just unbelievable. Luke and Yoda, we are what they grow beyond. I mean, that's my job. That's what I'm here for. It's so great. And I love that it hits us in different ways every time.
Yeah. And I think of my parents taking me and my brothers as kids to see Star Wars, and the way that they were able to connect with it. It wasn't just us. I mean, it was a generational thing from the beginning. And you grow with Star Wars, and you get different things out of it as you grow and change as a person. So
No doubt. Well, we're about to wrap this up, but I wanted to bring up what Connor just said on the chat. He said the logistics of how a moment happens carries as much weight as the moment as the moment itself. And I love that, especially for somebody like you who gets to work behind the scenes, create these moments for us as fans, but it still carries the moment itself as well. I love that insight.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's fantastic. Well, Phil, go ahead.
No. You go ahead. It sounds like you're wrapping up. So I don't want to step.
That's right. I wanted to thank you again for being here today. I want to thank everybody who's tuned in and continuing to tune in to watch for Make-A-Wish. Please donate if you haven't had a chance. If you have and you can donate again, let's do that too. It would be fantastic. More giveaways coming, more things to raffle. But before we get out of here, Phil, I know you've got lots of things in the works that you can't talk about. Is there anything that you're excited that's coming out that you want to plug, where we can find you, all that good stuff?
I mean, you can find me obviously on Twitter. That's kind of where I'm most active on social media, at Phil Szostak, which is not easy to spell, but Szostak. And yeah, I mean, just continuing on with everything that we've got going on, everything you saw at D23 and Celebration, just excited for it all. And we'll see what else the future holds.
Wonderful. Thank you again so much for being here. It means the world to me as a fan of yours and the work that you do, but I know it means so much to everybody watching Podathon today and to everybody who's going to be blessed by Make-A-Wish. Thank you to everybody who is donating. Keep it going. We're getting to 10,000. I can tell you it's going to happen tonight. Hopefully sooner than that, but thanks for tuning in. Donate. And until we're together again, may the force be with you. Always.
May the force be with you.
Matthew Monson, a husband to Mandy and a dad to Josiah, who's 12, and Violet, who is 8. And the interesting thing about my family is that Violet suffers from Rett syndrome. So Rett syndrome is a non-inherited genetic mutation that is predominantly found in females. It causes muscle apraxia. Most of the girls who are afflicted with Rett are nonverbal. And what we like to tell everybody who comes into our life is that just because she doesn't respond back to you doesn't mean she doesn't understand everything you're saying to her. So nonverbal doesn't mean non-thinking, non-caring, non-feeling. To families like ours, Make-A-Wish means the world. Make-A-Wish means giving your family, specifically your disabled child, but your regularly able children too, the chance to experience something that they would not be able to experience otherwise. It truly is a life-changing event, which is why when we get opportunities like this to reach out and to kind of wave Make-A-Wish's banner and support events like this, we are always ready and happy to do that. You're helping a family and you're helping a child have a once-in-a-lifetime experience, often which will brighten their days. So I just want to tell everybody out there, thank you so much for supporting Podathon and participating in Podathon today and watching. But I encourage everyone, if you're on the fence, go ahead and click that donate button. And remember, you are truly changing the life of a child and a family in need. May the force be with you.
Hey, this is Rian Johnson. Join us for Podathon 2022. It benefits the Make-A-Wish Foundation. It's on September 17th. I'm going to be on there with Ahch-To Radio at 8 p.m. And you can donate now at thepodathon.com.
Do it. Yeah. See?
Exactly. You will click the donation link now.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be clipped out and dropped everywhere. Yeah.
No, I don't watch podcasts if podcasts are something you watch. I only watch physical media, by which I mean VHS tapes on a 24-inch CRT monitor with 240 lines of resolution in pan and scan as the filmmakers intended. But if I did watch and or listen to podcasts, I would right now be checking out Podathon, because that is a 15 podcast effort to raise $10,000 for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. And when you donate more than $5, you win a chance at getting your hands on some very fabulous prizes, like this one donated by me, which is an Episode 8 crew shirt that was handed off to me when I was at Star Wars Celebration London in 2016. Very good, very nice, very good condition. And you can find out more details at www.thepodathon.com. Come on by. We hope to see you there. By we, I mean the 15 podcasts, not me. I don't know what those are.
It's such a good, so funny.
I do need to point this out, and it's funny. We don't often talk about sort of the world behind the podcast and things like that. But Peter Townley, as cool as I love Kristin Baver, what she does every single week. But Peter Townley brings me back to that time when Star Wars was like saying, "Yeah, we're going to take the internet seriously," and he was there, and he's now been on all of our shows, and he's just the coolest dude, and he's hilarious, and he's just a great guy. So
it's amazing.
And I guarantee if you win that shirt and you want him to have worn it, he'll do it.
That's amazing.
Asking you'll receive. Asking you'll receive.
Man, so we are now like we are in that sort of backstretch of the show.
Yep.
And just like when you're in the backstretch, that's when you push hard. You whip that horse if you're okay with that. I mean, I don't know. This isn't.
Pete is a farmer. People don't know. Pete has a goat farm. He lives on a farm.
I do, but we don't ride them around the track. That would be strange. But we do have a number of great shows that are coming up. The next one coming up is where we're starting this all off with Gary Whitta, who's one of the writers of Rogue One, Book of Eli, a whole bunch of great stuff. And he is on a great show with some great people. David is one of the hosts of Followers of the Force, which is the show that Gary's going to be on. I just want to point out before we bring him on in a little bit, in a couple minutes, but he has been our PR guy for the last couple of weeks, doing it in his free time when he's not doing PR for people who pay him. He has been doing some really great work for us. So I just want to thank him very much for that. And we're really excited to bring that together. But as we were saying earlier, every time you donate, Peter Townley mentioned it, donate $5 or more. For every $5, you're going to get an entry into the raffle. So not only are you putting money toward Make-A-Wish, you're putting money toward your chance to win some great prizes. And I think before we bring in Followers of the Force and Mr. Whitta, let's give away some stuff. Nick,
let's give away.
What do we got?
What we got? I say that as you say that. I should know that. I'm in charge of that. First off, huge thank you to our friends at Del Rey Books. Another connection through Becca helped us get hooked up with these amazing prizes. One lucky winner is going to win all 3 of these books you see on the screen. Mike Chen, who was with Katrina earlier today, had a great conversation. You're also going to get a copy of Brotherhood. You're going to get a copy of Shadow of the Sith, and you're also going to get The Princess and the Scoundrel by Beth Rivas. All 3 of these are going to be coming to a lucky winner right now as we get ready to give that away. Pete,
and can I say one thing real quick?
Yeah,
if you don't mind. We are only $1,619 away from our 10,000 goal. So if you're sitting at home, you're feeling generous, if you make a donation, I know we got about 4 more hours really. It's I guess 5 more hours really left so this event closes out. But if you can start donating and we can get past our goal, it's gonna be fantastic. So all that being said, let's see who wins this next raffle.
All right, Pete, where are we with numbers?
The number of virtual tickets in the virtual bowl is 2,454.
2,454.
It's a lot. I'm so glad we're not doing the wheel this year. That would not work out well, would it?
It was not great. It wasn't the best Podathon moment.
All right.
Although we laughed about it. All right, so we're going to hit this button. We're going to see who's getting these books.
Who it is.
Number
853. See, hold on. Scroll.
Drum roll.
853 is Scotty. You ready for this? William Hardy.
No way!
No way!
No way! That's one of my students. That's one of my middle school students. That made my day. Oh my god!
He's getting 3 books. Incredible. Hey, you know what? I see 3 book reports on the horizon for Mr. Hardy.
Gonna have to. That just made my day. I'm gonna message him. That is wonderful.
That's outstanding.
Wow.
Well,
so cool.
So congratulations, William. Well earned, well deserved. Thank you for donating. That's totally fantastic.
Yes.
And the funny thing about that too is I'm literally putting all these sort of I'm looking at the donation, putting them in. Like William has like donated like $5 here, 15 there,
And
5 there, 15.
He's like
been,
13. I don't
he's
know
like,
where who's
I
money
feel
he's
like
taking.
I think he's got like a lemonade stand out front. And as soon as he hits $5, he runs inside.
Runs
But
back
man,
in.
I'm so happy he won this. He's
so great.
He's a young kid. He's a good guy.
And William's going to probably have to answer to his parents for where did these books come from? Well, here's the thing. I gave these guys a bunch of your money and I got books out of it.
It's pretty neat.
Oh man, that is so
well, we
cool.
have another book to give away. This is
we do
exciting. Yeah, we do.
That's right. Oh yes, yes.
This book, Why We Love Star Wars. Where am I
Star
from?
Wars. All of a sudden, it's Boston.
Hey,
William.
Everybody runs on Duncan. Yeah. So Ken Knapsack, our good friend from over at Force Center, wrote the book Why We Love Star Wars. Great moments that built a galaxy far, far away.
It's a good book.
He has donated an autographed copy of this book for us to give away. So we love an autographed copy of a book. That's super exciting.
And I have this book, and I bought this book as soon as it came out. And I don't want to give away or give too much TMI here, but this is the perfect book to sit on the top of your toilet bowl because it's these short stories, and I don't know. Maybe that's TMI, but that's where I'm going with it.
Right.
But
Pete
okay.
Seat Studios giving you a peek behind the curtain right
Pete
there.
the Seat Studios has a whole new meaning now, doesn't it?
Yes,
So
it
let's get a number
before we get any farther down this path.
Right. Woof. Sorry about that,
All right.
people.
Oh,
all right. What's our number here?
There we go. Our number is going to be 2088.
Man, I love all these numbers.
Who wins it?
2088. I'm scroll. 2088. Okay. I don't know if she actually will want this book because she's not because of the book, but because of who she is. It's E. Ann Convery. She won the Ken Knapsack book. I'll tell you what, let's pull another one. I'm sure Ken will give two if Ann wants one.
That's
I'm
right.
sure Ken will give a
We'll make sure she gets one.
We'll get in touch with her.
All right.
If
We'll
Becca's
make
watching,
contact.
let's find out. So
All right, let's spin it again.
Okay.
1828.
E. Ann Convery.
The year Pete's uncle was born.
All right. This is Jared. I'm going to screw up your last name. Jared Mairo. Maiero.
Okay.
Jared, thank you so much for your
Thank you.
donation. He put in $100 and he's got an autographed copy of Ken Knapsack's book.
That's fantastic. Congratulations,
Thank you
Jared.
so much,
Also,
Jared. Yes.
I'm just seeing an update coming in. We are at 8402. So we've
84.
got that bar moving again.
Okay.
Wow.
We are. You see that little red triangle on the side there. We want to get it to 10.
It's over there.
10. Right now we are right below the 85 number. So we want to keep pushing that through. We are, as we were saying before, we are now hitting the big push to the end. We are going to finish with Shelby Young on my show. We're going to have Rian Johnson on Ahch-To Radio. We're going to have Seth Green on the Bombadcast. We're going to have the cast of Andor with Father Son Galaxy.
And that's next after this one.
That's
isn't it?
after this one.
Wow.
Our next guest is the Followers of the Force. I'm going to bring them in and let them introduce their guest. But first, let's bring in David for a second and just thank David for all his work.
Absolutely.
Let's get him up on screen here.
He's got the shirt. There it is.
He does. Honor PR. There it is.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey,
How's
David.
it going, David? Thank you so much for getting the show together and for all your help promoting, doing the PR for Podathon. It's been great working with you on this, and it's been so much fun. So, I guess anything you want to say before we bring in the lovely Reagan to introduce your show.
Well, just first of all, thank you guys so much for reaching out to us to be a part of this event. I mean, if you've looked at all the shows that have come up before us, all the guests, I mean, this has been amazing and still an amazing event yet to come, all benefiting Make-A-Wish. So just thank you to you guys. And I'm super thankful that I was able to help y'all with the PR and everything like that. So just thank you. And yeah, I mean, we've got Gary Whitta today. I mean, this is amazing.
Amazing.
This is amazing.
So exciting.
And I have to say, when I went to go see Rogue One in the IMAX release and I saw his name come up on the screen at the end, I was like, they're going to talk to him. Love it. All right. Well, I'm going to throw it over to Reagan to introduce you guys, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Welcome back. I've been sitting here recording these intros with my air conditioning off because it interferes with my sound, and I can tell by the smell of myself that we are well past the halfway point of Podathon Saturday. Coming up, we've got Followers of the Force with their special guest, author and screenwriter of Rogue One, several episodes of The Walking Dead, several episodes of Star Wars Rebels, as well as my absolute favorite underrated masterpiece of a movie, The Book of Eli, Gary Whitta. You can follow Followers of the Force at FOTF Podcast on Twitter.com. You know Twitter's a .com. I don't know why I keep saying this. It's been a long evening. Stick with us. It's going to be a great show. I will see you back here soon.
Thank you guys so much. This is Followers of the Force here with myself, David, Rachel, and Jason.
That intro made us seem a lot more badass than we usually are.
Yeah, that was better than anything we've done on our show. So thank you for that, guys. I really appreciate it. And just one thing before we get into this. If you haven't donated yet, please do so. We are so close to our goal of $10,000. If you see the little red triangle there on the side, keep bumping that thing up. We are so close. It's all for a great cause for Make-A-Wish, and we got to make this happen. So thank you guys, and let's not delay any further. Today we are joined by none other than the co-writer of Rogue One, writer on a couple seasons of Star Wars Rebels, writer of The Book of Eli, Gary Whitta. Gary, thank you so much for being here.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We have been talking about this for a few weeks now, and with Andor starting on Wednesday, we've dedicated the last month and a half to all things Rogue One. So it's fitting that you're joining us today.
That's great.
I had nothing to do with that. Nothing. Rogue One is my favorite movie, not just my favorite Star Wars movie. So I'm a little crazy every now and then.
So
every now and then for the last 3 months.
Yeah,
right. Fine. We're fine. We're really close, guys.
So just to get things kicked off here, Gary, as you know, a lot of us here are really into Star Wars, not just because it's a fun franchise, fun movie to watch. It really connects with us deeply. And I wanted to ask you, as a writer, what's the most challenging thing about working on something that you have a deep connection to?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think, from my experience of working on Rogue One and on Star Wars more generally, because I went on to do Star Wars writing in other mediums after Rogue, but Rogue One was my first exposure to it. Was realizing that the same things that make you an asset to, in this case, Star Wars, can also make you a bit of a liability. And what I mean by that is it's possible to be too much of a fanboy. The fact that I was a huge Star Wars fan and the fact that I had an encyclopedic knowledge of Star Wars and loved it ever since I was a kid, those are all things that kind of helped me get the job and were part of my qualifications. But then you kind of realize that once it's time to sit down and do the job, you kind of have to leave your inner fanboy at the door a little bit and think of it, as you're building a new piece of Star Wars, but you don't want to get too carried away with the fan service. Oh, what if we put in this character and that character? And that was something that I had a bit of a learning curve on. When I first kind of sat down at the table to kind of brainstorm ideas, I felt very much like the fanboy was kind of whispering in my ears. And not that that's always a bad instinct, but you have to kind of learn to separate the fanboy from kind of the professional writer. And I remember early on, kind of sifting through a lot of ideas that kind of felt like, nah, that's kind of too fan servicey. Let's just do what's right for the story rather than things that, we think, kind of gimmicks that will put a smile on Star Wars fans' faces. Obviously, Rogue One has a lot of that, but there's a little bit of kind of professional discipline involved in making sure that you don't overdo it.
I actually was about to ask you a question about that quote about leaving the fanboy part of yourself at the door. So I'm gonna pivot a little bit off that because we've talked about that now. What was your first experience seeing a Star Wars movie or becoming a Star Wars fan?
So I was 5 years old when the original Star Wars came out. I was born in '72, so I was too young to see it, the original, in the theaters. I remember, it's weird. I first saw Star Wars on commercial television when it came to British commercial television like a year later. And I taped it off television on a VHS tape. And I watched it so many times that for me, this is kind of a weird thing, but like as I was growing up, for the longest time, my first exposure to Star Wars and my main experience of it was the version that was shown on commercial television, including the commercial breaks. So like to this day, when I even like many like decades later, when I go back and watch Star Wars for the first time, I'm kind of almost like primed to remember. I know where all the commercial breaks were, and it's like this. It was kind of weird when they aren't there anymore. I still remember a commercial for like the first Sony Walkman that was being advertised on television that year, and a Pele soccer on the Atari 2600. All these kind of old, very anachronistic now TV commercials. And like again, there's kind of a part of me that when I watch Star Wars now, like, it's almost like, oh, here comes the commercial break, but it doesn't happen because I'm watching it, on Blu-ray or whatever now. But that was my first experience, and then the one that was probably the most formative was the first one that I saw in theaters was Return of the Jedi. I saw it when I was 11 years old. I saw it at a big theater, the Dominion Theater in London, which is no longer there. It used to be a big cinema. I think it's a theatrical venue now, where they put on big musicals and stuff. But it was a movie theater when I was a kid, and I remember being so struck by I'm one of those people that will defend Return of the Jedi to the day I die. I know it's not in most people's favorite of the original trilogy, but I absolutely love it. And one of the reasons why I love it so much is that third act to me is so powerful, and I still think it's some of the best edited and best curated stuff in all of Star Wars. The Battle of Scarif at the end of at the end of Rogue One is very, very heavily based on the Battle of Endor from Return of the Jedi. I'm sure there's some of the similarities are really kind of glaringly obvious, but I really kind of wanted to pay tribute to what I think is still the best space battle ever put on film. But it's the way that it interconnects between there's three amazing kind of storylines playing out in the third act, right? And they're all connected. There's the battle in orbit to take down the Death Star, the battle on the ground to take down the shield and the shield bunker, and then the personal battle that's taking place in the Emperor's throne room with Luke and Vader and Palpatine, and just all of those storylines are all so consequential, and they're all coming to a kind of a climactic head, and they're all related to one another, right? The shield, when the shield goes down, they can attack the Death Star. Now the Death Star's blowing up, so Luke's got to get off. Like all of these kind of things are happening together, and I just think it's a brilliant piece of intertwined storytelling, and it was so emotionally affecting to me. The end of it, when Anakin returns and Vader's redeemed, and I remember crying as an 11-year-old boy. I came out of that theater crying because I was so emotionally affected by it, and like even the Ewoks and stuff. It's one of the things that I can't abide about the special editions. Like my version of Return of the Jedi that I have at home still has the original Yub Nub, because that's what I remember when I was a kid. I know they obviously went back and reorchestrated it, but like that's not the Star Wars that I remember as a kid. The one that imprinted on me when I was 11 years old, that was all about Yub Nub. So like to me, that's still the definitive version of it.
If they don't put Return of the Jedi back in theaters next year for their 40th anniversary, I'm going to scream. I'm telling you.
They should.
It'd be great.
It would be great. I mean, it wouldn't be, again, it still wouldn't be the version that I remember, because it would have the new theme music, and mercifully they didn't mess with Return of the Jedi too much in the special editions, but there's a couple of changes that we could have a longer conversation about the special editions and whether or not the changes are for the better or for the worse. I think it's ultimately kind of a mixed bag. It's just that for me, it's like it's not the version that imprinted on me when I was a kid, which is why I always go back to the theatrical originals are the ones that when I go back and revisit them, those are the ones that I like to watch.
Oh, justice for Yubnub. Hi, Gary. Thanks for coming on. So it's been 6 years since Rogue One came out. Why do you think it impacted so many people and still sort of resonates now?
I don't know. I mean, it's a good movie, right? I mean, we made a good movie, and I think I don't really talk about the other ones because it's all kind of one big family, and good or bad, I just kind of keep my opinions on the other movies to myself. But I think most people would agree that the Disney era Star Wars movies are a mixed bag. There's good, bad, and everything in between in those 5 movies that have been made so far. And I'm just really, really gratified that, considering I think we had one of the toughest jobs, which is essentially to kind of build a movie that was a companion piece to the original Star Wars, the movie that started it all. As you get to the end of Rogue One, you're obviously aware that what you're also seeing is the beginning of A New Hope. And because we were so directly adjacent to the original film, that just kind of felt like, man, there's a very like if we this is a tightrope act, right? And if we fall off the tightrope, it's a long way down. This is going to be a very, very visible failure if we don't get it exactly right. And so the fact that, you know, the movie came out well, and because it is such a special piece and it's a companion piece to the original film, I think those are the two reasons why people have continued to kind of hold it in their affections to the degree that they have. And also because it was the first film, because it was the first standalone, it was the first one that I think that we kind of gave ourselves permission to kind of break the mold. And that was one of the edicts that we had from, you know, the higher ups at Lucasfilm, was like, don't feel like you have to copy the cadence and the rhythms of the original Star Wars saga films. Like, the whole point here is to make something different. So it's like, how do you, and that was the big challenge, right? How do you make something that still feels like Star Wars, but something new at the same time? And that was something that Gareth and I, you know, gave a lot of thought, you know, when it was just the two of us starting off on that project back in, geez, what would have been like 2014 when we first started on it.
So, Gary, staying on the topic of Rogue One here, how did writing that movie change or impact yourself on how you view Star Wars or maybe approach different Star Wars stories?
It definitely, like I said, when I go back to that thing about the inner fanboy, that was kind of the one message, the one lesson to myself that I really took from it, which is, and it's something that I think about now when I look at other Star Wars projects that have come after us, is if I were running Lucasfilm, not that they would ever give me the job, but if I were running Lucasfilm, I would want to kind of propagate that same mandate, which is grow and expand the universe, introduce new characters and stories. Like, don't just keep pillaging the Skywalker, you know, saga storylines. I know that, again, there's comfort in that familiarity, but if there's a long-term future for Star Wars, and I'm confident that there is, it's going to be by continuing to grow the universe and introducing new characters, new ideas. There's obviously such a vast galaxy of possibility and potential there, that I think the smart thing, and I think Lucasfilm, clearly, if you look at the work they're doing, they obviously realize this is to keep building it out rather than revisiting the same characters and the same eras over and over.
Yeah, totally agree.
Speaking of the idea of comfort, the theme of Rogue One and of Star Wars in general is the theme of hope. Can you talk a little bit about why that's so important in Rogue One, in Star Wars, and in the real world as we're looking at unprecedented times for year 3 or 4 in a row now?
I think it's just always been baked into the Star Wars recipe, you know, like A New Hope, right? It's right there in the original title. And it was an interesting kind of project to have the parameters for the movie somewhat laid out for us, in that essentially, you know, John Knoll's original idea was, I want to show what happened in the opening crawl of A New Hope. You know, there's the first victory against the Empire, rebel spies have stolen the plans. Like, what does that all look like? And that leads to this new hope. So, you know, there were some parameters that were laid out for us, that we knew that we were starting from kind of a hopeless place, right? That these were dark times, that the Empire was essentially running everything. They were unchallenged, and, you know, the rebellion still wasn't at a point where it hadn't really kind of coalesced or kind of come together in a way that they could be an effective force against the Empire. That's the one thing the Empire had going for it, right? Like, an imperial kind of authoritarian system is not one that anyone wants to live under, but at least it's efficient, right? When the Emperor says we're going to do this, everyone just does it, right? There's no debate or argument. Whereas with the rebellion, you know, what we always imagined, and what you see a little bit of Rogue One, is this much more kind of scrappy, and like, democracy's messy, right? Not everyone agrees, and it can be hard sometimes to figure out what to do when there's not just one authoritarian leader running everything. And so that was something that we experimented a lot with different versions of Rogue One, and I think some of it does come through in the finished film. The idea that democracy is messy. It's not always, I think Winston Churchill said, it's the best kind of political system apart from all the other ones, or it's something like that. Like, democracy is great, but like, it's also a mess. And you see that the idea that the Rebel Alliance is actually not much of an alliance, you know, during the period of Rogue One. They can't all necessarily agree on what to do. This is what happens when you put together an alliance of different people and species and cultures from all these different star systems. They all have a common goal. We don't want to live under imperial rule, but like, how do we go about that? Well, then that becomes a different question, and that's how you end up with, Mon Mothma on one side of the equation and the much more militant, Saw Gerrera on the other side, and they all want the same thing, but they all have different ideas about how to get there. And the one thing that I love about Rogue One, and I don't think it's something that's like really explicitly stated, but it's something that I have always kind of felt was like baked into the subtext of the film, is that it's really a story about how, just like most dictatorships and most authoritarian regimes, it's the Empire's own hubris that destroys them, right? I kind of feel like if they had never built the Death Star, right, if they never had that idea and just continued on doing what they're doing, they eventually would have won, right? Just through sheer force of numbers and all the Star Destroyers and Stormtroopers running around the galaxy, they would have just eventually kind of ground the rebellion into dust just through attrition. The rebels would have been kind of squabbling about how best to fight the Empire, to the last day when the Empire finally destroyed them. But it was the fact that the Empire built this terrible weapon of mass destruction and did something that was so far beyond the pale. We're going to start blowing up planets now and genociding billions of people at a time, that it was such a terrible thing that when the rebels finally realized that that's what they were going to be facing, that's what ultimately galvanized them into a coherent, like, we've got to take action. We're all around the table now, because if we don't do this, we're all going to be eliminated. I kind of, again, it's not explicitly stated in the film, but I like the idea that it's really Krennic and Tarkin, and they're like, too much is never enough, right? We can always be more dominant. Like, they're already ruling the galaxy. They just got greedy. Let's build this weapon that's going to allow us to be like more completely dominant than ever. But it's actually, because it's such a terrible thing, it's actually what finally galvanizes the rebellion into kind of a coherent strategy and brings them into an alliance for the first time. So I always kind of like the idea that it's really the Empire really kind of engineer their own destruction by building the Death Star.
That's a great point. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, I actually hadn't thought about like that the Death Star was the thing that kind of brought everything together, which you wouldn't think it would, but it does. Are ideas when you were through and starting to write Rogue One, were there any ideas that you wanted to try that you and wish had made it into the script that didn't? And if so, what were those, if you could even say?
I mean, there's a million little things. I don't necessarily want to kind of go into kind of all the ideas that I pitched that didn't make it into the finished movie. The one thing I've talked about a lot is the ending of the film, and how initially Gareth and I were convinced ourselves that the right way for this movie to end. One of the very first conversations that we had was, we feel like that everyone should die. Like, this is a suicide mission, and it's this idea that it's the ultimate heroic sacrifice, and that they all die essentially so that the Star Wars franchise can live, right? Again, if you think about it, if the rebels don't blow up the Death Star, the Star Wars movies are essentially a very grim series of films about the Empire going around blowing up planets with the Death Star until everybody surrenders, right? Like, once the Death Star is built and operational, that's it. The game is over. And obviously, that's the game that the Emperor is playing all along. Like, string them along with the promise of peace talks and some kind of compromise, while I'm secretly building the Death Star over here. And when the Death Star comes online, then it doesn't matter anymore. I'm just going to rule everything. And so I kind of felt like it was so high stakes that Gareth and I both kind of felt like it was okay for everybody to die. And I remember us going back and like watching like Maximus's death scene at the end of Gladiator, the idea that you can have you can be triumphant even in death, right? He dies, but he achieves everything that he wants to achieve before he dies. And there's this idea of like a glorious, triumphant, beautiful death. And we wanted that for our characters. And we became so obsessed with the idea that we then started to kind of like second guess ourselves a little bit. It's like we had just started on Rogue One, and Disney had just bought Lucasfilm, and we didn't know anything about episode 7 at that point. We didn't know what they were doing. Like, we just kind of knew that we were, having fallen in love with the idea of killing everyone at the end of the movie, we were like, hold on, Disney's not going to let us do this. Like, we're going to pitch this to them, and they'll be like, what, are you kidding me? This is Disney. You want to kill everyone at the end of a Star Wars movie? Like, we said be different, but don't go crazy. Don't kill everybody. What are you trying to do to us here? And we were so convinced that was going to be the response, like at the senior level, that we didn't. We never went with it. The version of the movie that I eventually wrote, some characters died, but the like Jin, like the main characters lived, because we were just worried that Disney weren't going to let us get away with it. But I always knew in my heart that it was the right ending. I just didn't want to fall in love with it with that ending and then be heartbroken when Disney wouldn't let us execute that version of the film, and we had to write what we knew would be an inferior ending. But I was always convinced that killing everyone at the end of the movie was the right thing. And then after I left the project and Chris Weitz came on after me, I found out later, because Gareth and I stayed in touch. He was like, "Oh, the first thing that Chris pitched was like everybody should die." And we were like, "Oh yeah, like that's what Gary and I used to talk about all the time." And amazingly, when they did go pitch it, the Lucasfilm and Disney were actually amazingly supportive. Absolutely, well, oh yeah, we love that. You should do that, and they let us do it. So I guess the one lesson that I learned about that, and this is something else that I've kind of carried forward with me in all of my kind of writing generally, is never be afraid to write or pitch the ending that you know is the right one, because you worry it might not fly. Like in the end, I turned in a script with an ending that was like, I wrote kind of the cop-out ending to the movie, and I didn't want to turn it in, but I kind of knew that I kind of felt like this is the ending they'll say yes to, as opposed to the much more audacious one we wanted to do where everybody died. But as it turned out, I should have written the ending where everybody died, because they would have been supportive of it. But the good news is, because Chris and other smart people saw the same instinct that Gareth and I had, that is still the ending that we got. But I didn't. Essentially, the moral of the story is I didn't have the courage and my convictions to write the ending that I knew to be the right one. And so in future now, even though if it's like a very audacious idea or a big swing, anytime I think, oh, someone's probably going to shoot this down, but I still think it's the right idea, always pitch that version. Like always swing for the fences, even if you're worried that it might not be the right idea. So that was kind of the one other kind of generic writing lesson that I took from my experience on Rogue One. Kill everyone, basically.
I was just going to say, for all you writers out there, if you are thinking of a way to end your story, just wipe everybody out. Just do something
fine.
They won't expect.
It's fine. I haven't cried over this movie in a movie theater twice in the past month. It's fine. I don't know if you're allowed to say. I heard the movie did originally end with a wedding. Are you allowed to say whether or not that's true?
I heard that. I don't know anything about that. I don't know if there was someone else had an ending like that. There certainly wasn't anything like that at the end of my version of the movie. No.
I just keep hearing that, and I can never figure out whose it would supposedly be.
I mean, one of the things about Star Wars is that there's so much currency in rumor. The thing about the Star Wars rumor mill and just kind of the pop culture rumor mill in general is that no one ever gets dinged for getting anything wrong, right? If they predict something correctly, they always go, "Oh, look at I'll take credit for it." But 99% of the time, when the rumors are just rumors that are put out there for clickbait, or by the time that's proven to be wrong, nobody remembers anymore. It just kind of gets brushed under the carpet. So part of the currency, I think, of the kind of the pop culture rumor mill, whether it be Marvel or Star Wars or anything, is like no one ever gets penalized for putting out rumors and stories that turn out to be not true. So they just keep doing it on the off chance that they'll eventually get something right. The wedding thing, I don't know what to tell you. I've heard that as well, but in all of my experience of Rogue One and the story that I developed and the script that I wrote and my knowledge of the scripts and the versions of the script that developed after I left, I never heard anything like that. So yeah, I had no idea.
That's an interesting one. I hadn't heard that one before.
You hadn't heard that one?
No,
I just hang out on the Rogue One section of Twitter. We're all really sad over there a lot. It's fun. You should hang. You should hang.
I'm sure we'll be having those feelings for the next several weeks with Andor. But Gary, I wanted to ask you if you had a chance to go back and maybe save a character that ended up dying in Rogue One, who would that be? And if you have a character that you would like to save, what kinds of stories would you have liked to have written for that character?
It's tough to say because I like all of them. I would love to see. It's not so much going back and saving them, but the great beauty of prequels. I mean, because this is how Lucasfilm in their genius figured this out, is we killed everyone at the end of Rogue One, but that doesn't mean you can't do prequels, right? And so now you have Andor, and maybe they'll do more. I don't know, but like. I always, and I take no credit for them, but because Chris Weitz created these characters, but I really always loved Chirrut and Baze, and I love the idea of them as kind of the guardians of the Whills, and I thought that was really interesting. And they obviously have a really fun relationship, and I always kind of wanted to see more of them. Like if there was a Chirrut and Baze like prequel show, I'd be excited to see that. That would be really cool. But then other than that, I think probably K2. K2 is one of my favorite characters, obviously a fan favorite, and a character that I felt like I personally had a big hand in helping to create. So I'm very proud of my contribution to bringing K2 into the Star Wars universe. And I don't know anything about Andor, so I don't know if he shows up in that show or is planned to down the road. But I imagine at some point you'll see him. In whatever context we may get to see more of K2SO in the future, I'd be happy to see that.
Awesome.
He's definitely a favorite. What are some of the memories that come to mind when you think about Star Wars projects and Star Wars in general? I guess both stuff you've been involved in and just memories related to Star Wars in your life.
I mean, I remember when I had my very first meeting at Lucasfilm, they asked me to talk about that. They just wanted me to talk generally about me and my experience with Star Wars as a fan. And I told them all my stories, as I just told you, about how I cried at the end of Return of the Jedi when I was a kid, and how I would take my Han Solo action figure when I was a kid and put him in the ice cube tray and put him in the freezer to freeze him in carbonite, and then I would thaw him out under the warm water tap. Just things like that. And then I obviously most of my best memories are from working on Rogue and being on set. I just standing in that hangar, next to a full-size X-Wing and an R2 unit just kind of rolls by you is like, there's nothing. I've been on other movie sets and they always feel like a little bit magical, but there's nothing like being on a Star Wars set. I remember when I first walked onto that Rebel base, the Yavin base, where they had rebuilt, the command table that Princess Leia would later stand around, and General Dodonna. They had recreated all of that from the original construction blueprints that they still had, and obviously had recreated it to like 100% perfect degree of fidelity. And so when I walked onto that set, I honestly felt like I was like in Elstree Studios in 1975 when they were shooting the original film, because they had reproduced it to such a level of like, it was like stepping back in time. And I remember it was the first time that I got really choked up thinking like, oh my God, this is all real. They're really making this movie, and they've brought back the original Star Wars. So that to me was what was so exciting about the movie. Is I'm very much an original trilogy guy. Those are the movies that I grew up with, and those are the ones that are most meaningful to me. So to be able to write in a period of Star Wars that is right there, like it's literally like the 48 hours before A New Hope, where everything is just the way that you remember it. Like the Yavin base is there, the hangar, all your favorite characters. Like it really kind of hit my kind of inner child was just absolutely beside himself the whole time that I was on set.
Jason, I think you're up, buddy.
I think Jason is.
Oh, did Jason freeze? This is the beauty of live podcasting, guys.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep,
yeah, okay.
Yeah, we can.
It was frozen. I was waiting for like.
No worries.
Oh, am I frozen?
No, we can hear you.
Oh, I hate StreamYard. Can you hear me and see me now? Okay.
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah. We'll discuss my. It's about StreamYard. By the way, here I used to do the same. My Han Solo, I used to take him and wrap tin tray. That was him for Rogue. I used to, but that's not my. Is that you had a chance to write? It's sort of the original trilogy era Last Jedi comic adaptation. If you had a chance to write something in the prequel era, is there anything you would like to write as far as in that time period?
Probably not like the specific prequel era that is covered in episodes 1 through 3. That kind of that generation before. Maybe not. I mean, I'm one of those people that, in all honesty, just wasn't a huge fan of the prequels, and I think it's nice to see that they have. They're kind of. I'm sure you've noticed it, but in recent years, I feel like they're being reevaluated, and maybe history is being kinder to them than we remember them at the time. And maybe I should go back and watch them. I just remember particularly being a fan of them when I first saw them. But again, in terms of like the inner fanboy, this is a good example. Like, even though I was not a fan of the prequels, I didn't let that prejudice what was going to go into Rogue One. Like, it was completely appropriate that Bail Organa and Mon Mothma, the Genevieve O'Reilly version of Mon Mothma, those characters should carry over. And one of the things that I still really like about Rogue One is it feels kind of like a bridge piece between the prequel trilogy and the original trilogy, because you've got characters like Jimmy Smits and Genevieve that helped, that kind of bridge those two trilogies, and Rogue One's kind of in the middle. And
I might have squealed in a movie theater when Jimmy Smits showed up. Just
when
for the record.
when I first saw Jimmy Smits on set, I remember because John Knoll was standing next to me, and I was like, holy shit, that's Bail Organa. And that's Jimmy Smits. And John says, do you want to meet him? And I was like, yeah. And he took me over there and, introduced me to him. And I just got to say, hello. And I was the person who wrote Bail Organa's character into the script. I feel like Bail Organa should be here. And I remember at the back of my head thinking, like, Jimmy Smits would have aged, like the amount of time between Jimmy Smits doing the prequels and now doing Rogue One was actually roughly the same as the time that had elapsed between Bail Organa's character in the prequels and where we would be now, like 15, 20 years. And so I was like, oh my God, that would be perfect, right? I bet we could get Jimmy Smits to come back. And so I wrote him into the script thinking they could probably make that happen. And then next thing you know, I'm standing on a set and Jimmy Smits is there as Bail Organa. And I just had like the biggest kind of fanboy, little moment. And I got to go over and like say hello. It was a really big thrill. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the prequel era in general. If I were to write something, again, I'm an original trilogy person, and I've obviously written in the sequel trilogy, and I adapted The Last Jedi, but everything else that I've done has been in what I consider to be kind of the original trilogy time frame. The certain point of view books obviously go back and recover the original trilogy movies, and even Star Wars Rebels. Again, even though there's a lot of prequel original trilogy crossover, I still consider those to be closer to the original trilogy than the prequels. Chronologically, they certainly are. And so I'll always be an OT guy through and through. If I were given the opportunity to write anything in any chronological Star Wars era of my choice, again, I probably wouldn't do the prequels or the sequel trilogy era. I probably would find somewhere else to go. I like the idea of going all the way back to, the Old Republic and, like ancient Star Wars times. I think would be like try and scope out like a different era that hasn't already been exhaustively covered would probably be of more interest to me.
So do you have a favorite Star Wars character, both in general and to possibly write for?
Yeah, Admiral Akbar has always been my favorite character. And in fact, I wrote him into Rogue One. And then we found out subsequently that JJ was using Admiral Akbar in episode 7. And they were like, we don't want to put him in both. JJ's already got dibs on him. So Admiral Akbar became Admiral Raddus.
I love Admiral Raddus.
Admiral Raddus is great. And again, this is back when this was sort of the inner fanboy. Like, I love Admiral Akbar, really wanted to see him in the movie, and so I just put him in the movie. And again, wanted to try to echo some of those Battle of Endor type vibes. So I thought putting Akbar there and putting the big, Mon Calamari cruisers there would be a great way to kind of give it that vibe. And in the end, I think it was for the best. The fact that we didn't want to redo Akbar, but we again bring in new, right? We don't want to just keep seeing the same characters over and over. Let's bring in new characters. So that Raddus was a great solution to the problem. It still has that Mon Calamari vibe, right? You've still got the big capital ships in orbit. It still kind of feels like that Battle of Endor kind of feel, but with new characters rather than retreading old ones. But I did get to go to Pinewood and wear Admiral Akbar's arms. There's a picture of me somewhere wearing like the big giant arms that he has. that was fun for me as well. I have like weird favorite characters. Like I really like I just like this kind of the secondary characters like Luke and Han and Vader. They're all like super fun, obviously, and those are the ones that we always think of. But I always like the kind of the secondary backers. Who's that guy? I want to know more about him. Those are the characters that I enjoy.
That's the role of Star Wars. There has to be somebody who has 5 minutes of screen time and 2 lines that you would die for.
Yeah, and I think, and again, to me, that's sometimes the interesting thing about Star Wars is that sometimes it's best left at that. Like, as much as I love Admiral Akbar, I don't actually want the 10-part Disney Plus series about Admiral. I don't want Akbar, the series, coming soon to Disney Plus. Like, not everything has to be fleshed out and codified and explained. I remember, back in the day when Alec Guinness first said, in the Clone Wars, and everyone went, oh shit, Clone Wars, what the hell is that? That sounds awesome. Right. And that's 2 words, Clone Wars. And like a whole generation of school kids, their imagination just went, wild. And then when they eventually showed the Clone Wars, it almost seemed kind of anticlimactic to me because nothing could really match to what I've got in my imagination. So I feel like one of the instincts, and it's difficult in this day and age because, we live in an age now where there's just like, we've got to generate content. We need 100 hours of new Star Wars content or new Marvel content. And so it's like, keep making all this stuff. But sometimes I feel like there are certain things that are just best left in the imagination. You don't necessarily need the origin story or the 10-hour, backstory of like every single character. Sometimes it is good to let the one character in there in the Mos Eisley County, like, who's that? And like, just let that be, and let your imagination answer that question rather than, some kind of, 10-hour miniseries or novelization or whatever that explains everything to you. Sometimes I think it's, best left unsaid and again, left to the imagination.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Gary. And before we get into the next question here from Jason, I want to remind you guys, if you haven't donated yet, please do. We're less than $1,300 away from hitting our goal of $10,000. And if we can cross that $9,000 mark, as you can see on the screen right now, that would be awesome. So please, if you haven't donated, do so right now. And then we'll be welcoming the cast of Andor in about a half hour. So all the Rogue One you could ask for in this time slot here. So one thing I did want to mention was just about what you were just talking about, Gary, and those from a certain point of view books that do have the ability to flesh out these ancillary characters and maybe give a deeper story to what was going on with them. I remember there's a story about, I think it was with the hooded figure in the Mos Eisley Cantina. And then there's like a whole backstory of him. And it's like he was on screen for maybe 20 seconds. And then like we get this entire chapter devoted to him. So if there was anyone that you feel like deserves some love, if you had to pick one character, who would that be, if you can think off the top of your head?
It's interesting to think about coming off the back of the answer that I just gave, right? Which is that I don't necessarily want to see every character fleshed out and turned into. I don't need every question answered for me. Off the top of my head, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, like I said, the Chirrut Bays character, I just think they were so fun, and I think there's so much great mythology there about the Temple of the Whills and the Guardians of the Whills, and what does that mean? I remember ever since I was a kid learning about the Journal of the Whills, and that was how like the George's kind of bigger overarching mythology, that I was kind of fascinated by that and wanted to learn more about it. But again, honestly, my instinct would be, if somebody said, if I was given like carte blanche by Lucasfilm to do something new, I feel like my instinct would be, again, to completely shun the inner fanboy and just not do anything that's let's take this character and give them more of a backstory, but again, to create something entirely new. Lucasfilm are very aware of this. They call it the small universe problem, where the same 8 characters keep bumping into each other because fans want to see them. But that's not the reality. It's a vast galaxy, right, of billions and billions of people on all these different planets, and we've got our favorite characters that we follow. But you don't want to have that issue where like the same people keep bumping into each other because they're fan favorites. And so I think, again, going forward, I hope that they continue to introduce more new characters. And I think the way they're doing it is smart, right? Which is using the existing characters like as the catalyst, but that leads into the introduction of a different character. That then they all kind of connect back to the same kind of core roots, but I guess my answer to the question is like none of them really. Like that's not to say that I don't love those characters. I just love them the way that they are. And I do think that sometimes when you go back and like flesh out every detail of a character, it kind of robs you as a Star Wars fan a little bit of your own ability to kind of mythologize and kind of headcanon your own who that character is. And everyone has their own version of it. That they again, the Clone Wars is a great example. I wasn't that the George's version of the Clone Wars was bad or anything. It's just not what was in my head when I was a kid, and sometimes that version is the version that's most special to you, is the one that you own and that you created in your own imagination. And so for me, again, my instinct would be to try and do something completely like not connected to the existing. There are obviously vast areas of the Star Wars universe, historically, geographically, that I've never heard of Luke Skywalker, right? For one reason or another. because they were born hundreds of years before or thousands of years later, or they live in a completely different part of the galaxy where none of that was relevant to them. And so I just think there's opportunities there.
Yeah, totally agree with you. Jason, are you frozen? Or can you hear us?
Okay, so
cool.
If you could write for, we all know you love Star Wars, but if you could write for, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah,
okay.
We got you. You're good.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So let me say this quick. If you could write for any other franchise, Gary, well, which one would you want to write for?
I would probably do Star Trek. I grew up loving Star Wars. I wouldn't say equally. I love Star Wars more than Star Trek, but because they're very, very different, and I don't think they can really be compared. I think the only reason they do get compared is that they're like the two biggest, sci-fi franchises, of our generation. And again, I don't even think of Star Wars as science fiction. To me, it's a fairy tale. It's a fantasy that just happens to take place in outer space. And it doesn't really conform to any definition of science fiction in the same way that something that Star Trek does. But I just grew up loving both very, very much. And I've joked before that I want to do the reverse JJ, in the way that JJ kind of worked on Star Trek first and then got to do Star Wars as well. Kind of got to play with like two wonderful sandboxes. I having already done Star Wars, I'd love to now go and find something in the Star Trek universe to do. It's very thrilling to see. Like it's so cool that now in this age of like there needs to be so much content created, right? Hundreds of hours of content needs to be created all the time to fill all these streaming services. The one way that I think that has been really good for fans is like for so many years, right? It was famine, right? There was no Star Wars, right? We got by with the books and the comics and the video games, but there was nothing going on with the films for a really long time. There was no Star Trek for a really, really long time. And when there was, like you would be lucky to get maybe one show and that was it. And now there's 6 Star Trek shows on the air at once. And they're still making the movies as well. There's like a new Marvel show every week. It seems like a new Marvel character every week. It gets their own Disney Plus show. There's obviously more. There's more. I think somebody pointed out to me the other day, there's been more hours of Star Wars content created in the last couple of years than in the previous 40 years.
Wow.
Right? When you just add up all the hours of television and everything else, like it's insane. The amount that we went from famine to feast. And I guess some people have raised the question, like, how much is too much? Can you overdo it? Can you have too much of a good thing? Maybe. I guess we'll find out, because I don't think Disney's going to slow down anytime soon. But right now, certainly, I mean, when you were like going back to like the 90s or whatever, or any time prior to Disney buying Lucasfilm, like if somebody said to you, "Oh, there'll come a time in the not too distant future where not only are they going to make episodes 7, 8, and 9, but there's going to be like hours and hours and hours of like top quality Star Wars television being made, like all your favorite characters and Obi-Wan Kenobi and Boba Fett. Boba Fett's going to have his own TV show. You'd be like, get out of here! Like that's too good to be true. And yet that's the reality we now live in.
Yeah,
it's pretty amazing.
I was always lucky because I didn't start to be a huge Star Wars fan until The Force Awakens, so I came into it just as they were throwing content at me, and I've never had to wait.
Oh God, you never had to starve like us older Star Wars fans did.
Which is good, because I have the attention span of a gnat. So
3 years between movies. 3 years.
Nope, one movie every year, and
just and that's the thing. Just try to put yourself in the shoes of someone at the time who went to see Empire Strikes Back in 1980, and think about that ending, and then George basically saying to you, "See you in 3 years, and we'll pick up the story." Like, that's agony. And now you have to wait a week for the next chapter. There's always more Star Wars right around the corner, and that's the thing. I think part of what made it so special back then was the fact that it was so scarce. Like, oh my shit, we've got to wait 3 years for the conclusion of this story, and that's when the movie eventually came around. Like, these were pop culture events, and they still are. But I do kind of feel like it's been the specialness of it has been diminished ever so slightly, just because there's so much of it. Scarcity is part of what makes something valuable, right? And when Star Wars was something you got 2 hours of every 3 years, like, that was absolutely incredible. And now there's so much of it. Again, it's great for Star Wars fans in many ways. I think arguably less great in another, because again, when it's everywhere all the time, It just maybe there's a little bit of that specialness that comes off of it, but it's obviously not been a problem. I think as long as they continue to keep the quality up, which clearly they've been doing, all of these shows are just so incredibly well made, that I don't seeing it being a problem in the short term. But it's something I think about every now and again. It's like, can you have too much of a good thing?
Right.
Are there other big franchises? You've mentioned that you're a Star Trek fan as well as Star Wars. What are some other franchises that you love?
Just as a fan of the things that I love, I could go all day. I could mention a lot of weird kind of British science fiction stuff that you may not ever have heard of. But I grew up, the two things that made me want to write for a living were Star Wars and The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And I obviously grew up on Doctor Who and Blake Seven and all these weird, obscure British science fiction shows. For the most part, though, it's interesting. I'll give you the same answer that I gave earlier about what Star Wars character would you most want to write for. And my answer was like a new one that I would invent. I kind of feel the same way about, as much as I would like to do Star Trek, increasingly in my writing career, I'm like less attracted to playing in other people's sandboxes. Like Star Wars was amazing, and being able to play in that universe was a privilege, but you're always acutely aware of the fact that these are not your toys, right? Someone else is letting you play. You're being permitted to borrow someone else's toys and play with them, but they're not yours, and you can't just do whatever you want. And so even though it's more of an uphill struggle, I generally prefer, when I do my own original writing, to try and create my own original stuff where these are my toys, and I can do whatever I want with them. And I think that's something that's often forgotten in an age in which everything now has to be based on pre-existing IP, whether it be Star Wars, Marvel, Harry Potter, Star Trek, Lord of the Rings, you name it. Nobody wants to make anything original anymore. I think we kind of lost track of the fact that even like every major franchise that we enjoy today started with somebody taking a risk on an original idea, right? Nobody wanted to make Star Wars. Right, it was like the guy that had just made American Graffiti now had written this weird thing. Was like, here's like a big walking grizzly bear essentially, and this guy over here, the bad guy, is a robot, but he's also kind of a wizard. He can do magic. Like, what the hell? Like, try and put yourself in the shoes of someone who would have read that original script back in 1975 and was being prior to Star Wars being a thing, no one had ever heard of it, and being asked to take a risk making that a movie. Obviously, it worked out. But, we wouldn't have Star Wars if someone hadn't taken that risk. We wouldn't have Marvel Comics if someone hadn't taken that risk, to publish, Stan Lee's first ideas. We wouldn't have, like, The Fast and the Furious was a spec script that nobody, that first movie, it was like, what the hell is this? But now, what, we're 12 movies in or whatever it is, and it's one of the biggest franchises in the world.
I still don't get it. But
and so that's something I always try to come back to, is just reminding people that every major franchise that we now consider, box office gold, started with somebody taking a risk on an original idea. There was a time when no one had heard of Star Wars or Star Trek, right? Like Star Trek was a weird one back, when Gene Roddenberry was trying to get that going in the mid '60s. Like, it was a struggle. It was a fight to get that on air because nobody believed in it. And look where we are now.
And if you try to explain to sci-fi to my mom, you still figure out how weird a lot of this stuff is when you're trying to explain Star Wars to her.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, we are nearing the end here with Gary, so we're going to leave Gary with the question that I ask in every Your Star Wars Journey episode. And it always either is the most profound answer or one that's like, I can't even answer it because there's just too much to get into. So Gary, I'm going to give you a shot here. What does Star Wars mean to you, and how would your life be different if Star Wars did not exist?
I shudder to think what my life would be like if it hadn't existed, because I really do think, I count myself among that generation of filmmakers. There's a lot of filmmakers out there of my age, like Gen X filmmakers who were kids when the original Star Wars came out. And so many of them will tell you that opening shot when the Star Destroyer comes overhead was the moment where they're like, I'm going to be a filmmaker, right? That Star Wars was the catalyst for so many filmmakers in my generation, and certainly was a big catalyst for me. For me, it was a slightly different moment. I remember specifically, again, I told you Return of the Jedi was the first first one of the movies that I saw on the big screen in theaters when I was 11 years old. I specifically remember the moment after the shield is down and the Falcon and the Rebel fighters are skimming the surface of the Death Star, and then they do that barrel roll and they're flying inside the superstructure. That specific moment, the transition from outside to inside the Death Star, I just had this. There was like a geekgasm or whatever you want to call it. Like my 11-year-old. Like I just remember thinking, like, whatever it is that this movie's making me feel right now, I want to make that for other people. Like I want to give this feeling to other people, and just this incredible feeling of like being truly transported to another place and feeling so invested and like white knuckled, like digging into the armrests and just feeling so utterly of that world and feel like you've been taken to another place entirely. That's really kind of the dream end of the journey for me, and that I wanted to create things like Star Wars. And so to actually have helped create actual Star Wars. And I remember when we were at the Rogue One premiere, when the credits were rolling and our names came up, Chris White, my co-writer on the movie, who was sitting next to me, kind of nudged me and said, "We're in the blue letters." And I remember thinking like that was just the best feeling ever to be in the blue letters. I mean, I could work in Hollywood for another 50 years, and I very much doubt I'll create anything that I will wind up putting on my bio ahead of Rogue One, because Star Wars is Star Wars, right? So as Rian Johnson said to me once, it's in the category of one. There's nothing else there's nothing else out there in the world that has the same pop cultural imprint that Star Wars has on our generation and generations to come. We've had like 3 generations that have grown up with it, right? So it really is an incredible thing. Hitchhikers and Time Bandits and other things at the time I think really compelled me to write as well. But Star Wars was such a central part of it that it's entirely possible that I wouldn't have felt as compelled to pursue writing as a career. And God knows, it's terrifying to think about that, because part of the reason why I'm a writer is I can't do anything. I don't know how to do anything else. Like there's literally nothing else that I'm any good at. Like I'm terrible. I can't do mathematics. I'm not like in any way kind of scientifically inclined. I part of the reason I love writing is there's no heavy lifting involved. I don't like to do manual labor. So there's all kinds of, I don't like having a regular job. Like I get to sit over there all day in my sweatpants and not like I used to have a regular job, and it's so pleasing to me to know that I'll never have to sit in another performance review with some kind of HR matter. So what do you think your weaknesses are? It's like, honestly, I would rather die than do that ever again. And so I love being my own boss. I love that I get to, the best analogy of it that I can give you is that when I was a kid, like we all did this, right? We took our action, like I've got Han Solo here, and I don't know, Lando Calrissian here, and I would like bash them together and make them fight and kind of come up with little narratives and story. That's the beginning. Like we're all storytellers, right? And kids will, whenever kids do that, like you remember, you didn't just bash them together without any kind of context. Like you had a story in your head. There was a reason why they were fighting, and you would tell stories and kind of dream up stuff like that. And that's kind of the beginning, I think, for many of us as storytellers. It's just like that childlike imagination and coming up with different scenarios and things like that. And the way I describe it is like I still, in my career now, like 40 years later, I'm still doing this. But they pay me to do it, and the toys are way more expensive than the ones I had when I was a kid. So it really is a dream job in that regard. But like the same impulse that had me doing this and bashing the action figures together as a kid is exactly the same core creative impulse that I tap into every day when I write 40 years later. It's just, you take it more seriously, but it's coming from the exact same place.
That is awesome.
I think we are at time now. Thank you so much, Gary, for coming to talk to us today.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. That was fun. I enjoyed it, and I hope you make a lot of money for Make-A-Wish.
We hope so.
Do too. Guys, there's a QR code over one side, that side.
There we go, right here.
We'll figure out screen mirroring someday. But please donate to Make-A-Wish. Thank you so much, Gary, for coming on today.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Gary.
For Podathon for having us all.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
On my hard days, I usually don't think about it. I just try to get to the next day and hope that the next day will be better.
My legs don't work like other people's, so I have to be in a wheelchair.
I take the needed medicine for everything that's going on in my body.
My wish is to redesign my bedroom.
My wish is to remodel my backyard. It's like that warm feeling, almost like, you know, something really good is gonna happen. Hope.
Hey, this is Seth Green, and I want you to join me for the Podathon 2022, benefiting the Make-A-Wish Foundation on September 17th. More than a dozen Star Wars nerds will be hosting their podcasts all day long with special guests just like me. Starting at 9 a.m. East, raising money to help make wishes come true for kids who need it most. I'll be hanging out with Scotty and Jerry at the Bombadcast at 7 p.m. East, 4 Pacific, and I hope you'll be there to support this great cause. Get more information and donate today at Podathon.com. What are you waiting for? Well, I'll be hanging out with Scotty and Jerry at the Sorry. It's Bombadcast, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bombadcast.
Yeah. Of course it is for Jar Jar. Yeah. I'll be hanging with the Brokeback cast. No, it's I'll be Django with Hottie. No, hold on. I got this. I'll be hanging with Gary and I'm just with you now.
Oh, come on, man.
Hey, this is Rian Johnson. Join us for Podathon 2022. It benefits the Make-A-Wish Foundation. It's on September 17th. I'm going to be on there with Ahch-To Radio at 8 p.m. And you can donate now at thepodathon.com.
Do it. Yeah. See?
You will click the donation link now.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be clipped out and dropped everywhere. Yeah. Yeah.
We made it! Look who's here! Who's here? Hey, you know what? To celebrate you guys and your Andor interviews, why don't we do this first?
We crossed
$9,000.
That is so
cool. We are within $1,000 of hitting our goal, and we still have 4 huge interviews or segments because you guys have 5 interviews technically within your segment. We are joined by Kerwin and Keith from Father Son Galaxy. How are you guys doing tonight?
Oh, we're fantastic. We could not wait for this day.
Wikipedia is here.
We are here.
in the house.
Yeah, so we were so excited. You know, we don't give a lot of behind the scenes of how things have been going, but I think it's safe to say that we had been going back and forth for a couple of weeks. We were getting all the schedule together, and I know we were thinking, I know Kerwin and Keith are going to come through with something great. And then literally, when did we drop it? Was it
Wednesday?
Tuesday?
Yeah.
Tuesday or Wednesday? Yeah, it was Tuesday because Wednesday you did the interview. Tuesday, you let us know not only do you have 1 guest, but you have 4. Do you want to tell people who your 4 guests are?
Yes, we do.
You alternate and I'll start.
Okay, you can start. Go ahead, you start.
Diego Luna,
Adria Arjona,
Kyle Soller,
and Genevieve O'Reilly. We have the cast of Andor.
That's terrific.
Awesome.
It is so
Can't
great.
believe it.
So Keith, I've had the fortune of sort of seeing a little bit. How did it feel for you to? Because this is the second time you guys spoke to them because you were part of the
roundtable.
Yeah, the roundtable. How did it? How do you do that twice in like 1 month, man? I mean, I'm impressed with you.
Yeah, I just feel like Holy Skittles, this is Diego Luna right now. What is happening?
Great. That
we
is
started
amazing.
from like a first episode in March 2021. Here we are with Diego Luna right in front of us.
It's
y'all are
terrific.
doing something right and respectable, and something I love about y'all's show is the fact that it's this perspective we're about to hear. And what we're going to get next from y'all's segment is something I've been looking forward for everyone else to see throughout the entire day. This is something I've been like living to see the reaction and the comments for. Y'all have something truly special coming up next. I cannot wait.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about your Make-A-Wish connection.
Yes. First of all, I just want to thank Pete, Scotty, Nick. Thank you for having us on this Podathon. It's very important to us. We saw
you guys.
the Podathon last year, and I was thinking to myself, I would like to be a part of this. And thank you for the invitation. So this is wonderful. And when you invited us, the first person I thought about was my friend Larry. Larry and I go back almost 30 years ago. We're great friends, and his family was impacted by cancer, and they had the Make-A-Wish Foundation grant their wish. And I went to him and I said, well, Larry, we're going to be a part of this Podathon this year. We're raising money for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Would you be interested in interviewing with us with your son Caleb? And he said, absolutely. And we did that. And we recorded that episode like 4 weeks ago. I have watched it over and over and over. It's such a special interview for us. It was very personal. I truly thank the Smith family for sharing their story. I hope people will listen to it and understand the importance of the Make-A-Wish Foundation and what a great cause this is, and the smiles that they bring to these children who are impacted, with illness.
Absolutely. Well, so let's share their story. Then when you come back, we'll talk for just a couple minutes, the four of us, before we turn you over to the good folks at Andor. But this story is tremendous. Scotty, if you got it handy, let's roll it.
Well, should we roll the Reagan clip real quick just to make sure we
we'll run that before Andor.
Oh, perfect. Will do. Let me get it queued up.
You got it.
Here we go, y'all. Cannot wait for everyone to see this. This is fantastic.
So great.
Larry and Caleb, how are you doing?
Good.
Pretty good. Right.
We're
excited to be here and share this moment with you all.
Thank you so much for being here with us. So Larry, you and I we've been friends for a very long time. We go back a long way, back to the 90s, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, even before we had children.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah. So tell me about your family.
Yeah, so we are a family of four. So I have Caleb here, who's just turned 14. My daughter Sydney, who will be 17 in a couple weeks. And of course, my wife Laverne. And my wife and Laverne and I, we've been together for over 30 years.
Wow.
We met when I was 17. So we've been married for 21 years. So we've been together for a very long time.
So tell us about Caleb's diagnosis.
Yeah, so Caleb was diagnosed on September 6, 2018. And Caleb, tell them what you were diagnosed with.
I was diagnosed with stage 4 lymphoma.
Yeah. It was a large T-cell lymphoma. And of course, it rocked us to the core. And we, of course, we were surprised and not really knowing what to do. So we, started just to, pray and it's been quite a challenge in the beginning, but things are a lot better now for us. Because it was stage 4, unfortunately, the lymphoma has spread to his back and formed a mass that was excruciatingly painful for him. So it was really hard for him to deal with that piece. But I'm glad he was diagnosed, and then we were able to get on top of things and start the chemo.
How did you hear about Make-A-Wish?
Our hospital, we were at Nemours Children's Hospital in Wilmington, and we've always heard about Make-A-Wish Foundation. We've seen ads and commercials, but we didn't really. Our thoughts wasn't really like, okay, let's see if we can get Caleb as a recipient and Make-A-Wish. We had no idea. but it was the social workers who actually introduced us to the whole process and said Caleb would be a recipient of it.
What was your wish?
My wish was to be on the set of a Marvel movie.
About a year after that process, we start hearing back from the Make-A-Wish Foundation. And then eventually they called me and they said, hey, do you guys have your passports? So luckily we had our passports, and they said, okay, well, we have an opportunity for Caleb's Wish, which will be at a Marvel studio at the Black Widow set. And it's in London. Wow. So he's like, oh, and then they said, oh, and it's in 2 weeks. So shout out to our employers who were, rather, flexible for us to take that time off in short notice.
Well, how was your trip to Europe?
Yeah, it was great. We actually, before we got there, the travel, we were able to go into a limo to the airport. So that was cool.
Yeah, big old stretch limo truck to the city airport.
And then the flight was like 7.5 hours long, which was crazy. But
it's a long flight, long. I guess one of the longest flights we've been on. Yeah.
More time to get them Biscoff cookies. Those are good.
Yeah. We do love those.
Ask for infinite refills and they'll give it to you.
Indeed, for a 7-hour flight, yeah.
And then so when we got there, we were jet lagged. We were like really jet lagged.
Yeah, we were. Yeah. But they had a whole itinerary for us, the plan for us. Caleb could only do like him and one parent, so all of us couldn't go to Pinewood Studios. So this is the Pinewood Studios. So on the day of the trip, we we took I guess it was a shuttle or a taxi to the taxi to the actual Pinewood Studio. It was a long ride.
It was terrible.
It was a long ride.
At least you got to go though.
Yeah. So once we got there, they had a whole plan. I mean, I was just amazed to be on a studio grounds, number one. But they took us around and we saw where Harry Potter was filmed, 007. And then, of course, once we got to the Marvel studio side of things, it was just, I was just like, oh, wow. So they met with some of the studio stuntmen, who they worked with them and showed them some stunts.
And then there was the graphic design, the clothing,
how the costumes were being made. We went to the room, we met with the designers, and we got to see Taskmaster costume before, and this was all before the movie was released. And if you remember, this was before the pandemic. So there was a huge delay before it actually came out. So we've been waiting because we had to sign waivers. We couldn't really talk to no one. We couldn't mention anything on social media. We couldn't, we couldn't use our cell phones. So they had a photographer there taking video and pictures of us, but we couldn't do anything while we were there. We couldn't take our own pictures or anything. So we were waiting a long time to receive the photos because they, of course, released them to us after the movie was released, which happened to be about 3 years later. So.
But then we got to like another room. I think that was like one of the main filming areas that they were filming, like a car scene. And then there was the two actors, Scarlett Johansson, and I can't remember what the other one was.
Yeah, I forget her name, but the actress who played her sister.
Yeah, her sister.
Yeah, so they came over and spoke.
Yelena, you mean?
Yeah, Florence.
Yeah.
Florence Pugh. Yeah.
Yep. So they came over and spoke to the kids, and then she walked right by me. I was just like.
Then we also the kids got to go on the camera and they were able to look through the camera and see what the filmmakers were shooting. Yeah, so Caleb, I think we shared a picture with you all of him behind the camera and taking a look at that. So it's pretty cool.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anything?
And I also made Scarlett Johansson laugh.
Yes, he did.
All right. How about that? Awesome. Now, is it the first time your family has been to Europe, London?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
So it was just the excitement of even just going to London. They could have stopped there. But for us to be able to go there and then of course we saw the different sites. So we went on a boat tour across the Thames River. There's the tower of the bridge tower, the London Bridge Tower, which you see in Spider-Man. Was it No Way Home?
Yeah.
So we went under that, and of course Buckingham Plaza. The palace. Sorry. Buckingham Palace. We saw the changing of the guard. So it was just a great trip of just different things that we were able to see, and it was an all expense paid for a trip, thanks to the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
I would have asked where all this money comes from, but we know.
Yes.
But Caleb, how are you feeling now?
Now I'm feeling great, good. School has been, it's all been good. I've been working on my stop motion, and I've been drawing a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Caleb is 4 years now in remission. He's now part of this survivorship program they have at the hospital, where he has a survivorship nurse who's coordinating with other doctors. He now sees a cardiologist who just wants to make sure, because of all the bad and the strong chemotherapy that he was exposed to, that wants to make sure the heart is okay and that Caleb is keeping a good weight through this transition as he grows. So it's an awesome program. And being in this survivorship is really indication that we're kind of out of the woods now. So that's a blessing in itself. So.
And, did you ever think about just, as a family, starting a club to help, other cancer patients, kids who are going through chemotherapy, kids who are like you, just to start kind of a club, maybe at the hospital or at a rec center or something, just to help them go through it, let them know everything's going to be okay, because you survived it. You were a cancer patient, went through chemotherapy, and you came out okay.
That's a great question. Actually, I have a program with the hospital, but we haven't heard anything else about it. But there's a program where they asked Caleb to be a support person for someone else that has cancer. Remember they asked you?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. So, of course he volunteered. So we're just waiting on, the next move for that.
And then there was even a thing with the siblings for the kids with the cancer. That my sister went to.
Oh, so it was a different program. Yeah. But yeah, great question, Keith. Yep. So he's on the list to help, or to be I forget what they call it, just someone that can assist and what they call it. Yeah.
Someone that can
comfort them, and they've been through the same process because it's a process, right? I often talk to the other parents. I remember when we were going through it, we were like, hey, this is one kind of community you never want to be a part of, right? To have your child facing mortality with a cancer diagnosis. But it's, we're here now. We're in the community, so we just have to make the best and uplift each other and, encourage each other. But the Make-A-Wish, again, is just programs like that and the social worker efforts and how, they helped. I mean, it's those programs that really, really help and can make things, because of your struggles, because of how difficult things are, they can just help you make it a little bit more smoother,
Yeah, that leads me into our last question. For someone who may not be familiar with Make-A-Wish Foundation, what they do, and why should they donate to Make-A-Wish Foundation, what would you say to those people to encourage them to donate?
Oh, yeah, I would say do it. Again, you don't know, you hear the ads, you see the commercials, you just don't know how much it can just make a kid smile. I mean, these kids are struggling. I mean, we were in the hospital and we would hear the alarms go off, code blue. We can hear the kids, some kids that are unfortunately succumbed to their cancers. And that whole cancer floor is like, I mean, we walk by it just to, go to the laundry room, go to, the calf or go to the restroom. I mean, we see these kids are struggling out here. And if there's something they can just have to put a smile on their face, and just to make their day a little bit brighter, it's awesome. It means the world to them. Yeah, so I will always support Make-A-Wish Foundation. Kid, do you have anything to add to that?
I mean, no, not really. Just, the kids should be able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What would you tell them to donate for people who want to donate to the Make-A-Wish Foundation? Would you tell them to?
Oh yeah, they should donate.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. Like, you don't know, like, what will happen to your kid too. So you should always donate to it.
Yeah.
Because you never want to be in this situation.
Yeah. And having your wish fulfilled.
Yeah.
How did that make you feel?
It made me happy.
Yeah.
Wow. This is an incredible story. I thank you, Larry and Kayla, for sharing this story. I know it's not an easy story to share, but just thank you. And Kayla, we're just so glad that, you're healthy. And, it sounds like you and Keith have a lot in common. So we're going to need to catch up and keep in touch a little bit more.
Your wish was granted?
What do you think?
Wow.
It's such an amazing
Incredible.
story. I just honestly, I was telling the guys before, like, as I was editing some of the commercials and preparing, like, you can't watch this stuff and not feel like I gotta donate. I gotta donate. You know what I mean? So, I Nick, Scott, you want to add anything before we move into the Andor segment of the day?
I can mention that whatever you contribute to, it could be anything between $5, $10, whatever you want to donate to this event, you know that it's going to a good place. Like, on a deep level, you can tell people that they're friends with, had benefited from something that traumatic, and they got to benefit from getting their wish made. So just know that this doesn't go to some bank account somewhere that's used for research. It's actually used just to help bring joy to people that need it.
This is exactly it. And I love that Mark is here and commenting at exactly this moment. Mark Suter from Tarkin's Top Shelf, who was on earlier in the day with Becca and Kristin Baver and Kelly Knox. Mark is a Make-A-Wish survivor, is a Make-A-Wish child himself. Your story with Caleb, my friend Matt, Violet's story that we've run throughout the day. We have had multiple people in our chats throughout this day talking about how they were Make-A-Wish people. It touches more people than we realize, and it really does go a lot of distance. And I love what we've said throughout this week. For every one wish that gets granted, there are 3 wishes that go unfunded. And that's why we're here, because we want every wish to be funded, because we want everybody to get that same hope that we preach in Star Wars and we're preaching today with this.
Yeah. So, Keith Kerwin, when was the last time you spoke to Caleb?
That would have been well, I've been speaking to his dad, actually. Just checking in on him, just making sure he's doing okay. I haven't spoken to Caleb directly, but they're doing fine. We're trying to get together for the football season. Larry's a big football fan, so we're going to try to get together real soon.
Yeah, maybe get like some Buffalo Wild Wings. I've been wanting
How
those
about
for
that?
like 2 years.
Nice.
Sounds good.
So we're looking forward to that.
Well, there you go. So listen, we have been here all day running up to this last quarter of the day. all trying to raise $10,000 for Make-A-Wish. As of this moment, we are at $9,292. We are very close to hitting that $10,000 mark. It would be awesome. If you're watching, there's 101 eyeballs on this right now. Actually, I guess 202.
202, yeah.
Right, yeah. There's a lot of eyeballs. Listen, if you're watching, and if you just want to throw another $5, $10 out there, we appreciate what you've done so far. If you can help, I would love to get us above 10,000 with a couple hours left in the day. Yeah, because what we're about to bring you is some amazing special footage of these two awesome dudes talking to the cast of Andor. So if you guys are ready, we'll roll that video. If you guys are good with it,
we're ready.
And let me just say this too, Keith and Kerwin, where is your YouTube channel? Where can people find you? Because if you love this sort of, I mean, honestly, I'm not just saying this, and it sounds a little cheesy saying it to your face, but this is like this pure Star Wars. I have a 10-year-old son, so we have this love of Star Wars. If you want to watch this, you guys have a YouTube channel. Where is it?
Yes.
I've done this spiel 100 times. I'm dead serious because we've been going on for over 100 episodes.
Yeah, so take your time. You don't have to run through it. Go ahead.
We're on YouTube at Father Son Galaxy. So we changed our name from Father Son Star Wars Podcast to Father Son Galaxy. We're also on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Father Son Galaxy. We have a website, fathersongalaxy.com. Donate to our Patreon page if you feel like it. Check out our Spreaker site. And we're wherever you get your podcast if you want to listen to us.
Yes. We're on all audio streaming platforms, so you'll be able to find this.
And I can attest it is one of the best shows out there because it is truly pure. And, gotta love Keith. Keith's one of my favorite people. I teach kids Keith's age, and I get it, dude. You're awesome.
All right. Well, without further ado, if you can, just drop another $5 or $10. You get some more donation entries, and you're going to push us over 10,000. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Reagan to bring us into this really cool conversation with the cast of Andor, which drops on Disney Plus next week.
Whew, we have reached the final interview of the evening. I remember when this. Whew, we have.
I think we may have had a slight technical difficulty. So why don't we just do this, Scotty? Run the video of the Andor interview with Father Son Galaxy.
Hi, I'm Keith. This is my dad, Kerwin, and we're from Father Son Galaxy.
Hey, what's up, Keith and Kerwin?
Hello
Kyle.
again.
Nice to meet you, Kyle.
Very nice to meet you both. How you doing?
All right, we're doing fine. Thank you so much. Keith has the first question.
Yes, I do actually. So your connection with Star Wars is actually from your brother, right? You said you both watch The Empire Strikes Back almost every weekend. What is it about The Empire Strikes Back that you enjoy? Because it's my dad's favorite movie too.
Hey, well, that's a really great question. I think as a kid, when I was watching the original films, but specifically Empire Strikes Back, there was something about the impossible being possible. And I was taken away into this fantasy world, but it felt incredibly real. And it felt like, oh, that could happen one day. But it was also peopled with all these kind of extraordinary things. And then at the same time, the battle scene on Hoth with the AT-ATs and stuff, like, I just loved that as a kid. I loved the snow. I thought, it was an amazing new planet to kind of be a part of. And it's right in the middle of that original trilogy, right? So you're really getting deeper into understanding why these characters are the way that they are. And yeah, I think that maybe was the reason.
Okay. So you were born in Connecticut and you attended the College of William and Mary in Virginia, but then decided to go to the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art in London. What made you want to change professions?
Great question. I'm still trying to figure that out, actually. I think I'd always done acting growing up, but I did it on the side. And then when I when I got into college, I wasn't focusing on it. And I think I just knew something was missing, and there was another route that I think I could maybe be taking. And I wound up doing a summer school in London at the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art. And honestly, Keith, it was like a light bulb universe moment. It was like somebody just went, you're in the right place. And I think specifically about that training was that it was a proper training. You get trained in Shakespeare and stage work and film work. And it was also very close to Europe. And I was always interested in European art. You know, I studied a lot of art history. And so that was a big draw for me to be closer to Europe. But then also European film. I had a real kind of like appreciation for that too. And so I thought, maybe if this feels right, then I'm like maybe in the right place to do this training where I can kind of just completely, you know, I can do a 180, and everything I've done up until now in my life will help me be an actor, but I'll take this turn off the highway and jump into the unknown and see where it takes me.
In a recent interview, you described Andor as a 70s spy thriller. Now, I wanted to know, is there a film in particular that you compare Andor to, a particular spy thriller from the 70s?
Oh man, I mean, I think not one in particular. I think the influences are far and wide with Tony Gilroy. I mean, he's kind of a master at blending different genres together. And so I wish that there would be one to say, but I think it's a number, man. I think it's got elements of all the good ones. Yeah.
I guess intrigue and espionage, not knowing who to trust.
Well, exactly, that everybody could be compromised. And everybody is in this kind of like state of flux. There's a surveillance state. You know, people are figuring out who to trust, who not to trust. They're taking risks. They're figuring out whether they should sacrifice themselves for their beliefs. And that level of kind of grittiness and real like, oh gosh, like the kind of like fast-paced and yet also long drawn out kind of espionage tenor is kind of, I think it's totally in there.
Well, we are totally looking forward to Andor, and we wish you all the best. We can't wait. Thank you so much for your time.
Oh, thank you both so much. Pleasure speaking to you. Yeah.
It was good to see you again.
You too, man. Great to see you again.
Thank you. Take care.
You
Bye.
too. See ya.
Hello. I'm Keith, and this is my dad, Kerwin. We're from Father-Son Galaxy.
Hi, guys. I've met you before.
Hello.
I remember you.
Hi.
Yes.
Hi, Keith.
Yes. I didn't get the opportunity to meet you, so good to see you. Thank you so much, Genevieve.
Nice to see you.
All right.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you, who were some of the actors that inspired you when you began your career?
Well, that's such a lovely question. There are many female actors that I really looked up to as a young actor. As a young actor, I was living in Australia, so there are a bunch of Australian actors. Kate Blanchett, Judy Davis, Helen Mirren, Judi Dench, Jacqueline McKenzie, Rachel Griffiths. I have so many women that I look up to as an actor. That list, we would run out of time if I said all of them. But I would also have to, just because we're talking about Star Wars, I have to name Carrie Fisher, because her work as Princess Leia really inspired me as not just a young actor, but also as a young girl.
Okay. Are there any actors you'd like to work with in the future?
I mean, all of them. There are we are so lucky now to see so many different actors in on television, in film, and also on stage. I have great respect, deep and great respect for many of my fellow actors. So I just I would love to continue to work with people who work hard and are collaborative and who are generous and who are kind and charismatic people and who are interested in doing great work.
Genevieve, in Andor, Mon Mothma will be carrying a heavy burden in trying to form a rebellion. Will we see her strike a life balance? In other words, will she have a personal life where, she's experiencing dark times, but also experiencing some happiness and laughter in her life?
That's a really interesting question. I think we meet her at a moment where there's not a lot of happiness. Oppression breeds rebellion. That's where we begin, Andor. Many different characters in many different ways are oppressed by a dictatorship, by an oppressive regime. And Mon Mothma works within that Senate. She works within the Imperial Senate, but she really believes in democracy. She really believes in people having a voice. But she can't even create a space for that anymore. Palpatine's government is such a dictatorship that she has to step outside it, that she has to risk everything that she's ever worked for and all of who she is in order to build that rebellion. So if there's comedy, it'll be dark comedy. Let's just say, if there's light, I'm not sure there's a lot of light in there.
We are looking forward to Andor. We love your performance as Mon Mothma. You will always be known to us as Mon Mothma. So thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you so much. And it's so lovely to see you. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
Hi. Hello. So I'm Keith, and this is my dad, Kerwin. We're from Father Son Galaxy.
Hi, Adria.
Hi, how are you?
Hi,
Thank you
Kristin.
for saying my name so beautifully.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure meeting you.
Yes. So nice to meet you.
So I have the first question, which is, how did you find out about the role in Andor, and how long did it take you to get, the offer to play Bix Colleen in Andor?
I love that question because it's a crazy one. I auditioned knowing that it was Star Wars. I feel like you could kind of sense that in the script. You're like, oh, this feels like it's in a galaxy far, far away. There's no way that it's not. And I read for it, and then I went in. They tested me in London. I flew to London, and I'm so nervous. I'm a huge fan of Star Wars, and as a fan, I really didn't want to mess it up. And I went in. I did the scene with Diego, and before that, I call my mom and I'm like, Mom, I don't know if I should go. I'm so scared. I was in Paris at the time. It was middle of the pandemic. I'm like, I don't know what this COVID thing is. What is it? And my mom told me, Adria, you could be a swan and swim in a lake of poo-poo and not be stained. Let the force be with you, my daughter. And she hung up the phone on me, which, if you know, moms don't hang up the phone ever. They like to stay on the phone for hours. And I was so impressed by that. I was like, I guess I'm going. I ended up going to London. I was nervous. I sit down. I have the scene with Diego, the first scene that you see Bix in. I have that scene with him. Tony tells him to leave the room. And then I have another scene. And then he stays quiet in the room. And I'm like, I messed up. I completely messed up. And then he looks at me and goes, welcome to Star Wars. So there was it was like, wait, what? I'm in? I got the job. And it was so fusing, and I feel like he changed my life within 5 minutes, and that's really all it took. And he, you know, when you audition for Star Wars, there's so many protocols that you have to go through, and he just does things different.
That's an incredible story. Wow, thank you for sharing that. So Star Wars is about family and community. You know that as a Star Wars fan. Could you provide any examples about how the people of Ferris have come together to support each other during a time of war?
Yeah, I feel like in Ferrix, there's a camaraderie. There's you can tell by when you're in Ferrix that there's no socially, economically, they're all the same. Everyone, no one's better than anybody else. No one's succeeding more. It's about exchanging. It's about partnership. It's about camaraderie, right? And I think that when they're at a cusp of a revolution, which is at the point in history where they are at, I think everyone starts, their moral compass sort of starts getting questioned, right? It's like, am I going to be part of the movement? Am I not going to be part of it? Am I going to be brave? Am I going to do, where do I stand, or where's my place in this? And I think you don't mess with people from Ferrix. You just don't. They're too tight. And I think there's a deep thing culturally that if you're from Ferrix, you're from Ferrix. You do things different. You act things different. You don't take a no. You were very against oppression because they're so used to being kind of ignored by the Empire that now, you know, if they come in, they're like, wait, hold on a second, this doesn't feel right. And they're secretive, and they have a way of communicating that no one kind of can figure out, not even the Empire.
Can you tell us a little more about your character and Andor's character?
Yeah, Biggs is an old friend of Cassian Andor's, and you can feel it, like when they first meet, you feel that there's tension, you feel that there's history. Trust has been broken and rebuilt, and you know, Biggs is finally she's the owner of her sow yard. She's a boss woman. She is, you know, she loves her job. She's in a relationship with someone that feels safe. It's like the love of your life and for your life. This is for her life. He's good, stable, and then, you know, she's hopped off the Cassian roller coaster because he always leaves, right? He comes in and then leaves. And then when he does come, it's like, oh man, he's here again. And she's a good friend, and she loves him dearly. And maybe if timing would have been on their side, maybe they would have been a wonderful couple, who knows? And when he asks for her help, she says yes, knowing that it's for her own detriment. And I think that's when Biggs realizes the definition of bravery. Bravery means putting someone else's needs sometimes in front of yours, especially in this moment.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but your fan base is already growing. We are rooting for you. We love the character, what we've seen so far in the trailer. So we can't wait to learn more about you, and we wish you the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. It was lovely talking with both of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Have a nice day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Yes, hi. We are Kerwin and Keith Yard of Father Son Galaxy, a Star Wars podcast.
Oh, this is so nice. My best interview.
I have this. Look.
Diego. Yes.
Oh, for a moment I thought he didn't have a leg.
No, it's all intact. You want to hold it up again? Just
I was like, what did you do? What happened? Poor Cassian. Oh, I'm so glad you have it. Nice to meet you both.
Thank you. This is truly an honor to meet you.
So, as you know, we're only a few days, like a week away from the premiere of Andor. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling excited. I am pretty sure we've done everything we can to deliver a great show. We worked really hard to get here. We paid so much attention to detail, and we spend hours and hours just trying to do something that would please the fans out there. And I think we got to a good point. Like it's it's amazing people working behind this show. The guy writing and directing is amazing. All or producing, I would say. The directors were great people. The way the series looks, all the designs behind they're amazing. And we have a fantastic cast. You'll see so many characters you don't know. And a few that you know, obviously, from Rogue One, but many that you don't know that will make this series very interesting to watch.
While we were doing your research on you, we understand that you were a child actor. How did you get started in acting?
I started acting when I was 6 years old, really, really young. My father is a set designer, my mom a costume designer. So I grew up in theater, and I started working since I was very young. You know, I kept going to school, but in the afternoons I would attend theater and be there close to my father's work and trying to belong to that world of storytellers and the troupe of theater that was always fun to be around with and exciting.
And I understand now that you are also a director.
Yeah, I direct and I produce and I act. I just like film and theater a lot, and I like working from different positions, you know. I think as an actor, you also sometimes need perspective, and directing is the most challenging, you know, journey I've had, but it's the most rewarding one. And there comes the moment where you want to tell your story, you know. As an actor, you're a tool always for someone else's perspective, point of view, you know, and it's great to be an actor and contribute and help someone tell the story they want to tell. But sometimes, and also if you start, if you've been doing it for many years, there's the moment when you think you're ready to tell your own story, and I've had the privilege of exploring that too.
Yes, all right.
Yeah, it's kind of cool that you've been acting since you were 6 years old, and Cassian's been in the rebellion since he was 6 years old.
Yeah.
Oh, you got that one.
Good point.
That's true, man. You're right. You're right. Gladly, my fight has been much more joyful than Cassian's. You know, mine is about creativity and collaboration, and Cassian's is about surviving and fighting for freedom. You know, but yes, you're right. We started young. I don't recommend starting young. To be honest, I think. Now that I have kids, I'm making sure my kids can be kids as long as it's needed, you know. And sometimes working doesn't let you, suddenly it challenges you as if you were an adult, and that's not correct. And definitely for Cassian, I mean, he had to, he didn't had a childhood, you know. That was taken away from him by the Empire, and that is something that makes this character find that kind of like commitment, you know, with the cause and with the rebellion, because he went. I believe that if he thinks about change, he thinks about a galaxy where kids can be kids, you know, and not have to become adults and fight anything, but just enjoy life, you know.
Well, we are so looking forward to Andor, and this is such a pleasure talking to you, Diego Luna. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Holy Skittles, I can't believe this is happening.
Dream come true for all of us, so thank you so much.
This interview has been so special, and I'm so glad to see both of you, and it's nice to see you guys sharing a moment like this, and thank you, man. You're the only person. I've been doing promotion for this show now for more than months, you know, about 2 or 3 months. No one has asked about me starting to work at 6 years old, and Cassian talking about being part of a fight since he was 6 years old. That's a pretty cool question you came up with, man.
Oh, thank you so much once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Unreal.
That was amazing.
Holy cow.
Fantastic. So cool. So, guys, we have got a couple minutes before we move on to the next group. Before we do that, I got to hear from you. What was your favorite part of those 4 interviews?
Well, the interesting thing is that we shot the Diego Luna interview first. And, you know, and, you know, we weren't expecting that reaction from him. Like, as soon as he saw it on the screen, it's just his face just lit up, and we just lit up. And, you know, you could tell in the interview, it was pure joy on both sides. So it was wonderful. And, you know, everyone is so nice. You know, Kyle and Andrea and Genevieve, they're wonderful to talk to. They're they feel very personable when you're speaking with them. So, and, you know, even though it was a short interviews, I think there was a lot to learn from each one of them.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys both for being a part of Podathon, and thank you for your amazing interviews. Keith, you got anything you want to say? You want to tell people to donate? You want to?
Yes, please donate to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. You know, like for the Caleb story, you can see how much that makes an impact on these kids when you donate. You got to see firsthand what your donations do. So, you know, please donate. Help us reach that goal of 10,000. And then I can probably have like a party and stay up till 9 playing Minecraft.
There we go.
Right?
There we go.
Oh, he's negotiating on top of everything.
When we reach 10,000, absolutely.
So let it be written. So let it be done, fellas.
That's it.
So,
That's
it. Hey, live recording, so you can't deny
that. Hey, one last thing. I don't know if you saw it through the chat throughout the whole interview, but there are calls upon calls, and I'll be the first in line for a Holy Skittles Father Son Galaxy shirt. So we got to get that going.
Holy Skittles.
We got to get those going.
That's awesome stuff. Y'all brought so much to this event, more than you realize, and we are beyond thankful for your contributions, and of course everyone's. But y'all are amazing. We really appreciate y'all.
We're so honored to be here. Just thank you so much for this opportunity. Again, you know, the Make-A-Wish Foundation is a gem. You know, please continue to donate. It is for a worthy cause. Just thank you for your time. Thank you.
I have no bedtime tonight.
Yes. Thank you so much, guys, and we'll talk to you again very soon.
Okay, thanks again.
Bye, guys. We are $9,408. We are less than $600 away from hitting that 10,000 goal.
God.
We have 3 segments left, and we have an enormous one coming up. One of the most entertaining conversations that I've seen with somebody who's not in a Star Wars on screen, but you hear his voice. You've seen him do parodies on both Robot Chicken and on
It's me,
Family Guy. It's Jerry Cable.
Jerry.
That's right. I mean, if there's ever been an intro, this is it.
Thank you. Listen, it's great to be here. I loved working with Seth. It's great. Check out my new episodes of Robot Chicken. Yeah, on Adult Swim, and also HBO Max.
Yes, absolutely, HBO Max. Plug all the things. So, Jerry, we're getting into this. You were a part of this interview, as we're all going to see in just a minute. I got to watch it. Pete got to watch it. It's so great. What was the big moment for you in this interview? What was the thing that lit your toes on fire?
Hearing him, I mean, if you watch Bombad, like, you know, me and Scotty like eat up odd George stories.
We
love stories where that make us see that he does, like, he puts his pants on 2 legs, like 1 leg at a time, and everything. Like, almost said the thing that we think he does. Like, he's not a god amongst mortals. He is just a human that has a sense of humor and everything. And that was. He talks a lot about, and I mean, I know we can't show the whole interview. We have a ton.
We have a lot.
But I don't know if you were able to include that in this, Scotty. But like, there's a moment where he just talks. He's just telling these stories about George coming up. I think with the idea for that clip of him like smacking one of the writing partners, and like throwing him out of the room. He's got the automatic door and everything, and just that was George's idea. And I don't know. The man is a wealth of stories of a side of George that you don't get to see very often.
Exactly.
And the sense of humor of George is not often seen. And when it is, it's dry as a month-old chicken bone. So but anyway, I'm excited for everyone to see this. So no, thank you guys again for putting this on and giving me and Scotty the chance to do this,
No, hey, this has been great. And Scotty has been such a great partner on this entire thing, as have you running the back end of this. Without you and Jared back there, wouldn't be going. So,
and Bill and Alden for moderating.
Bill and Alden.
Yes,
yeah, we've had a whole crew back there. I mean, we are, it's been a nuts day and everything for everything, but it's been a fun day. It's been a good day. It's been an exciting day. And so
I agree.
Yeah, I'm just proud to be a part of it.
You will see all the behind the scenes people, by the way, at the very end of the stream, but we should do some giveaways, guys. We should do some giveaways.
Oh, wait a second. Before we give away anything, I want somebody to donate something, because we've been sitting at 9408 since the beginning of the Andor interviews. So we got to get above, I don't know, 90. We're still giving something away right now, but I would love to get us closer and closer and closer to 10,000. If we can get to 10,000 within the next 15 minutes before the show starts, that would be awesome. But let's get there as soon as we can. And remember, for every $5 you donate, you get a chance to win some cool stuff. And we have gotten over 2,655 coupons, virtual coupons, to win virtual stuff in the virtual thing. Actually, the stuff is real. The rest is virtual.
So you would bring me on for the virtual coupons for the virtual things that are 100%. Yeah, thank you. It's indicative of me. It's me incarnate. Yeah, it's fine. Or it's me digitally. So.
He's not real.
He's not
real.
No, Jerry's
I'm Scotty Jero in a mocap suit. I'm Michael McCoy in a mocap suit, actually, on the volume right now.
Could very well be.
So,
all right, what are we giving away?
So Bombadcast has a little prize pack. I plan on giving you some shirts, some stickers, and an unopened pack of some 1999 Star Wars trading cards. So we got a couple of fun things, and then maybe a little bit more. You never know. Guitar picks, you name it. A shout out, something, I don't know. Maybe I'll cry to you receiving the gift.
15-year-old gum that came with the cards.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
But it's gonna be a cool giveaway. So let's actually get that going, boys. So Nick, you are muted, my sweet friend. We can't unmute you. The only mistake of the day.
Yeah, that's it. Tell me the number of tickets again, Pete.
No problem, man. We are at 2,655. 2655.
All right, 2655. We're spinning this bad boy for the Bombad prize pack.
Spin the wheel.
259.
Oh, I hope it's Ian Convery. She wins a bunch of Bombad.
That would be funny. But it is Amy Mulder.
Oh,
Amy Mulder!
Hey, no way!
She gets a Bombad pack.
That is so classic. I love it.
I'll throw in a couple of stale McDonald's pies into there. If you watch the last Bombadcast, it's great. It'll be a great prize pack.
Who wouldn't
it's
want
awesome.
Stale pies?
Oh, that's amazing.
They're great.
Who wouldn't want that?
All right, so I have something else to give away.
Oh, okay.
And you don't get it in a frame. But if everybody sees right back here behind me, the Andor poster, this was, I believe, an exclusive at Star Wars Celebration.
It was.
Right? That guy right there, that handsome devil. I came home somehow unexpectedly with an extra one. Huh. So we have a Star Wars Celebration Andor poster to give away.
I left mine at the Marriott. It's fine. It's whatever.
Well, and
it
you got
to come framed. It will come rolled up nicely in a tube, but it's worth it and it looks good.
Well, you got to change the spin number because we're at 2665 because we just got another $50 donation.
Ooh.
Nice.
We are at $9,463.
Wow.
We are sneaking our way, inching our way as slowly as Borgullet makes his way across the
whatever
room.
That prison is. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I could see it. But, yeah. All right. Let's see who's going to get the Andor poster.
All right. Let's spin this one.
All right.
What number?
1556.
1556.
Pete's great grandpa.
Aw, thank you, Charlie.
That's been the. It's Richard Shrimpton.
Shrimpton. That's a cool last name.
I love that.
What a name.
Hold up.
Love that.
Charlie Ashford just donated, he said. So let's see.
Does this shrimp have a PhD?
Dr. Richard Shrimpton.
What?
I did not kill my wife. Wait, that's something else.
That's amazing. Y'all, this has been such a good day. If we can keep these going, and if we cross 10
Please
during
do.
the Seth Green interview, I'm delighted.
What are you going to do if that
yeah,
happens?
you
don't know.
stopped short of saying what you were going to do.
All right, Charlie Ashby did in fact donate, so I'm going to add him to the list because even though you guys said that we had 2 things to give away, if you guys don't mind, can I give away something?
Yes,
please.
please.
I'll allow it.
I want to make sure Charlie is added here with a chance. Here we go. Okay.
All right. So how many chances are we at now, ticket wise?
2666. Way to get it at 666, Charlie. Way to go.
Look, I will personally read
Number of the beast.
Detours.
Writing checks our body can't cash there, Charlie.
That's right.
So
listen, we're close personal friends with Seth Green now, so we'll see what we can do. You know.
Okay. So what I want to give away, in addition to what I'll give away later when Shelby's on, I'm going to give away a Koto whatever. How do you say that? Koto?
Yeah, that.
This thing.
That's a great figure.
Yeah, it's how do you say that?
Kotobukaya.
Thank you, Kotobukaya. Wow, I'm going to give this away. I'm going to ship this to a winner.
Just for the record, that's probably wrong, but I tried it.
Yeah, well, no,
I'm confident while I said it.
It's still thousands of times better than the way I was doing it. So,
all right. So
let's
2666.
Yes, sirree. Here we go. Who's going to get it?
1001.
I like that's a cool number. Who gets the cool number?
Who's got
My
the cool
parents'
number?
house number. Don't go murder them, please. No, we're good.
It is. Oh, you want to? Is that your mom?
Okay, good. You know, yeah. Someone's outside the door.
What is happening?
This is going to Holly Fry.
No way.
Oh, legend.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Now, wait, I did get a message from them.
Okay.
And they particularly said that they did not want to win any more raffles because of what they contributed.
All right.
So I think we should do a redraw.
Spin it again. Spin it again.
Spin it again.
Oh,
Put it all in
Matt,
the guest room.
Matt's awake. Hey, Matt, if you win this, I'm not shipping it to Australia, buddy. I'm sorry. That's where I'm going to draw the line.
I'll bring it to you personally.
Yes.
Okay?
All right. 177.
Take me to the Bluey house.
This is Jeff Quilio.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, okay.
No way.
Qualio. Legend.
All right.
All of these people I know. What?
This is awesome.
This is wild.
So that is that. So that's 3 things we've given away. We got a couple minutes left. Anything you want to look? Let me see if we can get any more donations, guys. We are so close. We are at.
Look, in 7 minutes, we can get $10,000 in 7 minutes. I believe
think
in
so.
you.
Oh, yeah.
Star Wars is about hope, and I hope we're going to do that.
I'll tell you what. Let's get to 9,500 at least. It's 94.58. The Seth Green interview is about to start.
94.63.
94.63. So
all right, we need
wild
37 more dollars before you get the most Bombadcast ever.
Breaking news! Jeff Qualalio just texted me and said he would like to follow suit with the prize, and he would like someone else to win that prize.
Okay.
Oh, look at this!
So
keep it rolling.
This fandom
you know what?
Nothing if not generous.
Either that, or he just hates the sequel trilogy so much that he doesn't want to Clone Trooper.
No,
or he's already worried that I'm going to drive to his house and
I'm causing problems. No, okay, let's do it again. Let's do it
All right,
again.
here we go.
You couldn't read, Pete.
Yeah, that's me.
807.
He's afraid you'd mess up their address too.
All right.
807.
807 is Seth Parnell.
Yeah,
Seth Parnell.
A Bombad
Yes.
patron. No way. He has been a listener since day one.
I know him.
Yeah,
I know him.
know him.
I went to college with that guy.
Oh
right.
man, that's
Hey,
brilliant.
Danny. Hey, Danny.
Danny.
Good to see you.
Sweetheart.
All right. So, hey, do you guys want to introduce your your interview with Mr. Seth Green?
I would love to.
We'll go from there. Okay. Do you want to say anything before we run Reagan's perspective on it?
Yes, I want to say this. I will not lie when I say what I'm about to say, and Jerry can attest, and these other fine people can attest for it too. And all 100, or I guess 200 eyes of you watching, except for Connor, you will
101
love this interview only because Jerry and I both feel that it is our absolute finest work, and I mean that on a deep level.
We've been doing this for 3 years now. We've been doing this for 3 years now. And I'm extremely proud of how this interview turned out. Y'all are going to laugh. Y'all are going to go, oh, y'all are also going to go, wow. But I really do think on a, I guess, an artistic level that this is like our best as content creators and what we bring to the table. Yeah. It is 100% Bombadcast. It is 100% authentic. And you have not heard this perspective before because he doesn't do these kind of things often. And I'll be honest with you here too. We asked him to do 1 hour. 1 hour. We did 1 hour.
Yeah.
But we got an hour and 40 minutes out of him. So at a later date, probably within the next 2 weeks, the full thing will drop. But you got to watch this one right here because I do some editing tricks and you'll see a lot of pictures, a couple of things you might not expect. But I can honestly say this is one of our best things, Jerry. And I'm happy that we could share that moment together and discuss what we discussed with Seth Green. And these two guys up here can also attest for it. So what did y'all think of it?
Great.
I can't wait for y'all to see it.
A great time with it. Well, let's throw it to Reagan and let's watch this thing because it is so good.
Hi, welcome back. I am so hype for our next guest, but our next two hosts are two of my dearest friends, both in the Star Wars sphere and in life. They are the reason that I even exist in this space. They're the perfect mix of enthusiasm and utter chaos. You know them from their shows, Bombad Gaming, Hyperfocus, and of course, the Bombadcast, as well as a Twitter presence that can best be described as, sure. From the Bombadcast, at Bombadcast on Twitter, Jerry Cable and the Scotty J. Rowe, and their guest, writer, director, and actor for the hit show Robot Chicken, as well as the unreleased Star Wars Detours, also known for his roles in the Austin Powers franchise, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and his iconic portrayal of Chris Griffin on Family Guy. Put your hands together, put your hands in the air, put your hands in your pockets, and donate to Make-A-Wish for Seth Green. We're so grateful that he's with us today. It's going to be a fantastic interview, and I will see you back here as soon as it's done. Stay Bombad.
What's going on, Bombad fam? Here we are. Today's stream has been absolutely incredible. I mean, we've raised so much money so far, and I'm just excited to see what this conversation is going to go today. Jerry, how you feeling, man?
Man, I'm feeling pretty great. Again, because this is the day. It's the day of the thing, and so it's been great. I can't believe what Charles Soule said earlier. Oh man, it's pretty wild. Pretty wild.
So
all these reveals and everything. Yeah.
And funny enough, just to hype
totally
it up,
today.
Leading into this, we have Rian Johnson with Alden Diaz at Ahch-To Radio. So it's been a wild day, and I'm so happy for everyone to be here. But let's not waste any more time. I want to bring in the legendary one and only, a new member of the One and Only Club, our friend.
Maybe the president of the One and Only Club now. Maybe. I don't know. Probably.
But we want to bring in our friend Seth Green. Seth, how you doing, dude?
Hi guys, I'm good.
Welcome.
This is awesome. How's your day been so far? Pretty good.
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
No, it's great.
Can you believe all the things?
I've had a really good day.
That's awesome. Yeah. That's awesome. So why Make-A-Wish? Why did you feel like this would be the right thing for you to come and hang out with us at?
Oh, I love Make-A-Wish. I've done a bunch of work with the organization over the years. You know, the idea of kids suffering with any kind of terminal disease is pretty horrific, and the opportunity to even shift their mood slightly, make them laugh, make them feel good. That's an opportunity I always jump at.
I completely agree. And that was the whole goal of this day, was to, get a bunch of podcasters, creators, celebrities like you to come in here and be able to help us meet our goal of 10,000. And at this point, obviously this is a pre-record. We don't know if we've even reached the goal. We may have at this point. So
no, we're for sure. We're like way over the goal.
We're past. Okay.
We've kicked it into the sun right now in a good way.
Yeah. John Cena is like the greatest advocate for the organization. And if anybody could kick anything into the sun, it's Cena.
It's man. There's no you can't see.
You
wouldn't be able to see it, but he could kick it into the sun. Yeah,
I love making that joke so much. Any like wrestling callback, in Cena's world now is so funny to me. So when he's on press lines for Peacemaker and people are like, I don't understand, why do you have this empty space between you? That makes me laugh so much. It's so silly. They're like, what are you doing here? There's just like a helmet floating in space.
One thing we actually start off with every guest. Now, this is something that's really cool because we've had the opportunity to talk to a lot of people, and we always ask these same 3 questions. Now, you might know it instantly. It might take you a second. Jerry and I are going to share ours first before we have the opportunity to hear yours. But we do this thing called best, favorite, most fun. Now, I've always felt that Star Wars can be broken into those 3 categories because it's very difficult. You know, it could be anything. It could be comics. It could be movies, video games. It could be the TV shows, whatever it is, books. It's very hard to like have your definitive absolute. This is it can't get any better because there's still so much of it being made. So just to kind
of mean of the storytelling itself, or like my own experience around it.
It could be movies. It could be the entire like maybe a book, maybe a show, or like whatever, you know, like yeah. It's just a really good gauge to see someone's, you know, Star Wars fandom and everything. Like,
and what
those are the core tenets. Those are the core elements of it.
Well, I'll listen to both yours and get a sense of it.
So we usually start off what we call our what we consider the best Star Wars at this point so far as of this date. And usually I don't even know what would signify best. The one that we put on, we have like a genuine emotional reaction to, that is just something that can't be explained. It's just perfect cinema. It could be a perfect book. It could be anything. Perfect TV even now at this point. At this point, from just, you know, observing a lot of what we got, the sequel trilogy, I still think the best Star Wars to me personally is The Last Jedi. And there's obviously deeper reasons for that. I love that Ryan's coming on next after the segment for that reason, but there's something so beautiful about Luke's journey in that movie, and, you know, Rey and Ben's journey as well. And that's why I think it's just the best. It's shot incredible too. What's your best? What would you consider your best?
No, sorry. So honestly, I think our answers probably are similar because, again, I think filmmaking wise, for me, story wise, I think Last Jedi tells a very interesting, unique story. In everything. So like I've got to kind of I go either there or Empire Strikes Back. Both of those feel, you know, very. And I know Empire's like that's like the very, you know, white bread answer and everything. But like, but yeah, no, I've honestly, I'm gonna be boring. And Scotty, I also really enjoy The Last Jedi, the themes and everything. To me, it is the best of kind of what we've got there.
Yeah, so, I get that.
Yeah.
Now,
now are we gonna do the next one here? Okay.
Well, I want to see if Seth,
or we want to see Seth.
Yeah, I don't know if you had enough time to think about it, you know, because it's kind of a heavy question.
Well, it's an interesting distinction to say something is the best Star Wars. You're saying this is the best representation of the entirety of the concept, and right, like the clearest translation of it, or the best execution of what you feel are the core tenets of Star Wars.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that is a heavy question, I guess.
That's all we do here. Heavy questions.
Yeah. Somebody, I forget what podcast I was on, but they tasked me with making like ranking everything, ranking movies and shows, and what was your number 1 and what was like your number 18 or whatever it was at the time. And I remember like my orders, just as far as the priorities and stuff being different. So, yeah, it's probably Empire for me, just because it's all of these characteristics, but it's also probably the timing. I'm probably older than you guys, so
yeah.
Like, did you see Empire in the theater?
See, that's the thing. This is where it gets interesting, because I was born in 95, and my movies were the prequels. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. And Jerry was born in 87.
Yeah, I'm 87, so I was I did get to see it when the special editions came out.
Just young, yeah. All the special editions, which is good, which was fun.
Yeah.
But weirdly controversial, right? Man, there is a subsect of Star Wars fans that seem to be so passionate about things that I think are less valuable.
Yeah.
But that's kind of fandom in a nutshell, right? Is like
Yeah.
the person's unique ability to express a love for a particular facet of some larger thing that somebody else can share the opinion of. Is that even a sentence? I don't know. But it is this fun thing where like, that was my favorite thing that happened with Robot Chicken is we thought we were having conversations that were so microscopic. It's just like, just us, like we're the only ones that think this is funny, right? And then we discovered thousands, if not millions of people who were like, nah, man, I was wondering the same thing. And so that was reassuring, right? That there can be niches of like 20 million people.
Yeah.
And if everybody's in love with Star Wars, then how bad is that world?
I completely agree. And that's kind of
Absolutely.
why we do this, you know? It's to kind of see where you think. And obviously Empire is that one that I think, and I watched the 40th anniversary one that they dropped in theaters, I think in 2021 maybe, or 2020? I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably something different because I saw it in the theater after I saw Star Wars in the theater and had years to like think about it. Like, oh man, Star Wars.
Oh man.
And then I got to go see Empire and every element was brand new, you know? And I even had the weirder experience because I was a kid actor. I got to audition for it was like the new figures, right? It was whatever the new figures was. And the copy for it was Han Solo this and Luke Skywalker that. But the toys that we had were just the first, now I know they were the first like line copy off of the production. The first like paint masters. And they were like, be careful with these. But so I had a cloud car pilot and an AT-AT commander. And I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm holding Star Wars figures before I even know what this movie is about.
Dude.
And the commercial was for a Wampa, and they were like, run from the Wampa or whatever. And I was like, what is a Wampa? Like I couldn't even audition properly because I was such a squid about Star Wars. So by the time the movie comes out and I see the guy in that outfit, I go, that's not Luke Skywalker at all. And I see the AT-AT come in, I'm like, this isn't Han Solo. What the hell? But there is something about, I know for a fact, the fact that I saw it at that time in that context is what makes it feel the most of Star Wars for me, because everything that's come since has been inspired by all of these original things that I was just lucky enough to witness in the right timeline.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I get, I've had that conversation with a lot of Star Wars fans because there should be no elitism.
No, I agree.
Among the why. And I'm always annoyed whenever people try to bring that context into the conversation. Like the best conversation I had, it's always about how Star Wars will be 30 years from now, how each one of these elements just reinforce the idea that Star Wars has an access point from literally every direction. And anyone of any generation can discover it and love it and share it.
Yeah. And look, that's us. We're prequel kids, and I actually wanted to ask you about that. I'm going to actually skip the rest of that question because I like where this is going. In terms of us growing up, obviously you grew up with the original trilogy. That's what you got to experience when you were younger. When the prequels are coming out, because I know that was like your boom era. That was when Austin Powers was big, Buffy was, all those things. You were probably so preoccupied with life.
The second Austin Powers came out, right? Like the year that Phantom Menace came out.
I'm bad at that. I got to, because I was, but I got to go to Skywalker Ranch for the first time and see a screening of the Phantom Menace like a week before it came out.
Yeah,
with MTV hosting like an event, right?
So
that's how I got to see it. I got to meet George Lucas. I got to be on Skywalker Ranch and like got to meet all the firemen with the X-Wings on. I was like, oh my, I could. There was food and snacks and like R2D2s and the Osborns and the cast of Charmed. And we were all like, holy cow, this is Star Wars. That was crazy.
So we've seen the stock images. If you go on like Getty Images, and you could, because we did that one.
We love looking at Getty Images.
Yes,
yeah,
we go through Getty and we look up Rick McCallum, we look up George Lucas, and see whatever we find. And we found that particular event
And that is so wild because we've always wondered. It's like Ozzy and Tommy Iommi, the guitarist for Black Sabbath, at this event. I'm like, this is the weirdest thing in the world.
Yeah.
That must have been insane.
But they also had, hired actresses dressed as Amidala and people in all of the costumes displaying them. And there was a strange like, hey, what's up? Can I talk to you? And they were like, I was like, okay, cool. I get it. But I was so strung on the entire idea that it was overwhelming to take in. I had prepared for the idea that there was going to be new Star Wars, but when I got to go witness it under these circumstances, it was so much to take in. So I got to tour the facilities and like see it all, and it was just nuts. It was just nuts. So by the time we actually watched the movie, we were all like, it's the greatest thing I'd ever seen. Like every moment of it. I'd already bought toys for it. Like I was already in.
Oh yeah.
So, see, that's what works though. It's weird because that era the marketing was insane. I mean, like Taco Bell's had statues and KFC's had like there was like a droideka. I remember vividly. There was a like destroyer droid droideka cardboard cutout in my Albertsons. And I'm like, that is just the most insane thing in the world. Like you don't see that anymore. You just don't.
I was living as a 12-year-old like in that era, and like I'm
so happy for you.
George famous to say that like I created for 12-year-olds, and like I was right there, prime age. Yeah. It was so fun.
And he's right too. If you really look at it,
it
was only the adults that complained about Jar Jar.
Yep,
it was the over 30s that had grown up with it, that had their childhood experience, that just remembered it a little bit differently than it actually happened. And it's not that it didn't happen that way. It's just, the fandom romanticized it to a degree that they could only be disappointed by any version of it. They could only be disappointed.
Oh yeah.
I talked to my my little brother-in-law who is of the same era, and he came to Comic-Con with me one year, and there was a prequel apologists panel, and he was like, "What is this about?" And I go, "You got to understand, there is an era of toxic fandom that is like really committed to the idea that this was terrible." And I had already had first-person conversations with George Lucas at that moment. About why Jar Jar and how Jar Jar is the C-3PO of the prequels.
Right.
Okay.
And he broke it down to me like this. He's like, because it was the same argument, but this is made, the entire thing is made for kids. Like everyone else is running off and making it so seriously, but Star Wars is at its core made for kids to inspire all these ideas and all this creativity, this imagination. He said, "You saw Empire in the theaters, right?" I was like, "I did." And he goes, "You remember that moment? Remember that moment where 3PO was like, "Oh, the odds of blah, 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 blah," and Han Solo hits him in the back and goes, "Hey, shut that thing off." And I go, "I do." And he goes, "And what did you think?" And I said, "I thought, are they ever going to turn him back on again?"
That's true, though.
And he said, "Yeah, because you're 10.
I love that.
And then he said, can you remember how many adults cheered when Han Solo shut off C-3PO? And I go, "I do." And he's like, "How'd that make you feel?" I said, "I think I started crying."
Wow.
And he goes, and he's like, "Yeah, because you're 10.
Man, yeah.
But you know what? It makes so much sense. Jar Jar is literally in our logo, if you can see it.
Yeah,
we're in between Jar Jar.
We're big Jar Jar apologists here,
and that's what we're called.
No one need apologize. Yeah, it's all the
exactly. No, not apologists. Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct.
He's the best.
Also, there was some weird stuff that got pulled off. Like one of my favorite, because I love toys that never should have existed. There was a lollipop of Jar Jar's tongue. Did you guys ever see this thing?
Yep.
We've done bits with this thing, haven't we? And stuff like, we love like it was bumpy and everything, right?
Oh yeah.
It was just like
it also
why would you
comes out of his mouth, and then you're like making out with Jar Jar.
French Jar Jar. Yeah.
Any way you cut it, this is weird. Like the premise alone is strange, but when you think about guys, I got it. Sweets in all flavors. Jar Jar's tongue.
And someone said yes, and they signed off, and it got into production, which is insane.
I know, but I love the vision, and he's never really confirmed this.
It will never go. That and the C3PO.
But I love the.
Oh man.
Yeah, I love the vision of George as just a little bit of a cultural provocateur. That when someone comes to him and is like, George, we want to make and distribute globally a lollipop of Jar Jar Binks' mouth that opens to reveal a rotating tongue. And then they showed him like the work. Yeah, boss, it rotated. So then they've worked up a prototype. For a fact they've worked up a prototype, and they're like, check it out. I like to think that somewhere in there, Rick was like, it kind of looks like you'd be making out with Jar Jar. And then George was like, let's do it.
Go for it. Yeah.
Oh, wait. So this is one thing I wanted to ask you.
Nobody will ever confirm that, but in my heart, I love to think about him that way.
That's how it went in my head now. That's what I'm going to say. Yeah.
Robot Chicken obviously made waves, and I know George watched them and he was a big fan of them, but how did that even come about for you to have the opportunity to go work with George and even have him voice act in Robot Chicken? That was huge for us growing up. I know it's probably weird for you to hear that, but
no, it's awesome.
I was that uncategorised.
We were fighting for you. Anytime that we chased, when we were like, we need to do this. If it's it sounds silly to say, but it's that same thing of you don't ask and you don't get. And so my partner, Matt Senreich, asked for something very bold. We were presented with an opportunity to meet a bunch of Lucasfilm folk and come tour the Presidio facility and have a meeting with them about what can we do. And this was in, I was 5 or 6, So internet was still kind of new.
Right.
People were trying to figure out what to do. Their biggest pitch was interstitials.
Okay.
That they wanted to do some kind of show that would encompass the fan films. There were so many people producing fan work around Star Wars. They wanted to be able to showcase it and organize the exhibition of it.
Yeah.
Right. And they they had seen the Emperor's Phone Call. And George saw the Emperor's Phone Call and was like, I like this. I like that. So they showed it to a bunch of people in a meeting. He was like, look at this. That's funny.
That's great.
It's amazing.
And so, that we're taking this meeting with them, and I'm bold, but Matt, they were like, what about this? What about this? And Matt said, what about a half hour of Robot Chicken that's dedicated solely to Star Wars?
Oh.
And I had that same reaction that you did. I was like, oh.
Yeah. What? Where are you going with this?
And they went like this. They were like, oh, that's interesting. And I was like, yeah, a tour. We just started pitching it.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
God, dude. Well, it's funny because
so then it was obviously months and months of conversations. But we got really close. And at the time, the company was fundamentally different. Everything stopped at George. George said yes or no.
Right.
It was all on his dime. It was any bit of profit that they had put together. It was he and Rick, they're such great producers.
Oh.
People don't even realize how much that company built with very limited external financing.
Yeah. All in there. All funded by what they did and what they love.
Yeah. Well, it also pioneered all kinds of technology, technology that would yield things like Pixar and Avatar.
Right.
Yeah. And it's funny. You watch a thing like Robot Chicken, and you can just so tell there's a difference between parody and then truly making fun of something, because y'all loved it. And I knew watching it as a kid, I'm like, these people, they're making fun of the prequels, but not because of the things that people make fun of the prequels for. You just made fun of it as if it was any Star Wars thing. That always meant the world to me, because it never felt like you were shitting on what I loved which is a lot of what we grew up with, was people like Jar Jar stinks, Attack of the Clones is terrible, and you know, people are entitled to those feelings, but
it's a general cultural cynicism that I think is cyclical. Like we see, there's a big resistance against it. We've had a wave of it, entertainment-based cynicism. I don't know. I think all of these things are really just opportunities for us to find commonalities. I think that all of this entertainment, all this passion is just in an effort to make it easier for us to relate to each other.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I love that.
And like, but like, Scotty, you talk about you were a kid. Like I was in college when Robot Chicken came out, and when that special came out, like I was right out of high school into college, so it was like perfect. Like I was like right there, like this is great. I'd always been like, you know, a child of like pop culture and everything. My parents took me to see Ghostbusters 2 at too young of an age, you know. But you know, like it was 1989. No one paid attention to ratings. Like my parents took me to Jurassic Park at 6. You know, it was great.
Yeah, my parents let me show Porky's at my 12th birthday.
Oh no, oh, that's amazing.
It was
the
the
best
Wild West.
informed decision. I don't know. At the end of the movie, they were like, "Guys, we should probably have a conversation."
Why don't we come over here, everybody? All right.
Women don't behave this way, and
let's have a talk. Yeah.
So I actually want to ask you about this because, you know, bringing in that kind of, you know, preconceived notion that people hated Jar Jar and whatnot, that he ruined whatever, all that bullshit. Yeah. But I wanted to ask you about this in particular because Ahmed Best came back and did Robot Chicken, and like I know you saw in recent years he was like contemplating suicide after the Phantom Menace because of how bad it had gotten for him. But that really must have been cathartic for him to come in and do really well done bits and sketches about that character. That I appreciate you for that alone. Because
well, thanks guys. I love Ahmed so much. He's such a brilliant talent and such an exceptional human being. Getting to watch him win an award for performing Jar Jar was literally one of the greatest. I've never like that was so cool. It was just so cool. Just so cool to see that kind of love and accolade pushed his way.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, because he's oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I love it.
like the first celebration.
We just thought it was all funny. You know what I mean? We just thought it was all really funny.
Yeah. But like, like whenever he like came to celebrate, the Celebration Chicago was the first time, right, Scotty? If I'm right, 19. That he came to like an actual convention,
and
a Star Wars
in '99, he was at the first celebration. They had like a whole punk rock
the first
show,
one since,
and then he never. First one since.
Yeah, but like I remember being on the floor when he came out on like the live show stage, and like everyone, we were at the booths, and they said, "Welcome to the stage, Ahmed Best." There was an exodus of people just like towards the center of the like around the stage, like everyone clapping. Like you said, the man deserves so much, and like he deserves all of that, all the accolades.
Real quick, by the way, we want to just make sure everyone's donating right now. I appreciate obviously Seth for being here, for being able to do and keep hanging out with us. But that's kind of the reason why we're all here. It's for Make-A-Wish, it's for the kids, and it's for more donations to come in. But
absolutely, the opportunity for anybody to contribute to this kind of organization is right here, and it's a good thing doing really good direct work with the actual people that you're trying to help.
And the donations, by the way, directly go to Make-A-Wish. There's no in-between person. There's no one having to handle money. It's directly to their website. So it makes it all that much easier that no one has to handle it except for the company themselves. So
and also no disintegrations. So zero fear of that.
No. Not here. Not here. So this is funny. With Robot Chicken, I know you had Breckin Meyer come in and do the voice of Boba Fett, and that was like one of my favorite bits because I know y'all are such good friends.
Boba Fett
you can tell. But it's just like he deserves to have that like same credit that like Jeremy Bullock has. You know, obviously he was the physicality. Tamora has, you know, Daniel Logan has, all of them have. But like Breckin Meyer's Robot Chicken is like, how you doing, baby? There's like something so freaking it's so
like I'm too cool, but you know, like I still just got like shoved down a hole. But you know, yeah. It's so great. I love that whole thing with him and
that's what I was going
too. Guard.
He's my
How
favorite.
did you? What does it feel like to put your friends
in a Star Wars. You know, obviously a parody Star Wars, but still nonetheless Star Wars.
Yeah.
And like, it's such a weird feeling.
It is. I guess we were aware of it at the time. It doesn't seem like now, and I'd have to really think about it in retrospect. But I remember at the time being like, "Oh my God, we're doing this!" And that was one of my favorite moments ever. Was the Comic-Con the year that we had announced that both Robot Chicken and Family Guy were doing Star Wars specials, and McFarlane and I were just like, "How did this even happen?" Like, there was a moment where we were both backstage, like literally holding hands and jumping up and down, and like, I can't even believe this.
Oh, that's amazing.
It's so funny. So with Brecken, you know, Brecken's just so funny. So funny. And we had talked about this idea of Boba Fett being this guy. And the first sketch it was it's the him with Han Solo. It's the him with the carbonite. And this is like one of them. God, when that's Mike Fasolo wrote that sketch, and it was so funny, so funny. And then Brecken was like, "I want to just like go off on this," and there hadn't been a lot of pop culture deconstruction of this character for as much fan fiction as there was, and for as much like arguable Holy Ghost content that everybody believed existed, right? Like, don't tell me you weren't excited during the book of when you got to watch him finally ride that Rancor. Don't even.
Oh, amazing! Oh man, amazing!
But it hadn't been talked about in a funny way. And so back in the sketch, he was just like, "Yeah, let's get it out. Let's just talk about it." So you know the moment I'm talking about, and I got to direct that whole thing, so I was really excited about the angles and Star Wars has the most evocative monoliths, right? Mm-hmm. All of these masks, all of these helmets, these faceless characters, you can project so much onto that it's like a comedy samurai sword.
Yeah.
So just anytime I would show like Boba Fett's having a particular moment, like he's grandstanding the way he never would if this guy was out of this block, and then you just get a cut of the like,
and his hands rubbing in the hands of Han always got me.
Lacing the fingers is so. Oh man, I was losing.
That's all our the animator Savelin Forrest that did that shot. Yeah.
Oh man,
we let him go. We were like, do whatever you want. He was like, I want to have him do a tuck and roll and like show up here. I was like, oh my God, please do that. Are you kidding? Yes, like all of it. That Seb's just a great. Yeah, it was boy, I love that sketch. So funny. Yeah, but to me, Brecken is like the prototypical Boba Fett. Any of the Lego stuff that I've seen, I feel like they're trying to adjust you. But that's an honor in itself to have even been tangentially participant in helping to define an aspect of an iconic character. Like, what a fucking yeah. We take that seriously, though. You know, we don't want to make these characters ever look stupid, or like it's okay to bend them because they really can't be broken, but we would never want to, you know, propose them in such an uncompromised position that they could ever be misinterpreted.
See, and that's why I love what you did, because and same with Family Guy, Seth MacFarlane, like y'all never, it was from a place of love. It was never from a place of spite. And that always spoke to me because it taught me how to make fun of something without truly cutting it down and tearing it apart.
It's like you said earlier, it's like it's the conversations that we were having like with our friends and stuff, right? The things we thought were funny is what y'all thought were funny too. And like here we are. Like that's why it worked so well, you know. We're like, oh wow, I can't believe that they did that, you know, stuff like that. Like that's so great. But yeah, that's where the love comes from. Absolutely.
Something else that you did, at least to me, that I always was impressed by, was getting George Lucas to. We crossed 10,000, baby. What? We got to keep going with this interview, though. We're short for time.
Keep it going. Wow.
Keep donating.
We
Farther,
did it.
faster.
$10,000. Congrats.
Jerry, you're muted.
Jerry,
Okay.
you're muted. It's a rarity.
Way to
It's
go.
a rarity.
Keep it going.
Keep it going.
Keep it
That's
going.
right.
Keep rolling,
Keep it
guys.
turkey.
Keep rolling.
Oh, we made it.
Woohoo!
Like, obviously, he's always made fun of his own thing. He's never taken it seriously. We coined a phrase on here, and I'm going to send it to your publicist because we made a video called "Why We Love George Lucas," and it's this idea that he can make fun of his own fictional empire, and like it's what he can do. It's what he's good at. And so, if you don't mind, I want to play a clip. We do this on our show often, and it's one of the funniest George Lucas's clip like of all time, and it's the Mara Jade one, and it's incredible.
It's a perfect because we've always heard George is like really funny and stuff, right? But like to see to get a window into that, absolutely incredible.
Because I want as much context as possible because I know this must have been a wild experience. So I'm gonna get this clip rolling right now, and oh, it's perfect.
As the creator of Mara Jade,
Wait! I am not the creator of Mara Jade. And I want you to get out of this office right now.
I'm sorry, Zed.
No way.
You brought you brought it on yourself.
I don't want you here.
I'm so
Out.
sorry, George. I didn't think it would go like this.
Out.
Chen, I got your voucher.
Out! There.
I'm sorry about that. I'm so sorry. We'll have him like burned and we'll
I don't even
executed
know
and
who
burned.
that guy is.
There. It's the whole so perfect, man.
How did you
He has
pull
all
that
the energy
off?
of a pro wrestler at the beginning too. You're like
Yes.
I want you.
Get out of this office. Oh,
He's the
how did
best.
you pull that off? What was? I need more context because that, as a kid, when I saw that on the behind the scenes, I'm like, this is just unbelievable.
Oh, that's so fun. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Like as kids getting to watch that must have been very funny. He, George is really cool. That's the short answer. Is George is very, very cool. We were having a lot of fun, both making the specials and like getting to a point where we were working on detours. We were just having a lot of fun together. Yeah. And it was a time where I don't know that he'd gotten to have that kind of fun with Star Wars. And it was kind of a magic moment, really, because he hadn't even come to the conclusion that he was going to sell the company. They hadn't come up with the idea, although he said that to us in one meeting. It's almost too much, but he threatened at one point that he had scripts for 7, 8, and 9. And we were all like, I'm sorry, what did you say? And he was like, hey, I wrote them.
Repeat.
I wrote them. I don't even know if I'm ever going to share them with anybody. And we were like,
I couldn't even imagine.
we had to carry on. We carried on for years after that.
Yeah. Oh, that's incredible. There's something to that, though. There's something to that man's ability to make fun of his own stuff. It's just 100%. So charming.
Well, this was such a silly thing. We had convinced him that it was okay to do very silly things. I had convinced him. So that clip, it came out of like our third Star Wars. I'm pretty sure that was with our last Star Wars. And we were already writing detours. So we were just in a position to be around him a lot. And I was in a position to make him comfortable with ideas that might seem outrageous on first blush. Not for nothing, but I was able to relate to him as somebody that got recognized or that could, in public, take a little bit of pressure off of him from having to handle any questions or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I can jump in almost aggressively and like, excuse me, like.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that shield. Yeah.
Well, so we had already convinced him at that point that rather than taking group photos at the end of each session, that we should take like 1 to 2 pictures a day. And that way, each of these writers that were coming to work on these things that really just wanted a moment with him could more specifically culture a great frame.
Okay.
And he was amenable to that, to the degree that we have some of what I think are like the greatest pictures of him ever taken, because he's got such a great sense of humor, and he's an incredible storyteller, and like a really unrivaled visionary.
Yeah.
So he was just down to have some fun, and I pushed that as far as I could.
Oh, see, and
Thank you for that. Yeah,
but seriously, because how I interpret it, and you may have a different perspective, obviously, but what George was doing for Dave in the sense of Clone Wars and everything that it's now led to, he was doing that for you, but in the sense of humor and what it could how funny Star Wars could be. And obviously the movies are funny within themselves, and that's part of who George is. But like, to see things like detours, to see things like that clip of George just being silly like that, that seems so far-fetched from what we have now, especially with the culture. And it's something against anyone at Lucasfilm or Disney or whatever, but it's so precious with the brand. It's so precious with the identity of what Star Wars is that
it's got a different obligation, though.
Yes,
it has a different obligation than it ever did. Like, it's not a mom and pop shop now.
No,
it is supported by one of the largest global distributors of intellectual property content on the planet. Right. And that's really what George wanted for Star Wars. He wanted it to be well supported into infinity. And he couldn't really do it himself.
Yeah.
Like it's a global phenomenon. It created trends and cultural concepts. Its ripple effect throughout pop is unquantifiable.
Oh, of course.
But for it to last beyond him, and he was keenly aware of the fact that he won't be around forever.
Mm-hmm.
If it was to last beyond him, it had to be in the hands of a larger apparatus that was capable of putting it in parks, making more content, making shows, creating all of these additional access portals to it.
Right. Well, and that's what Detours was for what I thought it would be when it was coming out when I was younger. And like, I mean, to have, 39, 40 scripts, like, or episodes done. Like, I thought, wasn't it like pretty much all in the can and animated and everything?
Yeah.
How does that, like, I don't mean to pry, but does that, for people not having a chance to see that, for people not having a chance to see that must be kind of strange for you, right?
It is strange. It's strange, probably in the same way that anybody that worked on the Batgirl movie feels strange about all the time and effort they put into something, all of the emotion that's connected to creating something that doesn't exist, and then not getting the satisfaction of sharing it with an audience. Like, it is a strange thing, but I really, I was so authentically reflective while it was all happening.
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
Just what a privilege it was to even be in these situations, and to be, even in those moments, partially responsible for even a contribution to the conversation of what is Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
So, one of my favorite, you talk about what your favorite things is. There was a day where we were settling on artistic interpretations of key characters. And we had a bunch of studies around a character description or dialogue we'd written or that. And it was like a whole room of just all of these printed out images that artists had been rendering for weeks. And George was like, "You want the red pen or the green pen?"
No way. What an amazing question.
And I said, I don't even remember what I took. I think I took the red pen because I was like, I just want to be, I was like, I take the red pen. And then when we walked around and when I was like, this guy, what about this guy? He was like, he's kind of bland. You don't need so many humans. The whole point of Star Wars universe is that it could be anything. Mm-hmm. So get creative. What is the best visage for your character? What is going to give you consistent comedic opportunities?
Yeah.
It was educational, even at a point when I thought I knew so much. And it was such a privilege to sit at his foot and just hear him drop whatever he felt like saying. And also to create an air of nonchalance about it so that he felt comfortable not being worshipped. So when anybody talks about like, oh my God, how do you feel that the show, people may never see this show? I have to say, look, man, that just happens. Sometimes that just happens. And I got to have one of the most memorable experiences of my life over several years, and now have a relationship with him, with this company, with this brand. Like that's the trip about it. And I take that responsibility seriously too. It's like, I've got a lot of footholds in Star Wars. That feels incredible. But I also want to be true to what it means and never, take it too seriously or take it too lightly.
Yeah, of course. It's funny because of that era, the other person we have deep interest in, and we've tried to get him on the show several times, is Rick McCallum. And like, I have a deep love for that. Like, I have 3 signed things. I got a custom print of Rick and George with lightsabers. Like, Rick is my dude. What was it like being around
He's
him?
worth it.
Oh,
He's
he
the
is.
greatest.
What was it like being around him? Because he is like, he seems so Hollywood, but in the sense of like, we'll get that.
He seems super chilled out and laid back too, at the same
Yes.
time, and intense at the same time.
I mean, there was the. I'm sure you've seen it. The Phantom Menace documentary where they find the destroyed pod racers, and it is one of the greatest videos ever because he's in the passenger seat of this car driving through the desert, and he goes, "The pods are totally badly. It's so grim. It's so." It's like it's all he just keeps repeating it, and like, and he goes the whole movie. This is the most important thing in the movie. And then he's on the phone. He goes, "We're gonna get a chopper. We're gonna get a charter plane. We're gonna get up." It's like so incredible. And then he can be so kind in some interviews. He can be so himself. It's just like that must.
Those are both himself.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah,
I love it. What was that like being around him?
oh my God, I love Rick. And I really considered it all precious time. Although he pointed out something because Senreich and I got to take meetings with him all the time. Rick was so generous with his time for us. Like received us at the ranch for lunch and a hangout. And we would talk about like what we were doing, what we could be doing. He connected us with so many people. God, he's just the best. And also an incredible producer.
Yeah.
Like people, I'm sure there's been a ton of forensic study on how they made those prequels. But man, it is insane. And he's just that good. He really understands where you got to put the effort, where you got to put the money, where you got to put the time. And he really understands the producer's obligation to keep everybody on track. Keep everybody able to render their absolute best version of what it is that they need to do on behalf of that project.
He is.
He also put knobby tires on his Segway just so he could like tear up dirt hills.
No, that's amazing.
Oh
dude.
man, that's a new image that I needed in my brain.
Yeah.
Like I like just Rick McCallum.
Picture
just,
him
like,
sharp
absolutely
turning that thing like a goat on a Segway with like burly knobby tires.
Oh, that's amazing. He's just like he's everything I want to be in life. And like I actually talked to Angie Mayhew, Peter Mayhew's wife, about him at Celebration this most recent year. He's like, yeah, we were backstage, we were all like hanging out, smoking cigarettes, and Rick needed a glass of water, and there was no water around, so he drank the ashtray water. I'm like, that's insane. Like that is the most amazing thing in the world to me. And she told me this. And I'm looking at her I'm like, this adds to the Rick lore so much more. And like
it's so
every
hardcore.
way.
I grilled him for hours because I was just like, how did you guys get the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles done? Like, how did that happen?
Yeah.
I know how cheap their budgets were. Like, it was ABC. And at that era, like, there's a max of what anybody spent. What they were able to achieve was so enormous. I was just fascinated by it. And then the like, boy, they really put it all in there. Like they wanted to share these stories. They wanted to talk about this art, philosophy, the ancient cultures, all of these characters, and they wanted it through like Indy's eyes. Like, oh God, it's so good. So good.
God. So I kind of wanted to wrap around this conversation kind of as it's coming to a close about the new era of Star Wars. Okay.
Sure.
And so there's something to what we have now. And I'm so thankful for Disney Plus and what we've been getting. Did you happen to watch Kenobi? Did you get all of it done?
Yeah.
Okay. So what'd you think of it? Wasn't it fantastic? I mean, it felt
I
like
really
it
enjoyed
built
it.
on everything.
I really enjoyed it. It made it very obvious why like Detours couldn't come out prior to any of this.
There we go.
That's because it's very clear that where we were taking the characters comedically, it just crosses over timelines in ways that that was a conversation I had that I was lucky enough to have with Kathleen Kennedy, was about what these new movies needed to be, what Disney's plan would be, how Lucasfilm could define its identity inside this larger company, what Star Wars needed to be for the next 30 years, and how that was going to be introduced to the audience. Like what state, the same way that the prequels got to be your childhood Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Right. She was very, and rightfully so, because I started having conversations with adults that told me they introduced their kids to Star Wars through Robot Chicken. And I was like, I think that's, I think that's kind of deconstructive in a way that might be prohibitive from them actually getting the full effect of the sincere offerings. And I've since rethought all of that, but in that moment, I definitely recognized that in advance of The Force Awakens, how critical it was for the specter of Darth Vader to loom as large as like the fall of Stalin for this part of the universe. Like it needs, you can't be like, we had Darth Vader in Life Day sweaters and
oh man,
I get it. I was like,
sure.
That was the whole conversation. If kids are watching Detours for the next 3 years before there's The Force Awakens, this will be in their mind when they meet all of these new icons for the first time. And I don't like that idea. Like that's actually not a good idea.
See, that's so understandable though. I get that.
Well, yeah, of course. So but the thing about Detours is we made it to be timeless. That's how we wrote it, so that it wouldn't be affected by any of the timelines of the movies or the real ongoing pop cultural timelines. But we do crisscross a lot of situations, characters, and topics that are all still yet to be presented authentically. And it makes me keenly aware of the idea that it may still be some time before anybody sees this show.
Sure. But so you think knowing,
I was gonna say, you think there will be a time when we will see this show though, then?
I don't know. Plenty of stuff gets shelved and never seen. And everybody that was a part of it just sort of has to accept that. I don't like this thing that I'm seeing now where because of the quickening of all these streamers, you're seeing like a total abandonment of curation of old content. Like I think that there should always be a place for this content that exists, and it doesn't need to be discarded from any platform. That's actually cruel and the opposite of the ability.
But one character that made a reappearance that no one saw coming from Bad Batch was Toto 360, and
I was so excited.
That was so awesome because it was so surprising with the Cad Bane reveal, and then him getting shot in the leg by Hunter. I was like, this is amazing. This is so badass. What was that like to come back? Because I know you work with Dave directly, and to have it be with a couple of different people, that must have been a little bit different, right?
No. No. We've been talking about God, when Dave told me I was going to get to play Toto, I had already known for months. Like I'd gotten to see designs of Cad Bane. George was so excited about a gunslinger in the Star Wars universe. We were like, everybody was, this guy's the coolest. And when we heard Corey's voice, we were like, oh my god,
oh my god,
this is so cool. And Dave was like, I want you to be his protocol droid. And I was like, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And so anytime he's like, snuck Toto in here, and I was like, there. So anytime he shows up, and he lets me know too, he's like, there's a new Black Series Cad Bane. Yeah, Toto, no big deal.
Yeah, your own little figure.
So cool.
It's the best. I love it. I love it so much.
Yeah, he's a great character. I watched that episode today actually to prepare for this interview, and like, there's something to like the naivety of that character, you know, trusting Omega in those scenes. I mean, this is really
So
well
good.
done. It's so awesome.
It's like such a pure-hearted character too to put with like the coldest like badass in all, pretty much in all
he's pliable. Like he believes everything that Bane tells him. That's the thing. It's like that's his core programming. It's like, well, this guy's not going to lie to me.
Yeah,
so this must be the reality. Yeah,
he's a straight shooter. Yeah.
Oh, he's a straight shooter. He did straight shoot me that one time, but that's probably just like a bad day.
He's
Lexa Pro.
He's put a
Spacer Pro was failing him.
That's amazing.
He's put a bomb in him. He's
but
he's done several things over the years.
But let Toto like fulfill a purpose. Like, all Toto wants is to be useful. So yes, Toto, you can house this bomb.
Oh, that's amazing. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you, and I know this is kind of like the end of the segment. Thank you so much. You have anything going on for us, like that to kind of hype us up right now? Anything you want to leave with?
I mean, all the stuff I'm doing is gonna get talked about when it's ready, I guess. Like I've already had to be public about some stuff that's in development that I'd just as soon not talk about until there's something going on.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I'm making stuff.
That's great. I love it, dude. Anytime you make stuff, I watch
busy.
it. So I
thanks.
appreciate it.
Well, I would encourage all of you to stay Bombad. When people ask me what I like to stay, I always stay Bombad. I'm mostly concerned with being accused of cultural appropriation by saying stay Bombad, but I appreciate the sentiment with which it's delivered, so I hope that everyone who's out to cancel me would just think that maybe I'm coming from a peaceful place when I tell you all to stay Bombad.
Seth, that was amazing. Oh, dude.
Your wish was granted?
What do you think?
What did you think of that, people?
What just happened?
Was that real life?
That's the most Bombad thing ever, was having Seth Green on Bombadcast. That's truly amazing.
It was your first time listening to it. What did you think of it, dude?
I've been telling you since the day he was booked that a marriage of show and guest has never been more perfect. He should just be there full time at this point.
Listen to the man.
Yeah, it was incredible. I was moved at moments. Like it is
an
awesome.
Yeah, except perhaps Ryan being on your show, dude. It's this great intellectual.
Was that about to air?
Is that still happening?
So, guys, I am going to move us along because we are at like that time of the day where things are cramped together. Number one, make sure to follow the Bombadcast so you can see an extra 45 minutes of that video.
Yep.
That will be out probably within the next couple of weeks. Number two, holy cow, we blasted through $10,000, but that does not mean to stop.
You're welcome.
We are about to keep on going. We are about to
going.
have a premium episode with Rian Johnson, one of the most well-known names in Star Wars. Whether you like The Last Jedi or not, you are going to love this interview. And I say that with all sincerity, because Alden does a fantastic job of bringing through some really great insights.
Absolutely.
And it's such a fun interview. And if you're hanging out, please stay for this. And then at the end, we have another interview with Shelby Young after that. But Rian Johnson's coming up next. Let's give away something real quick, and then I'll let Alden give a quick 2-minute intro, and then we'll bring in the man.
Absolutely. Well, I'm not even going to put a picture up on the screen for this. We saw it referenced earlier in the day because I don't really have a picture of it. I just have the Last Jedi logo. But our friend Peter Townley,
there is a video
host of the Star Wars show, is giving away a 2018 Last Jedi crew T-shirt, unused, unworn, unless you want him to do it for you before he sends it to you. No promises.
Yeah, I guarantee.
Go feed the cows with it and then come back in.
Yeah,
please.
Go do some farm work. But he has that shirt. He got it at Celebration in London, he said. And he's offered that kindly to us as a donation. So it seemed like the perfect fit going into the Ryan interview.
Classy guy.
Yeah, crew T-shirt going into this Last Jedi Rian Johnson interview. So we're going to give that away. Pete, what is our number of raffle entries at this point?
We have 2,785 virtual raffle entries in the virtual spinner.
Outstanding. 2785 on the numbers of joy. So what do we got here?
Here we go.
587.
Oh my God.
Who's it going to be?
Let's see. I'm scrolling through the never-ending thing. Oh my goodness. I'm happy as hell about this one. It is Lauren Romo.
Yes. That is so rad.
No, wait, a TLJ crew shirt. That is amazing. Now,
awesome.
Real quick, I want to thank Alden Diaz because this was the anchor. This was the thing that was like, oh my God, we've got this person. Now we can do anything. But most importantly, Alden helped me get Seth Green. So Alden, we're going to give you the floor for 3 minutes. We want you to have your moment. Alden, let's hear your thing.
So through the magic of production, the Seth Green interview, there's going to be a bonus chunk of that, which I cannot wait to sit back and order some pizza and watch that because it's such a vibe. The spirit of production, that happens. Sometimes these are going to be pre-taped. So I've been sitting on this for a while. For me, this is the pack, which is the thing that I've been saying to people. Very surreal. This was, over a month ago. And I've been sitting on this waiting for you guys to see it. Not because I look up to this guy, but because he was so game to come in and do this for this cause. It was a day turnaround of, do you want to do this? And then all of a sudden he's in, and he was bold and loving and warm and sweet. So I'm so excited for everybody to say that because, we're doing a great thing here. The giving does not end. There are fights to be fought. One of our illustrious technical producers, Bill Sheehy, highlighted today another charity effort. Tomorrow, we begin anew and we'll continue donating. Eastern Kentucky right now needs our help. Devastating floods. Look over at the Skywalking Through the League Twitter account. It says KSR Eastern Kentucky Flood Relief GoFundMe. We're going to keep going there. This is going to be back next year. The altruism doesn't stop because Star Wars is about giving, and it's about giving monetarily to people that need it, giving your support to people that need it, and giving ideas to the next generation because they need that. And what is more Last Jedi than that idea? So head over to that Twitter account again, Bill Sheehy, Skywalking Through the League, to give there. Keep donating to Make-A-Wish. Let's smash this goal into oblivion like it's the door to the base on Crate.
That's right.
Let's keep going. And yeah, I have nothing else to say for this because it's Rian Johnson.
Well, I think we should say this to you. If you are watching this live, please share this. This is a spectacular interview. Rian Johnson does not do this often. In fact, he's never done this before. Alden Diaz is the one and only, and we got to credit him for that. Alden, you kicked ass this interview. Let's get it rolling to Reagan.
Kick the big
and
ass
y'all sit back and enjoy.
I'm just excited. Normal excited. I'm not fangirling. And even if I was, how's he going to know? How's anybody going to know? No one's going to know. God. We are finally at our penultimate Podathon interview, and I could not be more excited, normal excited, to introduce our next guest, who you know is the writer and director of films such as Looper, Knives Out, the masterpiece Star Wars Episode 8, The Last Jedi, and the eagerly anticipated Glass Onion and Knives Out mystery. He's also done TV work on Breaking Bad and the upcoming Poker Face with Natasha Lyonne, brought to us courtesy of Alden Diaz at Ahch-To Radio. Follow him on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Ahch-To Radio. We could not be more over the moon, more besides ourselves for Rian Johnson. It is such a big deal that he is here today, and we are so grateful. It's going to be a fantastic interview. Godspeed, Rebels. I'll see you when you get back.
What is going on, everyone, and welcome to a brand new episode of Ahch-To Radio, a Star Wars podcast, here at the end of an epic Podathon 2022, benefiting Make-A-Wish Foundation. So before we get started, I do want to say thank you so much to our producers, to our organizers, Nick, Pete, Scotty, everybody involved behind the scenes, all of the 14 shows that have been on before this one today. It's just been incredible. So everybody head down to the link below and donate, and we'll remind you throughout the episode as well. Let's keep that going. Now, our guest, who's sitting here just waiting to be introduced, which is always the best and most awkward part.
It's part for me, man. I don't have to do a thing. You take your time.
It's chill. I mean, where do we even begin? Is it Brothers Bloom? Is it Brick? Is it what I consider to be the greatest episode of television ever made, Ozymandias from Breaking Bad? Is it going to be a little movie called Knives Out, or another small independent film that you might have heard of, Star Wars Episode 8, The Last Jedi, and the upcoming Glass Onion, which I'm convinced you only called it that to hear Daniel Craig say Glass Onion. Is that correct?
Glass Onion. Glass Onion.
Glass Onion. Which the second the title was dropped, I was like, well, that's just brilliant, because all these titles should be built for Daniel Craig to say as Benoit. That's the point, right? So that's coming up here, and that, I mean, the buzz of releasing a film, very different than the creative energy of making one, I would imagine. So let's start with the overall, how are you, but also with the knowledge of knowing that you're in sort of full steam ahead mode now.
Yeah, it's fun being busy. I'm busy. It's really fun. So yeah, we're but I mean, this movie though, man, Glass Onion, we shot it last year. We shot it in Greece.
Yeah,
on location in Greece, and then in Belgrade in Serbia, and we just had a blast making. At this point, it's kind of like I've been working on it for so long. I'm just so excited to show it at Toronto and put it out there. It's very different than the first one in a way that I hope will be really fun for people.
Which is exciting, because I think that that's sort of what has permeated your career in a lot of ways, is we're going to do this, but a little bit like this. We're going to take it just a little bit to the side of maybe what you expect, which has been a huge talking point. I mean, right off air, we're approaching 5 years since The Last Jedi was released, which puts it at probably 7 or 8 years of your life. Which
even more than that, yeah.
It's fascinating. And in The Last Jedi, we're talking about Make-A-Wish Foundation here. We're raising money for these children that are facing battles that so many of us can never understand. And we're trying to make their dreams actually come true and try to inspire hope, which is a theme that is so Star Wars. And it's also a theme that is so particularly Last Jedi, so particularly Grogu, who we'll get to in a minute, because I do think that there's something interesting there about his sort of place in all this. But with Last Jedi, you've got these ideas of children in the next generation. You've got Tamiri Blagg, Arashal Sar, Onio Zaya, all at the end, that are telling a story. And it goes from being this epic opera into children at play. And I wanted to talk, what do you think the spirit of children means for what you do? I mean, even Knives Out comes down to legacy in a lot of ways. How has that sort of permeated your process?
Well, I mean, it's I think for anyone who makes stuff, it's vital. I think, all the most important stuff that you use as fuel throughout your whole, life, most of it, I forget, there was a quote from someone, a really good quote, which I would butcher if I tried to remember the exact one, but that all the 98% of that you absorb before you're 15 years old. And I think that's probably true for most of us. And so it's there through all the stuff, but Star Wars specifically, and this movie specifically, because this movie, Last Jedi is so much about, it's so much about myth, and it's about for me, it's kind of reconciling the faults of all of us as people with holding myths that we hold to be true, and that you don't have to throw out one because the other is not living up to it. That those two things need to find a way to coexist in our lives. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it's about the myth of Luke Skywalker, and the ending of the movie wanted to be kind of like a full-throated celebration of that myth, and that there was no bringing it back to kids being inspired to go out into the world and do good by telling each other the story of Luke Skywalker, which is what we all did as kids. It just seemed, it seemed pretty perfect.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of, in my opinion, a lot of, I don't know if you knew that people had opinions about Last Jedi.
I haven't read much.
No, it's been really pretty quiet a few years. For me, it just read as sort of a highlight and underline of so many things that had been there. Like Acts 1 and 2 are really like, let's unpack and ask a lot of questions. Then Act 3 is affirmation. And it becomes sort of this, if you ever felt like Luke and Leia or Anakin or Padme or any of these young people, Ahsoka, Cal Kestis now, Ezra, if any of those kids felt like you, they were you. Like if that ever felt right, here it is, highlight, underline. So for you as a child, what was the role of fantasy sci-fi? Because it's not everything you've made, but it has bounced in and out of your career in terms of obviously Star Wars, but I'm sure like the Spielbergian stuff as well, Amblin, all that stuff. How did that help you?
Yeah, I mean, it's again, like so many of us, it's a bedrock, and it's, I mean, Star Wars was there from the very, very beginning. So it really does function as kind of a mythology, for me, like for so many of us. But I also, just in terms of like the feeling that I want to kind of create in the theater, to me, it's all that Amblin stuff. It's also really, I can even get more specific. The feeling that I had at the ending of E.T. is kind of the thing that I'm trying to grasp towards creating. And so I mean, it almost feels repetitive to talk about, because I know it's the same for so many of my generation. But all of that stuff kind of fed into, and a love of genre also, and even if it's Agatha Christie novels and whodunits and that kind of specific genre, that's also stuff that I watched as a kid, or that my parents would rent and watch for family, and I would I'd be sitting behind the couch, kind of looking around the couch, because it felt kind of grown up to be watching it. And so that stuff too has its roots in those formative years. It's important stuff. That's why with Knives Out, one of the things I'm most happy about is hearing from my friends that their kids are into it. The kids kind of, like their 10-year-olds or their 12-year-olds or even younger are really into it as kind of like a grown-up movie that they're engaged with, because that's the age that I got hooked in that stuff, and that's for me. There's nothing better than that.
And it's sort of the phenomenon of entry points, right? Where we mentioned E.T., we mentioned Knives Out. When you look at sort of E.T., you can transfer that into the present with something like Stranger Things. But when you look at Knives Out, that goes backwards into obviously your Agatha Christie's, your Clues and things like that. And it's almost fascinating to see kids now like, I love Knives Out. Is there more like this? And it's like, it's in the tradition of, and they don't know. And that's so beautiful.
I mean, just the same way that when I was watching, I don't know, Death on the Nile or with Ustinov or Evil Under the Sun, I wasn't aware of the history of of the genre. I wasn't, when I pulled those Agatha Christie books out, it's just kind of what you're absorbing. So it's cool.
It's fascinating. And even with Star Wars, I've told this story on episodes of Ahch-To Radio before, but I never thought I'd be able to tell you, which is that I'm playing Star Wars Battlefront 2. Shout out to Battlefront 2. And you play as black-clad Luke with the green lightsaber. And my nephew, who at the time I think was 9 or 10, says, "Who is that?" I said, "That's Luke Skywalker." And he goes, "No, it's not." I said, "Yeah, it is." And he says, "Luke Skywalker's an old man."
Wow.
And I'm flabbergasted. I was like, pause game.
Hold on.
I was like, did we cross over? Did we just cross over into this as being the present day? I was like, oh my God. I was like, you're so right. I was like, you're right. I'm wrong. Like, so
I have to go cry now for a little bit.
It was fascinating.
You can keep playing.
I mean, like Star Wars: The Force Awakens IMAX posters showed up on a retro sci-fi account that I saw yesterday, which just made
it's just as the world keeps spinning, and
Yeah.
I think it's very rude.
it's very
Very
offensive.
rude of the world to keep spinning on its axis. Yeah.
Personally, I would very much like it to stop. But
Yeah.
with that spin, I noted here we have to talk about him. In terms of generations, I know people are very interested in, and as well as I am, interested in your perspective as a Star Wars fan post Star Wars. Let's talk about how it's affected your work, but also your fandom. We'll start there. In terms of something like Grogu, Mandalorian, something that you can watch knowing how the sausage is made. And theoretically, if you called someone there and was like, I have a question, I'm sure they would answer it. But in terms
I can get Pablo on the phone. I can get him on the phone.
Get him on the phone right now. Call Dave. What the hell? Is the baby going to be okay? What's wrong with you? How has Grogu and sort of that phenomenon affected your fandom? And are you upset about him for infringing on the Porg monopoly of cuteness?
No way, man. Bring the cute. Because I think of the age I was at when Return of the Jedi came out, I remember a bunch of adults being really grumpy about the Ewoks.
Yeah.
Being like, oh, they're teddy bears. Oh, they're just trying to be cute.
Yeah.
I loved them. It's like
they're
awesome. Yeah, they were cute. They were rad. So no, man, I'm all for keep the adorable, awesome Star Wars creatures coming. I got no territoriality. Yeah, is that a word? Over that. Yeah.
I'm gonna trust that it is. It's a word.
But no, I mean, it's really fun because actually taking, like, when I first took the gig of The Last Jedi, that was one of the things that I was a little nervous about is going behind the scenes, is, meeting all these people and having this experience. What's it gonna, just because it held such this kind of like holy special place in my heart. And I'm happy to report for anyone that cares that it only makes it richer and better knowing the people and knowing, like, having gotten to know Dave Filoni and gotten to be friends with him and hung out with him on set. And
I mean, yeah, he visited you. So it's been said. I mean, a lot of this gets mythologized through an interview gets quoted in an article that gets quoted in a thing, but he did hang out. There's pictures of that. And I don't know if it was like, Rian, mentor this man, but like, what were those experiences like? Was he saying, I'm thinking about doing this? And
well, it wasn't specifically Mandalorian, but he knew that he wanted to make the move into doing live action stuff.
Yeah.
And Dave doesn't need mentoring, but anyway, he's an incredible storyteller who's phenomenally skilled. But I think for him, he wanted to like be on set and kind of learn sort of just the on-set grammar of live action stuff, which is just a different process in animation. And I felt just really, like, first of all, excited to hang out with him because he's a cool dude, and just also, thrilled to have him around. So I was constantly just pulling him up by the monitor and just kind of talking to him about like the shots we were doing and talking about the process and kind of trying to give him the most bang for his buck in that regard. Just to, anything that could give him whatever tools he felt he needed to be able to kind of grab the bull by the horns with live action and do the kind of storytelling he had done so well for so many years, but in that new form. And you can see it, he's done it. It's really, really exciting. All to say that, I mean, seeing stuff being made now that's made by my friends, it makes it more special. It actually, makes it more fun to watch. And I don't know, I feel like I've kind of, I've lost the ability to dislike anything Star Wars related.
Yeah, I think it's
disconcerting having growing up as a Star Wars fan, because so much of what defines you is what you like, but also what you don't like about it. And now it's just, I feel it's impossible not to have a generosity of spirit about all of it, and just to be really kind of into it, because you feel like it's a movie that one of your friends made, sort of, So
and I mean,
it's kind of nice.
there was a really beautiful quote that Charles Soule gave the other day, talking about, you know, all the comics he's written, and obviously he helped shepherd Poe Dameron and Kylo Ren and everything. So he's in there with you in the terms of the trenches of the story. And he was saying there comes a point in this where, and I'm paraphrasing, but there comes a point where Star Wars just happened in the same way that history happened, and like you could pick apart choices, but it happened. Like it's you separate what I wanted or what I, and that was the power of 8 was we had 2 years of probably the most vigorous and intrigued and just you know, just celebratory discourse of us saying what on earth is going to happen, because the originals and prequels didn't release entries in the internet age. I mean, clones and Sith were there, even Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
But the social media age, I guess, is the better thing. And so to go into 8 was a really phenomenal experience in that way, to just say, oh my goodness. And I think before the film we had heard like this is going to be the first one without a time skip. So we're going to start with no jump. It's going to be right there. And we were like, what words are going to be said? And of course we ended up finding that out. So you mentioned when you got the gig, sort of, you know, it being so far away, so far back in the past now, just out of curiosity, when you're, for as much as you can say, of course, when you get brought in for that, do they tell you you have X, Y, and Z tools, and like how do they break it to you, for example, that you don't get Han Solo? And then, and do they say, and by the way, if we don't sign a deal, don't tell anyone that we're killing Han Solo, like that type of stuff.
I think once you're in the room, they assume you're cool in that regard. There's not a lot of like sign this and fingerprint this. It's kind of like, don't be a jerk. Don't tell people the secret stuff. I mean, when I signed up for it, there was a script for 7. So that was one of the very first things after they approached me, obviously, was like reading the script. I actually can't remember how much they told me story-wise before I read it. I think I did know that Han died in it. I think I did know that. And I knew the basic dynamics of kind of like the characters. And so but I read the script first because they hadn't started shooting yet. And then it was while I was writing 8 that they were filming in London. I was working in San Francisco at Lucasfilm, kind of with the story group. And they were in London shooting at Pinewood Studios. And so every day we would go in together and we would watch dailies. And it was really exciting and informed, seeing John and seeing Daisy and seeing Adam and seeing, Oscar, seeing all these people bring these characters to life, and then writing to, oh, wow, that connection with, like Kylo and Rey, for example, like in the interrogation scene, seeing those dailies, like, oh my God, okay, this is something to be mined here. This is, so yeah, that was kind of the process, but I didn't see, there wasn't like a cut of episode 7.
Sure. Yeah. I guess I just wondered, did Rian walk into that room for his first meeting and say, like, I have a great Han idea, and then being like, actually, like, so I was thinking that if we could convince Harrison to, and they're all like, how do we tell him that there's not going to be any Harrison?
On the say,
but it is. I mean, it's fascinating, and you've had that experience too with Breaking Bad, where it's like Walter White, Skyler, Walter Jr. / Flynn. Everybody is established. Those voices exist. Those performances exist. And so now you're watching Daisy. I mean, I have, and I know a lot of people watching, and a lot of my friends, big Director of the Jedi fans, which is a phenomenal doc.
Oh yeah,
it's just beautiful. And there's obviously very candid footage of you and Daisy, you and Mark, and you and everybody. And someone just using Daisy as an example, like a machine doesn't even begin to describe the way that she is able to capture those moments. Like, I am in awe of that. 7, 8, and 9, those performances are just unreal. And like, how does that change your writing? Like, how does that get into your head and make you know what you can reach for?
Well, yeah, you can see, I mean, that's what gave me the confidence to kind of take Rey to the places that we took her to in episode 8 in terms of, I mean, if you don't have an actor like Daisy who you know is going to be able to deliver that internal life of the character, you can't give her something like the mirror cave sequence to do, or the scene with Kylo with the hand touch. You can't have the whole movie sort of like rely on that if you don't know that you've got the goods. And Daisy was, I mean, she's a phenomenal actor. And the other thing, and you can see it a little bit in the documentary, but there are many different layers to, in addition to how hard it is to give a performance that good, to give a performance that good under the physical and kind of mental demands of Star Wars production, for all of the actors, incredibly hard. But she absolutely had kind of so much of it on her shoulders. I mean, you know, and also when we came into 8, it was sort of, when she did 7, you know, it was very much kind of, it was a little bit more of a bubble in terms of, you know, she wasn't like an established name before they made it. And so it was kind of playtime. 8 was shot after 7 came out, and sort of the insane reality of the tidal wave of people seeing and knowing the performance and the expectations on that and all of the weight of that was on all of the actors, but Daisy, you know, specifically. And that combined with just the fact that, and you can see it when you watch that documentary, but I mean, it's it's 6 months of shooting out in the cold, it's physical training, it's the physical demands that we had on her. So this is all just to lay praise at Daisy Ridley's feet, and just say she's an incredible actor who performed under even harder circumstances than you can probably imagine.
I mean, and everyone in that cast, you know, those leads at the top are just phenomenal, both the legacy leads and the current leads. That documentary has a great beat at the end where it's you and Ron Bergman and everybody falling asleep, just like random shots of them while sleeping.
At the end of the shoot, man, you're just like
it's like sleeping in the Millennium Falcon, sleeping on the side of the crate thing. It's fantastic. You know, talking about these actors, I do want to ask you a little bit about some of these actor pairings and just scenes that I haven't heard you talk about, frankly. I mean, we're over, you know, almost 5 years out from this thing, you know, later this year. And, you know, we haven't talked about certain things that weren't covered in the doc, or certain things that we got further away. Lots of things we talked about to death as a culture. But like, what were moments like with Benicio del Toro, Laura Dern? I mean, you brought people in that I feel are criminally not underrated as actors. I mean, Benicio del Toro and Laura Dern, but in the framework of Star Wars, we're like, oh my God, Mark, Carrie Harrison, as we should. But also, I mean, casually having legends in this movie to fill it out. What were some of those memories like with some of those side players?
It was, I mean, both Benicio and also Laura are such phenomenal people that that was also just so great to kind of get to know both of them. And but I mean, we had so much fun on set. So I mean, because you know, Laura's character is very much, and it's funny because both of those characters very much serve two different storylines. Right. You know, Benicio's character DJ serves Finn's storyline, and Holdo serves Poe's storyline. And so in that way, it was in Laura and Oscar just instantly got along, and it was so much fun seeing them. There's a lot on the cutting room floor of like sort of banter back and forth with them, of them kind of cutting each other down in these like really fun sort of quippy ways. They really had a lot of fun with it. But no, I mean, that's also kind of one of the incredible things about making a Star Wars movie is you can call up Laura Dern, you can call up Benicio, you can call up these legends, and they'll pick up the phone because they know it'll be in a Star Wars movie and it'll be fun. And it was, but it's also, I mean, it extends to also it's you know, we had Adrian Edmondson, who's a hero of mine, going back to, you know, watching the young ones in high school. And he's playing kind of Pux's second in command, but also down to and it's, to me, it's honestly, every single, if there's person, if there's a first order officer at a console who has one line, I guarantee you IMDb that person. They're a Shakespearean actor who has done Hamlet.
Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, like,
insane. It's bonkers.
The relationship of the casting world right now, like with people like Nina Gold, like being involved, and sort of how it's fun for us. Like if you look at the camera, you look at everybody. If you watched Game of Thrones and you've watched modern Star Wars, like you're going to have a great time.
Exactly.
Because it's like this all-star pool that is just like, I'll do it. I'll have fun. I'll do a fantasy sci-fi role. Like it's such a great opportunity. And so talking about some of those pairings and stuff, you know, we had, I loved sort of the trio of triangles that happen in the story with the 3 different storylines. And you've talked about that, about structuring it. And there's been a lot of talk that I love about sort of, especially with Finn's arc, like the angel and the devil on his shoulder, where Rose, played by, of course, the incredible Kelly Marie Tran, is talking about activism. And like, even if we just accomplished this with the animals, with the fathiers, that's something. Versus over here, especially very relevant to our times, it's the why try? Because X, Y, and Z.
It was, I mean, of the 3 arcs, Finn's was the one that I was personally kind of maybe even most invested in, because for me it was the question that he has to face in that movie, and kind of the hump that I saw we had to kind of get him over coming out of 7 is the thing that just personally for me I struggled the most with, which is kind of an aversion to joining, an aversion to signing up for something, and just the safety and the desire to just act in your own self-interest, as opposed to, especially coming out of, think about Finn coming out of the First Order, coming out of all of his associations with joining up, with serving a larger purpose, with, you know, hitching your wagon to a train, you know, is entirely in the context of that's what the First Order was for him. And so, you know, and in episode 7, he takes a huge step in terms of walking away from that. But even at the end, when he goes to the Starkiller base, it's not, he actually is very incredibly reckless that he gets them there without sort of a plan. It's just because he wants to save Rey. You know, it's entirely driven by this kind of, you know, by a very noble but a very personal kind of wanting to save my friend goal. To me, the notion of exploring for him, and also for, you know, for myself, as you always have to do when you write, exploring what makes joining something worthwhile, and exploring how at some point not doing that is itself cynicism. And he had left the First Order in the first movie. I felt like for him to achieve the status of a true hero by the end of the trilogy, he needed to join the Resistance. And so that was kind of, and for me, that, I don't know, that was that was something I was put a lot of myself into.
No, I think it's extremely powerful, especially in the context, like you brought up Force Awakens, where that's about friendship. That's my bubble. Those are my people. This is the first friend I've ever made, the first person that ever treated me like a human, along with Poe. And then you move into 8, and that's, can I join the cause? And then 9 is, can I lead the cause? And it's sort of that evolution, which I found to be really compelling, but also, like you said, fear, because what's the First Order? It's this other organization. So when you have somebody telling you, oh, well, it's the same, then it's like, well, that's extremely dangerous. And everybody faces their fears in The Last Jedi, in a lot of your work. I mean, Knives Out, it's a lot of fears coming to a head that this family has had. It's a lot of fear of each other, familial fear and distrust, which is, of course, at the center of a lot of what Kylo Ren, Ben Solo, and Luke go through. And I wanted to ask you about shooting the crate confrontation, because I think it's an underdocumented thing, where even in Director and the Jedi, there's only that glimpse of it. And, you know, when Mark Hamill's been asked about the film, it's always been like sort of the same 3-4 questions for the last few years. And so I'm just curious, you put these two guys together, you know, the Skywalker we all grew up with, and then the Skywalker at that moment in time. what is that like? How did those two guys, the three of you, how did you put that all together?
I mean, the thing is, you get Mark Hamill and Adam Driver. it's and you give them that scene and that dynamic, and you let them go, and it's. I mean, for me, I like with so much of the movie, I felt like I just kind of got a front row seat at it. And I'm trying to remember. So, I mean, in terms of the actual physical shoot of it, that part of it was shot on a soundstage, and obviously the environment was added afterwards. But we had built this massive, our production designer, Rick Heinrich, had built this massive white floor, basically, to simulate the salt. And so it was an eerie sort of platform, an eerie sort of stage that they were on. It's not like we were sitting on a green screen stage. It did kind of feel like what it does in the movie. We're in the middle of this very bizarre white plain where they could actually stand at the right distance from each other and face off with each other. And I think my memory is they both dialed into what it needed to be really, really quickly. I think by the time they both got to that scene, and I especially love the warmth that Mark brings to it. I love the fact that, I mean, that final, everything you just said is wrong. And even the see around kid, I mean, even in that entire thing, in his relation to him, I love, especially given what he's doing in terms of a very Jedi-like, nonviolent solution to this problem. I love the fact that it's not a, screw you, my enemy thing, but there's a bizarre sadness and like love in the entire confrontation from his end. And then on the flip side, Adam completely committing to and inhabiting what it needed to be in that moment, which is the whole reason Luke has calculated this and has done this is because he knows it'll drive Kylo insane and make him lose control. And he won't be thinking clearly, and that will enable him to distract him from the real thing, which is getting the resistance away. And everything about what he does is calculated to do that.
And using the lightsaber that logically he should remember is broken, but he's
absolutely that lightsaber's gone. He's using it, and also his hair like trimmed up so it matches the last time that Kylo saw him, all that stuff. And the fact that Adam committed so entirely to losing to cells completely, that this is a guy completely lost in rage. And not a focused kind of like smart rage, but something inside him has like actually broken, and he's a little bit out of control. And I mean, it takes an actor like Adam Driver to pull that off. I don't know. Anyway,
it's phenomenal.
Just going to keep praising those two actors,
which we should. I mean, I've joked before with friends, like if Benoit Blanc ever got a Moriarty, it has to be Adam Driver, because
oh my god,
that guy could do anything.
Give me ideas.
That guy could do anything. So it's like this entire energy though that is built up to that point. I mean, you're an original trilogy kid. I'm a prequel trilogy kid, and throughout both of those eras, one of the thoughts that we've all had, even if it was just one time, we've all had it. What do you think Han and Leia and Luke's kids were like?
Yeah.
And we had those answers in Legends, but then in this new era, we're continuing the Skywalker saga.
Yeah.
We got to see Luke Skywalker with his nephew, which is still such a surreal thing. And talking about the surreal nature of it, I was thinking about this knowing we were going to chat today. There are obviously many Star Wars creators, but if we just focus in on the Skywalker saga, just on the directors, the filmmakers that did it, there are 5 human beings that told this story. Only 3 of them are still with us, and you're one of them. Does that freak you out in a good way?
Of course it does.
Like I just imagine if I'm you, I'm texting J.J. Abrams like, "Are we bonded forever?" Like does this like that's such a surreal, like 2 guys that were the children of this work in a lot of ways that learned at the feet of it are then tasked with doing it. It's really freaky. And I'm sure, Favreau and Filoni can relate as well. Deborah Chow, I mean, come on with everything she just did. It's incredible.
Yeah.
But specifically, we had 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, and then 7, 8, and 9 is 2 people that grew up on it. That's freaky.
I know, man. Believe me, I know. And it's something that, like, I don't know. I mean, part of the game while you're making it is to not let the terror of that seep into your head.
Yeah.
Because then you'd be, you know, making decisions based on fear, and you'd end up making something probably kind of boring, you know, because you'd be trying to hedge your bets and sort of. And so I think, you know, that's but I'll tell you though, it is oddly, when you're in the midst of it, and I think you can see it a bit in that documentary, there is very much sort of a creative bubble that forms where it's not like you walk on the set every single day feeling abject terror that you're that, you know, you're one of the, but because you're right, it's like people have been to the moon, you know, it's a little bit but you can't really think about it that way. You really do have to just focus on sort of using the tools you've got to tell the best story you can, and that's it.
Yeah, before we continue, I just want to say, everybody that's been watching, thanks so much. We're about let's see here, about 40 minutes into this. I just want to say, everybody head down to the links again. Make-A-Wish Foundation. Podathon's been incredible. Head down, donate. Again, this is, you know, it's very special interview, I would say. So if you're enjoying this, definitely let Ryan know how much you're enjoying it.
Donate.
Let's make some money, not for ourselves, but for the children.
Let's make some wishes.
Let's make some wishes happen. Wishes. It must be everyone's wish that works creatively to have an encounter with Carrie Fisher. Which, I mean, what hasn't, like what's left to say? I do want to ask you though, you've spoken a little bit in the past about not, you know, in such an official capacity as like she did a official polish or anything like that on The Last Jedi script, but what were those sessions of hanging out, I think, you know, at her house or at yours? Do you have fond memories of that? Like, are there, oh, I mean, of course you do, but are there like anecdotes of joking around? Is there anything that you remember her saying, like, well, how about this, that really affected you in that polish?
Those were my best memories, is the line. What would happen is you'd always go to her house, which there's a great documentary about her and her mom that Richard Stevens made that I recommend everybody watch. And you can see, I mean, her house is this kind of magical place, and the center of kind of the entertaining center of her house was her bedroom. And so you would go and you would sit with her, you know, on her bed and go through the scripts. And mostly it was her just throwing out 1,000 jokes. It was her kind of throwing out one-liners and zingers. And it's not like we were like doing like a crazy on the wall sort of outline analysis of the script. It was mostly her kind of like throwing out little punch up zingers here and there, and also just, you know, kind of talking through, getting to know each other and kind of forming that bond of trust and connecting as writers. You know, that's kind of how I really connected to Carrie when I first met her, was as a writer. And so to go through the script and have that interaction, what about this line, what about that line, was almost as much of a bonding experience as anything else. And and also, you know, just kind of talking through, I mean, there's no way for any of us to realize or to really appreciate how freaking bizarre and hard it is to have a role you've played your entire life, and then that you started playing when you were in your 20s, and now to be, you know, her age now and be brought back into it and handed a script and said, and now it's this, you know. I mean, the just sort of the processing of that and the difficulty of that, and how that, so the sessions on her bed were a combination of riffing on jokes and therapy sessions and telling jokes and recommending books. And she was an incredibly special person. She was kind of everything you'd imagine that she was.
which is such a rare thing, right? Where it's like, I think that, like, what do you say to the "don't meet your heroes" type adage? Like, I feel like we firmly crushed that in a lot of ways.
Yeah, meet your heroes. I mean, but it's also, I'm not going to pretend like it's not, you know, there's not things about it that are also going to be hard and you'll come away from it feeling differently than you did going into it, but in a way feeling better because you now have a richer appreciation of them as a person. So, I mean, I think I would absolutely encourage everybody to meet your heroes, especially if you can direct them in a Star Wars movie. That's the sweet spot. I would highly encourage.
If you find yourself just in a circumstance. Yeah, I mean, let's talk about George Lucas for a second, talking about heroes. He has said something that has fascinated me my entire life because how old am I? I'm 26. And my entire life has been growing up on those behind the scenes docs, Empire of Dreams, Within a Minute, all that jazz. Every biography we get our hands on. I mean, right now we're on a stream of people that are really positive, soulful, passionate people that looked at this for like life lessons, and as you should. And one of George's artistic lessons, one of his artistic principles about film is the whole films are never finished, they're abandoned. And that's a paraphrase. I think the exact quote here is films. Yeah, never finished, they're abandoned. So twofer here. How do you feel about that, A? And B, do you also stay awake at night thinking about the caretaker party scene like I do? Because I'm just saying, there's time for a caretaker special edition. There's still time.
You're breaking my heart. You're breaking my heart. I mean, what George said is absolutely true. They rip your hands away from the avid at some point, and that's it. You're done. You're done because you have to stop. But I mean, I think once a movie is locked and you put it out there, that's the movie for me. That's not making some judgment on, obviously lots of great filmmakers, including George, have gone back and revisited. And I think that's fine. For me personally, once I lock a movie, once I put it out there, once the world kind of has it, then it's out of my hands, and that's the film. And so I don't have kind of twitching feelings of, I wish I could go back in and do this or do that to it, for better or worse. That's what it is. But that caretaker scene, that was a painful cut. That was painful to hit the delete button on.
That's the one. That's also, I think there's. Oh, go ahead.
So the amount of work that went into that scene.
There's footage of the dance rehearsal on the documentary and
all those beautiful creatures, the dance rehearsal, but also we built this insane wire rig for the stunt person to basically run across the water of this bay in Ireland. If you watch the doc, I think it's on there. It's absolutely insane. And and I loved that sequence. I loved what it was about. I loved the dynamic between her and Luke. I loved everything about it. And sometimes you just get the movie together as a whole and realize, for pacing and for this and for that, the movie is better without it, even if the scene itself is really working. And there's a lot of choices you always have to make with that. But for me, once you make them, I don't know, you move on and you make the next movie.
Which I think is so admirable, and maybe it's a mentality you get.
It's admirable. It might be slightly lazy. It might be just like
it's perhaps it's a form of self-care almost. Like there's a certain level of surety that comes with that. I mean, I put here in my notes that I think a great recent example, especially of something that is of a similar pressure. You got Matt Reeves on The Batman. And the first thing I thought when I've never met Matt Reeves. I don't know if you have. I'm assuming maybe once or twice.
I don't know him very well. No.
Yeah, but the thought that I had leaving that film was, I feel like he approached this as if he would only ever get one. Like he left every single thing out there, which I think is such a passionate. I feel that way about a lot of Taika Waititi's work. I feel that way about a lot of Jordan Peele's work. I feel that way about Deborah Chow. Do you feel that you left it all out there with Star Wars? And I mean that on any level. Like, is there like I wish I had a Rodian in that scene, or I wish I had done a speeder? Like, are there little things that pop up in your mind, or are you like, if it's over, it's over, and it's great.
No, that's one thing I can say is that I put everything into a Star Wars movie I could possibly want in a Star Wars movie. And I feel like, I mean, I think that's why I ultimately, that's what kind of defines the experience for me looking back on it, and why I feel just really in a deep way, just so thankful for it and so good about it. Is I feel like, for better or for worse, when I had my chance at the plate, I swung, you know.
Yeah.
And I feel like I was very lucky to get to be, you know, the people at Disney and at Lucasfilm and Kathy Kennedy to like protect kind of the creative process, so that we could really go in and I could really do what I wanted. I felt like that's one thing I don't feel any you know, regrets about or anything like that. It's just, I feel like I did absolutely leave it on the table. But I also feel like a filmmaker should do that with every single movie they ever make. You know, I feel like if you get to the end of the process and feel like you've still got some in the tank for the sequel, you've done the process wrong. I think you have to get to the end of every single movie and think, holy crap, how am I ever going to make another movie? Because I have no ideas left. I put them all into this. And I feel like if you don't do that, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I it's so hard for me to remember exactly what the Last Jedi theater experience was like. I know that I cried at the end, so thanks for that. And it positive tears. Like I remember texting my buddy Matt immediately after and saying, "Did you cry?" And he's like, "Yeah, I cried." "How hard did you cry?" "Oh, I cried really hard." "Did you cry?" Did that person cry? Like,
not a race.
And there's a line in Last Jedi that I have here. I have it in my phone at all times because I'm just that kind of nerd. And this is the lesson: the Force does not belong to the Jedi. To say that if the Jedi die, the light dies is vanity. I think that, and my friends and I have joked, sending the gif of like the pencil on fire. Like when you write something like that has to be a moment of like, I need a drink. Like that's such a, I rarely have I seen a movie sort of express its theme with such an elegance that you're almost like along for the magic trick, and Mark delivers it so perfectly. This isn't really even a question. It's just almost like a how dare you write something that good.
Like, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, but it's that, I think, you know, I think for all of us who grew up with Star Wars, I mean, and this is for all the creators now who are making Star Wars stuff. I mean, I don't think you can do it if it's not in your bloodstream. If you didn't grow up kind of mainlining it or have it be kind of like a bedrock thing for you. And I think that we're all working from that place of having our own personal and unique and, you know, but our own understanding of what all this stuff means and what all this stuff means to us. And I think the stuff will continue to be interesting and worthwhile and great as long as it's allowed to always come from that place of a genuine expression of all the stuff that this means to us and all the stuff that we wrestle with it and all the, you know, the balance, the dark and the light and all of us and all of that. You know, I feel like that's the good stuff. And as long as it's coming from there, we're going to keep getting good Star Wars lines.
100%. I mean, well, first off, before we dive into this sort of like why and the thematics, really curious, just off the top of your head, what in Star Wars is like your jam right now? Is it Fallen Order, Mandalorian, Obi-Wan Kenobi? Like, what was the last Rian Johnson fan moment?
I really, really dug Obi-Wan, and I really dug the pilot of it, like the setup of it. And there's something about the cool confidence of the filmmaking, but also I don't know. I love and obviously Ewan's performance and having that kind of like connection to, in a way that wasn't like, oh, it's him as Obi-Wan, but that it really felt like a really solid dramatic through line from who we left at the end of, you know, of Sith to who we catch up with in the desert. But also, I mean, you know, where I really just put a huge smile on my face was when that little kind of like ragtag sort of assembly line where they're breaking down the carcass of that animal and that he's working on, doing the little meat. I don't know, little wonky things like that where you see in a believable way process of this world. And it feels almost like, you know, they took a page out of Moby Dick or something, just kind of here's like actually how, yeah, of course they kind of scavenge these kind of big carcasses and they you know, and then but they need like workers to, I don't know, that kind of stuff makes me super happy. But but I don't know, I'm also, like I said, I'm not I'm, especially these days, I'm not a tough critic on Star Wars stuff. I kind of just
for sure
watch it and allow myself to kind of swan dive into it.
And real quick, how incredible is Vivian Lyra Blair as Leia in that show?
Yeah, my God, she's fantastic, and it's so hard to get like an actor that age who, especially who can you know hold their own. And I talked a little bit about with Daisy, but the demands, not just even the physical demands in terms of doing all the physical stuff, but also just the make-believe demands of, you know, you're on a set and there's, you know, there is going to be green screen elements, even if a lot of it is practical. And there's always going to be the bigger element of make-believe, and to have the maturity to, you know, deliver that kind of performance through all that, it's really impressive. It's really fun.
Yeah,
really fun to see.
Fantastic. So as we start to wind down here, a few more things I wanted to touch on. What I love about Last Jedi is what I love about a lot of my favorite Star Wars, which is that it's way more concerned with why than how, which I think is inherently a Star Wars thing. It asks us to ask, why is that happening? What does that mean? Not necessarily how it works, because it's not hard science fiction. It has that foot in high fantasy and opera and all of that, those elements, swashbuckling. You know, the force projection of Luke. The movie doesn't stop to say this is the technique. It happens, and it's a question of why, and it's a magic trick for the audience as much as it is an attack on Kylo's insecurity in that moment and his fear. You know, heading back to things like the Mirror Cave, all the way back to the Dagobah Cave. What does that mean to you as a creator? And do you think, because I do, this is my opinion, I think that we get lost in how, as fans, as a art consuming culture, we break things down into wanting Wikipedia entries, which we love, but also is sort of like, that's not a story. And I think we've gamified things, movie percentages, things like that sort of seep into what's happening. And I just wanted to know if you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I think it, and I get the pleasure of doing the breakdowns and doing the cataloging and doing the, you know, I get the pleasure of that, but that is a different pleasure than what a movie offers you, and what the original movies offered also. And remembering that, like, it's a very good example, it's a very good example, like, with Dagobah and with that sequence and the dreamlike nature of that. And I remember, especially as a kid, watching that and the cave scene in Empire completely disorienting me and terrifying me, you know, and knowing that it meant, you know, something, but feeling like and then leading into the revelation about, you know, about Vader and Luke, like that movie being deeply, deeply unsettling to me, partially because it didn't feel like it was doing ding, 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 ding. And also just, you know, Star Wars being very, being story-based as opposed to, I don't know what the right word for it would be, as opposed to being tech-based, I guess. Or,
I guess it's sort of like lore versus, like, you can't just say, like, Luke, hit the warp drive and get out of there. Like, it doesn't, it's.
Well, no, you have to, you have to operate based on kind of, you know, you have to keep kind of like an internal logic in terms of all the stuff. But I don't know. It also, like the original films were never hesitant to introduce new things. Like, if they were, we would never have, you know, Force ghosts, which they wanted to appear, and so it came up with that. Or you know, there's nothing in the first movie that hints at, you know, that Luke can do this in the cave with the Wampa cave and have the saber come to him.
Right.
You know?
I mean, that was a great connection I mean, you look at Rise of Skywalker, another movie that people I think have opinions on, and that that film sort of doesn't, it's not like answers the question like in a very clickbaity way, but it's like, oh, that moment where Kylo Ren sees the rainwater on his glove or the hand touch, is that an evolving power? Is that something that is happening, actively growing until we see, oh, it's a necklace, oh, it's an environment, oh, it's the whole lightsaber? And sort of like, and there's a lot of questions like, that's a force power? And it's like, in the same way lightning was, in the same way that force speed and Phantom Menace happens once, things like that. So wrapping up here, I wanted to ask you real quick, and then we'll get into the James Lipton questionnaire, which is literal. The job and the different career, the other hat you wear with Ron Bergman at T Street. How is that different than being on set? Do you find that to be like creatively satisfying in a different way, or is it sort of like you're still thinking filmmaker wise?
I'm still, I mean, the only thing I'm really good at is being on set making movies. But I mean, something that's very satisfying about T Street is just being able to support other filmmakers. I mean, that's pretty much it. And for me, that means also being able to kind of watch them work and learn from what they do, and just the excitement of being able to facilitate other people being able to make their stuff their way. So it's not so much a creative sort of endeavor. The other thing I'm in the middle of doing right now is this, this is the first time I'm doing a television show. I'm doing a show with Natasha Lyonne called Poker Face.
It's just wild. Like,
it's really fun.
Like,
man.
you get to pick a creative partner, and you get Natasha Lyonne. That's like the most exciting thing ever.
It's heaven, and it's I don't know. I'm very excited for that to come out. It's been a crazy fun experience, but TV it's a lot of work.
Aside from Natasha Lyonne and Ron Bergman and people that we've talked about in here, like Adam Driver, Daisy Ridley, Mark, who's inspiring you creatively right now? Just out of curiosity.
Oh my God. I was so completely smitten with the Daniels last movie with Everything Everywhere All at Once, and just that was genuinely inspiring to go into a theater and feel like, I mean, you talk about seeing people who leave it all on the table, seeing a filmmaker who with limited resources stepped up, didn't let that limit them, and made something that was both emotionally resonant and formally audacious, and that genuinely kind of like pushed kind of, we can do, I haven't seen this done before, let's try doing this. And that was genuinely thrilling to see. And everyone was so good in it. Stephanie Hsu who played the daughter in it, and I got to work with her on our show on Poker Face. She plays a part in it. So
that's great.
But just fantastic actors all around. And I think that's been a real highlight of the year is the experience of watching that movie in the theater.
It was incredible. And we could talk about that all day. But before we get into the ending here, everybody head down to the links one more time. Let's donate. Let's raise some money.
You will click the donation link now.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be clipped out and dropped everywhere. Yeah. Ryan, man, this has been incredible. I mean, these donations, this has been so much fun. We could go on for days, but you've been so generous with your time, and we made this happen super quick. Again, your team is just fantastic.
That makes me really happy. And again, everybody go and donate. Make-A-Wish is fantastic. They do incredible work, and support them.
Absolutely. So normally with other podcasters or Star Wars authors or Lucasfilm people, it's easy to say like, oh, where do I find you on Twitter? We all know where to find you on Twitter. So you may plug however you feel like plugging now at the end. If you want to tell everybody, again, we're in Glass Onion season right now. If you want to talk about the release or talk about anything.
Yeah, Glass Onion, we have a day for you. The thing I want to plug is just, again, click the donate button. Let's support Make-A-Wish, and let's keep their good work going. That's the thing to plug.
On my hard days, I usually don't think about it. I just try to get to the next day and hope that the next day will be better. My legs don't work like other people's, so I have to be in a wheelchair. I take the needed medicine for everything that's going on in my body. My wish is to redesign my bedroom. My wish is to remodel my backyard. It's like that warm feeling, almost like, you know, something really good is gonna happen. Hope.
Well, welcome back to the Podathon. We are officially in the home stretch at this moment
Yeah.
here.
There we are.
So first of all, we are now at $10,459.
No, sir. No, sir. $10,470.
That's
okay.
right.
Yeah.
Yep.
I turned my back for a second, and people still sending some money. That's
right.
fantastic.
10,470.
Wow.
Unbelievable, y'all. This has been a amazing day, and it's still going to keep going. We're not done yet.
We're not done.
We're not.
Yet. We're not done.
We're
yet.
not.
We have one last fantastic interview segment, and then we're going to do a huge raffle giveaway with our guest Jordan Hembrow, who you know from our Star Wars stories and Toy Hunters and things like that. He's going to be joining us. But I get to talk to Shelby Young in just a couple of minutes. I'm so excited about that. But before we do that, let's give something away. I mean, people have been good enough to give money to Make-A-Wish. Let's see if we can give something away. So I have, I'm going to be giving away these here. As those who know me know that I am a pop addict. So as you can imagine, I went down to my personal vault in the basement and pulled two of the Make-A-Wish. I wish it wasn't like an exaggeration, but there's way too many pops in the basement. But I pulled these two. They are two Make-A-Wish exclusive. One's a GameStop, one's another. I think it's, what is it here? Oh, it's just straight up pop. But anyway, all the proceeds from buying those, when somebody bought it the first time and then ripped somebody off by selling it on eBay for $60, it didn't go to Make-A-Wish. But your money has gone to Make-A-Wish. And
yes, it has.
Scott, Nick, let's pull a number. We now have how many tickets we have? 2,860 virtual tickets in the virtual barrel.
860 tickets. All right, so we're gonna spin this for Pete's Pops because
Pete's
he
Pops.
is, as we say, a funkaholic.
1931. That was the year that my first child was born.
And it continues.
Oh my gosh. It goes to Lisa Kwan. Lisa
Kwan
will be taking
Excellent.
Which is so great. We're so excited about that. Guys, it has been a wonderful day. And I have honestly been looking forward to this since, I have. There are a couple people who are on my list of people that I want to talk to just because I think they're really interesting. And I've been sort of on the hunt to try to get an opportunity to talk to Shelby. And I reached out to Lucasfilm and then reached out to Shelby, and she was like, "Yep, I'll do it." I was like, "Oh, all I had to do was raise money for Make-A-Wish, and we would get her here."
Right.
So let's let Reagan introduce her, and then we'll get to go.
Excellent.
Whew, we have reached the final interview of the evening. I remember when this evening started. I was young, innocent. Seriously, we could not be more happy that you've stuck with us and that you've helped us raise so much money to make dreams come true for critically ill children. We could not have done this without you, and we are so grateful that you're here. Our next show is the man who brought this idea to life. This is his baby, and though there have been a lot of hands helping him out, that I really want to recognize Scotty, Nick, Alden, everyone involved in bringing this event together. It was no end of hard work. We are endlessly grateful to all of you. Right now, we have Around the Galaxy with Pete Fletzer at ATGcast on Twitter, on Instagram as well. And his guest, you know her as the voice of Leia in Lego Star Wars, as well as The Bad Batch. She's done lots of episodes of Marvel What If. She's done Star Wars Visions. She's also acted in American Horror Story. Please give the biggest welcome that you can for our final guest of the evening, Shelby Young. I am so happy that I got to spend some time with you tonight. Thank you for everything that you've done. May the Force be with you, always.
Shelby, thank you so much for joining us. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. Thank you for having me. This is awesome.
Oh, thank you for joining us. You know, it's really true. It's I've been hopeful that I would get an opportunity to speak to you. I love your work, and I have to say, as soon as I reached out to you, like, I think you might have been the quickest response from any guest we got. So thank you for that. But what is it about Make-A-Wish that's like, I'm going to do something for that?
Oh my gosh. I mean, I love working with charities that work with children, and Make-A-Wish is such, I mean, it's just such a world-renowned and well-known charity, and I love what they do for these kids, and I wanted to help out in any way that I could, and I'm glad I could donate my time and a prize for the raffle later.
Yes. Oh my gosh. That's one, like, I'm going to fix the raffle to make sure that
But you win it.
Yeah. But I told the guys before we came on that I have had over 165 episodes of Around the Galaxy over the last 3 years, and I've never been able to impress my daughter. Although, so I'm sitting here, just a quick little story. After you said yes, I go online and I'm watching some of your Instagrams and looking at your YouTube channel and watching you on TikTok. My daughter walks in, she goes, "Why are you watching her videos?" I'm like, "She's going to be on the show," and she's like, "You got her?" So I mean, I've had like my favorite drummer from Anthrax. I've had Hal Hickel and Oscar winners and all kinds of best-selling authors. And this is the one where she's like, "I'm so excited." So that is really great.
I'm honored.
So how did you get into voice acting? How did you decide that that's something for you?
Yeah, well, I started acting on camera as a kid, and that was just my life. That was my career. And I kind of fell into voiceover. With my on-camera agents, they sent me on an audition for a video game that was going to be motion capture. And so they were casting on-camera actors. They wanted a really grounded performance. And I went in and I happened to book it. And that was kind of it. As soon as I worked on that project, I fell in love with VO and mocap, and I went in the booth again to record all of the in-game fight efforts and that. So that was my time in the booth. I'd done a couple things as a kid, like those old Tricks commercials, the silly rabbit tricks are for kids. I did that when I was young, but my brain didn't put two and two together that like voice acting was its own career until I was a little bit older, more mature. My brain developed. But yeah, I absolutely fell in love with it. And it still took a few years after I did that game. It was Dead Rising 3 to get an agent and start auditioning. And then once I started working in the voiceover space, I fell in love with it so much, and the ability to play so many different characters that maybe I physically can't, like playing a dog in Marmaduke or a droid in a lot of Star Wars projects. And I completely fell in love with it. But honestly, Forces of Destiny, voicing Leia, that was my first animated project, which was crazy to start with something like that.
Now, how did they discover you for the Leia voice? Because that's, I mean, trying to, replicate it, and not even replicate. Like, I hate to call it that because you do bring your own sort of spin to it, but
Yeah.
it's the voice of Carrie Fisher, which has to be a little intimidating, especially because of the legend of her and her
Mhm.
character. First of all, how did you get it? And then how did you approach it?
Yeah, it was just an audition. It was an audition like anything else. It was code names. I don't remember what the character name was, but it definitely wasn't Leia. But it was code named and changed around enough to where I was able to kind of figure out it was Star Wars related. I don't think I knew it was animated. I didn't know what it was,
Mhm.
but I knew they wanted a younger Carrie Fisher type of sound. And so my homework was to watch Star Wars clips.
Well, that's rough.
Like I know it's terrible, but when I was auditioning, that was pretty much what I did. It's funny actually, that first game that I worked on, I was about 19, 20 when I worked on it, and I hadn't seen Star Wars yet. I was a late bloomer, and when I worked on that game, they started calling me when they found that out. One of the guys on set started calling me Your Worshipfulness, and I was like, please just stop. I promise. When we had a break, I was like, I'll watch A New Hope. Like I'll just watch the first one. That's it. But of course, I watched A New Hope. And then I was like, what have I been missing my whole life? And then I just dived into all of the films and I became obsessed. So I'd seen Star Wars by the time I auditioned for Leia. And yeah, it was just rewatching clips, figuring out some of her mannerisms. But really, like when I booked the role and what we worked on in the booth with Dave Filoni and the team was just really focusing on her strength and the character of Leia versus like making it such a just direct voice match and
Yeah.
not adding in any of that. It was just really, finding the character and all of her qualities that make her Leia.
And then, of course, you got to play older Leia and original trilogy Leia in
Yeah.
the Star Wars Vacation special. How do you do the same voice at two different ages? Because Carrie Fisher, obviously, and Leia as a character, there is no denying that her voice is different in the sequel trilogy.
Of course.
And so how do you go about doing something like that?
Well, with that was just again practice. I'd been working on an older General Leia just for a while for myself because when I'm sitting at home, that's how TikTok came to be, and I know we'll talk about it. But like I sit around and I work on voices, which that should have been a clue that I should be a voice actor. But I've been doing that my whole life, and that was I approached it almost as a different voice in that aspect. It's still a lot of the same attributes and qualities. She's just a bit more mature. She's been through a lot more. So bringing that to the character, but there's such levity in the Lego Star Wars universe that isn't exactly the same as in the film. So it was also finding the comedy and the humor within this character that she is comedic in her own right. She has certain lines.
Sure.
They're such zingers, but it was finding also the comedy within that voice for the Lego franchise. But yeah, I kind of, I don't want to say I approached it as two different characters, but in certain aspects I did, where I felt the voice in different places. Like when I do my Leia, I can feel it in the back of my throat, whereas when she's a bit older, I feel it more in the front of my mouth. And it's just maneuvering and manipulating my voice on top of, and it's the smaller part, but the acting is the bigger part of just, again, finding that character and staying true to the amazing character Carrie Fisher created.
Yeah. So I've had a couple other voice actors on the show.
Mhm.
Like Sean Kennan and a couple others like that,
Awesome.
who I asked them the same question I'm going to ask you because I find it very interesting. The difference between, because a lot of voiceover artists are also impressionists, right?
Mhm.
Just sort of naturally. What's the difference between how you approach a voiceover, where especially if you're playing a familiar character like Leia, and doing an impression of Princess Leia, Carrie Fisher?
Yeah, it's the acting, 100%. Like
Yeah.
for me, an impression, you can still act doing an impression, but a lot of the times it's a little bit more exaggerated. It's a little bit more of a caricature. Like I do a lot of Jennifer Coolidge impressions, and I know I'm not doing a spot on Jennifer Coolidge, but I'm finding the comedy and those hooks in her voice that I know sound enough like her for the bit that I'm doing. When I'm doing a voice match, which I do a lot of voice matching for film. And for those of you listening that don't know what voice matching is, it is what it sounds like. But a lot of the times celebrities are booked on 3 movies at a time and they realize that one of their lines or some of their fighting efforts or whatever it is in this one film weren't clear enough, or they need an extra line thrown in off camera, or they need an extra line thrown in where you see their mouth moving. I will go in, or whoever gets hired that can do this, and you have to be them. You have to exactly be them. And that is a mix again of the acting, their speech patterns. It is an impression on steroids. Like you have to be so exact. So it's it's a little bit more meticulous. It's a little less loose. And again, it's really focusing more on the acting while finding the voice instead of just the voice and then adding in something fun.
Yeah. What? Yeah. Wow. And so it seems that the impressions have sort of pulled you into what I would call TikTok fame. I mean, over 3 million followers. I would put that in the fame category. How did you stumble into that? How did you end up as a TikToker?
Yeah.
Which my 13-year-old daughter is so impressed with.
That's so awesome. Yeah, honestly, it was the pandemic. I'd been doing impressions and figuring out voices for work and for fun for so long. But I was just so bored, as a lot of us were, sitting inside, thankfully healthy, but stuck in these four walls, and I had nothing to do. And thankfully, I was able to keep working. But in my downtime, normally you go out with friends or you go to the movies, and you couldn't do any of that. So I decided to just start making silly videos for the internet, not thinking anything of it. And I made a bunch of stuff that didn't stick. But in the beginning, I made this Siri video that just blew up. And it was my first time anything went viral like that. And that started a little bit of a fan base. And then I just started making more impression videos and kind of figuring out what people liked, because I didn't know what to do at the beginning with TikTok. I
Right.
did a lot of like my cat talking. And yeah, it all kind of snowballed from there. I started doing a lot of Disney impressions, or then when it really, really took off. Because I'm a Disney fan and there are millions of them and us on the internet. So that was really where it all kind of started.
Have you found that it has helped you get voiceover work, or were you already, sort of in that side of the business has just sort of been an extension of what you're doing?
Yeah, I have had a few jobs reach out specifically because they found my TikToks. I would say for the most part, though, it's more that directors or people that I've worked with previously that didn't know my range fully have seen videos and have brought me in. Like, I worked on a game recently where I went from playing a little kid to an old woman, and he's like, I knew you were the one for this because I just literally watched a video of you going from a baby and aging yourself up to an old woman. And I'm like, cool, great. So
we 15,000.
Whoa.
We don't even have a graphic for that number.
Holy cow.
I'm so sorry to interrupt.
No, please.
No, that is a totally acceptable thing to interrupt for. Holy cow.
That is
God.
amazing.
Bring Nick in.
What just happened?
What?
Whoa.
I don't know.
guys.
I don't know if he wants me to say who made the donation or not. So I will.
Oh my God.
Yeah, let me DM you guys, and if you guys could just go see if it's all right if I mention who it is, let me know and I'll mention it. But
absolutely,
so look at this.
My
This is
heart's racing.
all behind the scenes here. This is
That's so exciting.
man. Holy cow!
Woohoo.
Wow.
Shelby, I'm so sorry. You were
Don't
telling
be sorry.
15,000.
This is about this.
$772. We're less than $300 away from 16,000 at this point.
What?
Heck yes.
Holy crap, you guys. Unbelievable.
Oh.
You guys are awesome. That's
Oh my God.
cool.
Pete,
Hold on
did you
a second.
text us yet?
I'm sending it to you in the private chat. Hold on.
Oh,
Shelby will be able to see it too, but
wanna look.
yeah, go check and see if
Okay, I'll find
if
out.
it's all right. All right. All right.
On it.
Scotty, Nick, when you find out, put it in the chat. If it's cool,
I will.
I'll just
text
continue. on.
Alden. Text
I'm
Alden.
doing it right now.
Okay. Holy cow.
So exciting.
That's amazing.
wow.
That is fantastic. What were we saying? Make a wish, something?
You
I don't
know.
Yeah. That's remarkable.
Oh, that's so cool.
Wow. Okay. So we were talking we were talking about voice acting versus impressions, and then moving on. So actually, well, I'll just
We'll
go
talk
to
about
where
TikTok. Yeah.
yeah, whatever. But you were mentioning video games. So you have had the opportunity to play the same character in a video game
Mhm.
and in animation.
Yes.
So again, I keep going back to Leia, but that's what I think a lot of people who are Star Wars fans would know you from.
Yeah.
How is it different? What for those, because basically in a video game you're doing this like lines after lines, like you're alone in a booth, right? And you're just kind of bam, bam. But how do you approach it differently, or maybe explain the difference perhaps between doing the Lego animated show versus the
Yeah.
Lego game and sort of the variations between the two?
Absolutely. So I'll start with just in general, and then I'll go into the Lego game because that was its own separate thing. But in general, yes, for a video game session, you are alone in the booth. You're going through all the different dialogue, all the lines. Sometimes, depending on the game and the size of your character, you might not get your lines until you walk into that booth. So you don't know
Right.
what you're doing, who you're playing.
Right.
It's a surprise. So improv skills are very important, and being able to cold read are very important. But yeah, and then with animation, the pandemic has changed things a little bit where I am kind of in this space doing my animation work as well. But sometimes we're able to Zoom with other actors before the pandemic. And hopefully what we'll get back to at some point is actually being in the room with the other actors, because the energy when you're in the room bouncing lines off of each other is unbeatable. But with Lego Star Wars, it was very different because we were remaking the movies sometimes frame by frame for these games. So the dialogue that was previously said by Carrie Fisher in the films and for all of the characters, they would actually play it for me in my ear and then I would repeat it because it was really important that it was pretty exact to the films. So when I do the animated Lego stuff or when I did Forces of Destiny, again, the focus was more just on the character itself. The voice match wasn't as important. I'm a perfectionist, so I tried to get as close as I could. But with Lego Star Wars, the Skywalker Saga, the sound was exact. So we all would hear the reference file and then say it. Then, of course, there was dialogue that was put in that wasn't in the films, like we have to use the laser cannons to knock down the door, that or giving the player info. That was, again, just making sure I was in the zone, in the voice, in the acting. But yeah, it was a little different than most video game sessions.
So, and how long does it take to do something like this?
Well, for Lego Star Wars, it actually for the game, it didn't take too long at all. It was one session and then a pickup session. So I had one 4-hour day and then another day that I think it was an hour or two. What was wild about that and what happened with the pandemic with a lot of games is, you know, it got pushed. There were a couple release dates. So it was the craziest part was hearing myself from the past, but so far back. Like I think it was 3.5 years from when I recorded till when it released. So you have to be a really good secret keeper when you work in the video game
well,
world.
especially because if I remember correctly, that Lego Star Wars game was delayed multiple times, so it was like nonstop, like kind of wait, right?
Yeah, and that was even how it was for me because, you know, as an actor, you don't get all of the information before the general public does. So I made like a fake Reddit account and was just stalking the Reddit like Lego Star Wars page to see what updates they were having, and I'd watch for leaks, and I never commented or liked or did anything because I never wanted to like give anything away. I'm so scared of NDAs. But I was lurking.
Did so now, which do you prefer? Do you prefer video games or animation or
both? Honestly, both. They're both because they're both just acting, just slightly different forms. I really do approach them very similarly, where it's just playing this character and inhabiting their headspace for the hours or whatever I'm in the booth for.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. So who's some of your favorite characters that you've gotten to do either in animation or video games?
Oh, let's see. Well, obviously, Princess Leia is like the top of the top, and I'm not just saying that for this. Like that, when I booked that role, I cried. Anytime I get asked to voice Leia, I have a little mini breakdown of just like I can't believe this is my life. But then Soph Blaskowitz in Wolfenstein Youngblood was one of my favorite characters to play, and that process was just so cool. I got to go to Sweden to do the mocap for that game.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, they flew us, the whole acting team out there. And I met one of my now best friends on that set. She played my sister in the game, Valerie Lohman, another super talented voice actress. But our sister dynamic in the game is one of my favorite things that I've gotten to work on. Captain Bragg in The Bad Batch. I hadn't really played a baddie before, so getting to play her was really cool, jumping to kind of the other side. And I love playing Raina Manta on Baby Shark's Big Show. It's such a cute kid show. Oh, I love it. And there's so many, I actually, I'm a sap. I cry at everything. But we had an episode come out recently that was about adoption. It was a Mother's
You got to keep
Day.
it together when you're doing these things, Shelby.
I do. Oh, I do. I keep it together in the booth as best as possible. But I watched it back, and it's just this episode that like teaches kids that all families are different and there's no right family and everybody can be different. Because my son on the show is adopted. I'm a manta ray and he's a pilot fish. And he's like, why does our family look different than the shark family? They all have the same smiles. And it was just such a beautiful episode explaining that. And I'm just thinking of the kids watching it that are maybe adopted or have friends that are, and just understanding it a bit more. And yeah, I love, that was what made me want to be a voice actor and work in all forms of animation. But when I work on children's animation, it's like, I remember being that little kid learning so much from the cartoons I was watching, and to know I could be potentially doing that for a kid out there is just so cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's great. So when you approach a character, how often do they tell you I mean, other than when you're doing an existing character,
Yeah.
how often do they tell you, and what kind of direction do you get for like a baby shark or something like that?
Yeah, totally. With Baby Shark, it was interesting. I actually auditioned for Mommy Shark, and I had a callback for her, and then I didn't get that role, but they were like, we really loved the character that she created for this, so we're going to have her play Raina Manta instead. But it really comes down to interpretation for the auditions. You get a breakdown. Sometimes there's character art, which is super helpful because that's how I'll find a voice. Like if a character has big innocent eyes, I usually will have them in a higher register. Depending on the type of animation, if it's children's animation or adult animation, that changes the vibe, of course, too. But it really is a collaborative process once you're in the booth, where you're figuring out, like even for Captain Bragg for the Bad Batch, it was figuring out what we wanted her to sound like. Did we want her to have that deep authoritative voice? Did we want the accent? Like just kind of, you work with your director and sometimes the showrunner or executive producer to really figure out a character. And then it's so cool once it all comes together, and it's like you see their eyes light up because that's the voice that they were picturing, and it fits the character how you were picturing it. And it's a cool collaborative process.
So that's cool. And so, yeah, when you're creating a character, when you look at a Star Wars character,
Yeah.
or even what was the name of the character you played in Visions? I can't remember the.
Curdy was her nickname, but it was like
Yes.
K334.
Yeah. How do you are they sitting there sort of talking you through what's expected there, or they're just like, Shelby, we hired you because you get this. Give us a voice for this guy.
Well, that's so funny you say that for Visions, because for Visions, that is exactly what it was. It's a mix of both, but I went in for Visions and I started doing a character voice, and they were like, no, we want your voice. Just do your normal speaking voice. That's all
Really?
we want. Like, yeah. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. But yeah, like again, with Captain Bragg, we sat there for a bit, just like we did one line over and over again, just figuring out what the character was. And then once we locked in on the voice and her mannerisms and all of that, then we moved on to work through the rest of the dialogue.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
And I know you can't say a word, but I'm hoping that in Bad Batch we get Captain Bragg back. That would be awesome. But don't smile or wave or
I say
wink,
nothing.
which is fine. You were good. Your NDA is safe.
Thank
here
you.
with us. Are there any voices that you've just really tried to get that you just are like, I'm not going to get this one, and because I meant, like, obviously you're not I'm not going to get James Earl Jones, but like, are there voices?
Excuse you don't know that. No.
Okay. Way to make me feel really bad for a second there,
James
Shelby.
Earl Jones and Batman are a little out of my register.
Right.
It's funny because I'll get a lot of comments on TikTok videos where people will be like, do male voices. And so I'll do the male voices that I can do, like Chucky Finster and Timmy Turner, right? Where it's they're boys voiced by women.
Yep.
There's a reason why there are men voicing these men. Our registers don't quite hit there.
Right.
But yeah, there's one voice that has eluded me that I don't understand why I can't get it. And it drives me nuts because people ask for it all the time, but I cannot do a good Bart Simpson. Not good enough to post anyway. I've got a couple little lines there, and I've done other Nancy Cartwright voices, but that one just escapes me. There's something in her tone that I haven't been able to 100% hit yet. And then Lois Griffin was another one that was hard for me, but I finally just figured it out a little bit.
And is that how you sort of keep your instrument sharp? Do you just like pick out a voice or do you just respond to requests on your TikTok and you're like, I haven't thought, let me try that?
Yeah, I do a mix. Like I just had a little series that I was doing where there's this really popular filter that turns you into a redhead with freckles. And so I was like, I'm going to do redhead character impressions. And so then people were requesting characters that I've never done before. And I gave them a try. And like Lois, I had known, I've never been great, but so many people are asking for Lois. Let me try it. And I finally was able Peanut. Like I was able to figure out where in my nose her voice was. So yeah, it's also that, or I'll watch a movie or a show and I'll hear a voice that I get stuck in my head and I'll keep repeating it and try to figure out the nuance of like where, again, that lives in my chest or my throat or my nose. So it's a mix of both.
And how long did it take? I mean, how long did it take you to realize that there's what the science is to that instrument that is your voice, right? Because we all do voices. Most of us do them really poorly, like I do. But there's like and I've seen on your TikToks and your Instagram posts where you talk about, and here I'm going to pull my throat a little tighter. Things like, how did you learn that? Did you have a coach, or this was just something you worked through yourself?
Yeah, it was just something I worked through myself where I could feel it. I'm sure there are better ways to describe what I'm doing and more like accurate and scientific words to use, but I'm just like, I push my voice here. But it's where I just feel it. Like I always would do a Britney Spears impression, and I would impersonate, like I used to have a little digital camera, and I would, because I didn't know how to screen record as a kid. I don't even know if you could, but I would film my YouTube screen and then do the voice over it and then upload it. And so it's something I'd always done. And then when I started trying to explain how I did it, it really started by me saying, I don't know how to say it. I just feel it in my throat. Or like when I close my nose to do a Chucky impression, I could feel it up right here. So it's explaining it in very layman's terms, because that's the only terms I know how to use to explain it. Yeah.
So what are some of your favorite voices to do? I know we're gonna quiz you in a minute with something, but what are some voices that you really like to do?
Most of the Disney princesses. Jennifer Coolidge has been one of late. I just did, I'm so proud of myself today. I made a fake scam video where I had a Jennifer Coolidge scam account. It was me messaging myself being like, please send me money through Cash App for my limo driver for my fancy premiere. But people fell for it. They're like, no, that's not her. Don't fall for it, Shelby. But so Jennifer Coolidge is a fun one. Siri, of course. I actually do a lot of work as a Siri replacement for film and television. So many different characters I can't even think of right now. Wonder Woman, Harley Quinn. Oh my gosh, I do Harley Quinn a lot. Arlene Sorkin's version is my absolute favorite. I love Tara Strong's also, and Margot Robbie's, but yeah, I usually do the Arlene Sorkin version. Hermione Granger, the list goes on. I never can pick.
Yeah, it's whatever hits you for the day, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, since we've been talking about some of your voices, let's hear some of them. We talked a little bit ahead of time. We are going, in honor of this being a Star Wars driven podathon.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to do Princess Leia's famous monologue when she is the hologram in A New Hope as some of your favorite characters. So get your drink, get ready.
Let's do it.
Get ready. Here we go.
All right.
Well, let's start with Siri.
General Kenobi, years ago you served my father in the Clone Wars. Now he begs you to help him in his struggle against the Empire.
How about tour guide Barbie?
I regret that I am unable to present my father's request to you in person, but my ship has fallen under attack, and I'm afraid my mission to bring you to Alderaan has failed.
And Snow White.
I've placed information vital to the blah 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 blah. I've placed information vital to the survival of the rebellion into the memory systems of this R2 unit. My father will know how to retrieve it.
Do you find you have to you I saw you became Snow White there for a second. You gotta act out. Okay, let's continue on with Meg from Hercules.
You must see this droid safely delivered to him on Alderaan, Herc.
And finally, let's close it out with the famous Jennifer Coolidge.
Oh my God, this is our most desperate hour. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
That's fantastic. I loved everything about that. So
it cracks me up too. It's just so silly.
And what is it about Jennifer Coolidge right now that is like she's like popular? Is she even in anything right now? I don't
yes,
even know.
She just won an Emmy.
Oh, that's right, she did.
Yeah, and
that
the
is...
Emmy speech. Did you watch it?
No,
I
did not
I
see
just
it.
took a lavender bath, and I'm all swollen under my dress, and I didn't think I was gonna win, but I need to read. Like, she was hilarious.
I always, there's certain movies that you just end up watching every single time they're on, and for some reason, my wife and I will watch Legally Blonde all the time, and it's just.
Oh my God, you look like the 4th of July.
Oh, it's so great. So, so yeah. All right. Well, good. So we are. I think we're coming down the home stretch here a little bit. Let me just maybe share with us a little bit about what maybe can you share anything about what you have coming up or
Oh God, no.
we just talked
Unfortunately,
NDA and I can't. Yeah,
I know it's so but again, Baby Shark's big show. I'm in more episodes coming up. I'm trying to think of like what has just come out. If you haven't played Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga, it's genuinely such a fun game. Oh, I have a game called Wildflowers. In 3 days, it'll be out on Switch. It's
Okay.
been out on the Apple Arcade for a bit now, but it was so popular that they're bringing it to more platforms, which is awesome. It's like a kind of a farming game with a witchy vibe, and it's super LGBTQ plus friendly, and you can marry kind of anyone in the game, which is really cool, except for my character. I'm left out of the marriage.
Oh,
I
man.
pine over this guy the whole time, but I'm the blacksmith, so I'm my character's who you come to craft tools. But I'm Natalia. I've got this sort of New Jersey accent going on, and she's just down on her luck.
That's great. That's so,
Yeah.
I mean, so let me just ask you another question because you said video games,
Yeah.
like the games that come from the, like there are certain things like the voice, things that I think people don't realize. For
Mhm.
me, it took me a little bit of research, and I found that you did the voice of the mini marshmallows from Ghostbusters, which is so great. Like, is that one of those things where you go in and it's like an hour of just give us a bunch of bubbly noises and go, or how does that
This
work?
one, it was pretty not like specific, but it was really they would play the scenes. We got to watch it. So I do something called
So it's more of a
looping.
Foley kind of thing?
Yeah,
Okay.
basically. So looping is the voice version of Foley, which Foley, for anybody that's listening, is, when you hear footsteps through the snow, that's not actually the actors on the day because the mics wouldn't pick that up. But
Right.
it's like a Foley artist will go in, they have materials that make it sound like all of the things that are happening. So looping or ADR is the VO equivalent of that. So it's basically like when I was saying I do the voice matching, but it's for background voices. So let's say the scene takes place in a cafeteria at a high school. When they're filming the lead actors, only the lead actors are talking and all of the background actors are pantomiming. But
Mhm.
it would sound really weird if you went to see a movie and you saw everybody in the background moving their mouth and no one was talking. So a
Right.
group of loopers come in and we give them their voices. We improvise what they're saying. Sometimes it's specific, but we do that. So this was a form of looping where the film was in post-production pretty much done. They were already animated, the mini Stay Puft Men, and we went in and we gave them voices. So sometimes it was matching a little lip flap is what it's called, like when the little first puff comes out and it's like, like coming out of the bag. Sometimes it was, again, just random in the background. They're not on screen yet, zooming in on the Roomba. But it was so much fun to work on. And they were so sadistic the way they're like melting
gosh.
each other and like burning on the, I loved it.
And it was so funny to watch the reaction. Like there were people on the internet who were like, "Oh, sure, it's kind of cruel if you think about what they're doing, but it's damn funny." That's what it is.
I can't feel it.
Oh, that's great. Well,
Yeah.
Shelby, thank you so much for being a part of this. Hang out with us because why don't you tell us what your can you tell us what we're going to give away from you?
I have it here. Of course, though, my my marker ran dry as soon as I went to sign
Right,
it.
as soon as
So
you do
it
that
will
first
be-
line, right?
It will be autographed with the name if they want it of the winner. We can talk if they want a name or not. But I have donated, this way is my camera, a Star Wars. What is this? It's Luke Skywalker's X-Wing fighter. You have Luke, you have Princess Leia, which is why I got this pack, and then R2-D2, and it's super fun. And yeah, so it'll be autographed, and I can write a little note if whoever wins wants it. We can figure out logistics afterwards. But yeah.
That's really great. Well, thank you so much. I'm going to ask you to hang out. I'm going to bring in my
course.
co-hosts, and we'll get things started. We have a.
Yeah.
Let me bring these guys in here. I'm pressing the wrong buttons. It's like computer craziness here in front of me. Boys, how are you? You're back. Good to see you.
I'm not recovered from 15,000 yet.
That's wild.
That's amazing.
It is
Actually, for an update, 15,798. We were $250 away from 16,000.
Wow.
I think it's possible.
It
Man,
is
totally
possible. So, we're waiting. We're going to be joined in just a few minutes by Jordan Hembrow, who's going to be our sort of co-host for the final raffle. Scotty and Nick, did you have any questions for Shelby?
Not necessarily, but I can tell you this much, Shelby. You're wonderful. I love watching your TikToks.
Thank
My
you.
students, I'm a middle school teacher. Same exact thing like with Pete's daughter. Literally, I was like, they're like, oh, what's this big? Because I wrote in my board, I'm like, I have a 13-hour charity event. They're like, 13 hours, that's blah, blah, blah. You know, kids. And I'm like, it's a lot, yeah. But they're like, who are you going to talk to? And I'm like, oh, this person. They're like, we don't know who that is. Then I literally pulled up your TikTok and they're like, no way. They were all freaking out. So,
and similarly, I have 14-year-old twin girls, a 10-year-old daughter, and a 6-year-old daughter, and they are exactly like Pete's daughter.
No way.
They're obsessed. And like the first time I talked about you, I'd heard you on Ahch-To radio with Alden.
Yeah.
And came home talking about it one day. The next thing, I came home like the next day from work, and I was like, "What did y'all do today?" Like, we watched Shelby Young videos on YouTube all day, like nonstop. That was all they did.
Well, tell all of them I say hi and thank you.
Absolutely.
Well, of course. I'll show them this clip. My kids,
Yes,
they're going to
please.
freak out. They're going to freak out.
Right.
Heck yeah.
But
Well, good.
This has just been amazing. It's such fun. It's so fun hearing you tell those stories. And we say this all the time, process. I love hearing you talk about the process of not only learning the voices, transitioning through the difference between the ages, the parts of your voice and throat and all that. Just utterly fascinating. I love what you do. It's so cool.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Great. So you guys talk for just a minute while
Sure,
I put
we
in
can do that.
These virtual tickets, so we make sure everybody gets a chance.
That's right.
Shelby,
all the entries are ready.
I gotta thank you because you on your Twitter handle even put like Podathon 2022, and it meant a lot to see that because we all have our own followings and stuff, but it's cool to see the name represented in that way. So I really appreciate that.
Oh my gosh, of course. I wanted to help out as much as I could.
Oh, and you did seriously.
I'm glad.
Your segment was fantastic.
Thank you. All right, you guys got to stop complimenting me. I'm
okay. Let's kick her out. No,
let's say something horrible.
Yeah, say something mean.
Why can't you do James Earl Jones's voice? Say we'll come back to that.
Well, I'll ask you this. I'll ask you this, Shelby, as topically as we can, as we've been doing this whole day for Make-A-Wish. We heard you, of course, talk about you love any charities involving children, things that that relate to kids. Have you had any personal Make-A-Wish experiences yourself? That's been something we've kind of had as a thread throughout this day. Is we've had guests involved, we've had listeners and watchers who have commented on the screen that they were Make-A-Wish kids. Have you had any experiences yourself?
I have not, but I would love, one of my favorite things that I see is when actors or people that portray characters that these kids really look up to get to meet the kids. That's something that if I ever hit a level like that and I could make someone's day that way, I would absolutely love to do that.
I think it's possible. I think it's possible.
Oh, for sure.
I think it is more than possible. Well, thank you. We are joined now by Mr. Jordan Hembrough, who's going to bring us through to the end. There he is.
Woo!
What is going on?
The party has arrived.
You guys have been. Well, look, we're having a party here, by the way.
Look at that.
Look at the setup.
Whoa.
So wild.
Crazy. And you know what? Hang on. This is for you guys. Hang on.
Oh.
All right. So you know what?
Go.
I'm going to do this early. So I'm going to say cheers to all of you. Hi, Shelby, by the way. I love you. You're awesome. So this is cheers to you guys for doing this Podathon 2022. I know you were in the final stretch. You guys did it. I want to say thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it. And I want to say thank you to Kristin Baver for having me. Thank you to Phil. Thank you to everyone at Lucasfilm and the incredible fans for making this happen too. But mostly you guys, because you pulled it off. So congratulations.
Well, I can't think of a better person to end this day with, dude. This is the best way to end it.
This is my fourth one, so this is a great thing for me.
Now it's time for the fun to start.
That's
now it's time for the fun begins.
That's amazing.
Well, Jordan, I will give you the numbers, and I don't know if you've seen where we ended up for the day. We have come in at, our goal was 10,000.
10,000.
Last year we raised 8,350, I think was the number.
Yeah.
This year we reached $15,798.
Yeah.
So we are so excited about that. So happy that we were able to get there and to have some fun with it, and just a lot of people joined us, and we're able to bring some stuff together here. So we're gonna party and give some stuff away here. And
sounds good.
And Jordan, if you're ready, we'll start with Shelby's autographed Lego.
Yes,
because I know she would love to hang, but she's got voices to do. She's got things.
true.
I know. Shelby, you're busy.
She's got to go entertain all of our kids on TikTok.
Yeah, there you go.
She's got all these NDAs she has to fulfill right now. So the way we've been doing it all day long is we've been keeping a list of everybody who's donated. We have virtual tickets. We have 2,877 virtual tickets.
Incredible.
That we are going to pull from, and the first thing that we're going to give away is from Shelby. So Nick,
beautiful.
Yes, sir.
What do you got?
Wait, there you go.
There it is.
The
There it
ring light
is.
on it.
All right, let's get up in here. 2,877. You said, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's see what we got. 2870.
Ooh,
Wow, that was close to the
Somebody
end.
very recently, David
Yeah.
Cometti has it.
David
I
Cometti
imagine
won it.
David Cometti. He probably donated while you were on, Shelby. So he's
nice.
very excited to
Heck
be
yeah.
here. So that's great. So thank you again, Shelby, for being here with us. This has been
course.
Thank you so
fantastic.
much.
And
Thank you.
for
And
Thanks,
congrats.
Shelby.
And thank you guys for doing this. Like, this is so cool.
That's
Oh, it's
awesome.
so fun.
Have a good one.
thanks. Bye,
You
Shelby.
too.
Shelby.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, she's
Wow.
fantastic.
Oh my gosh,
She's so great.
Really
She's-
one of a kind. Wonderful.
You
I
gotta-
wasn't at the computer. Did she do some voices and everything? 'Cause
She
was
did.
wonderful. Damn.
Yes.
Did she do Jennifer Coolidge?
She did.
Definitely did.
Wow.
In fact, Jordan, you'll love this. She did Leia's original speech to Obi-Wan from New Hope in different voices, and she ended with Jennifer Coolidge.
We'll send you the link. You'll catch it
I
later.
want to see. I've been practicing. I've been practicing my Jennifer Coolidge impression. I wanted to try it out on her. Oh man, I love corn. Shelby does it so much better.
Oh man.
Well, Jordan, real quick, can you tell us, more about yourself before we start giving these giveaways? Because you're the finale. You're it. I want to hear more about you.
You're the big show.
Shouldn't people know me already?
Of course they do.
All right. For those of you who don't know me, I'm primarily known for a TV show I did about 10 years ago called Toy Hunter, where I went around the world looking at rare and unusual pop culture collectibles and hearing the incredible stories about people and why they collect toys in pop culture and their sort of, basically the relationship they have and we all have to our childhood toys. But most recently, I have been really, really involved with Lucasfilm and the Disney family doing a show called Our Star Wars Stories, where I went around the world again during COVID virtually, talking to people about fandom and their incredible love and everything, the emotional connection they have to the Star Wars universe. And I was fortunate enough to actually co-host Star Wars Celebration live this year with a couple other folks, Miss Kristin Baver and Christina Ariel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Legends.
Matt Martin was there. Oh, yep. And Matt Martin was there with all of us and everyone from the Star Wars family basically all came together as we always do at Star Wars Celebration. And that's about it. It's I'm just, I love Star Wars. I love all the vintage toys we grew up with. And I'm constantly hearing everyone's story and why they love this so much. In fact, I saw you had Rian Johnson earlier before. Ryan's a huge Star Wars fan. You guys know this.
Yeah. Yes.
So a couple of years ago when Last Jedi came out, Lucasfilm gifted him the at Walker that he never had when he was a kid. It was the only one that he never had. And I was the one that found it for Lucasfilm.
No
we all worked
way.
together. Yeah, it was great. There's a clip on the show where Andy's Andy's going, our friend Jordan Hember found this. And Ryan's like, oh my God, this is fantastic. The funny thing is I was talking to people who were at that press junket who saw him when he came off stage and he was like holding his at it like a newborn child. So I love it when people who are really, really high up, and I love Ryan, all he's done, Knives Out, who are just fans, just like us, that they really love all this stuff. And that's fantastic to me.
Isn't it funny? And it's so interesting that there are so many people right now that are making Star Wars or contributing to Star Wars that grew up as fans. It's kind of it's an interesting phenomenon that it's multi-generational now. It's not even just two generations. It's, it's 45 years old.
45 years.
It's wild. And you can see the love that comes out when somebody like Ryan does The Last Jedi and everything he's involved in. So
yeah, perfect. I love it. It's absolutely beautiful.
Fantastic. Well, let's give away our first big end of the evening raffle. What's it going to be, Nick?
Scotty, Scotty, you gonna pull those up for me?
Yep, right here.
We
Here
had
go.
a slight technical glitch earlier, so hit that next slide for us, and
Yes,
it
sir.
should be
Oh wow!
from Star Wars Explained.
Darth
They had
Maul?
That's right. They gave us a couple of these pops or Gentle Giant figures. I'm sorry, these aren't pops. We gave away 2 earlier in the day before their segment, and then we're gonna save. They've got 3 of them that we're gonna do right now. So I know we sent some notes to Jordan. Jordan, you want to tell us a little bit about this?
Yeah, this is actually a great piece. It's actually limited to 750 pieces, and it was a San Diego Comic-Con exclusive for 2021. This bust is inspired by the artwork by Ian McCraig, and it's his concept sketches. It's a really, really cool piece.
It is really awesome. I love it. Cool.
Let's give
Nick,
them away.
who's getting them, Nick? Let's
get a number. Here we go. 1816.
1816.
1816.
I'm not going to say it.
That was the year. No,
Jordan
Jordan all day, every time a number came up, they were like, give me a hard time about my age.
Was that the year Peter was born?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Peter and I talk. I'm actually older than Peter, I think.
Vindication.
All right. So the winner is Justin Boots Gray.
No
Justin.
way. Justin put in a commercial in this year. That's awesome, Justin. Love you, man.
That is absolutely fantastic. Congrats, Justin.
Free stuff. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's right. Scotty, let's hit that next one. This also will be from Star Wars Explained.
Alex and Molly, some of the best.
That's right. Alex and Molly Damon coming
that's
through
the
for
Darth
us.
Vader one.
Yep.
Darth Vader
Another-
bust. Yep.
Another Gentle Giant Darth Vader bust.
This is limited to 2,500 pieces, and this was designed by Silva Brothers, sculpted by Anissa. Oh my God, I'm going to butcher the name, Tuchab, but it's a beautiful piece, and I absolutely love it. Look at that. That's awesome.
Actually,
very well
You know,
sculpted.
before we give it away, Jordan would know how to pronounce.
Phil?
No.
Phil's last name?
Phil's last name.
No,
Yeah.
I gave away this Kotobuki. How do you say?
So it's Kotobukiya, but I've actually heard people call it Kotobukaya as well.
That's what Nick did. All right.
But when I go, every year I go to Toy Fair and I see these guys and they're like, "Welcome to Kotobukiya." So I'm like, I'm going to listen to you from now on.
Yeah. There you go.
Their way.
Absolutely.
Their company, they win.
Yep.
All right. So,
All right, let's get another number for this
Give
one.
me a number.
All right, here we go. And
18. Nope.
2467.
Ooh, okay. Let's see who that is. That is. I should have my own music, but I don't. Okay. Oh, Mark Thompson, the voice of Star Wars novels. Mark Thompson.
Oh,
yes.
that's
Thompson walks
amazing.
through with Vader.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Right.
perfect for him.
That's
That's
so
a great.
He's got to come on and do a promo next year as Vader then.
Has to.
It will be required.
That's fantastic. Love it.
Awesome. All right,
We had-
Scotty.
Oh yeah, let me move on. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Here we go.
Now this
Oh,
one,
boy.
I didn't know that I wanted this until Molly sent me the picture of it earlier today, and it's amazing.
So this was actually
Jordan, please tell us
this
about
was
this.
actually designed by a guy named Joe Allard. Let me tell you about Joe Allard. We wanted him on a show that we did called Our Star Wars Stories, but timing didn't work out. Allard is a great guy, and what a lot of people don't know about Joe is the dude lives on a boat. So he's just so cool. Like every day, the sunset, he goes off the back of his boat and just watches, the sunset on the ocean. He's a great guy. He's an incredible, incredible talent. He designed the Ben Kenobi, one of the Ben Kenobi statues. That was one of the inspirations for Obi-Wan Kenobi. If I have that right, I think I have that right. I'm pretty sure I do. Joe is actually absolutely incredible guy. So this is a great piece,
wild.
limited to 1,000 pieces. And, I think that one goes to me, right? Is it mine? No?
That's right.
That's right. We're gonna have to see what that number says. I believe this is called the Nowhere to Hide Boba Fett. But
It's a great piece.
Cool.
all right, so let's go. Somebody's gonna be really happy with this. Where's my camera? Here we go. 1643.
1643.
Pete's great grandfather. Sorry.
This
Can't even
goes
help
to Joshua Frutos.
Joshua
Joshua donated last night just before midnight, and got the last of the double entry. So we made it so that if you
Look at
entered
that.
twice, if you entered or donated before we started, you got double the entries, and he was the
Wow.
last one
Oh,
on
man,
that
that's
line.
good.
So
Good going, Joshua.
good going,
Got
Joshua.
lucky.
Well, way to go.
Love it.
This
Easy
next
for me to say.
one is
I
the
love
most
this Grogu piece.
this is the most coveted amongst the creators of this event. We're like, this one is so sick. There was a line at Celebration for just to
Yes,
take
there
a
was.
picture with this one.
Yeah,
Yes, there
it's a
was.
beautiful piece, and you know what? I don't think anyone really can. This is actually life size. I mean, it's over
Yes.
15 inches tall, so you're actually getting like Grogu at home with you to sit on your shelf. Now it includes a display base, engraved nameplate. It includes the removable mythosaur and medallion necklace.
Wow.
This is pretty much as close as you can get to having a prop with you. Done by Duonovo, great name in the industry. Someone's going to go home really, really lucky tonight.
Absolutely. And we want to throw a big thank you to our friend Dan Z from Coffee with Kenobi, because Dan donated this to us to give away.
Dan's
today.
the man. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Absolutely. All right, Pete, here we go. 2186.
2186. Let's
The
see.
year Pete's great grandchild was born.
You guys are ruthless, man.
No, it's his grandchild. This is beautiful. It's a good
All right.
thing.
Okay. That is going to Sean Sullivan.
Sean Sullivan.
Like
a
it.
winner.
Good luck, Sean.
Congratulations.
That's awesome.
Amazing.
You guys are writing these down, right? Because I'm
Yes, I got you.
I don't want to have to
buddy.
watch this again. No offense to anybody here. I just, all right, awesome. Oh, yes.
Excellent.
This next one, I have both of these items. Not even kidding. These are
That's right.
fantastic.
Pete's got his.
They're cool pieces. The R2D2
Yes.
Digipets. These are basically like the Tamagotchis that we grew up with.
Mhm.
But they're R2D2 and they're Star Wars inspired. Bandai Namco is great. They've re-inspired all these classic Star Wars figures into this really sort of takeaway to the ancient traditions of the samurai.
Yes.
We're looking at what is this? This is this is Mandalorian right here.
Yep.
They've done Boba Fett. They've done Vader. They've done C-3PO. This is actually brand new for the line. We carry these in the gallery, okay, and they retail. They're expensive. They retail for about $125 to $149 when they're brand new, and then we might take them down a little bit. They always sell out, and the reason is because they are so detailed, they are so limited, and they're instant collector's items. Bandai doesn't make a lot of them, so when you buy them, you're buying something limited. It truly is something wonderful. We love them. That's a great piece. I love that.
And by our friend Justin Cavender, who was the one who was our connect with Bandai Namco. He came on both of our shows, Bombadcast and Around the Galaxy, to promote what they were doing for Celebration. So we have a good relationship with them. So who's the winner of this? Let's see.
They actually. I'll throw out that again. We did a meetup with.
we did do a
at
meetup
Star Wars
with them.
Celebration, and they sponsored it for us. So
Yep.
They came and gave prizes at that too. So all right, we're spinning it again.
Who's getting this one?
2810.
2810.
2810. Scroll. This one is going to wrong number. Neil Shepard.
Neil Shepard. Shout out to Neil.
Congratulations, Neil. Very nice.
Moving on to the next
Another
one.
excellent prize going to a happy home.
Ooh.
Oh, the Blue Harvest.
Coveted.
I love these guys. All right, let me talk about Regal Robot for a second. I don't know how much time we have left. But, so Regal Robot is done by Tom Spina and his group of folks over there, his group of masters. Spina is someone I've known for probably about 20 years. And Tom, as they say in the industry, and as we all say to each other, he just gets it. Tom understands what the fans want, what the fans love, because Spina is a fan himself. Blue Harvest, as we know, was the code name for the movie. Come on, you guys know the movie.
Oh, that was Return of the Jedi.
Return of the Jedi. All right.
There you go.
So everyone, it was filmed under Blue Harvest, so nobody really understood what it was. They want to keep it all under wraps. This is a great piece. I mean, a couple of years ago, Tom actually did, and we have it in the background here.
Ooh, yes.
Oh, look at that. Yes.
He did a Blue Harvest director's chair too, which we sold out of as well. He just gets it. So I saw these at Star Wars Celebration. He had them. People were going crazy for them. It really is a great piece. This was a Celebration 2022 exclusive, by the way. So him bringing this over to you guys and donating it is really something special.
100%.
It's fabulous. I didn't get one at Celebration, and I deeply regret it.
That's one of those. I get that.
Tell him, call him.
All right, here we go.
Who we got?
$13.99.
$13.99.
That's I don't know anymore. I'm just
the year Pete made his first painting.
The year Pete made his first million. Good
That's
going.
right. A lot of people don't know I'm a vampire. I've been around forever. Patrick Covey is the winner.
Oh,
of this.
no way. Patrick.
Yes.
Patrick's a good friend of mine. That is awesome.
Oh, is he really?
Yes. Patrick and I, the first person ever made content went in the Star Wars realm was Patrick, and I love Patrick.
Beautiful.
That's awesome.
Patrick's going to have something cool.
Fantastic.
Excellent.
Congrats,
Let me get the
Patrick.
next one pulled up. Oh,
right.
this is
Duo
also
Novo.
sick.
So again, this is the Duo Novo. These are the Imperial patches for the hats, correct? If I'm not
Yes.
mistaken.
Yep.
Great. I mean, anything Duo Novo does is good stuff. They're high quality. It's perfect. This is as movie accurate as you can get. And these are the insignia and the first duty cap insignias. So again,
Yes.
great stuff. Great for cosplaying. Great for Star Wars Celebration Europe for next year.
Yes,
Maybe.
for
Yeah.
sure. Absolutely.
Pin them up and make it look good. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
805.
Oh, nice. Low number.
Lower number.
Turn it down.
Here we go. Another victory for E.L. Dubose.
Wow,
Nice. How about
fantastic.
that?
Hey, if you make a lot of donations, that's what you get.
That's
You
how it
know,
goes.
chances to win.
He won too?
He won earlier today.
wow.
I can't remember what the other thing, but I think he won a book or something.
I think he won
earlier today.
the Planetecture prints.
Yes,
I think
I
is
think
what
you're
he
right.
won.
Good
That's
going. Well, you know
awesome.
what? If you donate, you deserve it. That's fantastic. I
That's
love
right.
that.
That's
Yeah, absolutely.
I've got something too. I'm going to donate. Are you guys done? When you
Ooh.
guys are done, I'm gonna hop in. But are you guys done
Oh,
with your
I
stuff?
think we have a couple
we
more.
have-
Oh,
Keep
we
going.
got
Oh, it's
Oh,
a mystery box.
this one's
We have the
interesting.
mystery box.
We can't
explain
really
this, Nick.
Yeah.
We have been told by a good friend,
Okay.
a close source, a dedicated source, a reliable source, someone with contacts and information. This is going to be a really good prize from a company that you've heard of.
Okay.
And that's all we're allowed to say right now.
You know,
But
let's
it's
say
going to be
this.
something
All right.
big and awesome.
I
So,
would say,
Oh,
I would
I-
argue we've
I
all
think I
bought
know
from this
this.
company.
This was
Yes.
this was
Yeah.
a top secret memo I received later.
it's right. Yes,
I
it was a
can
late memo.
I can tell you that I've worked with these people in the past, and everything they've ever done, they've hit it out the park. I mean,
Yep.
these
They
are people,
deliver.
yeah, they've supported me when we've done Good Morning America and for Force Friday and stuff like that, and everything like that. They've supported us. They're a number one contender. So whoever gets this prize is going to be happy.
That's right.
That's amazing.
I wish I could say more,
well,
but my NDA won't allow me.
Yeah,
That's right.
Same with
And
ours.
before we draw this winner, I'm just going to throw this out there. We are $202 away from 16,000. We've got a few more things to give away.
That's incredible.
Wouldn't we like to end this day at 16,000 and make Pete add a few more raffle tickets to this
Yes.
box?
That'd be awesome.
I'd be more than happy to add a couple more if we need to.
We'll come up with another giveaway if we give away these things and still hit $16,000. We will make
Beautiful.
something work, but
You can do this.
we need that 16K. So let's give this one away and we'll keep going and see what else
Okay.
happens.
All right, let's see.
If I unlock my phone. All right, here we go.
Oh,
852.
852. What a low number.
52. Another one for William Hardy.
No way.
No way.
Wait a minute,
Yeah.
y'all. Okay, to explain, Jordan, that's one of my students, one of my 7th grade students, and he joins every stream. So
Will
I
Hardy?
think, yeah, Will Hardy. I think he's gonna be very excited about this one. That is
Yeah.
awesome.
Will be
Will
excited.
will.
Absolutely
Yes.
amazing.
Will be excited.
Will be excited.
All right.
Now,
Oh,
Pete,
Yes.
this is
talk
good.
about this.
So this, I would tell a funny little story about this. It's not specifically about this gift. So last year we were building Podathon 2022 or 2021, and we were, working, getting things ready. And I get an email from Lucasfilm saying, "If you have a minute, could you get on the phone?" And I was like, "Oh no."
Uh-oh.
This is not good. And I picked it up and I spoke to Lillian Noble, who's in PR, and she said, "I'm just calling to see if it's too late to donate something." And I was like, "No, it's not. You're Lucasfilm. You are absolutely welcome." So this year we reached out the day we launched Podathon, all the planning and things, and Lillian said, "Absolutely, we will have something for you. It will be a custom I shouldn't say custom, but it will be Star Wars material, Star Wars collectibles from Lucasfilm, specifically picked out once the winner has been selected. But it is from Lucasfilm. It will come to you from the Lucasfilm store.
Yeah, it's tailor made. I mean, that's really what it is too. I think if this is what you and I were talking about before, Lucasfilm has an incredible way of tapping into what the fans want and actually really, getting them their dreams as well. So anything from Lillian Noble and anything from Lucasfilm is going to just be a home run. She is absolutely an incredible person. I've corresponded with her in the past. Just a wonderful, wonderful person.
Awesome. Yeah, she is fantastic. She is she worked late hours on this with us, and everybody at Lucasfilm that she worked with was super into it, and so made it feel like they understood. Obviously, they understand what this is all about. So cool. All right, Nick, let's have a number.
All right, here we go. 2777.
Oh, it's a lucky number. Ooh,
let's see who's got 27. Oh, where is it? Oh, sorry, I went the wrong way. Here it is. Brennan Marr.
Brennan Marr.
All
right.
Very nice. Congratulations, Brennan. That's awesome.
Brennan Marr. He got that.
It appears that is the last one. So, Jordan, this is up to you. I know.
All right. Well, all right. So we found something in the store that in the gallery that we've actually done very, very well with last year and this year too. And I'm a huge fan of these vinyl figures, these custom figures that they've done. So we actually got this. This is brand new. This is done by Beast Kingdom. Okay. We're gonna go
wow.
This is Boba Fett, and he comes with a Han Solo as well. This is from the Egg A series, the Egg Attack series. This is what the back is. It's a fully articulated Boba Fett standing about 8 inches tall with interchangeable hands, interchangeable backpack, rocket, everything. And then, once again, look, you got Han Solo there as well.
Yo.
A really, really great collectible that can stand on your shelf, on your car, wherever you want it to put it. We've got one of those coming to a lucky winner. You just let's pull that name and you get me the address and we'll send that right out.
That's amazing. I did not know that I needed that until I just
That's one of the great joys of this game. That's right. All right. Here we go. Let's see who wins this amazing prize from Jordan.
1186.
Close to one.
Sounds good.
Okay, here we go. I'm looking for
the last one of the night. Jordan, thank you so much for coming by the way. This has been fantastic.
This is amazing.
Thank you guys for putting up with. I actually just got the worst haircut in the galaxy. I must have got, I think it's like Watto was cutting my hair because it just was horrible. But no, you guys are wonderful. And I'm looking, I told Pete this morning, I told all you guys, I'm looking forward to Podathon 2023.
That's right. Yes,
absolutely.
So you won't be able to kick me off. I'll be on all day.
No, we will gladly have you.
You're gonna come all day next time.
Okay.
You're signed up.
All right.
Well, this winner is I'm so excited about this one because this guy he's been a friend of I think all the shows that are here for a long time, and he's a good dude. His name is Matt Harrington.
No way.
Came up.
Wait,
So,
he was literally in the chat. He said, I need a new dealer. Nick isn't lucky.
Nick is lucky.
No.
He literally just called me out.
No
I think
Literally
Nick deserves an
just called me
apology,
out.
Matt, because we can pull another number. We can do another.
That's right. If you don't like it, Matt, we can do it again.
Oh, Matt, that's amazing.
Love it.
Well, Jordan, would you
right
stick
there.
around for a couple more minutes? And
Yes.
we want to bring in the people who spent 14 hours of their days behind the scenes, hanging out, bringing the guests in.
Yes.
Checking their mics.
I think I met them about a half hour ago.
You did meet them all. We'll bring in.
Give me the audio check.
Well, let's bring in Jerry, the Canon Junkie. Jerry.
Whoa.
Jerry.
What's up, Jerry?
What's up, everybody? Hi. How you doing,
There he
guys?
is.
Alden Diaz,
Also,
also a big interviewer. William Sheehy, Bill
there he
Sheehy.
is.
There he is.
Dude, Ewan.
And
Are you there?
Jared, the Dark
All right.
Jedi. Gentlemen, we could not have done this today without you guys. We are so thankful and happy, and as Rick McCullum would say, so happy. It's so happy. It's so good. So good.
Happy so dead.
Fantastic.
Hey man, you know it's our pleasure and it's our honor to be here. I just really need to say it is an honor to call just about everybody who's been a part of this today a friend.
Yes.
I, especially in these last few segments, have just been buzzing with pride in every single one of you, and just man, every time. This is my second Podathon, and each one I just so much right here. I want to hug all of you. This has been incredible.
Virtual hugs. Virtual hugs.
We're thankful for you, though, Jared. We're thankful for you. You had a great segment earlier with Star Wars Explained, so that was awesome to see you in that
I got
moment.
my Ophrona redemption. That is all. I got redeemed. I am vindicated. I am selfish. I am wrong. I am right. I swear I'm
He can
right.
finally return home to his family.
I swear he knew it all along. Actually. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So any comments from Jerry, Alden, or Bill?
We kicked this thing out of into the sun in a good way. Like seriously, like we were John Cena, as Seth was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
It's just I'm proud of all of you, of everyone on the screen, of everyone who's been on this screen today. And it's I don't know, like I'm just happy to be here. I'm happy to be a part of this, and I'm so happy that we absolutely annihilated that goal, and that so much is going to people who really need it.
Yep,
absolutely.
Completely agree. It's very rare that I am at a loss for words, and
could also be that we've been on here all day. But.
I know it could also be that. It could be that, but just the amount of pride I have in everybody involved in it in all capacities. It's the people that led it, from Pete to Scott to Nick to the producers behind the scenes to the talent, the creatives that came and spent their time and gave their time to this wonderful cause. I can't help but feel pride and love for all of y'all. And like I said, lost for words, but the force is strong here.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
just have to focus on the positive. And today has been an overwhelming positive. So
100%. Yeah. The only thing I'd add to what you just said, Bill, is Star Wars means nothing if you don't learn the lessons of Star Wars. And George was saying it's all about a choice. A hero isn't somebody that goes out and duels evil. A hero is somebody that just makes the next right choice. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but I don't want to speak for the man.
You're also quoting Anna, I believe.
I'm also quoting Anna from Frozen 2, which is a Star Wars movie. It really is. But the fact that everybody watching that donated, some people who were very generous and strong in the Force, the idea that everybody just wanted to carve time out of what has been a horrible period for a lot of people these last few years, immensely stressful, to come together and do something good. You're all Jedi. You all won the Star Wars. That's it.
That's right.
If I can say one more thing, shout out to not just everybody that I talked about before, but shout out to Alden for bringing up the Eastern Kentucky flood relief, because as most people know, I'm from Kentucky, and it's something that I'm so proud to be from Kentucky. And the idea that Alden took the time before his big interview with Rian Johnson, the director of Episode 8, and focused on people that need help, and we've all obviously this whole day has been for Make-A-Wish and has been for the kids that absolutely need it, but to take a little bit of time to focus on that and to focus. Whenever I think of Eastern Kentucky, I think of my grandfather, who was from Louisa, Kentucky, who it's in the heart of Appalachia. That he would honor my grandfather's memory and would do that. It means the world to me, and I will always love him for that, and I will love every single one of you. So,
I love you.
We're never done doing good. Never done doing good.
It's the day that keeps giving, and that's special.
Look, hey, speaking of keeps giving, the number has gone up.
Oh,
is it really?
No way.
15,851.
Oh my!
Yeah. $149.
I want to say real quick, if I may, and I know this is something that's been touched on a couple times, but I know this is something that Pete has dedicated a great chunk of the content he produces to, as well as myself and Alden. You know, you and I collaborated recently talking about this issue. You know, the Star Wars fandom often gets a very, very ugly bad rap as a, to quote the great Obi-Wan Kenobi, as being a hive of scum and villainy. But today, we show what this fandom is actually made of. We show the metal of what this fandom is truly, truly about. And it is about rising to the occasion of the themes of Star Wars, as Alden alluded to earlier. You know, this is how we win, not by destroying what we hate, but by protecting what we love.
Yep.
And, you know,
Absolutely.
like this is what this is all about. It is about being a part of something bigger than ourselves and finding the peace and purpose in that. And like it's moments like this where I become proud again to be a Star Wars fan. And
Awesome.
it is because of everybody who's been a part of this event today.
Yep.
The Citizens Fleet showing up, baby.
That's right.
Yeah. Damn right.
That's
So-
right. Pete, take us home.
I'm going to wrap this up and just say, first of all, thank you to Jordan for joining us, for reaching out and asking to be a part of it.
Thank you, Jordan.
No.
Jordan, last year when we gave stuff away, it was just
Cheers.
like, and here's another thing, and here's another thing. So I really appreciate that. I want to say thank you to Becca Benjamin, who isn't in here right now, but Becca has she's
Snaps for
doing
Becca.
so much behind the scenes and in front of the camera, as she did a little bit for an hour and a half today. She pulled it. She did great there. Alden, I want to thank you for your help in not only producing our premiere interview of the day, but just for helping us with every step of the way. Jared, Jerry, and Bill, guys, thank you so much for doing what you've done all day long. It means so
Always
much.
our pleasure.
Once again,
You ready to
Lillian
get proud,
and
man.
all of Lucasfilm, Tom Spina at Regal Robot, Mark Van Olen at Denuo Novo, Justin Cavender at Bandai, Steve Anderson, who gave us a couple of things like that. The paintings that are going to be signed. Chris Ryans from Geekdron, DK Publishing, Del Rey, Inside Editions, and the families that we all have that we took time away from today to raise money for Make-A-Wish. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for helping us blow away our goal.
And
Reagan, because Reagan did some
Reagan.
fantastic
Oh my
things.
God, Reagan.
Unspoken MVP, Reagan.
That's right.
Always Reagan.
Absolutely.
Yeah, illustrious, incredible.
Well, with that, I just want to say thank you to everybody, and may the force be with you.
Real quick,
Yeah. What?
stay Bombad.
hey,
At the end of the day, as cool as it is that we're going to be talking Star Wars for 14 hours with 15 celebrity guests, it's all about Make-A-Wish.
So we're pretty much taking over an entire day and building a fundraiser of the likes that have never been seen.
we've got the 8-hour version. We've got the 14-hour version. We've got a 24-hour version.
It's going to work. It's going to work because it's impossible. Okay, well, this one's live. This one's live. This is recorded. This is pre-record. This is live. This is live. This is pre-record. This is live. We'll just figure it out. We have to.
It's gonna be fantastic. I can't wait. No, you say Bombad. No, okay. Thank you. You say Bombad. Weird. Okay.
The real question is, how do we do this and revolutionize the process so that we can do it again and again? It's not just about this Podathon. It's about next year's and the year after that. It's many, many more.
Hey, Pete. Christina just called. Yeah. No, she's gonna be involved. She just wants to be. She'll be part of the event. Sounds amazing.
Yeah, well, Dan's got Matt Martin, and Shelby called me yesterday. She's going to be working with us, and we just need one more really big name.
Hey, it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be fantastic. All right. Okay. I'll talk to you. No, you stay Bombad. It's the third time today.
We've got to get everybody on screen. We've got to get everybody off screen. We've got to plug Make-A-Wish 5 times an hour. I mean...
Well, Seth Green is the key to all this. If we get Seth Green, I mean, he's a funnier character.
Mr. Szostak. Anyway. Okay, I know. Look, great. Yeah, right. Fantastic. Thanks, dude. Okay, awesome. All right. No, you stay Bombad.
We got Charles Soule on again this year with Broaxium, and it's great. It's like one stanza rhymes with the next. It's like poetry.
I mean,
I've been talking to Alden Diaz from Ahch-To Radio, and apparently he's got something in the works. So
This is live. This is live. This is pre-record. 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 Live. Live. Live.
Ryan, oh Ryan, yes, I'm so fucking happy. Pete's so fucking happy. It's gonna be brilliant. It's gonna be absolutely fantastic. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be it's gonna be a great day. Okay, all right, it's gonna be so much fun. Also, it's going to be so worthwhile for Make-A-Wish. Okay. No, you stay Bombad.
You know what? I think this is gonna be good. Cheers.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.